Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A full moon shone in the sky above the castle. A man was visible in the window. Lying his head on the table, the man asked what to do. The people would soon begin to starve, and the Duke didn't care. He was doing nothing to prevent it. Something burning flew past the window. The man looked out the window with alarm. He peered out. The people below were fighting. His mouth open in shock, the man exclaimed, "Is that really the Imperial Army?" He pictured a man wearing a crown. With a shocked expression on his face, he said it was Emperor Zeron. Burning cannonballs were flying toward the castle. The man saw a man on the roof. Leaning out the window, he called out to the Duke. A warrior with a sword stood on the roof, hearing the request to flee from there. One of the projectiles hit the roof directly. The second flew toward the window with the terrified hero. Flames erupted around them. With his mouth wide open, the burning man called out to the Duke. That's how the land of Bran fell, a useless patch of land on the edge of the Empire. The boy jumped up in bed. He clutched his chest, breathing heavily. He, the local Duke's butler, had perished with him. The boy looked in surprise at the mirror, thinking, more accurately, that he should have died. Touching his face, the man in the boy's body said he couldn't believe he had become a Duke. He had been reborn 20 years before their deaths. The boy sat clutching his head. A whole day had passed since he had been reborn into the body of Duke Aaron. In a broken state and utter confusion, he hadn't eaten or drunk, and hadn't spoken to anyone. Flexing his fingers, the hero screamed like a madman. He spent the second day furiously cursing the Emperor who had killed him and all the inhabitants of Bran, falling asleep and waking up delirious, pondering how to take revenge. The hero touched the mirror with his palm. On the third day, he finally calmed down and realized he had a second chance to make things right. His fingers touched a document on the table, and he had to bury himself in a book to learn everything about the Duke. Early in his life, he had decided to prevent the impending horror, and after a couple of days, endless hunger forced him to stop. His fingers clutched a loaf of bread. Holding it in his hand, Aaron reflected that while he had spent his entire life helping the poor who couldn't even afford a piece of bread, the Duke had never cared for anyone but himself, as if they weren't his subjects. Cheryl, Aaron's younger sister and a former imperial princess, pointed and exclaimed, "Why is he doing this?" She had spent so much time dragging him out of the room so he wouldn't starve there, and he hadn't. Looking at her fearfully, the boy apologized, saying it would be easier to chew the bread this way. With a slight tilt of his head, Aaron asked if she was free today and suggested they go somewhere. His sister frowned, asking where. The heroes were standing in the dungeon. Rommel, the knight captain and unofficial swordsman, scratched his neck and said he'd ordered him to handle their food supplies, so why had he called them here in full armor? Aaron's mouth dropped open, and he said Emperor Zeron was planning to destroy them. The heroes looked at him in surprise. Cheryl's eyes widened, and she said that their uncle, the Emperor, had sworn an oath to their father. Why would they break it? Aaron, wearing armor, explained that he was probably afraid they would use their right to the throne, and besides, he'd been personally informed of his plans to break his promise. Looking forward, the boy declared it was time to use the dragon's blessing. Glancing sideways at the man, his sister remarked that he'd wanted to keep him hidden until the very end. Aaron crossed his arms and replied that he hadn't been concerned about the Emperor's betrayal until recently. The girl pointed her flower-shaped staff forward and thought it was very strange. Her brother never talked nonsense. A portal to the mountains opened before them. Rommel exclaimed in shock. Turning around, Cheryl asked slyly. He didn't know for sure. She hadn't told him. She was an unofficial mage. The heroes stood at a cliff in the frozen lands. Stretch her arms, the girl asked not to judge harshly. She hadn't practiced for a long time. Cheryl raised her staff. A fireball flew forward. The mage moved the staff in a circle. The fire moved. Eventually, several fireballs were arranged in a circle before her. Rommel, her mouth open in shock, said that it was, in fact, a ring of inferno. With a wave of her hand, the girl sent the fireball forward. The fire obscured the mountaintop. It was destroyed. The knight's mouth fell open in utter shock. Cheryl, with a fire in her palm, said indifferently that it was weak, just above the seventh circle. She was an unofficial seventh circle mage. Looking at her in surprise, the knight asked, "So she's a seventh circle mage?" Opening her mouth, the girl replied yes, but that wasn't enough to defeat the entire Imperial army. Touching his chin, Aaron confirmed that it wasn't enough. They still had a long time to gain strength, and he thought to himself that the Duke's diary stated that she was a fifth circle mage, but in reality, she was an archmage. The girl waved her staff, saying that compared to her brother, all these things were mere toys. The knight turned to him in shock and asked, "Is that true?" The Duke drew his sword and said he'd find out now, and thought he'd try. He'd pulled out a page from the diary yesterday and thought, judging by it. Touching his face thoughtfully, he explained that thanks to the dragon's blessing, his sister had become a fifth circle mage, and the Duke himself a grandmaster warrior. Clenching and unclenching his fingers, Aaron said that he too possessed that power. He walked over to the bookcase and took one of the books from it, looking at the brown cover. Fundamentals of Imperial Swordsmanship. He thought, that's it, he couldn't become the best swordsman in the world right away. He'd start from the basics. The hero raised his sword and stepped forward. Lightning appeared around the blade. Furrowing his brows, the boy shouted that this was the third version of the great sword art. Channeling energy forward, he unleashed piercing wind. A blue beam flew forward. It split the mountain in half. Dust rose from the destruction. Eren put his sword away with a smile and thought he'd been aiming for the wrong mountain, but this would do. Rommel, very shocked, his mouth dropped open. A dragon flew in the sky. It turned its attention to the city below. It sniffed the air and thought, unbelievably, that here remained a trace of the blessing it had left generations ago. The dragon spun in the air and plummeted. In flight, it transformed into a bird. A human foot touched the ground. A man held a fan, saying it was an excellent vessel. He stood in the forest not far from the castle. Fanning himself, he said it was time to meet the people he had blessed. The brother and sister looked ahead resolutely. A boy stood by a bookshelf, holding Eren's diary, a few days before he decided to become a duke. He opened the handwritten book. The man towered over the king lying in bed. Several years ago, with the help of a feudal lord, his father's brother, Uncle Geron had taken the throne from his weakened old father. He imagined a man in a crown and departing travelers, thinking that his father had died soon after, so he and Cheryl had fled the persecution of the authorities. The reason they had survived was because of the single condition his father had set for his brother to protect them. Imagining the coat of arms, he remembered that the children would never lay claim to the throne for the rest of their lives, and for that reason, he must allow Eren to become Duke of the land of Bran, on the edge of the Empire. The monsters rushed forward. Bran was a useless land with a decrepit fortress. Naturally, nothing grew on it, and it was constantly attacked by monsters. Babies lay in cradles. Thanks to the dragon's blessing, he and Cheryl wielded the powers of a grandmaster. The heroes stood on the wall. They had the power to restore life in this land, however. The Duke looked ahead, thinking that he had decided to hide his abilities for the rest of his life. Eren held the diary, thinking it was to keep the promise he made to his father. He slammed the book shut and wondered if any promise was more valuable than the lives of his subjects. Currently, in the fortress of Bran, the boy winced in pain. The swelling on his wrist was surrounded by light. He moved his hand. Then, surprised, he exclaimed that it didn't hurt. A fair-haired girl pointed and asked him to play carefully, lest his parents worry. It was Cecilia, the saint of the Vivian Order. Folding his hands in front of him, the boy agreed. Patting his head, the saint praised him. She turned, hearing the order for everyone to appear in the square. The Duke would give a speech. Eren stood on a stone in front of the crowd. A man crossed his arms and asked what he wanted from them. Another asked, "Who knows? He might say some more nonsense, maybe even introduce taxes." A mustachioed man in a hood asked if they had heard how the Duke had changed recently. Some of the people were beaten. The hero said he'd heard about it. He'd found all the knights who'd taken money from the people and punished them. Eren crossed his arms, thinking he wasn't surprised by the crowd's reaction. They knew nothing yet, because the Duke hadn't fulfilled his duties at all. He waved his hand. Standing on the dais, the boy declared that intelligence had reported that the orcs' numbers had increased sharply, and they were trying to take their lands. If they surrounded the castle, the people would no longer be able to obtain food. They couldn't sit idly by and wait for death. A man standing in the crowd said the orcs had been doing this for years. Another asked if he'd just heard about it, and a third said he thought it was something serious. Touching his chest, Eren exclaimed, "Are they really going to remain victims of these greenskins, or are they going to come with him to fight for their lives?" The crowd stared at him in surprise, wondering where he'd gotten this from. Opening his mouth, the boy shouted that he was Duke Eren, their lord and master of the Bran lands, issuing a new decree. A cry echoed through the small settlement, declaring that they would no longer sit in a stubborn defense against the orcs. They were now invaders. The men exchanged surprised glances. Imagining the monster by the sacks, Eren exclaimed, "How much longer will they endure the orcs' oppression? How much longer will they watch them live richer than them?" The crowd was outraged. Eren smirked. Raising his fist, he affirmed, saying they were going to overthrow the orcs and everyone would become rich. The people's fists rose to greet each chance. A man in a white cloak stood among the others. Looking at the young man in the crowd, he wondered if he had received his blessing. A smile appeared on the dragon's lips, and he said he didn't want to stay long, but he had potential. A scroll appeared in his hand. Words could be heard from the room with the books, saying he had ordered everything to be bought yesterday. Eren and the bearded old man were arguing angrily. Their conversation could be heard. Why hadn't he even bought 100 suits of armor? The young man replied. What if the expedition fails? He then heard the old man say. What if he takes responsibility then? The heroes glared at each other. There was a knock on the black door. The disputants turned angrily, shouting at each other to enter and leave. As the door opened, Rommel appeared and announced that a man from Duke Rainan had come to see him. The heroes stared at him in surprise. The man, scroll in hand, bowed in greeting and said his name was Kainuz, and that he had come on Duke Rainan's recommendation. Taking the scroll, Eren asked again. On his personal recommendation. And mentally recalled Kainuz, thinking he had introduced himself as a strategist, but had left them a year later. His appearance was hard to forget. The boy unfolded the paper. He carefully read that 3 years had passed since he settled in the lands of Bran. On the parchment were black lines stating that there wasn't a day when he wasn't painfully reminded of his constant struggle to survive in this hell. This time, he sent him a promising strategist and some gold for the treasury. He hoped kindness would serve him well these 3 years, and that they would meet again someday. Holding the scroll, Eren mused that Duke Rainan had been loyal to the late emperor. Then his eyes widened with realization. Returning to the man, he asked, "A little gold?" The old man's eyes lit up with greed. Kindness laughed, saying he had sent 50,000 gold. The old advisor saddened, saying it was understandable. The Duke was also going through hard times. Looking at him, Eren ordered him not to complain. The money could buy enough equipment, and use the rest to cleanse the city. The man, surprised, asked again, "Cleanse the city?" Raising a finger, Eren argued that investing for the future meant keeping gold in the treasury was unprofitable. It was better to invest it. If they didn't clean up the cities, frequent outbreaks of disease would occur, and then they would lose their most important resource, people. The fewer people they had, the more difficult it would be to distribute their forces, ultimately leading to the collapse of the castle. The dragon covered his face with a fan, thinking that his logic wasn't entirely sound, but more importantly, his train of thought was on the right track. Few people thought so far ahead, even fewer remembered hygiene. Perhaps he would be suitable as the caretaker of his nest. As he left the room, the old man grumpily told them to do whatever they wanted, and he resigned. The doors slammed. Eren looked at Kindness and thought this was a strategist from Duke Rainan himself. He was just about to memorize strategy textbooks when he appeared just in time. Touching his chin, Eren said that although the Duke had recommended him, he should understand that he couldn't immediately appoint him as chief strategist, as that could cause many of his subjects to rebel. The man nodded, confirming his point. Looking at him, Eren continued that he would therefore be glad if he could demonstrate his skills in the upcoming campaign against the orcs. Shielding his face with a fan, Kindness said he would assist him in the upcoming campaign and thought how a pathetic man could doubt him. That was interesting. Eren smiled, saying he relied on him, and thought that, if all went well, he would work with this man for the next 3 years. Kindness fanned himself, thinking that the better he got to know this man, the more fascinating he would become, and he promised out loud that he wouldn't let him down. Bowing his head, the boy remembered that his goal after the war with the orcs was to develop the dungeons. The brunette was surprised. Eren stood before a group of warriors a week later. Putting his hand on his hip, he said he hoped everyone had memorized their strategy by now. Did anyone need to explain it all over again? The soldiers remained silent. Looking at them, the boy resolutely exclaimed that they were leaving then. Pointing his sword forward, he shouted that today they would destroy the orc lair and become rich. Spears rose. The gates opened. Eren rode ahead of the others on horseback. The heroes stood at a cliff in the Black Forest. Eren looked down, thinking that Kurok was the chieftain of an orc tribe who had captured a citadel and made a nest there. He imagined monsters attacking people and thought that because of them, their food supply lines had been destroyed, and a few years later, it was precisely because of them that a mass famine began. The boy clenched his fist, thinking that the problem needed to be nipped in the bud, and that's what he would do. Ramel, standing behind him, hit himself in the chest and said that they had found the kobold archers. Without turning around, the boy asked how many. Looking at him, the knight replied 5 groups, each with 5 or 6 monsters. The hero turned and called Cheryl. His sister peeked out of the tent. Eren drew a circle in the air with his finger. With a disgruntled sigh, the girl said she was already on her way. The heroine, holding a staff, walked through the forest. A fireball soared upward. A face was visible on the fireball of the 3rd circle. Rays of light emanated from the staff. Cheryl said that this was a 3rd circle spell, which hits like the 5th. Flames flew forward. The monster with the club stood in front of the others. The kobolds looked up. A fireball surrounded them. The monsters, engulfed in flames, screamed. The heroes watched the smoke rise. Touching his head sadly, Eren asked what the 3rd circle was that hit like the 5th. He had asked them not to use magic stronger than the 3rd circle, so as not to attract the Emperor's attention. The offended sister stuck her tongue out at him. Eren covered his face with his hand, thinking that if he'd known she'd use anything other than the piercing wind, he wouldn't have taken her today. Kainuz waved his fan and said he'd find out sooner or later, especially since the soldiers didn't spread rumors. There shouldn't be any problems. Closing his eyes, the Duke agreed and asked, "Have they found the right place?" The man confirmed with a confident expression. The day before the campaign began, Kainuz fanned himself and said the best outcome of the war against the monsters was to destroy them before the real war began. They had little choice, and now the best strategy was to draw the enemy to a convenient location and destroy them there. The young man sitting at the table asked again and was told this was necessary to avoid heavy losses. He introduced armored warriors, saying that the orc tribe numbered about 2,000, and even if they won, the losses would be incomparable. They only had 500 warriors. The sister and the knight nodded. Looking at them, Kainuz continued that, besides everything else, since they were attacking, every move needed to be carefully considered. He pictured the orcs catching up to the knight, and advised luring them out first with cavalry. He turned with a smile to Eren, who asked, "Should they use 100 cavalrymen as bait?" Pictured goblins stricken with arrows, the dragon explained that this would give them speed, They would set an ambush as soon as the orcs approached the forest. Archers and marksmen should destroy at least half the enemy force. He pictured knights with shields surrounding the monsters and continued. Then they would push them into open ground and surround them with heavily armed knights until they surrendered. Closing one eye, the boy said that was excellent. Then he looked ahead and said that then they would proceed according to Kinas's plan. The monsters lay in the burning forest. The goblins approached the body. Then they ran off to the side. A rider standing by the cliff heard what appeared to be their movement. Behind them was Kinas, who said that these seemed to be unusual orcs. Since they had scouts, they would quickly prepare for battle as soon as they sensed trouble. Smiling, the man asked, if that was the case, why not make the advanced orcs their slaves? Aaron turned to him. Shielding his face with a fan, the man said he thought such a workforce would help his goal of developing the dungeons. The hero was struck by the idea. Looking at the advisor, he said the idea was good, but would monsters really help a human? He'd heard that monsters only listened to dragons' orders. The dragon in the human's body laughed, saying no, orcs were a species that obeyed only superior force, so being a dragon wasn't necessary. Turning away, the boy said he'd deal with it later. He didn't want his greed to lead to more casualties. The advisor nodded. Standing in front of the forest, the boy asked, "Is it time to begin?" Turning to Cheryl, he ordered 200 soldiers to take positions in the forest, while Rommel was to form an iron ring in ambush. Turning the other way, he asked Kinas to remain at the top of the hill. The man with the fan nodded in agreement. Aaron extended his sword. Then he pointed them forward with a war cry. The orc leader sat on his throne, eating meat. A monster approached him and announced that the humans were attacking. The leader spat out a piece. Kurok, radiating a sinister aura, asked where it was coming from. An orc with sharp fangs replied, "From the Black Forest." A shadow fell across the leader's face, who said that the insects hiding behind the stone walls had finally emerged, already dead. Raising his hand with a club, the monster roared that the meat was coming to them, that they would kill all the humans and capture their castle. The crowd of warriors at the castle roared in response. The leader's eyes blazed, and he ordered the release of the Minotaur. One of the orcs tugged at the chain. A huge bull with an axe was in the cage. He raised his ringed nose and roared. Kurok swung his club and called for killing and plunder. His subordinates raised their weapons in response. The sinister army of monsters advanced. The sun was visible from behind the hills. A bird flew across the sky. The orcs ran quickly. The bird watched them from above, the monsters reflected in its eye. Between the man's palms was a magic ball. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Kinas mentally told the man that the time had come. The army was moving forward. Drawing his sword, Aaron ordered them to prepare for clash. He raised his weapon. Swinging it, he shouted, "Forward!" The horse galloped quickly. An orc ran towards them. The two armies were almost at each other. The knights heard the order to attack. The orcs opened their mouths and roared. Sparks of battle rose up. Aaron and 100 cavalry against Kurok and 2,000 orcs. The hero swung his sword. Drops of blood appeared. The armies clashed. Looking at the orc, the boy thought that it wasn't enough. He needed to press them further. And then he noticed something ahead. An axe was descending. It flew at the hero's head. The huge minotaur raised its jaws and screamed. Aaron and his soldiers covered their ears. Turning, the boy shouted to not be afraid and to keep moving. The knights exchanged glances. Aaron charged forward, shouting. A green monster stood before him. The hero raised his sword. He remembered his advisor's words about manpower helping the dungeons develop. He swung his sword sharply downwards. The blow landed flat. Looking at the approaching monsters, he thought they had driven them into the Black Forest. Turning, the Duke ordered a retreat, as there were too many enemies. The orcs looked at him in surprise. The human army turned. Growling and shouting that the humans were running away, they must follow. Together with the Minotaur, they gave chase. The humans led the orcs out of the forest. A man galloping behind them told the lord that they were being pursued. Turning to the red-haired woman, he shouted that he would deal with them and tell them to retreat to the hill. He galloped back, thinking he had no intention of losing them. He looked determined. The Minotaur raised its arm to attack, and the hero continued his thought, not a single one of his own. The knight turned to face the monster's fists, and the hero continued, a soldier. He struck the bull with his sword. The monster was thrown back, and its carcass fell to the ground. The knight, watching this, let out a delighted sound. Putting his foot on the monster's body, Aaron thought she told him to go up the hill, but at least he wouldn't have to drag it himself. He asked Arthur to tie up this monster and throw it further into the bushes. The man with the mustache looked surprised, asking, "Will he kill him?" Looking at him, the boy replied, "No, he'll need him later." Alarmed, the man agreed. The knight pointed and said that the orcs were advancing. The monsters were approaching, and one of them said, "Here are the humans," while the other suggested killing them all. Light fell on their faces. They looked up, looking at the fireballs. A powerful explosion sounded. Turning around, Aaron wondered what Cheryl was doing. Why kill all the orcs? He ordered a retreat. Kurok watched him. Frowning, he ordered them to catch up. They would avenge all their brothers. The knights galloped toward the sunset. The orc ran after them. Suddenly, something hit him in the temple. He tumbled backwards. A row of shields formed in front of the orcs. Human knights held them. The green monsters growled at this. The shields formed a wall. Eren walked proudly past them. Looking down, he said that Kurok and all his kin were surrounded. He was giving everyone a chance to survive. A duel between the two leaders would take place, and the losing race would become slaves. Frowning, the green monster said that the orc didn't trust the human and thought that if he wanted, all his orcs would be killed. Humans couldn't be trusted. Looking down, the boy promised to swear on his warrior's honor, and he would do the same. Looking at him, the orc chieftain said that a human had no honor. Eren frowned and ordered them to lock shields. The knights did so. Raising his club, Kurok agreed and asked him to keep his promise. The opponents stood facing each other. The monster took off abruptly. Swinging his club, he wished for death. The club struck the ground. Eren stood unharmed in the dispersing dust. Steam billowed from the orc's mouth. The hero dodged the club. Watching his opponent, he thought this was what the dragon's blessing felt like. He hadn't yet fully mastered his body, but it seemed to react to the orc's attacks. Looking at him darkly, the monster called him a coward. Eren grew angry. The blade sank into the ground. Angrily cracking his knuckles, the hero said he would teach him manners. A frightened Rommel screamed, asking why he'd thrown down his sword. Flexing his fists, the Duke asked him not to worry. He'd teach him a good lesson. Kurok tossed aside his club, saying that a man has honor, and then he, too, would throw down his weapon. He would break a man with his own hands. Rommel watched him approach the Lord, thinking that no matter how strong a man without a weapon was, anyone would lose to an orc. His paw reached for his fist. The man thought that orcs grew in battle their entire lives. They were stronger than most humans. Even their claws had become sharper, especially since the Duke wasn't even wearing gloves. The monster flew forward rapidly. Eren watched the paw approach, his gaze intent. He watched the green hand move and wondered why it moved so slowly. He was concentrating slightly. Turning, the boy wondered what kind of blow he'd strike. The orc clenched his fist and swung, attacking the boy, thinking he'd test him. Eren dodged the attack. A fist lightly grazed his cheek. The Duke slid back. Touching the scratches, he thought he knew it would happen. It barely hurt. One of the warriors behind the shield asked if the Lord was really being defeated, and what would happen to them if he really lost. Kurok beat his chest, shouting that he would make all the humans slaves. He stood in front of the boy and growled. Eren held up a finger and ordered him to be quiet. The orc tensed. Jumping up, the hero extended his hand, saying that today was their time. He slapped the orc across the face with his palm. He fell to the ground. The monster shook his head. Jumping to his feet, Kurok asked if the human was using magic, and where was his honor. He was surprised when Eren approached, saying that they would become slaves. The boy attacked again, finishing with their slaves. The orc leader flew back. He flew towards the knights, who ordered their shields to be raised. The barriers became a wall. The orc bounced off the shields and flew toward Eren. Eren caught the orc's head in his hands, smashing it between his palms like a sword. The orc's eyes closed, and he begged for mercy. The hero slammed him hard into the ground. The battered chieftain lay in the rising dust. Handprints remained on the ground near his head. The orc's enslavement was complete. Eren held the bound orc's rope. He stood on the wall with him. Coughing into his fist, he addressed the orcs, saying that he did not intend to kill them yet, but from now on they would become slaves to humans. The monsters looked stunned. Looking down, the boy continued that they would now work on Bran's lands. In exchange, he would grant them the right to hunt in the nearby forests. If their tasks were completed, they would share their food with him. However, if even one orc tried to rebel, he would kill them all and personally break the neck of anyone standing there. The orcs also looked at him silently. A vein bulged on the boy's face. He grabbed Kurok by the hair and shouted that if they remained silent, he would do to them the same as he had done to him. The monsters, lined up in a chorus, agreed that everything was understood. Eren smiled, saying that in exchange for his wasted time and punishment for their misdeeds, they would take food from their reserves for themselves. The warriors rode into the fortress. The people rejoiced, praising the Duke. The soldiers returned victorious. They had defeated the orcs. The hero waved his hand. Looking at the knight, he asked him to bring the orcs. The prisoners emerged from the portal. The hero raised his sword, using great swordsmanship and piercing wind. Waves of energy scattered everywhere. The bound orc trembled, thinking of this power. Turning to the captives, Eren declared that the orcs would serve the dragon's great power. They pressed their foreheads to the ground and heard the command to raise their heads. Pointing his sword, Eren told them to remember what he had single-handedly done to this city and to remember their place in this world. The next day, Kurok knelt, declaring that his brothers swore not to reveal his power. If they tried to take revenge, he would stop them. Looking down, the red-haired one asked them to remember that if any single orc did anything, he would exterminate their entire species. Kainuz approached the hero, saying that he had truly subjugated the orcs. That was commendable. Spreading his arms, the boy said that they seemed to have mistaken him for a dragon. That made the task easier. The man laughed, hiding his face behind his fan, and asked again. Looking ahead, he asked. He knows dragons never forgive those who pretend to be one of them, right? The boy waved his hand and asked them not to misunderstand. He hadn't even mentioned the dragon. It seemed they'd made that up themselves. He'd simply decided not to disturb their flights of fancy. The dragon laughed, saying they were simply afraid of its power. The hero imagined the Duke from his past life and thought that this power was comparable to that of a dragon. Kinus was surprised by this reaction. Aaron's daily glance indicated that he could tell the others about the orcs. In about an hour, he would call another meeting. The man nodded. Putting his hand on his hip, the hero thought that Duke Aaron, with such power, could protect his lands and subjects. And even if he couldn't, he owed it to himself to at least try. Was his promise to the former king really that important? Snapping his fingers until he shuddered, the hero thought he still had no intention of keeping those promises. His primary duty was to protect his subjects, just as nobles did. He imagined the man in the crown, thinking he would definitely prepare for the battle that would decide everything. Aaron sat at the table at the duchy's post-war meeting, explaining that they had successfully completed the military campaign against the orcs without a single loss, all thanks to the strategist Kinus. Cheryl took offense, pursing her lips. The man bowed, saying he was pleased to hear praise. Without him, none of this would have happened. Slamming her palms on the table, the girl screamed, asking why no one had praised her. Had they all forgotten how bravely she had blown up the orcs with all that magic? Turning to her, the boy asked who had asked her to blow everyone up. She had killed so many orcs, whom they would have enslaved and worked to death. Cheryl stuck her tongue out at her brother. He stared sternly ahead, explaining that the land available to them had now increased fivefold, and he believed it was time to discuss the efficient use of this land. He proposed developing dungeons. His subordinates stared at him in surprise, asking what kind of development this was. The duchy administrator, a spy from the poor aristocracy, Max, gasped in surprise, asking if he really intended to use the dungeon to imprison tourists. Aaron turned to the man with the fan and asked, "He's already made a plan, right?" He smiled, saying he'd been a bit busy, but had still managed to do it. He placed a large scroll on the table, opened it with a wave of his hand, and declared it to be the master plan for the dungeon opening and development project. The plan took up the entire large table. His subordinates looked at it with varying emotions. Aaron clapped his hands, saying he'd done a good job. He placed his hand on Kinus' shoulder, and remarked that the plan was missing two important details. The dragon's mouth dropped open in surprise, asking what he missed. Pointing a finger, Aaron declared that they would treacherously frame adventurers, forcing them, on the brink of death, to sign a contract that would make them his slaves. Max gaped in shock, saying, "Master, make people slaves, he's an aristocrat, his reputation." Waving his hand, Aaron replied that he didn't care about reputation. The most important thing was not to die of hunger here. Even aristocrats were human, just like all his subjects. Without food, he would die too. He looked at Kinus, who laughed loudly. The man covered his face with his fan and said that he was excellent at transcending simple logic. It was shameful and disgraceful that he, his strategist, had misunderstood their intentions. He would definitely add the adventurer's treachery to the plan. Clutching his head in dismay, Max thought this was madness. At this rate, the duchy would surely perish. The next day, Aaron and the others walked down the street. Turning to the old man, he asked if he was really in charge of city sanitation. The bald man, looking at him, said yes, he was 100% certain they wouldn't starve to death under his command, so he'd happily use the entire winter budget for it. Grimacing with displeasure, the hero replied that there was food, especially since they had savings. The old man shrugged and said, "What savings? Didn't he think equipment for the war with the orcs just fall out of the sky?" Glancing sideways at the residents, he said he thought this city cleanup would be enough, and that there was no need to waste any more money on it. A vein bulged in Aaron's angry face. Pointing his finger, he angrily yelled at him, asking how many times he had to tell him that cleaning wasn't just for show, to keep people from getting sick. The city needed to be cleaned constantly, and they should pay the workers with food obtained after the war with the orcs. The financier exhaled, saying that they would all soon come to an end. Looking around the street, Aaron thought that at this rate they would indeed run out of food and have no sanitation. But how could they solve this? One of the men pointed and told Captain Rommel that it was a nun illegally performing healing again. Turning, the boy asked who the nun was. A glow was visible behind the crowd. Looking there, Rommel said that it must be a nun from the Vivian order healing the people again. The hero imagined the cloaked men and thought that, as he remembered, this religious order would soon disappear under the onslaught of another. Then his eyes widened, and he asked, "Healing the people?" A guard with a spear stood behind, shouting that this was unacceptable. Who authorized the illegal use of religious magic? The assembled people fell silent. Then they began to disperse. The hooded girl apologized, saying she didn't know. The guard watched them walk away. A man held a baby and begged the priestess to heal his son. He was dying. The old man shouted that if they were driving them out, they should at least build a hospital. These girls were helping them somehow, so why were they driving them out? The man grabbed the warrior by the robes and shouted, asking if he was ready to answer for his son's death. The nun threw up her hands, trying to stop them, saying they would return. The people froze, hearing a satisfied cry. They turned away. Aaron held out his palm, indicating that the nun could continue. The girls gathered nearby, whispering. Coming closer, the young man thanked them for helping his subjects. He had no reason to drive them out. He personally allowed them to help people. The villagers raised their hands in jubilation. An embarrassed Cecilia looked at him with gratitude. Aaron blushed and turned away. Turning back, he said that the nuns could continue their treatment, and that she should come with him. The girl smiled slightly. Walking ahead, the hero wondered what he cared about religion. Free treatment was important. He'd make them work until they died of exhaustion. In the duchy's meeting room, a nun threw herself on his lap. Pushing her aside, Aaron wondered if she knew that holy virgins forfeit God's blessing when they touch men. Cecilia looked at him admiringly, asking if he really wanted to build a temple. Taking a sip from his cup, the man replied, "Why not?" Behind the delighted girls stood an enraged old man. Frowning, he shouted, "Why not?" They simply didn't have the money. If they built the temple, they'd have nothing in the treasury. Looking at him calmly, the man replied that he knew, but didn't they still have hidden savings? The man furiously shouted that the previous emperor had left him this money for an emergency. Aaron declared that the emergency had arrived. The bald man bowed and grimly said he understood. Cecilia, tears in her eyes, smiled and thanked him. Holding out his palm, the hero stopped her and said he had conditions for their order in exchange for such generosity. Interlacing her fingers, the girl carefully asked, "Conditions?" Holding out his palm, the hero confirmed. Aaron raised one finger and explained that he was talking about the production of holy water. He'd heard that holy water could be directly created in the temple. Was she willing to promise her assistance in developing their lands and producing holy water? Blushing slightly, the girl happily promised. Frowning slightly, the hero asked, "Even if it meant producing as much holy water as he wanted?" Cecilia, smiling, closed her eyes and confirmed. A few weeks later, a man ran up the stairs. Aaron turned and saw Kainuz. The man with the fan told the master that the orcs had discovered a hidden dungeon, located near their fortress. Looking at him, the boy asked what kind of dungeon it was. Introducing the orc chieftain, he said that according to Kurok, this was a long-abandoned place. Looking at him, Aaron asked if this was mentioned anywhere in the ancient writings. Wasn't there even a master there? The brunette waved his hand and replied that they'd found absolutely nothing. Apparently, the dungeon was now a den of all sorts of creatures. Standing opposite, he asked if they would develop something like this. He found it hard to imagine how they could attract tourists there. Walking thoughtfully beside him, Aaron mused that it was an abandoned dungeon. No one would believe that a high-ranking dungeon had just appeared. His eyes widened, recalling the saint. His lips stretched into a sly smile, and he said he'd had a great idea. He'd found a way to lure adventurers there. Turning abruptly, he pointed and shouted that they were spreading rumors about an elixir of eternal life that could be found there. Kainuz looked at him in bewilderment, saying that they had nothing of the sort. Aaron nodded and said that indeed there was. A container of water stood in front of the statue. Kainuz watched the girl heal a man. He looked closely, wondering what that light was. The nun was surrounded by a radiance, and he wondered if it was divine power literally bursting from her body. Where had such a being come from? Cecilia turned, seeing the heroes. She ran toward the master in admiration. The face of the holy maiden appeared behind her. Kainuz closed his eyes from her blinding radiance. Wincing, he wondered if people couldn't sense this divine power. Aaron stepped back, causing the girl to fall, but she rose with a sweet smile. The hero, embarrassed, looked away and asked how things were going, if everything was fine, and mentally told himself not to forget that Cecilia was his cheap holy water maker. The heroine closed her eyes with a smile, and said that he saw they were almost finished. Standing opposite, the boy said he came for holy water. Could she create it yet? Looking at him admiringly, the girl replied, "Of course." She sat by the statue, addressing the goddess Vivian, saying that her devoted servant had come with a plea, asking her to grant them a portion of her energy and create a miracle. The container of water began to glow blindingly. The heroes stared at it in surprise. Kainuz thought it couldn't be. This wasn't human power. She must be a direct descendant of the goddess. Hadn't she awakened yet? Holding a ladle of water, Aaron told the old man to try it. He was the oldest and sickest there, and the effect would be most noticeable on him. The man took the container, saying that as if simple water could cure, he could understand if it was real medicine. He took a sip, his eyes widened. When he finished, he exhaled. He stretched, then somersaulted through the air. Looking admiringly at his hands, he said he felt 5 years younger, and was asked, "Is it better than real medicine?" Aaron smiled at the nun. Then he became indignant when she clung to his hand. The confused young man considered simply pouring some holy water into the dungeon and spreading the rumor that the springs of eternal life were there, but the effectiveness of this water was astonishing. In that case, he should keep Cecilia, his cheap holy water maker, as close as possible. He waved his hand, beckoning Kainuz. He came closer. Putting his hand to his face, Aaron whispered how difficult it would be to spread such a rumor about the elixir. Covering his mouth with a fan, the man replied that he assured him such powerful holy water was nowhere else. Of course, it wouldn't grant eternal life, but even that would be enough for adventurers. The hero smiled, saying that since everything was ready, it was time to head to the dungeon. Cecilia looked at him admiringly and said she'd like to introduce him to someone. Looking at him, the hero asked who. Holding her palms together, she replied, "The captain of the holy knights of their order." The hero looked at her in surprise and asked, "Does the Vivian order have holy knights?" He presented the shining golden shield of the holy knights. Its body was armored. Unlike other warriors, they specialize in defense. The knight stood by a blinding flash. They dedicate their body to the divine to withstand and repel any attack. A group of knights stood before the castle. He thought that united, their defense would be as strong as the fortress. Looking down sadly, Cecilia said that they only had one captain of the holy knights left. Leaning closer, the hero whispered, "Will this captain be coming to them?" He turned around when he was called. Red-haired boy. A blonde in knightly armor approached and told him not to crowd their saint. He wasn't worthy of even standing near her. Eren asked, displeased. The girl closed her eyes, saying she came because the holy maiden had decided to build a temple here, a dead land with weak people and a useless duke. Smirking, she said it was simply pathetic. Looking sternly, Cecilia told Lady Bianca that she couldn't speak to their lord like that. Eren rubbed his chin and asked again about weak people. Bianca, standing opposite, confirmed and said she was willing to obey only the strongest. Looking at her indifferently, the boy asked how many she had obeyed in her life. Resolutely beating her chest, the knight declared that so far, no one, because no one could match her strength. Eren smiled and asked if she wanted to make a bet. The blonde was surprised. The hero held up 3 fingers and said the loser would receive 3 strong blows from the winner, after which they would see if she would submit to him. The girl frowned, calling him a weakling. Eren grinned confidently. The heroes stood facing each other. Arthur shook his head, asking why they should start a battle with an obvious winner. It was painful to watch. A man standing nearby said that the master had defeated the orc with the help of stunning sleep magic. He had intended to fight without a sword. The one standing behind him asked if one of them would get seriously hurt. Looking ahead with concern, Arthur asked what they should do. All they could do was pray. Eren picked up a branch from the ground. Bianca frowned, asking how dare he fight her with a branch. The guy looked at the branch and told her not to listen to the evil ant. She was very good. The blonde frowned. Holding her shield in front of her, she called upon the goddess Vivian to grant her the power to crush her enemies. Her hair fluttered. Eren yawned, asking why he was taking so long to prepare for the attack. Afraid of the stick? Rushing forward, the girl ordered him to be quiet. She quickly rushed toward her opponent. A blue glow appeared around the branch. The boy swung it sharply. The attack struck the shield. The girl fell to one knee. Looking down at her, Eren asked, was one blow with the branch really enough? He slammed the shield again. It cracked. The girl was frightened when it shattered. She fell to her knees. Eren's eyes blazed as he said that they both remembered the conditions. The loser must endure 3 strong blows. Let them expose themselves. He swung the branch, saying that this was the first blow. The blow landed on the back of the girl's head. The knights closed their eyes in dismay. Swinging his sword, the boy said, "A second blow." Bianca trembled. The boy swung for a 3rd blow. The girl fell to the ground. Standing over her, Eren said the punishment was over, and that she should never dare insult him on his soil again. Barely moving, the knight rose. The heroes looked at her in surprise. With a coquettish smile, Bianca said that no one had ever humiliated her so cruelly and asked to make her theirs. Cecilia covered her mouth with her hand, cutting her off. The boy recoiled in surprise. Covering the elder's mouth with her hand, Cecilia said that the captain of the Order of the Holy Knights must have gotten a little carried away reading her favorite novels, and that he shouldn't misunderstand. Confused, Eren asked what novels she was reading. Glancing sideways at Ramel, he ordered the warriors to be assembled to clear the dungeon. Later, he stood before the lined-up warriors. Kaina stood behind him and heard that, having removed the soldiers needed to defend their borders, they had only 100 warriors left, far too few. Pointing at him, the man explained that only 5,000 people lived in Brandland. By law, they mobilized every 10th man, so a large army would require a huge population, which they didn't have. Even if they suddenly gained new residents, they wouldn't have the resources to feed them. Eren touched his chin thoughtfully, explaining that to attract residents, they first needed to improve their living conditions. The dragon standing nearby said he would try to find a way to improve their dire situation. The red-haired man glanced at him and agreed. He remembered the people on the street, thinking that if he wasn't mistaken, a large number of refugees would appear in the territories of Count Grey and Count Amon at this very time. The dark-haired man looked at him, questioning his actions. The man's eyes widened. He waved his hand and said that, as they'd heard, they were heading to the dungeon, clearing everything out and taking the treasure with them. Swords rose. The warriors galloped toward the dungeon. They stopped not far from the orcs. Kurok bowed, greeting the overlord. Dismounting, the boy asked how everything had gone. The chieftain looked away, saying something had happened. The hero looked at him questioningly. Or rather, they were walking through the 2nd floor of a dungeon in the holy grounds of Aten. An orc pointed and said that these brothers had become strange. Shero rubbed her shoulders and asked if everyone felt this strange cold. In front of them were orcs, engulfed in a purple haze. The heroes looked at them in surprise. The possessed orcs bared their teeth. They rushed forward. The chieftain's eyes widened, shouting for them to stop, otherwise the overlord would kill them all. The girl rushed forward. The orc swung his club and threw the attacker back. The monster fell among the others. A gray substance rose from its body. Watching it tensely, Kainaz urged caution, saying that these were ghosts. The ghost, engulfed in a purple haze, flew forward. Kurok struck it with his club. The ghost flew towards Eren. He extended his sword, blocking it. He stared intently at the blade. A multitude of ghosts hovered around the heroes. Holding her staff, Cheryl said that these creatures would give her nightmares. A fireball appeared at the end of the staff. The ghosts hovered near the ceiling. Then they rushed toward the girl. Eren slashed at them with his sword. The girl summoned a stream of fire from her staff at the enemies. A fiery beam emerged from the ball's mouth. The ghost's remains fell to the floor. The girl turned her back when she heard her name being called. She turned around. Rommel was fighting a ghost and asked for help. They couldn't harm these things. Hiding behind a stone, Kainas remembered he forgot to mention that only magic could harm ghosts. Frowning at him, the man exclaimed that he could have said something earlier. Aiming her staff, Cheryl ordered him to stay put. Fire erupted from the staff. He landed right next to the knight. The tip of the sword burst into flames. Eren held the burning weapon. Kurok's club also glowed. Then it crumbled into ash. The orb at the end of the staff remained shamefully silent. The knight swung his sword. The dungeon filled with flames. Ghosts fell to the ground. They rushed like a whirlwind toward the light, screaming loudly. The heroes covered their ears. The ghost had gathered into a single enormous monster. It flew toward the entrance. The black substance seemed to smile. A burning blade flashed past it. Putting away his sword, Eren asked, "Is that all?" Touching the books on the shelf, Kainas said that it seemed the ghosts were here for a reason. Perhaps they were guarding something. Cheryl held one of the books and offered her brother a look. He glanced at it. In her hands was a book called Legacy of the Ancients. She remembered people praying and said that during the time of the Demon Empire, there had been a temple of some group of monks here. Her eyes widened in surprise when she read about spiritual power training. Looking at her, her brother asked, "What?" The girl holding the book read that, unlike mages who used external power, these monks could tap into a different kind of power, a spiritual one. Touching his chin, Eren said he'd never heard of such a thing before and thought that even a decade ago, someone knew about it. He introduced the characters next to the vessels and explained that, essentially, a mage's external power is a vessel filled with mana that they receive at birth, while spiritual power is a vessel that can be expanded and modified. Handing the book to Kainas, he asked if he'd ever heard of such an art. Thoughtfully opening the book, the man said it was intriguing. If it were true, as Mistress Cheryl explained, then through spiritual training, even an ordinary person could use magic. The boy clapped his hand loudly and exclaimed, "Does that mean their soldiers can master magic too?" The man frowned, saying that even if that were true, he didn't think it was worth trying yet. Looking at him, the red-haired man asked why. The dungeon looked gloomy, and he suggested looking around. The entire dungeon was covered in blood, with signs of endless fighting everywhere. Looking away, the man said that perhaps the training of this power was so inhumane, or the power itself so dangerous, that they ended up simply killing each other. Eren looked at the book and said he'd hide it for now. On the third level of the dungeon, the boy was fighting a green nothing. The heroes looked at a chest full of gold. Turning, Eren said that since they were finished, Kurok could take half of the treasure. They would leave the rest here. Closing his eyes, Kainas asked the master if he would allow him to collect half the gold. Looking at him, the boy asked what for. The brunette covered his face with a fan and said that since the dungeon was fairly simple, it would be difficult to put the adventurers in a critical situation. Touching his chin, the hero said he thought that was true. Kainas spread his hands, saying that with this gold he could add a few additions to the dungeon. Looking up at him, the boy asked again. The orcs were repairing the dungeon. As a result, a labyrinth appeared within it. Kainas stood in one of the passages. With a smile, he said that the foundation of the labyrinth was complete. A bright glow appeared around the man, and he declared that he was an ancient dragon, commanding all the dead. He pointed his fan forward and commanded them to rise. A whirlwind flew through the labyrinth's passages. Bones rose into the air. Skeletons were formed from them. Ghosts began to appear at the passages. They rose upward. Standing in the labyrinth, the man said he thought a couple of torches should be added. Water filled a small spring. Kainas scooped some into a flask and spoke something in an unknown language. The water in the flask glowed. He poured it into the spring and touched it with his little finger. Licking his finger, the man said it tasted good, was suitable for this place, and would prolong life for about a year. The dragon smiled, saying that all that remained was to find greedy customers. The dungeon was a gloomy labyrinth. People crowded at the castle gates. Turning away, the guard ordered them to be lowered. The gates opened. The man touched his hat and said that heavy rain would come, and when would this winter finally end? Walking forward, he noted that all the guards here were wearing new armor. Walking behind, the hairy girl asked if they had found something in that new dungeon, an artifact, for example. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine why they were wasting so much money. Pointing, the man asked if she thought there were unnecessary expenses there too. The windows in the building were lit up. The man smiled slightly and said that the others were still under construction, but that was true, just like the new one. Closing her eyes, the girl nodded and said that meant they were happily awaiting their kind, or more precisely, they were waiting for gold, which they would spend on alcohol and food. Smiling slightly, the man in the hat said that if that was the entrance fee, he would spend enough there. The bell on the door rang. The man standing at the counter greeted Gerald. He waved his hat and asked how many people he had robbed to build such a tavern. The second floor was also an inn, after all. The owner smiled, saying that he hadn't robbed anyone, that it had all been done on credit. In any case, had they heard about the new dungeon? A crowd of people would be arriving here soon, so they should hurry while they had time. Gerald laughed and said he hadn't expected to hear such a rush from him. He looked around. Handing the cook a coin, the man asked what he knew about the dungeon. Crossing his arms, he explained that he'd heard rumors of a source of eternal life. Gerald brought his ear closer. He was surprised to hear a whisper that they were the first adventurers going there. Tossing his friend a coin, the man said he never lets anyone down. He should bring something to eat, and they'll enrich this tavern. The next morning, Aaron sat engulfed in blue flames. Before him was an open book on spiritual power. He closed his eyes and thought that he couldn't yet harness the dragon's blessing to its full potential. Kainas had rightly observed that these teachings could be dangerous, but he needed his own power, his own. He tensed. A blue haze spread around him. The girl approached and called for the master. He opened his eyes. Cecilia looked at him in surprise. Coming to, Aaron jumped back and asked what was wrong. Did he need something? The girl was holding a plate of sandwiches and said she came to somehow express all her feelings. The embarrassed boy held the plate. He looked away, hearing something. A knight was running toward them, and the girl said she would go. She ran to the gate. Aaron sighed lovingly. The knight hit himself in the chest with his fist and said the adventurers had arrived. The hero was delighted and asked how many slaves there were. The next day, horsemen galloped toward the dungeon. A wooden sign read, "8 in spring." A group of people approached the gate. The red-haired girl looked at the sign and asked what the conditions were, the entrance fee being 10 gold. After paying, the knight handed her a scroll and told her that this was the payment slip and that she shouldn't lose it, as it was her pass to the dungeon. The knights blocked Gerald's passage, saying they couldn't enter without proof of payment. Raising his eyebrows, the man said what they just bought. The knight opened his mouth, saying 10 gold pieces per person. The people in line became agitated, saying it was robbery. That money could feed a family for 3 months. It was some kind of scam. The guard held a spear, declaring that he was now declaring the words of the owner of the brand lands, Duke Aaron, and quoted that they could always earn 10 gold, but the elixir of eternal life could run out at any moment. Let them decide for themselves what was more valuable. The adventurer reached into his pocket and placed a bag in the man's palm. Those interested went to the man, who said that the dungeon was inhabited by numerous undead. If they wanted to defeat them, they only needed holy water, 1 gold piece. Gerald showed him a bottle and said he had some. Looking away, the cunning man said it was water from another church. They, poor things, didn't know that the holy water of the Vivian Church was far more powerful. The man grimly adjusted his hat. He paid a few coins to the man, who thanked him. Folding his hands, the merchant asked if he would like more magical equipment. Gerald, closing his eyes, angrily asked to see. A man stood by a sign that said emergency rescue requests cost 100 gold per person and asked what the scam was this time. The man handed him a gray stone. Touching his chest, he honestly said there was no scam. It was a special artifact designed for adventurers. For just 100 gold, he could save his life. What a miracle. Looking at it intently, Gerald asked, what if they didn't make the request? Crossing his arms, the man replied that they wouldn't charge them then. The adventurer glanced sideways at the entrance, wondering if they found the source of eternal life there, they would earn tens of times more than they had spent here. The heroes entered the dungeon. A row of magic orbs stood on the table. Aaron and Kainuz greedily gazed into one of them. Kurok turned when he was called. Aaron placed a hand on his shoulder and said that holy water would make the battle with the ghosts easier in an hour, and that he should come down and heat things up. On the second floor of the dungeon, a girl was sending arrows of ice forward. She poured out water, freezing the ghosts. Black shadows flew down the corridor. The man in the hat held a flask, saying that without the water, everything would be much more difficult. They stopped at the stairs, and the man asked, "Isn't that the top floor?" Black shadows were approaching them with a roar. The man held holy water and shouted for them to receive it. He threw the flask at the monster. It smashed on its head, and a black shadow hit the man. He fell down the stairs. An orc in ghost form approached the others. Gerald, his mouth open, shouted that they were mutant ghosts, and told them to draw their weapons. Many ghosts with green legs ran through the labyrinth. The man, his mouth open in terror, exclaimed that there were too many of them, and they needed to run. They rushed down the stairs. A green hand held the cloth. Kurok, smiling, tore it off. Gerald hurried down the stairs. He looked back, wondering if they had escaped. Anna, with her staff, summoned light. It illuminated the dark tunnel. The man in the hat said it was a labyrinth, perfect for a minotaur. He looked at the wounded man and asked what had happened to Athos. The other man silently shook his head. Gerald, with a serious expression, suggested leaving him here and going to the spring themselves, as he would be better off there. A group of fighters with a torch walked through the dungeon. Suddenly, the fighter in the hat sensed something. He turned around in fear and shouted to be careful. Several arrows flew at them. The fighters repelled the attack with their shields. Ferocious orcs rushed forward, screaming for the death of the strangers. A frightened Gerald declared that they needed to run. The boys retreat in horror. Arrows strike them and they fall to the ground. A fighter in a hat lifts them up, saying that if they fall, they will die. A group of people heads down the corridors. He, shocked, tries to figure out which way to run. Arrows land in front of them and stick into the walls. Gerald desperately shouts that they need to move to the right. Arrows land behind them, and he asks Anna to hold them back. The sorceress with the staff activates the ice world. The orc begins to chop at the barrier with an axe. Gerald, frightened, asks her to hold them back a little longer. A bright light appears in front of the girl, activating the ice world. An ice barrier appears in front of her. Skeletons aim their bows. An arrow pierces the leg of the fighter with the sword, as well as his partner. They fall to the ground. Anna desperately activates an endless stream of light. The skeletons, aiming their bows, are shocked to see the glow. Their skulls shatter. The hero moves forward. A swordsman screams loudly that something is happening to the wall. Suddenly, a torrent of water washes him away. Water fills the corridors, and all the boys are in danger. Gerald begins to swim, screaming loudly in fear. Waves wash over everything around him. Anna lies on the ground, and they beg her to wake up. The fighter in the hat points and asks to look. The sorceress looks on in surprise. They see a bright glow in front of them. The delighted girl says it is the source of life. Suddenly, her face becomes frightened, urging them to run immediately. The boys turn, perplexed by what is happening. A giant bull with an axe stands in front of them. He begins to bellow in rage, his eyes red. He drags his axe across the floor. They begin to run. Gerald, frightened, sees his eyes and hears that they are finished. He falls to the floor, and the artifact lands next to him. Surprised, he remembers the words about holding 3 stones simultaneously. He shakes his head, realizing that he needs 100 gold pieces for each. A huge bull slowly approaches him. Then it suddenly begins to run, looking ferocious. Gerald screams in horror. Fighters appear before the monster and receive a powerful blow to the shield. They fly off. An ice arrow flies into its head. The enormous monster stands before a red-haired girl with a staff. It picks her up and lifts her off the ground. It slams her into the ground with all its might, and she screams in pain. Gerald, frightened, picks up a stone and asks where help is. The giant swings his weapon fiercely. The fighter in the hat covers his face in fear. Several knights with swords block its blow. The enraged bull feels the damage, drops its axe, and runs away. Arthur extends his hand, asking if everything is alright. Gerald, sitting on the ground, nervously asks if everything looks alright. The mustachioed man smiles and remarks that he actually saved his life. The source of life shines before them. The hero plunges the flask into the magical water. He looks at her in surprise, sighing. Arthur, in armor, asks if they're coming. A group of knights walks away from the source of life. An orc sits next to a frightened bull. Rain drips from the dark sky. Gerald stands joyfully beneath it, shouting that they survived. 3 cloaked girls approach him. The astonished fighter asks what the priests are doing here. One of them, smiling, holds up a sheet of paper and declares that if he needs treatment, he can simply place his thumb on it. He examines the sheet. It states that the special treatment costs 300 gold pieces per person. They guarantee survival, but bear no responsibility for the consequences. If the full amount isn't paid after the contract is signed, the cost will increase by 50% monthly, and if the debt is not repaid, the body will become the property of the Duke for 10 years. Gerald carefully counts on his fingers, saying that until he pays the 300 gold pieces, he'll have to pay an additional 150 each month. The priest stands near the wounded and asks if he really will think while his comrades die. The man in the hat sighs despairingly. He presses his finger to the magical paper. Suddenly, a chest of coins appears. Kainuz bows to the Duke, saying they've taken everything as ordered, including several slaves. Aaron, smiling, remarks that it was excellent work, all thanks to him and his trust. The old man stands before the chest of coins and asks if this really wasn't a dream. The Duke raises his hand and declares it's time to tackle the second dungeon. Shouts of understanding echo throughout the street. Workers are building a house. It's said that Aaron used the proceeds to improve the lives of the people living on his land. The remaining funds were used to build a city for adventurers. After a fruitful winter, they built a city called Aten. The Duke stands on a wooden tower in the center of the city. He looks ahead and reflects on how they've built the city, but the problem with the human population remains. He seriously realizes that only orcs can live there. He sees a white bird before him. She tosses him a scroll, which he immediately opens. It reads a letter about a gold mine being discovered on the border between the Counts of Grey and Amon, raising the possibility of a dispute over ownership. The protagonist, smiling, realizes that if they don't have the men, they'll just have to recruit them. A disconcerted Rommel asks if there really will be a war. The Duke nods, claiming that a gold mine has been discovered on the border between the 2 counties and that he won't allow them to seize his territory. The aide desperately cries out that these lands are theirs only on paper, having long since been divided between Grey and Amon. Aaron, with a serious expression, argues that this is why he wants to take advantage of the situation, asking if it's not the best time, with both counts at odds. Rommel, sitting next to him, asks if the ruler is planning to wage war against both counties at once, given that their forces are 5 times their own, and even far greater. The Duke calmly states that this territory is important to them, and that the heads of those counties are Bran's vassals, meaning his. Cheryl, surprised, asks if this won't attract the Emperor's attention, as then he will definitely intervene. The protagonist, closing his eyes, declares that he cannot intervene as long as his reasons are legitimate, and decides he is only waiting for his defeat. The old man sits in anger, hearing about the problems in the army. Suddenly, he slams his fists on the table and shouts at the Duke. The frightened man notices Cain. The old man, furious, declares that they must kill everyone who encroaches on the territory that rightfully belongs only to them. Confused, Eren tries to speak. The man angrily holds his hand and assures him that it's not about the gold mine, but about their right to it. The protagonist, shocked, pulls his hand away, hearing that he didn't do everything for profit and is ready to devote himself entirely, while he needs to concentrate on the war. The door suddenly opens, calling for the Duke. They turn around in shock. Arthur nervously announces that an urgent message has arrived, claiming Gray and Amon's armies are in front of the gold mine. The protagonist, with a serious expression, understands that they must act now. He holds out his hand and orders Rommel to quickly gather the knights, as they are heading straight there. Soldiers have gathered around the tent, and inside, shouts can be heard about the enemy being a stupid idiot, as he has owned this mountain for 10 years. The other shouts that they haven't even arrived yet, and this land already belonged to him. Gray and Amon push each other, shouting that one of them is a thick-headed egg, as their ancestors owned this land. The enemy shouts that he is not an earl, but a fish, as he shouted that he has owned it for only 10 years. The army approaches them. A golden crown is visible on the blue banner. The surprised soldiers realize it is the flag of Duke Bran. Gray and Amon, frightened, wonder why he is here. The protagonist, on horseback, clad in armor, stops. The Dukes swallow dust. The protagonist, smiling, asks how they are doing. They bow in greeting. Eren, furious, asks what they're doing on his land and tells them to get out of here. They are shocked by what he says. MC waves his hand and declares that, according to the Emperor's decree, everything here belongs to him. One of the Dukes asks furiously. Another stops him. The man bows and assures them that this land has belonged to his ancestors since time immemorial, because if the Duke insists it's his, they'll have a hard time. The protagonist, enraged, draws his sword and asks how he dares to go against the royal family's word. All the fighters draw their blades. Kainuz approaches them and asks why they don't try to negotiate. The counts are shocked to hear about the war. The man, with a slight smile, says he's heard rumors of their preparations. The count, furious, shouts that it's their business alone. The protagonist points a finger and claims that in that case they should join forces. He'll gather 1,000 warriors, and the two of them will gather the same number, and if they win, he'll take the land. The counts look at each other silently. One of them asks for time to think. They converse behind the tent about how the lands belong to the Duke. The law is clearly on his side. One of the counts, smirking, suggests shutting the idiot up and dividing the wealth between them. The bald one, smiling, declares that it's not a bad idea. They can take advantage of this opportunity and split everything produced by the mine equally. Kainuz stands next to the Duke and says that, judging by everything, they won't accept his offer. Eren, smiling, tells him not to even think about it, because their greed knows no bounds. The assistant looks at him and asks why he thinks so. The protagonist holds out his hands and asserts that this isn't just a mine, but a huge gold mine. Then, in a quiet whisper, he tells him he spread that rumor. Kainuz asks again, astonished, declaring that such a thing is impossible. The protagonist smirks and declares that his original goal was these 2 villages, and the gold mine was merely a trap. A month ago, Eren stood with a letter. He holds it and reads that there are no conflicts between the counts. Losing his thoughts, he realizes they truly had no intention of starting a war. He begins to smile slyly, saying that if there wasn't one, then he needs to create one himself. He writes with a quill about spreading a rumor about a huge gold mine located between their lands. The counts stand before the protagonist. One of them agrees to these conditions, but also puts forward 2 of their own. First, they reserve the right to choose the territory. The war begins here, and he gets to choose the date. Eren calmly asks what else. The count places paper and quill, declaring that if they win, they demand ownership of this mountain and the exclusion of their territories from Bran County. The signed treaty will also be sent to the Emperor for certification. The protagonist, shocked, asks again about the certification. The counts exchange glances, thinking they've caught him off guard. One of them gestures, saying that without the Emperor's approval, there can be no war. Eren, sitting opposite, begins to think. He picks up the quill and says that in that case, everything will happen in a month. The men grin sarcastically, realizing his plans are over. The protagonist smiles as they realize he's literally informing the Emperor that he's giving them the land. The riders, along with the Duke and his assistant, gallop through the forest. Kainuz, closing his eyes, says that although everything is going according to plan, problems are definitely inevitable. The protagonist turns around, wondering what he's talking about. The man explains with a serious expression that even if they manage to gather warriors, they won't number more than 500. Furthermore, if the Emperor is informed of the war, he and Cheryl will have a difficult time. The protagonist, looking at him, agrees, stating that they can't even properly utilize the orc's power, specifying that he can ask Cain to look for mercenaries. The assistant nervously says that they should consider the fact that the gold mine doesn't exist. He supported them in the war, But if the old man learns the truth, it could disrupt the war. Eren introduces the angry old man and says they'll find a way to convince him, but for now, it's best to pretend ignorance. The man looks at the orange sky and hopes his younger sister has succeeded. The boys gallop forward to the castle. Guards point their spears at the protagonist, claiming that the Duke is gone and can get away. The elf, with a sad expression, asks to see the Duke. The frightened soldier stands at attention, hearing the question. What's going on? He notices that the master has returned. The girl turns around in surprise. Eren sits before her on a horse. She falls to her knees and cries for help, introducing herself as Kaisha, the chief elf's daughter. MC, with a serious expression, asks why the elf dared to come here and ask for help, especially after they killed their people. A forest with tree houses is visible, and it is explained that the wood elves live in the far north of Bran, not far from the dragon's nest. They have always lived apart from other species, even humans, creating a semblance of another world in their village. A man with an arrow in his leg lies on the ground, and it is said that their method of defending the village is too militant, so much so that the people of Bran, even Eren, cannot forget it. The elf, with tears in her eyes, assures them that evil spirits have attacked them and are destroying the village. If they help them, she promises that the elves and humans will become friends. The protagonist considers the need to capture both the evil spirits and the elves and asks if she offers an alliance. Eren, with a serious face, insists he'll help, but an alliance won't be enough. The elf desperately says they have gold and will give it to them. The protagonist, with an air of importance, urges them to become official residents of the duchy's territory. Kaisha, kneeling in shock, asks again. The protagonist, with a serious expression, says that since she came, she represents the interests of her people, so whether she agrees or not. The elf nervously says that even if she does, she can hardly make such a decision. The Duke rides off on horseback, saying she can forget what she was told. The elf desperately shouts her agreement. The protagonist, smiling, declares that in that case they will sign the contract, so let her follow him. The dismayed council members hear about the Death Knight. Kaisha, trembling with fear, declares that it was indeed he, and that he has thousands of zombies and skeletons with him. Eren, with a serious look, thinks that perhaps this is the work of a demon or a master necromancer. They need to hurry and save as many elves as possible. The Duke points his fingers and declares he gives them 3 hours to get ready. Rommel must gather the knights, Cecilia will take care of the priests. Bianca must be informed so the holy warriors can be ready, and Kainas and he will go to the orcs. MC, looking stern, shouts that there is no time to waste. They must save the future inhabitants of Bran. Thousands of skeletons attack the elven village from the northern side of the dark forest. A huge fence lies before them. A sorceress with a staff begins casting spells. Plants entangle their legs. Skeletons with red eyes try to break through. The elf with a green staff declares that they must act now and fire. The mages point their staves skyward. A giant magical net flies through the air. It heads straight for the horde of skeletons. It falls on them and entangles them. The skeletons try to escape and fall to the ground. A Death Knight with flaming paws attacks. He picks up a mountain of skeletons and lifts them off the ground. His eyes are filled with red. Purple rays pierce this barrier. Thousands of bones fly up. The zombies run toward the fence. They pile on top of each other, trying to climb over. The sorceress nervously emits a stream of green energy. Shark trees fly forward. Vines grab the zombies. The skeletons grab onto giant shoots. They try to hold on to them. An elf stands behind the commander and nervously says that they need fire. She lowers her head and mentally apologizes to the spirits of the forest for this. In a rage, she declares total incineration. An explosion occurs, engulfing everything around. A fire is visible in front of the fence. Sparks fly everywhere. The Death Knight extends his hand and orders an attack. Hordes of zombies rush forward, growling and hissing with terrifying faces. Suddenly, their heads disperse. The scythe-wielding villain watches in shock. A giant dragon flies above him. Several dragons fly over the battlefield. Ropes are visible on their tails, and someone orders holy water to be dropped. The mechanical dragons shoot water. It hits the undead, who begin screaming in pain. The protagonist holds his sword and orders an attack. Their target is an elven village, and they must stay close together. The Duke's army, led by him, charges forward. They encounter the undead. The knights bravely wield their swords. The villain with red eyes turns around. He forms a purple ball of energy above himself, commanding the undead to rise. The zombies rise again under the influence of his magic. They ferociously charge at the riders. Bianca loudly orders the knights to form a shield block. The soldiers place their shields in front of them. She begins to glow, asking the goddess to grant them the power to overthrow their enemies. A powerful magical beam erupts from the sky. A bright flash occurs. The zombies stretch out their hands, seeing the flash. A bright light fills everything around. They are incinerated by such a powerful attack. Rommel, enraged, screams about the Death Knight. He and his army rush to attack him. The villain sees him. A fighter holds a flaming sword. He gallops confidently, while another throws something at the villain. A blue bottle flies towards the villain. Holy water scatters on him. Rommel, flying past, deftly cuts off his bony arm. Suddenly, his head falls from his shoulders. The zombies and skeletons look on in shock. Rommel, with an air of importance, shouts that the Death Knight is defeated. They can't stop, they must fight. The protagonist watches the battle unfold and says that, as planned, they have stopped the advance of the undead. An aide stands next to the Duke, who asks Kainas what to do next. The man with the fan declares that the Death Knight is simply a puppet. They need to kill the necromancer or demon that controlled him. If it was a demon, Cecilia will find it. Eren turns around and asks her if she heard what needs to be done. She pets her horse and assures him that she has already done everything. The surprised man says he understands her. The girl points and assures him that it is there. A purple light is visible on the mountain. The horned villain, enraged, calls them damned insects. Standing on a cliff, she screams that they don't even know how much time she wasted on the Death Knight, and now she's back to controlling everyone. She forms a purple sphere with her hands, summoning fallen souls to follow her heart. Her eyes glow, and she screams for them to fulfill her will. Suddenly, she receives a powerful blow to the head, her face contorting in pain. The girl falls to the ground, clutching her horned head and sighing from the damage she's sustained. She's horned, seeing the tip of a sword in front of her. Eren points the weapon at her, declaring how dare a bitch do this to his future people. She jumps back sharply, her eyes filled with hatred, asking if the guy really called her that. In anger, she generates a cloud of energy in her hands, calling him an idiot. She unleashes a powerful beam, wishing him dead. The stream of energy rushes toward the protagonist. He rushes forward. Using his sword, he deftly cuts through her attack. The astonished girl sees this. Suddenly, blood flows from her mouth. The Duke pompously declares that she has time to think before all the mana drains from her heart. The choice is to die or become a slave. The terrified necromancer kneels, unable to believe what he's saying. Eren's eyes blaze, certain this isn't human strength. The protagonist watches her closely and says that if she remains silent, it means she wants to die. The horned girl, kneeling, speaks his name. The Duke introduces himself calmly. She touches the tip of her sword with her claw, and a sign appears. The succubus Elena, kneeling, vows her allegiance to him. A bright seal is visible on the blade. The elves look ahead, one of them shouting that the enemy is retreating. An army of undead is visible on the horizon, fleeing. The soldiers raise their spears, shouting that the evil spirits have been defeated. Kainas and the girls are riding on horseback. The man looks back and asks where the master is. He turns at the sound. The protagonist gallops on horseback, the succubus behind him, calling it good work. The assistant bows, asking about the demon. The protagonist, with a serious expression, declares that he didn't have time, as she escaped before his arrival and will definitely not return anytime soon. Cecilia sees the girl behind him and asks who she is. The Duke dismounts and explains that he picked her up along the way. She was a demon's servant. The sorceress trembles and says that although she's not a demon, her aura is filled with evil. Cecilia confidently asserts that they must purify her. The frightened succubus is already forming energy in her hands. The Duke stands in front of his subordinate and declares that she will not do this. Cecilia, surprised, asks why. The protagonist, frowning, says he'll explain later. For now, it's better not to. In her memories, she made a vow of submission. A mark was imprinted on the weapon. He pulled it out of her. The succubus cried out in pain. The surprised horned girl hears an order to force the evil spirits to retreat. The Duke, standing before her, hears the question that she doesn't need to destroy her army. The protagonist calmly agrees, declaring that he will use them as he pleases. Cecilia, closing her eyes, says she understands. MC, smiling sheepishly, thanks her, because right now his head is aching over many things. A group of elves approaches them, thanking them because without them they wouldn't have lasted a day. The protagonist calmly declares that he merely fulfilled the terms of the contract. The elven commander, placing his hand on his heart, asserts that they will follow his example. The surprised Duke asks if this is true. The warrior seriously agrees, as elves always keep their word. The protagonist takes out a piece of paper and exclaims that then they will easily become his subjects. The elves read what is written there in shock. Kaisha, kneeling, apologizes to her mother, saying that this is how the situation was. The red-haired guy, bowing his head, asks if they perhaps want to break the contract. The commander silently closes her eyes. She bends her knee, saying that they obey him, clarifying how to address him. The protagonist seriously speaks of Master, as all his subjects call him. The elves go to the gates. It is said that Eren has received 1,500, who lost half their population to evil spirits. They walk through the streets. He says there is no one here. The Duke, closing his eyes, says he's glad to see them in the city of explorers. As they've noticed, there's a labor shortage here, and of course, they'll have to feed themselves. The elf turns to the child and says they only have enough food to get them started. The armored Duke pauses. The boy looks at her and says he'll offer a deal, asking if he should start with the good or the bad. The elf, perplexed, names the good. The protagonist, with a serious expression, declares he'll provide 1,000 elves with a month's supply of food. The surprised commander asks what about the remaining 500 and whether that's the bad part of the deal. The protagonist calmly declares he has a use for the rest, so he gives them a week to gather 500 elves and send them to his castle to serve. The shocked elf asks again. Eren, smirking, says that, judging by everything, all the offers in this deal are good. The hero moves a chess piece. Smiling, he declares he's lost and most likely no one is more capable than His Highness in this game. The ruler laughs, declaring that the opponent is actually the absolute champion and that if he'd played at full strength, victory would have been his. An old man enters the room and says the king must attend a meeting. His vassals are waiting. The crowned ruler says they only played once and would like to spend the day with a friend. If a formal presence is necessary, could an assistant fill in for him? The monocled old man declares that Counts Grey and Alman are asking his permission to begin the war. The ruler waves him off, saying he should bring it, sign it, and let them fight to their heart's content. The interlocutor, with a serious expression, says that this time things are more serious, as this war is encroaching on Duke Aaron's territory. The king, with a stern expression, asks about his nephew. His charge nods. The ruler rises from his chair. Standing before his friend, he says that the game will have to be postponed, and next time he should play at full strength. He turns and leaves. With a serious expression, he wonders if Aaron really wants to end things so badly. The king sits on the throne before the council. The leader in the golden crown declares that he has heard about the war in Bran territory, asking if rumors have already reached every corner of the empire. He wants to know their opinion on the war. He looks at the gray-haired advisor, who smirks. The representative of the imperial faction calmly states that Duke Aaron has every right to the discovered gold mine, so the war petition must be approved. The representative of the neutral faction, shocked, shouts that this war will be unfavorable for the protagonists, because if they lose, the entire Bran territory will end. A gray-haired man asks sternly that war is against imperial law. Doesn't that mean they can refuse, since they can't go against the law they themselves created? His opponent, closing his eyes, says he's right. In a memory from his deathbed, he was asked to protect children. The king smirks at him. He begins to rise from his throne and says his words make sense, but that's not enough to go against the law. The ruler confidently asserts his approval of this war and asks for the documents to be brought to him. He sits at a table, holding a chess piece and allowing entry. The gray-haired man bows and says he has arrived as requested. The ruler, without taking his eyes off the piece, asks if the duke can read minds. Surprised, his charge asks what he means. The king smirks and says that during their conversation about war, the shocked man remains silent. The ruler, laughing loudly, declares himself so surprised when he said what was on his mind. For a duke who hasn't been in the imperial faction for very long, this is commendable. The subject laughs nervously. The king happily declares himself pleased to have someone who shares his intentions at his side. This is a great thing for the empire. The gray-haired man assures him that the ruler is flattering him. He merely expressed his opinion, primarily based on the law. They sit at the table, and the ruler inquires about the outcome of the war, whether the counts will win or not. He hears with a serious expression that the counts will undoubtedly win, an army of 1,000 against 2,000 warriors. The king, lost in thought, says he has a bad feeling about this, given Aaron's overconfidence in entering this war. The aide calmly declares that rumors are circulating that his vassal owes a debt to Grey. He will advise the best way to repay the count. He continues confidently to say that 30 mercenary mages will reassure him that it will all be legal, and that the royal family will have nothing to do with it. The ruler looks at him and says that he really can read minds, because that's how it will be. He begins to laugh loudly. With a sinister grin, he asserts that there will be enough mages. The action takes place in the capital of the empire. The doors open. The maid bows, saying that they are waiting for her again and that she should come. The girl wears elegant shoes, beautiful bracelets on her hands, charming pendants around her neck. Cheryl walks with bags. Smiling, she thinks about how it even became easier to breathe. Shopping really does relieve stress. She walks down the street and wonders where else to stop. Troubles are waiting around the corner. She passes, the scoundrels following. The girl listens warily. Cheryl happily realizes that she has dealt with the stress. It's time to deal with her brother's errand. She turns the corner, followed by the hooligans. They run after her with mocking expressions. In shock, they open their eyes, noticing something. A girl with a smirk forms magic in her hand. A powerful explosion occurs in the middle of the city. She grabs one of the bandits by the robes. She looks the frightened hooligan straight in the eye and declares she won't repeat it twice, asking where the secret casino is. The sun falls on an old castle standing among the hills. The beaten hooligans escort Cheryl out. One of them opens the doors. She shields herself from the blinding light. She sees before her a gigantic room filled with people. The crowd raises papers and shouts about betting on Aaron or Grey. Cheryl sees this and wonders what's going on. The main board announces the Bran War, Duke Aaron versus the Alman and Grey Alliance, with the outcome in 25 days. The girl, smiling, realizes she's found what she needs. The red-haired dwarf takes off his hat and says they represent the Empire Monetization Group, offering them a chance to become rich. First, he wants to express his gratitude to those who honored the betting palace with their visit today. People wave their hands, shouting for him to shut up and take the bet. The host glares at them. He calls two thugs over. They grab the offender, who begs them to let him go. The red-haired gnome on stage shouts again that they kicked this insolent man out not because of the insult, but because he wasted their precious time, so their time is worth its weight in gold. The crowd joyfully chants for Lumpy. The gnome enthusiastically thanks them for their attention, because now the main event of the day, the one that shook the empire, is over. People can bet on the outcome of the war. People raise papers, shouting about bets on the alliance. The bucket with the alliance account is full of papers. People raise their hands, shouting about Eren and the 3 million bet. They are shocked to see the girl and wonder if she really bets 3 million on the Duke. Cheryl holds the paper aloft. She comes closer. Lumpy is shocked. The host, surprised, says that the amount must be paid immediately. He smiles and, standing opposite, asks how she'll deposit 3 million. The girl, shrugging her shoulders, asks if this isn't a casino, since if he gives money, they just need to take it. She then asks why he's asking so many questions. She pulls out a piece of paper and presents a letter. A shocked Lumpy reads about the trading group. Cheryl happily agrees, saying it's a check for 3 million gold from one of the Empire's most famous trading groups. She enters the portal and is surprised to see the protagonist standing before her. The protagonist looks at her with a serious expression and says he couldn't just sit there, asking how everything went. The red-haired sister insists she did everything as he asked, wondering how he managed to persuade Cain, since they mortgaged almost all the land. They stand in the middle of the prison, and the protagonist says the old man doesn't really know yet because he was busy, but there's no need to worry about that. Cheryl, surprised, asks again. The protagonist, smiling, winks and asks if it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Cain angrily slams the table, shouting that the mine doesn't exist, furiously asking how much he paid to mortgage the land. Eren, arms crossed, calmly replies that it cost 3 million. Cain falls to his knees and tearfully screams at the emperor that his son destroyed everything he bequeathed to him. And how can this be explained? The protagonist, with a serious face, says he has a plan and that the old man can calm down. Cain furiously asks what other plan he could have, starving to death on a small plot of land. The protagonist, with a grimace, sighs. He gets up from the table and asks to follow him, as he will explain everything clearly. The old assistant looks at him in surprise. Bright lightning strikes the mountains. The old man stands in front of them, sighing loudly. Eren, in armor and with a sword, stands nearby and says that he didn't believe it. The shocked assistant asks him to take everything. The protagonist, surprised, asks what he means. A joyful Cain holds his hand and asks him to take everything he has, as he will contact Moria to mortgage the remaining land. Cheryl stands next to her brother, a disgruntled expression on her face. A couple of days later, guards stand guard at the gate and ask them to pass. A carriage with horses drives inside. An important man steps out of the luxurious carriage. Grim, pipe in hand, asks if it will truly be his. 3 important men stand back to back, and it is explained that he is a former aristocrat and now the owner of the Moria Trade Association. A large castle stands in the forest, and it is explained that this family amassed a vast fortune through land projects and exchanges carried out over generations. However, a soldier kills a man with a spear. It is explained that about 30 years ago, Eren's father issued a ban on the sale of lands, and those who resisted this law destroyed the duchy. Grim sits at a table facing a line of people. He didn't give up easily. To restore his family's power, he created an illegal lending business in the capital, whose main clients were small businessmen. In a rage, he beats people, saying that where his money goes, there will be bloodshed. He increased his capital even if it meant taking radical measures. Grim stands on a mountain of gold. Ultimately, the trading group is one of the 3 largest on the entire continent. The owner of the Moria group asks with an air of importance if it's true that all this will soon be his. A man stands next to him and declares that a land sales ban prevents him from directly purchasing Bran's lands, but if the Duke becomes insolvent, they will take his lands as payment for the debt. The gray-haired man smirks, saying that the former emperor, his family's worst enemy, would strip his son of his last penny and send him to die in the streets. Perfect revenge. Grim closes his eyes and nods, saying it's time for revenge. With a sinister grin, he declares that he will show this idiot who doesn't understand the weight of money why they call him a bloody coin. They kneel before Eren. The protagonist joyfully spreads his hands, asking how their trip north went, if everything was alright. Grim smiles and says that as long as there are clients in the world willing to borrow his money, he'll travel to the ends of the earth. With a serious expression, he notes that this also applies to clients unwilling to repay their debts. A spark ignites between them. The protagonist looks at him intently, and realizes that his defeat is the most desirable thing for him. Grim, with a forced smile, thinks about the protagonist's joy when he loses all his lands. The advisor sits next to them, assuming they know the reason the master has gathered them. Grim smiles and agrees with Cain, noting that the Duke wishes to borrow 3 million from the Moria group for a casino bet. He hands over a signed paper and says it's a drawn-up contract. Eren and Cain watch silently. The protagonist takes the paper and declares that they've already taken care of everything, so he doesn't care. Grim, shocked, asks why they were called then. Eren, folding his arms, says he wants to borrow more money, about 2 million. The company owner, displeased, replies that if he plans to spend this money on mercenaries, he'll have to refuse this dubious pleasure. Merchants like him can't directly influence the nobles' wars, otherwise they'll lose other clients. The protagonist, closing his eyes, assures him that he has no intention of hiring mercenaries. Only his army will be at war. Grim, sitting across from him, asks what he needs the money for then. The guy looks away and explains that it's nothing special, just an investment. After winning the war, he'll still get much more money, so he wants to spend the funds on developing the lands in advance. Grim, thinking, realizes that even if the protagonist loses, the lands will be his and he won't lose anything. He looks at the cheerful guy and wonders why this idiot won't admit he's losing, what's going on in his mind. Grim, with a disgruntled expression, agrees, saying that if he signs the clause in the contract about investing in his lands, he'll give him the money. Aaron, overjoyed, declares that he'll sign everything right now. The old man, enraged, slams the table and shouts that this is unacceptable. The Duke and the businessman look at him in surprise. Cain angrily declares that if they lose the war, they'll have nothing left. He can't allow this contract, either as treasurer nor as head of the butlers. The protagonist anxiously asks him to wait, because they absolutely must win. Grim watches the two arguing and realizes there's no better time to bury them in debt, so he needs to come up with something. His eyes widen in surprise as an idea strikes. He raises a finger and announces an interest-free loan. Aaron and his assistant turn around in shock and ask again. The businessman, smiling, declares he's willing to take the loan interest-free. At least it will save them the trouble, but he'll keep it to himself, not telling anyone he also bet on their victory. The heroes, dumbfounded, listen silently. Grim walks to the carriage, and his assistant asks if he really bet on the Duke. The assistant, turning around, asks if Grim is crazy since it was simply a lie to get them to trust him. The gray-haired man smiles slyly, claiming he has a remarkable mind, and he's also quick to use it. No wonder he's reached such heights. The businessman, smiling, says they probably consider him an ally. Together, they share a laugh. The Duke stands next to Cain, looking out the window. A surprised Aaron asks the old man how he did it, and he asks again what exactly. MC, smiling, declares that he put on a perfect show, a permanent, interest-free loan. It couldn't have been better. The confused assistant replies that it's not a game, but years of experience. Ramo, waving his hand, orders the soldiers to fire. The events take place 20 days before the territorial war. The elves draw their bowstrings. Targets stand before them. The Duke, surprised, asks why things are so bad. A soldier with a sword gallops past them, saying that the enemy cavalry will destroy them before they can even fire. The enraged young man asks if the old man gave them food. Cain, furious, declares that of course he did. Kynes calmly remarks that they lack range. He points at the elves and claims that the maximum range of their bows is at least 100 meters, while on the battlefield, the average distance to the enemy is about 200. The Duke, lost in thought, says that it's an open field and an ambush is impossible. If they do nothing, it will be disastrous. He solemnly declares that the entire empire will be watching the battle, so he won't be able to help with his own strength. The dragon stands nearby and declares that they definitely shouldn't participate, but that Ms. Cheryl must be prepared depending on the situation. Kynes calmly explains that such wars are battles of different variables. Soldiers with weapons stand opposite each other, saying that if they control these variables, they can ensure a fair fight, 1,000 to 1,000. The Duke, standing nearby, asks how. The assistant, with a serious expression, replies that, for example, right now they're unsure whether their arrows will reach their target. That's an unacceptable variable. He plans to get rid of the distance variable. Holding a fan in front of him, he continues explaining. The surprised protagonist asks. Kynes calmly explains that to create new bows, they need special materials and an experienced blacksmith who can create the weapon in a short time. The Duke frowned and said there were less than 3 weeks left, asking where he could get everything he needed. An assistant in a white cloak asked for 3 days, and the boy would receive a blacksmith along with all the materials. A shocked MC asked if he could really handle it in that time. Kynes, with his fan, agreed, saying the blacksmith would be unusual, more accurately, not human. The Duke remained questioningly silent. The dragon, grinning, introduced the dwarf. The dragon raced through the sky. The monster's body turned over a high mountain. A few seconds later, the dragon landed in the northern lands of Bran, in the dragon's nest. Several people approached the monster, saying they had been waiting for it for a long time. The man held out a diamond, saying it was what he asked for. Tapping it with his claw, the dragon asked the man why he was so bad. Raising his head in fear, the assistant begged for mercy. The dragon's claw confidently tossed the diamond aside. The stone immediately shattered, hitting the mountain. Opening his mouth, the dragon confidently declared that he would not tolerate this anymore. Looking at all the heroes, the dragon confidently asked them to stop hiding and come out. Looking at the crowd, the monster ordered Keishi to come to him. The girl approached Kynes in fear. Looking at the heroine, the monster asked her to climb up, as they had much to do. Keishi, her mouth wide open, did not understand what was happening. 10 minutes later, the dragon was flying quickly through the lands of Bran in the Minotaur Labyrinth. A few seconds later, Kynes began to slowly land. His head was raised upward. As soon as Kynes lowered it, fire quickly erupted from his mouth. All the Minotaurs slowly died in the enormous flames, burning alive. As he rose into the sky, Kynes calmly replied that his material was ready. The man stood calmly in the city next to Keishi. The cart contained the Minotaur Ran. Aaron looked at it all in surprise. Holding the horns in his hands, the boy asked Kynes where he got them. Shielding his face with the fan, the man replied that these were water buffalo horns, necessary for upgrading weapons. This material doesn't tolerate water, but is excellent for long-range shooting. Eren, looking at the horns in amazement, couldn't believe they could produce such things. Kainuz, closing his eyes, replied that he bought them cheaply from some merchant who wanted to part with them. Looking at the material with interest, the protagonist couldn't understand why everything was so simple. Looking up, Eren saw Keishi sitting on a cart. Kainuz looked at the girl, ordering her to get down and greet the Duke. A few seconds later, the heroine quickly jumped from the cart to the ground. Her feet touched the asphalt. Keishi, crossing her arms over her chest, asked Eren, displeased, if he was ready to serve her. Kainuz and the others were speechless. Opening her mouth, the girl looked at the boy and asked him how he was speaking to Kainuz. The man quickly ran up to Keishi and grabbed her with an air of displeasure. A few seconds later, Kainuz ran off somewhere with the heroine. A moment later, Kainuz, smiling, held a battered Keishi by the shoulders, telling Eren that she wasn't human and didn't know manners. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that he didn't care about etiquette and was more interested in possibilities. His body sank to Keishi's level. Ramo and Kainuz looked at the Duke in surprise. Placing his hand over his heart, the protagonist replied that he was the Duke of Bran and was ready to serve the girl. Keishi looked at him in surprise. The girl, accompanied by her assistants, was giving them various instructions, as there were 2 weeks left before the war began, and Keishi had everything he needed to produce new weapons. The heroine carefully examined the weapons. Keishi, opening her mouth, began yelling at her assistants for doing something wrong. All the assistants looked at the girl with displeasure, as everyone was already fed up with Keishi's antics. A fight broke out, as this whole situation led to conflict. Eren shouted angrily at everyone to stop. After a while, the battered Keishi and his assistant shook hands, allowing production to continue. Bows were slowly stacked on the table. After a while, a huge pile of bows lay on the table. Eren smiled and praised the boys. A tired Keishi and his assistant high-fived each other, realizing they had completed all their preparations 3 days before the war began. Standing in one of the territories, Kainuz explained to everyone that the entire empire would be watching, and neither the Duke nor his sister would be able to use their powers, and even with such powerful weapons, they would not be able to defeat an army twice their size. Kainuz thoughtfully raised his fist to his mouth. His foot hit the ground. The hero's body immediately somersaulted. In the sky, Kainuz thought about the dirt. Looking thoughtfully to the side, the hero pretended to remember something. The boy's body, with a stream of power, rose upward. Kainuz was high in the sky. Looking away with joy, the hero thought about the dirt. Opening the door, Kainuz told the girl to get up. Keishi sat tiredly by the bed. Slowly sliding down, the heroine begged for mercy. The girl's head looked tiredly at the floor. Kainuz began to approach her with displeasure. With a quick wave of his hand, a stream of water fell on the heroine. Keishi looked tiredly at the master, begging her not to kill him and replying that she couldn't hear anything. Kainuz, angrily shouting at the heroine, told her that he wasn't going to kill her because she needed to go to the battlefield. The day before the war began, the army was already prepared for battle. The warriors stood at attention. Sitting at the table, Amon replied that he had to give up an extra 10% to ensure their victory. With a sly smile, one of the heroes asked Amon how much he had bet. Showing 500,000, the hero replied that he would have bet more, but he didn't have enough money and didn't want to ask Moria. Laughing, the man said he was a very slippery fellow and that eventually, merchants like him would be fighting at their feet as soon as the gold mine was theirs. Raising his mug, Amon said his friend was right. Lowering his head, the man wondered with interest where he was taking this fool. Amon looked away in confusion. An army marched confidently along the road with Eren. Looking at the scene, the heroes, horrified, realized that a siege of the tower had occurred. An army stood near the building. Laughing at everything that was happening, the heroes thought about how desperate the Duke was, having brought all this junk. A horse ran along the road. A huge number of warriors looked at the horse. A messenger, sitting on horseback, loudly shouted that the emperor had ordered this to be finished quickly, so representatives of both sides should retreat. Amon and his friend raced on horseback. Eren, watching them closely, ordered his horse to run forward. The heroes' horses were a few meters apart. Amon approached Eren, saying he looked really bad and deserved applause for bringing back junk. Smiling, the hero thanked them for the compliment, saying that even so, he looked better than their fat faces. Amon clenched his fists in anger. Reading the paper, the messenger began to explain that all the rules for both sides would be read once. If Duke Eren won, the lands of the two counts would become the property of the Duke, as would the gold mine, which lay between the warring parties' lands. If the counts won, the lands they owned would no longer be considered part of the duchy, and the gold mine would become the property of the victors. Closing the inventory, the man asked for any objections. Eren looked at the counts with a smile. Amon and his friend did the same. Clapping his hands, the man asked everyone to take their positions and begin the battle. The horses slowly dispersed. Eren turned his head, trying to say something. Amon looked at the Duke in confusion. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked the boys to protect their heads. Touching the tops of their heads, the heroes couldn't understand the meaning of this. The judge, standing in the middle, began to read something. A few seconds later, a bomb fell on the battlefield. Amon, watching this, said that the Duke had had enough. Approaching the warrior, The hero offered him 5,000 gold if he finished the battle before his tea cooled. With a smile, the knight replied that he would have time and there was no need to worry. Turning his head, the leader of the warriors ordered his men to throw away their shields so they could finish this quickly. All the shields were thrown to the ground. Running forward, the hero shouted, sparing no one. The warriors rushed forward. Rommel, looking at the enemy, decided it was time for them to begin. Opening his mouth, the hero shouted for the archers to change weapons. Bows lay at the warriors' feet. The archers held them tightly in their hands. Within seconds, the men were already standing, aiming at the enemy. Rommel, his mouth wide open, ordered them to shoot. Arrows flew quickly from the bows. The warriors, their heads raised, looked up. A huge number of bows fell from the sky. Turning back, the warriors shouted to retreat, as they had fallen into a trap. Arrows were aimed at the heroes. Running forward, the leader shouted to duck and spread out. The warriors ran back. Rommel, raising his hand, shouted for the siege towers to prepare. The warriors stood confidently at the tower. One of the heroes twirled the cannons. The horse ran forward. Eren looked ahead with interest. Kainas watched with pleasure. After a few seconds, an iron net began to fly from the cannons. The hooks grabbed the ground. The net created a shield, trapping the warriors. The enemies, striking the shield, tried to wield it with their swords, realizing it was futile. The leader, turning his head to the warriors, replied that they would handle everything. A stream of power coursed through the net. The man looked up in confusion. His gaze, unsure of what it was, wondered what it was. Archers, led by Rommel, stood near the tower. Pointing at his head, the hero told the enemies that they had failed to protect it. Arrows flew forward in droves. The warriors, sitting in the net, shouted at each other to dodge. A few seconds later, blood began to spray in the sky. Aman and his friend watched angrily, realizing they had lost. The hero, angrily grabbing Aman, asked him why he had told them to drop their shields. The man, looking away fearfully, indicated that he had expected things to turn out quite differently. Raising his hand, the man signaled for reinforcements to come to the rescue. A new group of warriors rushed forward. Rommel, sitting on his horse, shouted to deal with the reinforcements before they returned. The horses raced forward. The man glared angrily at the enemy, asking his men to deal with them. Arrows flew forward. Rommel looked around with Bianca. The girl's warriors raced forward with her. Raising her shield, the heroine gave power to protect her subjects. A bright light formed near the shield. All the warriors were protected. Only a bright magical shield appeared near the heroes. The warriors quickly raced forward. Aman, looking on in fear, understood that this was impossible. Eren and Kainas grinned maliciously, crossing their arms. The numbers of the Count's alliance armies and Eren's camp are shown. They clearly have an advantage over the protagonist. The commander points at the mass of soldiers. The Count, enraged, orders the infantry to take the right flank and attack the enemy cavalry. The army rushes to attack. Rommel, holding his sword, sees the approaching opponents. He turns and orders half of his ranks to follow him, while the rest finish off the enemy cavalry. Knights on horseback gallop forward. Their ranks split in two. A warrior, brandishing his blade, declares it necessary to attack. 200 cavalrymen attack 1,000 warriors. The warrior waves his sword in fury. The number of soldiers has decreased to 975. The cavalry cuts through the warriors. Their number has reached 923. The frightened warriors with spears look at the enemy. They see a ferocious commander with a sword before them and cry out for help. One of them tries to escape. Exhaling, he rises. He turns and sees the enemy approaching before him. Bianca, with a terrifying look, gallops straight at him. She knocks him down, and the boy flies high into the air. The cavalrymen effectively defeat the enemy. The warrior on horseback turns back. The counts watch with excitement, their trembling palpable. One of them turns to the magicians and declares that they need to be stopped. The other asks the mercenaries to do at least something. The sorcerers bang their staffs, chanting in an incomprehensible language. Their staffs create a blue aura. They raise them above themselves, generating magical projectiles. Bright flashes of mana cut through the sky, rushing toward the enemy. Eren, standing next to his assistant, notices this in surprise. Energy projectiles fly in their direction. Confused, Rommel sees the flying magic. Several projectiles crash into the ground, causing explosions. The Duke fearfully shouts the name of his soldier. Fortunately for him, he has blocked himself with a barrier. The protagonist sighs with relief. The warrior looks up and sees the barrier cracking. He looks fearfully and realizes it was close. He sees a group of mages in front of him. He turns to his subordinates and orders the cavalry to forget about the infantry, as they are retreating. The man turns his horse. They stand before a huge army, shouting that they are not going anywhere, as they are finished. Rommel nervously turns his head. The counts watch him with smirks. The cavalry is completely surrounded. Eren watches the battle and says that Rommel is an excellent commander, but even for him this is too much. The Duke, holding out his hand, orders the infantry to attack, as they need to save the cavalry and the knight captain. The soldiers run forward. He turns to Kainas and declares that he will go save the commander, leaving the mages to him. An age, shocked, exclaims about the Emperor's spy. Eren waves him off and says that the warrior's life is more important now, so don't worry, he will somehow deal with the spy. The protagonist, looking serious, calls for Cheryl. Kainas watches him disappear into the forest. A dragon with a fan shouts to the archers to draw their catapults. The soldiers pull on the ropes. A catapult moves forward. Several dozen catapults stand on the field. Kainas waves his hand and gives the order to open fire on the enemy. Rocks fly towards the enemy, landing on the opposing army. Boulders continue to attack them, their numbers reduced to 197. The Count, enraged, orders the boulders to be detonated. Energy beams fly across the sky, crashing into the flying boulders. The Count, arms outstretched, excitedly asks where his tricks are now, as they certainly cannot compare to magic. He points in the opposite direction and asks the mages if they can detonate the catapults. The cloaked wizard replies that they need time for that. The Count, smirking, twiddles his fingers, saying they will play for high stakes. Kainus, hiding behind his fan, thinks they have twice the strength, but they still hired mages. Human greed surpasses even that of goblins. He surveys the battlefield and declares that the situation is far more complex than he expected, perplexed at what the Duke is planning. Aaron stands in front of his assistant, who looks at him. The dragon bows and greets his master. He sees a huge amount of mana in him. A disconcerted Kainus can't believe a human can emit so much mana. He stares ahead. The protagonist is reflected in his frightened eyes, wondering if it's an illusion. Aaron is ablaze with blue flames, and the dragon ponders whether this is Mistress Cheryl's illusory magic, and that it's not so easy to recognize at first glance. He sees a man running in the distance. Aaron, dressed in simple clothes, holds a knife. The assistant, with a serious expression, says that this guy never ceases to amaze. The protagonist stands near the army, thinking the spy is already far away, but it wouldn't hurt to be safe. He makes his way between the soldiers, wondering where he is. He sees a helmet lying below. He puts it on his head and confidently declares that he's going to Rommel. He just needs to hold out a little longer. Kainus, with a stern expression, orders the catapults to be prepared. The soldiers hastily load them with stones. Suddenly, the catapult near the dragon crashes. He shields himself with a fan. He sees this in surprise and notices that they want to destroy the weapon. The warrior in white furiously gives the order to attack them from maximum range. Stones fly forward. He looks at them and thinks that this means he should protect his head. Closing his eyes, he urges them to fly. The stones bounce through the air, changing their trajectory. The mage holding his staff, shocked, notices the magic of flight. The counts see boulders flying towards them. Frightened, they order the mages to stop them. They direct their staffs, creating energy. Magic beams rush towards the projectiles. Kainus, his eyes glittering, casts protective magic. They crash into the stones. The boulder flies on without visible damage. A group of sorcerers see this, and shout that the stones are still falling, and they need to hide. The enemy mages are scattered by the powerful blows. The counts look on in shock and wonder what happened. One of the wounded raises his hand and speaks of the sky. They turn around in shock. Several rocks fly at them again, and they exclaim that they're returning and that Aaron seems to have a mage too. Covering their faces with their hands, they feel explosions all around them. The Count, enraged, thinks the Duke has hidden his trump card. If it's come to this, they need to throw all their forces into the war. In anger, he orders the archers to stop exposing themselves and aiming at the battlefield, fighting hand to hand. The army rushes forward. The blond man points an enraged finger and orders the mages to destroy the catapults, protecting the main camp. The terrified sorcerer declares they can't, as it will take time to disable their weapons. The scoundrel, looking mad, shouts that they apparently don't want the reward, as they need to stop chatting and do something. The wizard, excitedly understands him. He turns to his comrades and says they need to aim at the boulders and defend the camp. The warriors raise their staves to the sky. Drops of water form. Boulders approach them. They fly into the water. They hold stones in the air using telekinesis. They hurl them further. Explosions occur. Kainus looks on in surprise and says they're using useless tricks. With a smirk, he wonders if they can handle this. He turns to the archers and orders them to set their arrows on fire and shoot as far as possible. The elves knock their fiery arrows. The dragon, with a stern expression, orders the attack. Hundreds of flaming arrows fly across the sky. With the help of magic, they change their trajectory again. The terrified counts see this, shouting that they are also fiery. The mages, raising their staves, use the water ball again. Drops of water slam into the arrows. The counts watch in surprise. The cloaked sorcerer looks questioningly. Kainus, his eye blazing, uses gravity shift. The flaming arrows change their trajectory again. The disconcerted wizards see the projectiles approaching. They set them on fire, and in the flames, they cry for help. The counts stand before the fire. Their wizards have been completely routed. Aaron, wearing a helmet, smiles and says they claimed their mages were the most powerful, but now they're completely defeated. Clutching his helmet, he wonders if he should go and kill a few enemies. Suddenly, a bright light appears around him. Rommel's army stands surrounded, swords drawn. Gritting his teeth, he says reinforcements are approaching. He turns and searches for his own. He looks ahead in surprise. A spearhead flies at him. Shocked, he sees it with his own eyes. He manages to dodge, but the enemy lightly slashes his face. The commander, sternly considering how he must hold them off until reinforcements arrive, delivers a powerful blow to the enemy, slicing through everyone who approaches. Enemy soldiers fall to the ground. Rommel frantically grips his bloody sword. Furious, he shouts that help is on the way. They must fight to the death. The knights raise their swords at this. The commander stands confidently in a fighting stance, his armored comrades behind him. The terrified opponents see them. Bianca stands surrounded by her soldiers. Surprised, she looks away. She sees the massed troops and realizes the cavalry captain is in danger. She begins to gallop, shouting that the cavalry detachment will deal with the opposing cavalry, and that the crusaders should follow. Her squad rushes to the rescue. A diagram of the battle is shown. The numbers of the armies indicate that the counts still have the advantage. A terrified soldier turns around. He sees Bianca and her squad, shouting that the enemy is advancing. The girl smashes them to pieces, their armor flying in all directions. The blonde confidently declares that they must be defeated and then rescue the knight captain. She shields herself with her shield, seeing the enemy soldiers. One of them is thrown back by a counterattack. Bianca skillfully scatters her enemies. The count's infantry captain desperately shouts that the enemy must not be allowed to break through. The warriors, holding spears, stand in line and are ordered to cover the rear. Bianca, riding a horse, watches this. She sees a huge enemy army before her. She covers herself with a white shield, feeling dozens of blows. She peers out from behind it and thinks that they reacted too quickly. She gallops on horseback and calls out to the goddess Vivian. Her shield begins to glow brightly, and she prays. Closing her eyes, she calls for the goddess's blessing. A bright light is felt around her. The soldiers clutch their eyes, screaming in pain. Bianca, looking confident, orders the attack. Eren, camouflaged, makes his way through the enemy army. He looks ahead and hears a cry that he will kill anyone who retreats. She watches carefully and realizes she has found the captain. A white kerchief is tied around his hand. A man with a sword orders the army to move forward. He screams with a serious expression that their enemies are vile rats. Suddenly, he receives a dagger in the back. He turns around in fear. He sees the ferocious duke before him. He falls to the ground. The protagonist wipes his knife and declares that he is a rat who has come to kill him. The enemy commander falls dead. MC looks back and thinks about saving Rommel. An army with spears advances. A bald man is visible in the midst. The protagonist rushes forward, realizing that he must deprive them of their leader. He deftly advances through the crowd of soldiers. He plunges his blade into the commander of the count's infantry. The other falls with blood at his mouth. Two commanders suddenly fall among the army. Eren watches silently. Suddenly, he begins shouting that the commander is dead and all units must retreat. The frightened soldiers argue among themselves about whether the commander is really dead and who is giving the orders then. One of the warriors loudly shouts that all units of the count must listen. A white bandage is on his shoulder. Eren frowns as he sees it. The leader of the archer squadron confidently urges them not to let their enemies confuse them. He points to the opponents and declares that there is nowhere to retreat. They must attack. 1,000-strong army surrounds the cavalry led by Rommel. Warriors with spears pierce the armored knights. The duke's commander watches sadly. He begins to scream in rage. Eren watches this with excitement. The archer commander desperately puts out his hand. The protagonist watches, gritting his teeth. Holding a knife in his hand, he realizes he needs to do it again. Suddenly, he begins to run. He sees the enemy's back and realizes it is the last commander. He aims for his back, swinging his knife. Suddenly, several swords block the path of his blade. He is disconcerted by the sight of the soldier. The soldier turns with a smirk, asking if the boy really thinks he didn't foresee this. Eren smiles. The enemy looks at him questioningly. The helmeted duke wonders if his prediction was true. He sheathes his blade. The soldiers cross their swords. The protagonist furiously slashes at his opponents. The terrified commander sees this. Horrified, he begins to give orders. His eyes fill with blood, exclaiming that they must be killed. The protagonist cuts him off before he can finish. The protagonist turns and calls for Rommel. The commander sits on the ground, spears flying in his direction. His gaze is devastated. Suddenly, someone attacks his enemies, sending them flying. Bianca and her soldiers confidently defend their comrade. Arthur, on horseback, exclaims that the enemy has lost their command and that this is an excellent opportunity. The Count's army, shocked, mutters among themselves that reinforcements have arrived and the infantry is trapped. Everything around is ablaze, and words of retreat are heard. The protagonist, grinning, clutches his helmet, realizing he has done everything possible. A bright light appears around him. Boulders fly down. An explosion occurs. The letter speaks of Duke Eren versus the Earls, stating that the Duke's army was initially outnumbered by half, but the protagonist prevailed. The Earls stand surrounded by MC's army. He confidently advances, smirking as he declares their faces a joy to behold. The terrified Earls tremble with fear. The protagonist taps his head and declares that he warned him to protect it. The frightened enemy wonders how he can walk under arrows. He begins to draw his sword, asking what kind of magic he's using. Several blades instantly appear at his face. He freezes in horror. Eren holds his weapon in front of him and asks how he dares to defame his honorable victory, being a minor vassal at that. The young man swings his weapon, shouting that today he will kill him and bring order to these lands. Suddenly, one of the aides asks him to stop, asking what good would come from killing the viceroy. Eren, furious, demands he let him go, asking if he doesn't know that insulting a member of the ruling family is insulting the emperor himself. The terrified opponent kneels and insists he was wrong, begging for his life. The protagonist turns to the other count and asks what to do with him. He kneels and declares defeat. Eren calmly says that if they so desire, their cities will henceforth be part of the duchy. The rivals lower their heads, declaring that everything is his will. The protagonist sternly shouts that the annexation will begin that evening. If he sees even the slightest hint that they are using the citizens for their own gain, they will lose their titles. One of them is crying, the other is simply shocked. Eren sits at the table with his advisors. The action takes place the next day at noon. Cain, smiling, points at the paper and says it's a wagering receipt from the betting castle. Closing his eyes, he says it lists 3 million and another one for a debt of 2 million, since the dividend rate has increased about tenfold. The old man smiles. With great joy, he throws the papers up and shouts that they will earn almost 50 million gold from this war. The Duke sees him and asks the elder to stop, as this money will be invested. The old man, looking crazed, asks again, clarifying whether he understood correctly. The protagonist grabs his head and says that money is money, but they will start with the fact that the goal of the war was to attract labor. The guy holds up 2 fingers and claims that after the campaign, both territories received a city, for a total of 4 grand. If you add the one they received for clearing the Black Forest of Orcs, Brand's territory has doubled. The ruler sits at the table and says that the money must be used to stabilize the increased territory. He plans to gradually expand it further. With a serious expression, he continues explaining. The protagonist, with an important expression, claims that he will become a loser from the north. All the council members are shocked. Cheryl, frightened, asks her brother what he means. The Duke, sitting against the backdrop of the evil emperor, declares that after the war, the Lord will watch their every move, as will all the feudal lords who obey him. MC, looking serious, assures them that if they blindly hide their abilities, they will destroy them before they can grow stronger. Waving his arms, he asserts that he will be loyal to the emperor, and will give him and his lackeys what they want until they are ready. The protagonist, smiling, declares that they will keep all the loot for themselves and force them to swallow bones. A young man bursts into the office and shouts that the owner of the Moria Merchant Guild has arrived. Eren, smiling, says that he has already arrived. Sitting across from the council, he exclaims that in that case, they will end the meeting and everyone except the elder should return to their duties. Grim furiously shows the paper and shouts that it is evidence. He points his finger and tells the Duke that if the war is won, he must pay 5 million gold. Eren looks on with displeasure. He turns to the old man sitting next to him and asks if they have the funds for this. Cain calmly replies that they don't even have enough for food and living. Grim angrily points to the paper and cites that the Duke is obligated to repay. The elder squints and asks to see. He points confidently and says it's here. The company owner turns the paper over and asks where it is. Cain, sitting across from him, cites that the payment will be interest-free for an indefinite period. Grim opens his eyes in horror. The elder, pounding the table, asks how dare he, because if it's written that way, he's deceiving his lordship. The assistant looks at the young man and asks if they shouldn't teach him a lesson on behalf of the empire, because how would they react in the capital? The protagonist puts his sword to his throat and says he will kill him, and that he will pay for his lie with his life. The businessman, horrified, sees the tip of the blade at his neck. With a serious expression, Eren says he still has a chance to save himself. Grim, horrified, asks again. The boy swings his blade, confidently moving it forward. The company owner, fearful, covers himself with his hands and begs for mercy. He sees the sword stuck in the table. The Duke in the red cloak says he must swear an oath on this sword. The frightened man asks about the oath. The boy points his finger at him and shouts that he will become his vassal, devoting himself to the Bran lands. The swordsman stands against the sunset, the events taking place several days later, on the western continent. A bird lands on his hand. The long-haired boy reads the letter about Eren's victory. Several soldiers with swords charge at him. He confidently swings the blade. He pierces their bodies at once. He draws the bloody sword. He sees 3 corpses before him. Crown Prince Philip looks ahead. He picks up the wooden handle. He places it on the stone floor. Standing over the gates in the middle of a castle filled with corpses, he declares that it's time to return to the Empire. With a smirk, he says that things are taking an interesting turn, very interesting. The prince sits across from Zeron. The Emperor, with a menacing expression, says that he returned after learning that Eren, the only distant member of the imperial family, had won and neglected his task of fighting for the western continent. He moves a chess piece. He knocks down the black pawn. It flies into the prince. The Emperor, looking angry, asks if Eren really has such a strong influence on his son. Philip smiles sweetly. He holds onto the black pawn and asks what he means when he says, "strongly influences." Suddenly, it begins to emit purple energy right in his hands. He crumbles the pieces onto the floor, smiling and declaring that he's only slightly interested. The prince, looking kindly, thinks about the throne he will one day ascend. The Duke, sitting at his desk, works with papers. Kaina stands next to him, thinking about how the protagonist has become a true expert, as nimble as a butler who has handled thousands of papers. The protagonist recalls his past self and muses that he hasn't done this in a long time, but he was never so fast. The subject flies into the room and calls for his lord. The Duke, enraged, shouts for him to knock. Rommel, frightened, announces that protests are raging in the lands of the Counts Grey and Amon. Kainas and Eren are surprised by this turn of events. The protagonist thinks about them and says he doubts the citizens would do this voluntarily, so it's most likely the Count's doing. The guy smiles. MC, with a sly look, says he'll have to live up to their expectations. Bald Amon is having lunch, and someone calls him. Holding a fork of meat, he says that, actually, his master has deigned to dine. A guy with a letter runs in and shouts about declaring war. The Count jumps up from his chair, asking what they're talking about. The Duke leads his army. Eren sits surrounded by bewildered advisors, who ask if he's really declaring war and for what reason. The protagonist, with a serious expression, replies about treason, since Amon led the protest by disguising his soldiers as civilians. He also broke his oath and must give up his lands due to defeat. Rommel nervously declares that a battle for lands with a fixed number of men is something entirely different, and the Count's army is twice as large, so declaring war is pure madness. The Duke, crossing his arms, says that's true. Cheryl, surprised, asks why he's doing that. The boy, raising a finger, declares that the Emperor will think so too, and that it will be absolutely true. Everyone around Eren is extremely surprised. The girl, shocked, asks if he received the Emperor's permission for the annexation. MC, with a sly smile, says that the Emperor immediately granted it, thinking he was intoxicated by victory in a single battle. Everyone around the Duke is silent. Kainas looks at him and declares that he admires his master for thinking so farsightedly. He will develop a strategy as quickly as possible. The protagonist dismisses this, declaring that there's no need. The dragon with the fan, shocked, asks again. MC calmly asks that the strategist will have a lot of work ahead due to the recently annexed territories. The protagonist, smiling, declares that since the war will be fought at night and the Emperor won't be watching, he can handle it himself, so let the assistant consider it an unscheduled vacation. The Duke's detachment gallops off in the middle of the night. The protagonist on horseback asks if they'll leave. He begins to gallop quickly, ordering them to run forward. The Duke approaches Amon's castle. The scoundrel stands at the gates, thinking it's a siege, but there aren't any weapons, having gathered only his remaining soldiers. Amon smirks, thinking they won't be able to breach the walls because they have no siege weapons. If he holds out, his victory is only a matter of time. Eren stands below and hears whether the Duke really declared war on the innocent Count because he's blinded by his greed. A cry rises across the night sky, declaring Amon a traitor and a criminal. The protagonist in the red cloak says he has proof that he used his soldiers to organize a rebellion, but he can give the magnanimous woman a second chance if she opens the gates and surrenders. The Count nervously wonders how he learned of this, knowing he should keep his mouth shut, because the war will end with his victory anyway. Bald Amon asks not to be ridiculous, because if the boy is so confident, then let him try to cut through the gate. The Duke, smiling, hears that they will all pay for the master's arrogance. The boy turns and calls Cheryl. She begins to attack, asking why he is shouting when she is standing a step away from him. She forms a bright ball above herself. She sends several flaming projectiles into the attack. They approach the castle. With a serious expression, she summons a rain of fire. Fireballs fly towards the gate. Suddenly, the barrier reflects her blows. Amon, arms outstretched, laughs, asking if the opponent really thinks he can break through the shield created by the sorcerers from the ivory tower. Cheryl, furious, hears this and considers him a bald devil. She waves her staff. She strikes the ground with all her might. Water tentacles move towards the castle. They crash into the energy barrier. Waves roll along the wall. Only droplets remain. Amon looks down. The Count bursts into laughter, asking what kind of magic this is. Cheryl, with a stern face, calls for mudworms. Suddenly, worms burst from the ground. Amon, shocked, sees them before him. They attack the castle gates. The Count, in fear, screams that the walls are collapsing and that he needs to run downstairs immediately. He sees the floor cracking beneath him. He jumps to the other side. He sits opposite the collapsed wall and asks what is happening. The Duke raises his sword, and a cry is heard that the wall has fallen. Eren decisively points the blade forward and orders the attack and capture Count Amon. The cavalry runs toward the ruined castle. Amon, standing on the wall, orders fire and not let them come any closer. The archers take aim at the enemies. Arrows pierce their bodies. The Count, enraged, screams that they must attack. Veins are visible on his forehead. Rommel gallops forward and sees that arrows are hitting his soldiers. He catches one of the wounded. He shouts in rage that there are only a few enemies left, so they need to move forward. The army with spears charges. The soldiers on the wall continue to fire their bows on the Count's orders. Amon looks away in shock, his face full of anger. He kicks a soldier, shouting that he ordered him to shoot. The man falls and clutches his stomach. The comrades surrounding him look at his trembling body. Amon angrily exclaims that if they hesitate like this bastard, he will crush them with his own hands. The warriors listen silently. The Duke stands in front of the castle and says that soon these soldiers will become his subjects. Holding his sword, He declares that he cannot allow the Count to do whatever he wants. Cheryl, standing behind him, takes his hand. With an air of importance, asks him if he remembers that the girl only promised a rain of fire, but now the guy owes him 100,000 for a mudworm. A surprised MC objects that she did it of her own free will because she was angry. A projectile flies towards them. The protagonist turns around, sensing this. He catches the arrow with one hand. He sees a group of archers in front of him. He looks up and says they're pushing their luck. Eren looks at his sister and agrees with 100,000. Suddenly, the Duke begins to disappear. In an instant, he runs and goes on the attack. Amon, standing on the wall, declares that they will win if the soldiers hit the bastard. Arrows fly at the Duke, who is running below. He deftly dodges each one. The protagonist, with a serious expression, understands that to minimize losses on both sides, he must quickly capture the bastard and end the battle. He breaks away, leaps onto the wall, swinging his sword. Amon screams in horror that it's impossible. The boy strikes with a powerful blow with the blade. His eyes flash red. The Count and his soldiers see him in shock. The guards quickly run away, the bald ruler calling to them. They run towards the boy, run past him, fall to the ground. The Count turns and retreats. A frightened Amon orders everyone to disperse. He punches one of them in the stomach. Another falls from the wall. The Duke is furious, realizing that he can't even protect them, running away as if their lives mean nothing. MC jumps forward. Amon has climbed the stairs and shouts at them to attack. The terrified Count thinks that if only he knew he was so strong. His eyes widen in fear. He sees the protagonist running towards him. The protagonist frowns and addresses him. He points his sword and calls for surrender, then his family and soldiers will remain alive. Behind the villain stands his army. A frightened Amon asks what about him. Eren calmly replies that he will die. The Count is frightened and silent. He crashes back into his soldier. His army stands silently before him. The ruler raised his sword and orders an attack. A spear flies forward. It pierces his hand. Amon falls to the ground, bleeding. His soldiers stand before him, calling for surrender. The Count, lying on the ground, insults them. The protagonist stands at the bottom of the stairs and hears him beg for mercy. The frightened bald man swears allegiance to him and promises to become a devoted vassal. The protagonist cuts his head off before he can finish speaking. His hands fall to his knees. The Duke, standing opposite, asserts that he has no need of a vassal, that he is deaf to his subordinates. The protagonist raises his sword, shouting that the Count is dead and that they have won. An inscription from Amon is revealed. Mudworms burst from the ground. Amid the smoke, a proclamation states that Eren has won. The protagonist sits across from Grey. He is told that he claimed all of the Count's holdings except a small fortress as part of Bran. To save his life, the other Count heard of this and surrendered, agreeing to give up half his holdings. A map of the territories is shown, explaining that Eren has restored the Duchy of Bran and has begun making plans to seize nearby territories to increase his power, thereby becoming the underdog of the north. The map depicts castles and an imperial palace, indicating a battle with the Emperor is imminent. The Overlord, furious, clutches a letter, asking if the protagonist has truly won again. An aide, sitting nearby, declares that it is indeed so. The king, enraged, asks if he hadn't been the one who insisted the lad didn't have enough troops for 2 victories. The gray-haired aide, closing his eyes, assures him that this time the Duke won again thanks to a mysterious sorceress. The advisor, sitting next to the ruler, declares that the rebellion of one duchy is not enough to create an empire. With a serious expression, he asserts that in any case, the problem is not influence, but the Duke's intentions. The king, perplexed, asks again. The aide, with a solemn air, says he means they don't know what his goals are. The restoration of the Bran Duchy is inevitable. With a serious expression, he introduces Eren and says the question is whether he will submit to the Empire or rebel. The king calmly states that the protagonist swore to focus on himself and remain in the duchy. If he breaks his word, the Empire will never leave him alone. The aide looks at him and wonders what will happen if the protagonist restores the duchy. The Empire will have no reason to hinder him. The king is stunned into silence. 2 warriors clash with swords, and it is explained that the imperial decree is based on the law of free warfare among vassals and is still in effect. Zeron stands in front of the crowd, explaining that the law was passed when he seized the throne and needed the support of the nobility. The king lowers his head and thinks. He looks away, hearing permission. Philip sits smiling nearby. He assures them he'll go and find out the protagonist's intentions, and at the same time, take stock of the situation in Bran. The ruler, looking serious, continues to think. He bites his nails and orders them to visit the duchy, using congratulations on the victory as an excuse. The prince bows to him, saying he'll begin preparations immediately. He imagines their training and realizes he can't wait to see how the boy has grown. A crowd stands in front of a notice board, where a letter hangs. Surprised, they read that the tax rate has been reduced to 13%, halved, meaning the rumors that the victory brought in a fortune are true. The Duke stands nearby and they hear his name being chanted. The protagonist, smiling, notes that this is a delight to his ears and needs to sort things out quickly. Kainuz, standing behind him, says that the Duke's policy of increasing legitimacy is working. The boy shrugs and declares that this is the best method for stabilizing such a large territory, although he will be concerned about the future of the treasury of these lands. Eren asks, with a serious expression, how the dungeon development project is progressing and whether the second one will be opening soon. Kansa thinks about Elena and says she's behaving well. The abandoned tower has been reconstructed, and the Dark Knights have been stationed on the upper floors. The Duke thoughtfully notes that she's fine. The enthusiastic young man asks how he knew she was a demon. Kainuz, holding a fan, says there shouldn't be anything he doesn't know about this project, and besides, he has someone capable of dealing with the Dark Knights. Cheryl approaches them and calls out to Eren. The tired girl tries to catch her breath. She fearfully cries out that the prince and his delegation are coming to congratulate him. The protagonist ponders whether Philip was only strong enough to shock her with the news of his arrival. Perhaps the Duke knew him, but he's hearing him for the first time. The teenager stands before the fallen boy, and she exclaims that it's the same one who struck him down. Eren, placing his hand on his chin, declares that in that case, it's the Crown Prince. The surprised girl agrees, clarifying that he hates being called that. An aide standing nearby declares that it's obvious the prince, as a delegate, will congratulate him, perhaps wanting to keep him in line. The protagonist considers that if he screws up, he'll be swallowed up before he gains power. He looks around, wondering if there's a way to make the prince see them as dust so he can leave faster. Surprised, he sees workers pushing a cart in front of him. Eren stands opposite them and laughs. The prince and his delegation ride off on horseback 2 days later. He sees the castle and says the walls are quite high. One of the soldiers says rumors say the Brand lands have long endured monster raids, so defense is their best strategy. Philip smiles and asks if he's trying to spend his money wisely, despite having won it in such a gamble. He seems to be behaving like a true ruler. A warrior waves a red flag standing in front of the gate. A banner is visible on the flag, shouting that the Crown Prince, the pride of the Empire, has arrived before the lord of the castle. The gates open. The Duke and his sister kneel, shouting that he is honored that the prince has come all this way. He raises his head questioningly. Philip stands before him. They exchange displeased glances. Eren frowns, realizing he didn't even hear him dismount, completely unpredictable, so much so that he can't even blame him for it. The Crown Prince watches silently, noticing the boy's same intent gaze. He extends his hand, saying they haven't seen each other in a while. The protagonist, lowering his head, exclaims that it is indeed so, asking how the Crown Prince is doing. Philip smiles, noticing that Cheryl has grown into a beauty. The red-haired girl replies that she is already tired of hearing it. The protagonist, furious, asks how she behaves around the heir to the throne. The prince, smiling, suggests they skip the formalities, just like in the good old days. The Duke bows his head. While he's kneeling, a cry is heard, begging for mercy. The prince turns his head and looks at the wall. A man is yelling at another man, declaring that he needs to move if he wants to stay alive. He kicks the poor man in the stomach. He falls from the wall. Workers are carrying building materials. Ramo angrily orders them to get to work, as the sun is still high. He will punish all who are lazy. The Duke, standing below, asks what the commander is doing on the blessed day of the prince's visit. The man, furious, shouts at his lord. He descends. He falls to his knees, declaring that he has committed a grave sin. The Duke kicks him in the stomach, asking how he dared approach. He kicks him, shouting that he came right in front of the Crown Prince, and not to spoil the mood. Eren, furious, wishes him dead. Someone places a hand on his shoulder. He waves it off, asking what it is. Cecilia stands before him. The girl furiously asks what he's doing with an apostle on his sacred mission. The Duke falls to his knees, crying out for a saint. Philip stands nearby and notices that these are the uniforms of the Vivian Church's novices. The prince smiles, wondering if the protagonist has fallen victim to the cult's influence. An armored soldier whispers that this is a saint from the Vivian Order. Philip calmly replies that he knows, asking why he's being humiliated. The assistant quietly explains that citizens of the Empire were killed in a religious war with the Holy Order. A purple flash erupts. Those people were destroyed neither by their faith nor by their opposition to the Empire. They died because they were heretics. The prince, with a serious expression, thinks that religion alone has had a negative impact on the Empire. They dug their own graves. The Duke joyfully runs toward him. The Emperor's son wonders if this is the reason why idiots are dying like flies. Eren scratches his head and says that townspeople usually behave differently than they do on the day of the Crown Prince's arrival. He bows his head, apologizing for having to witness such a disgusting scene. The prince, smiling, places his hand on his shoulder and declares that it's no big deal, as such things are not uncommon when ruling a country alone, asking if he can go inside the castle and discuss adventures. The protagonist, smiling nervously, begins to explain. The prince looks at him questioningly. The protagonist turns and says it's his duty to accompany him, but now is prayer time. Philip asks, displeased. The Duke, smiling, says that as a lord, he is obligated to pray for his lands, and the current situation demands that he manage his time wisely. The young man clings to his sister, and shouts that Cheryl will see him out. The young man approaches the prince, and declares that they need to hurry and serve the prince. The protagonist hurries away, declaring that he will be back very soon. The Crown Prince, perplexed, tries to understand what is happening. The night sky is visible above the castle. The prince sits at a table laden with food, surrounded by servants and Cheryl. One of them knocks on the table and asks when the Duke will return, as they'd been expecting him for an hour. The red-haired sister silently sips tea and places the cup on the table. He stands up and shouts, "Why the hell is he asking that? If he left, he won't appear again, and that's enough talking about it." Their gazes are filled with hatred. The prince, sitting nearby, offers him a choice. The astonished man asks again. Philip calmly asserts that he has the choice to apologize or die, since he insulted the crown. The aide looks at him in horror. He falls to his knees and apologizes, shouting that if she orders him to, he will give his life. Cheryl stands silently opposite. He waves her hand and says that he needs to go and check if he's still praying. The servant beats his chest and exclaims that he understands her. The girl turns to the crown prince. Crossing her arms, she asks if this really amuses him. He really hasn't changed, clarifying what he meant by insulting the crown. Philip looks at her and says that she hasn't changed either. Her reactions are the same. A man across the room asks Cheryl to look at this. The girl looks out the window, asking what happened. A crowd has gathered below. The surprised girl says that the prayer seems to have ended. The man points his finger and asks for a closer look. Cheryl looks down, amazed. Her eyes widen in surprise. Below, people with pitchforks are burning something. One of them, holding a torch, shouts that the lord who joined the cult and is terrorizing the villagers must leave. The pitchforks rise to the sky, demanding that he leave. The Duke runs into the room. He falls to his knees and apologizes for being late, shouting that from now on he will take proper care of him. Philip, perplexed, asks if everything is alright, as it was a bit noisy. Aaron, surprised, asks again. He looks at his sister and asks what happened. The red-haired girl calmly replies that it's nothing special, just the crowd again. Philip, shocked, notices the words about it happening again. The Duke, picking his nose, says that those bugs are here again. Aaron plays dumb, suggesting they just kill them. Standing opposite his sister, he says that, as usual, they should dig a couple of graves, although it would be better to simply burn the bodies. His sister turns around, saying she understands. She looks at him and turns to her brother. With a smirk, she asks if she can kill one. The Duke, with a sly smile, declares that she shouldn't be so banal. The prince, meanwhile, listens to their conversation. Philip, with a serious expression, thinks that he's not just a tyrant, but rather a real pervert. Nervously, he reflects on how he's been through 2 brutal battles for land and yet worships the cult that carried out the massacre. He sees the Duke in front of him and thinks he's turned into a crazed maniac. They stand in the middle of the room, and a cry is heard that the rebels must be killed. An aide approaches the prince and addresses him. In a quiet whisper, he tells him that Aaron will indeed destroy all the inhabitants. The crown prince sits silently in a chair. He abruptly stands up and announces that he's returning. The Duke, shocked, asks if it's true, having only just arrived, asking if he liked the food. Philip passes by and says he had a wonderful time, but he sees that MC is busy and doesn't have a free minute to keep an eye on him, so he'll leave, but there's no need to see him out. The protagonist raises his hand, trying to say something. The Emperor's heir confidently walks away, hearing him call out to him. The prince smirks. He walks forward, wondering what threat to the Empire could possibly be if he's about to destroy himself. The protagonist watches them go silently. Aaron smiles slyly, realizing it all worked. Several people are lying on the floor, blood spilling all around. Rommel approaches with his sword. The protagonist appears behind him. He sits down next to the prostrate man and whispers that the corrupt lord has arrived. Arthur, grimacing, rises and begins waving his blade, shouting for the corrupt lord to get lost. The Duke punches him in the forehead, telling him to calm down. The protagonist and Rommel stand opposite him. MC, smiling, holds a sack, declaring that the show is over. 2 days later, the crown prince sits opposite the king. The ruler, frowning, inquires about Aaron's intentions. Philip, smiling, replies that there's nothing to find out. He only saw the protagonist seeking his own destruction. Ziron, displeased, asks again. The prince looks at his father and explains that he is part of the unholy cult of Vivian and exploits the inhabitants, even slaughtering an entire crowd of protesters without hesitation. Aaron smiles with Cheryl, saying the bigger problem is that he was enjoying himself, and not just him, but his sister as well. The ruler smirks and says that the death of innocent people in the Empire is a misfortune, asking if reckless actions aren't to his advantage. The prince asks with a serious expression. Ziron, with a menacing expression, declares that he's come up with a brilliant plan. The protagonist, sword in hand, stands in front of a training dummy. He remembers Philip and realizes he didn't show it, but there's power behind his smile. The sword glows in his hand, and he thinks how terrifying it is. He wonders what level he's reached. MC swings his blade, exclaiming that he must first focus on the sword's energy. He strikes the dummy with all his might. The blade slams into it. The protagonist trains, thinking about what if he adds the dragon's blessing to this. A turquoise flash fills the dummy. A powerful beam tears apart several bags at once. The protagonist stands before the black mark, questioning whether this is truly not enough. He looks at his flaming hand and realizes it is the dragon's blessing, something he cannot control. In his other hand, he holds a sword, contemplating the power he wields. He looks away, contemplating the overthrow of the Emperor. Aaron walks forward, saying he has much to do while concealing the development and growth of the territory. A week later, several squads of soldiers are visible in the middle of the castle. Arthur, in armor, stands among the elves. Ramo, surrounded by warriors, watches intently. Turning around, a stern expression appears. He orders them to form a turtle formation. The soldiers, armed with spears and shields, quickly dart from place to place. Covering themselves with their shields, they form a turtle. Arthur calmly orders them to fire. Dozens of arrows fly into the shields. Ramo peers out from behind them. Arthur, holding his sword, again orders them to aim. The elf draws her sword along with the others. They run to form a turtle formation. Ramo watches through a crack and says they need to wait a bit longer. The elves are rapidly approaching them. The commander, frowning, orders them to wait. Arthur runs with everyone else and shouts for a jump. The warriors leap up. They leap onto the turtle formation. Ramo, smirking, demands that their spears be unsheathed. The pointless practice spears rise up. The elves hit them directly and cry out in pain. They fall to the ground. Ramo watches impassively as Arthur attempts to attack him. He only receives a blow to the head with his shield. He flies back and falls. Horrified, he sees a practice spear covered in blood in front of him. The commander, smiling, extends his hand, asking if he really thought of jumping up. The protagonist approaches them and declares that they are doing well. He holds up the spear and asks whose idea it was. Rama looks at the Duke and says it was Kainas' idea, saying that recruits should get used to the sight of blood before going into battle. The protagonist examines the spear and declares it truly useful. A subject hurries toward them, shouting urgent news for his lord. The tired man kneels and declares that the holy state of Paresis has declared mobilization. The protagonist, looking at him, remarks that he will miss them if they decide to start a war with the Empire. The frightened man shouts that they are moving toward their lands. Ramo and MC are shocked. Max, sitting at the table, assures them that they have 10,000 warriors, while the enemy has 20, plus the Knights of the Church, which is an impressive force. The protagonist sits nearby and asks why they declared war, an invasion, and why the Empire isn't intervening. A monocled advisor shouts that the Holy State wants to eliminate heresy, while the Empire remains on the sidelines because it has diplomatic ties with Paresis. Cecilia sits silently. Kainas, hiding behind his fan, says that the Holy State could have agreed to this with the Empire's help. The Duke asks again, surprised. His assistant calmly declares the timing too perfect. The Crown Prince was here just recently. Aaron clutches his face and says it's his fault. He wanted to deceive Philip but didn't even consider the consequences. All the advisors at his table are silent. Cecilia trembles. She stands up, declaring that they will leave, as there's no need for the Lord to endanger himself trying to protect them. A surprised MC asks again, wondering if he should send them away. The Duke shakes his head, realizing it's a bad idea. A large part of their income comes from selling holy water from the church, and besides, he'll need the Crusaders' strength. The protagonist calmly addresses her. The girl looks at him in surprise. Aaron, smiling, declares it was his mistake, so there's no need to blame yourself or talk about leaving. An embarrassed Cecilia exclaims. The Duke turns and leaves, calling for Kainas to follow him. He runs, shouting that they need to find out the Empire's position in this war. MC sits at the table across from his assistant. With a serious expression, he says they're getting started. The advisor uses a fan to cast magic. A beam of energy shoots from the castle tower. It pierces space and flies into another tower. The lamp begins to emit a bright light. The enraged protagonist screams, how dare the Crown Prince do such a thing? How could he accept a declaration of war by a sacred state, given that the Duchy of Bran is an integral part of the country? Philip, standing in front of a similar lamp, insists that His Majesty the Emperor and he were against it, but it is the will of the feudal lords, since everyone is going over to the Church of Paresis. The enraged protagonist begs for support from soldiers, because if not, they will die. The Crown Prince listens silently. Aaron desperately asks if they aren't of the same royal blood, and that he can help, in memory of the old days. Philip angrily asks what he means by death, saying that if they don't want to die, then they should renounce the church. Suddenly, the lamp goes out. The prince clutches his face, ashamed of ever considering this worm a rival. Aaron sits silently, palms folded. He turns and tells his assistant that things are something like this. Kainas, with a serious expression, says he understands the Empire's position. They claim they have nothing to do with this. The protagonist, head down, suggests that the Empire's plan is to use the Holy Land to eliminate him. Aaron, with a crazed look, declares that they've messed with the wrong man. Fools don't even know he knows the Pope's Achilles heel. Kainas, standing opposite, asks again. The protagonist, smirking, asks not to worry, as this is his ace in the hole for emergencies, so there's no need to worry. The protagonist looks at the assistant and asks if he can hire an artist for him. He needs to answer the call. A luxurious castle stands in the holy state of Pares, the capital of Regal. A warrior holds a piece of paper. He sees a drawing of Aaron sticking out his tongue against the backdrop of a cross pierced by a sword. Archbishop Abel, grimacing, considers him simply insane, for how dare he use a declaration of war for provocation. Another priest stands across from him and suggests that the young man has lost his mind after falling under the influence of heretics, and is incapable of making proper decisions. Abel angrily shouts that even without the Empire's request, this territory must be cleared. They are simply mad and this cannot be delayed any longer. His Holiness must be reported immediately and ordered to continue his advance through the territory. Pope Ignace of the Holy State stands before the warriors, stating that he has immediately ordered the orders to set out and cleanse the blasphemous Duchy of Bran. Opposite him stands an entire army of fighters, including 500 knights of the Order of Crusader and about 2,000 from others, equivalent to a fifth of the entire military might of the Holy State. Kynes stands near the map, about to explain their strategy. Standing among his advisors, he explains that the enemy's army consists of approximately 20,000 units, while theirs is around 10,000. Furthermore, this war will be defensive, not offensive, so a capable army and sufficient supplies are their priority. He marks red marks on the map with his pen. A dense forest is shown, and the advisor says it's important to stop the enemy at the entrance, right there. The Duke, lost in thought, asks if he could provide a more detailed plan for how they'll accomplish this. Kainuz, waving his fan, speaks of chaos and fear, using the divine magic bomb Vivian, which destroyed the Parisians during the Crusades. All the advisors are extremely surprised by this answer. Cheryl, sitting opposite, asks if this bomb is forbidden, asking if all production methods have been lost, and what should they do now. Her assistant calmly replies that this is precisely why he called Sister Cecilia. The shocked girl replies that this cannot be true. Turning away, she assures him that all the instructions have indeed been lost. Kainuz sternly says he doesn't need it, he simply needs to demonstrate the divine power of the Vivian Church, asking if it will help. Cecilia, furious, declares he misunderstood. Sadly, she explains that the divine magic bomb can only neutralize the power of the Parisian Church. It is not a weapon capable of harming people. The protagonist looks at it, and ponders that if that's true, then it's not fatal to them, so why would the strategist want to use it? Kainuz, smiling, asks not to worry about it. He's about to do something that will make it deadly. The surprised saint remains questioningly silent. The dragon hands over a paper, saying that technically it wasn't him, but Miss Cheryl. The red-haired girl reads it in amazement. She, shocked, asks what it is. The elf is sitting on a branch. The action takes place 5 days later in the Black Forest. Suddenly, he notices something. A huge army is approaching the forest. He jumps down. He stands opposite the Duke, who says it's quite impressive. Covering such a distance takes about a week. The strategist, standing nearby, explains that they arrived a couple of days early, which means they lied and are very exhausted. Kainuz, hiding behind his fan, declares that given how impatient the commander is, the boys will definitely not leave peacefully. The Duke smiles, saying that they are simply following orders. Aaron looks at the tent and calls out to his sister. She peers out from the tent, looking tired. The protagonist calmly asks if she hit it well. Cheryl waves her arms in rage and shouts that she suffered for so many days to do this. But instead of resting, he asked her to disguise everything and get back to work. The archbishop stands before the horsemen approaching him. The warrior on horseback declares that, as Abel suspected, there were no ambushes. The man, with a sly smile, says that starting a battle against the great army of the Holy Kingdom is tantamount to suicide. It seems the Duke isn't a complete idiot. The commander raises his hand and shouts that they will clear these lands before sunset, and all units must begin the attack. The warriors raise their swords and spears to the sky. The protagonist peers out from behind a tree and thinks that they are doing everything possible to be killed. Aaron, raising his hand, orders all units to take positions. The warriors with spears fall into line. Everyone in the camp disperses. A squad of horsemen advances through the forest. Abel gallops on horseback, thinking about how he will become famous after victory, become a cardinal, and then the Pope himself. The squad suddenly stops. Abel turns around in anger and declares that everyone needs to hold their formation. Suddenly, he sees bright beams of energy nearby. The frightened archbishop tries to understand what it is. Powerful bursts of energy envelop the entire forest. The enemy commander sits on horseback and shouts that these are divine magic bombs. The protagonist stands on a tree branch, declaring it simply a beautiful view. Cheryl, shocked, holds a leaf and screams about what it is. Kainuz, standing opposite, explains that this is a method for producing magical mines. Unlike divine ones, they are deadly. The strategist calmly explains that first, when the divine power is released, their enemies will remember the nightmares of the religious war, and then they will add an explosive effect to the magical mines, which did not exist before, and will lead the enemies into flames. Kainuz shields himself with a fan and says that this is the entire strategy of chaos and fear. Fire engulfs the forest, and cries are heard that it's a divine bomb. The archbishop stands before his soldiers, engulfed in flames, shouting that these are those very bombs. A warrior steps forward, a purple circle encircling it. He stops in shock, seeing this all around him. A soldier of the Holy State stands terrified amidst the magic. A purple glow engulfs him. The archbishop shields himself from such a powerful flash. Abel looks at his attribute in surprise and says it's strange. In shock, he thinks about how the Vivian Church's divine bombs neutralize power, but don't kill. The bald commander, stupefied, ponders this new weapon, thinking they're trying to plunge them into chaos and kill them. Gritting his teeth, he calls Aaron a bastard. He raises his hand and orders them to hold formation and run forward. The Duke stands behind him in the tree, Abel in shock, MC shouting for the mutt of the sacred state who serves the pseudo-god to listen to him. He turns around. The Duke calmly declares that today he will bring justice upon him in the name of the goddess. The Archbishop, enraged, screams at how the boy dares insult Lord Perez. He raises his scepter and summons the Great Lord. A bright light is aimed at the protagonist, asking him to bless them with his iron hammer. A bright beam shoots near the Duke, leaving a smoking trail on the tree. The protagonist looks at it questioningly. The bald enemy smirks. A huge yellow fist appears above MC. It heads towards him. The protagonist flies off the branch. He lands below, watching as the fist splits the tree in half. The Duke looks at his enemy calmly. Abel only smiles in response. Aaron, with a serious expression, considers that he's laughing while his soldiers are dying. They'll see if that grin stays on his face. The Duke, furious, waves his hand and shouts that the Order of Knights must kill this cultist. The protagonist's warriors emerge from the forest, screaming for the cultist's death. Abel, shocked, asks again that it wasn't him, but they, the heretics, who dare to call a follower of Lord Perez such a thing. The Archbishop, on horseback, angrily declares that he will cleanse them. His assistant runs up to him and assures him that they must retreat. The scoundrel waves his scepter. Abel, furious, strikes his assistant, asking if they're right about leaving the idiots who slandered the Lord. An armored warrior stands opposite, mounted on horseback. He takes hold of the Archbishop's scepter. The bald man is shocked. The aide, opening his visor, declares that if he orders the destruction of the enemy, he will lead the Crusader Order and fight to the end. But if they lose, all the Parisians participating in the campaign will be exterminated by the heretics. The soldier bows his head and begs him to give the order and leave. The commander, scowling, curses, and shouts in rage. He turns and orders a retreat. They are using divine power, so they need to prepare a shield. The soldier blows his horn, announcing the retreat. The army flees. Rommel, on horseback, shouts for them to stop. The Duke blocks his path and asks him to stop. He slows down. The commander, surprised, asks if there was no order to attack. Aaron, closing his eyes, explains that he said it to make it easier to pursue the idiots. If they rush headlong after them, they might run into mines. The Duke, standing in front of the army, declares that from now on he will pursue the enemy alone. The Order of Knights must circle the forest and block their escape. The protagonist sees the warriors and mentally apologizes to Rommel, as most of the mines have already exploded. He looks ahead and thinks there's something he didn't want to show the soldiers. Aaron abruptly starts running. He moves among the burning trees. He runs past burning bodies. A corpse lies on the ground. The protagonist looks away and realizes that Kainaz's strategy worked brilliantly. He cuts through the air with his sword. He sees the army ahead and considers whether he should add more power now. The protagonist swings his energy sword, wishing for greater mental power. His blade glows green, invoking the dragon's blessing. He swings it in rage, shouting about a piercing wind. A powerful stream of energy flies straight at the enemies. The frightened soldier turns and sees this. He tries to shield himself with his hands. He dodges, but the wave cuts the others in two. The terrified warrior kneels, seeing this. The Duke approaches him from behind. He runs past and stops. The soldier, terrified, begins to pray. The Duke turns around with a grin, realizing it worked. The protagonist smirks and declares that he can control the dragon's blessing with mental energy. He just needed a good fight. The Duke runs forward again, fire and smoke all around him. This image is visible in the magic ball. Kainaz watches him, saying that the guy has really grown. MC confidently moves forward. Aaron cut through the iceberg and released his power without thinking about anything. He holds the sword, realizing that he needs to train for a long time to fully control the dragon's blessing, the enormous power inside his body. The protagonist, with a grimace, looks ahead, talking about a battle with monsters. He fights by releasing purple energy. It is said that even in the territorial war, he used as much power as he could control, doing everything possible to tame the dragon's blessing. The crown prince looms over him. After meeting him, Aaron realized that simply expanding his territory isn't enough to confront the emperor. The protagonist trains on dummies, and because of this, to increase his strength in a completely different spectrum, he accelerated his spiritual skills. The boy looks ahead with a smirk, realizing that today, even if it's only a little, he swings his sword in anger, releasing a wave of energy. He attacks his enemies, and it is said that he has seen the fruits of his labor. MC, smiling, looks at his hand and realizes he forgot. The blade gleams in his hand. He calmly swings it, saying that it's excellent. He releases a powerful greenish wave. It cuts through the warriors. The protagonist, smirking, declares that this is what he was talking about. The boy has finally seen the fruits of his training. The frightened warriors flee the forest. Trees are burning around them. The archbishop, grimacing, insults the duke. A fireball flies towards them. An explosion occurs behind the scoundrel, assuming it's another mine. A frightened soldier points to the sky. Abel looks on in shock and notices fireballs. They are heading straight for them. The terrified archbishop uses his ice hammer. Several yellow fists appear in the sky. Fiery projectiles fly towards them. The bald commander, grinning, asks how they can handle this. The terrified warriors shout that more are coming. The projectiles are heading towards the soldiers. Cheryl, enraged, summons a rain of fire. Abel, furious, shouts that he can withstand that much magic, so they don't need to worry. Fiery projectiles fly towards the fleeing cavalry. The archbishop sees an approaching army. Rama holds his sword in front of him, wishing defeat on the enemy. Suddenly, he sees that it has evaporated. Magical palms appear before the warrior and his army. A soldier behind them hears them retreat, as he will hold them back. The archbishop, mounted on horseback, declares that God is protecting them. They must ensure they can escape quickly. A group of soldiers heads into the forest. Rommel, looking stern, shouts that they are leaving the canyon and that they must follow. Suddenly, the commander hears his name called. The Duke emerges from the forest, and he sees his lord. The protagonist calmly declares that there is a high chance the enemy has gathered outside the canyon. Their pursuit is over. Enemies are visible in the middle of the forest path, and he realizes he thought they would catch up at such a distance, but as expected, this is Paresa's power. MC sees the magical palms before him and reflects on how one holy night was enough to stop them, and on top of that, there is a divine barrier where Cheryl's magic doesn't work and their swords are reflected. He opens his eyes in surprise. He draws his sword, releasing a magical wave. The archbishop stands on the other side of the barrier and notices the sword's energy. A blue beam slams into his palms. The barrier simply smokes. Abel, in armor, shouts that the impenetrable wall is the power of Lord Pares. The protagonist, with his sword, steps aside and ponders what it means that the sword's energy can't penetrate it either. He sees a shield in front of him and considers what that means. He swings his blade again. He strikes his palm with it, realizing that the metal is also reflected. The armor falls to the ground. The disgruntled enemy asks what he's even doing. The protagonist, with a determined expression, swings his fist. He strikes the shield with his bare fists. Suddenly, the barrier disappears. The protagonist, smirking, clarifies whether this is truly the impenetrable wall. His warriors head toward the archbishop after being ordered to capture him. Knights on horseback surround the holy warrior. He, with a grimace, assumes this is the end for him. Abel draws a small blade, addressing the god Paresis. The duke leaps forward. The archbishop swings the blade at himself, shouting that he will follow the god. The protagonist deftly knocks the weapon from his hands and grabs the enemy by the throat. The protagonist, with a menacing look, asks where he's going, as this is only the beginning. A map of the lands is shown, stating that Abel lost half his army to magical mines. The army approaches the castle. He led the remnants of his defeated soldiers to the castle located on the border and brought them to order. The duke leads his army, stating that he hasn't lost a single soldier, has led 5,000 troops across the border, and has taken the first steps toward conquering the Holy Kingdom. In the center of the city stands the Vatican of Paresis. A servant kneels before the Holy Pope and says that a message has arrived from the archbishop. He unfolds the paper and watches in silence. A man asks in surprise that the servants of the god Paresis have lost. The astonished priest exclaims that Duke Aaron used a new weapon, unheard of before. The Holy Father looks at him and clarifies that it wasn't because of the divine magic bombs of the Vivian Church. The servant, closing his eyes, agrees. The leader smiles, asking what exactly is there to worry about. The Holy Pope rises from his throne. Smiling, he orders an additional 50,000 soldiers to be dispatched. No weapon other than the divine magic bomb can stop the defense of their god. The castle stands in the middle of the forest. It is explained that Fort Blanche, of the two castles of the Holy Kingdom bordering the Empire, borders Bran territory. 3 maids walk along a path. In times of peace, it serves as a bridge for missionary work. The army follows along, and it is said that in times of war, the fort serves as an outpost and a route to the conquest of the East. The Holy Pope extends his hand, saying that he will drive out Aaron's soldiers besieging the outpost. Warriors with spears stand in formation. He will send a large force of 50,000 auxiliary troops to continue the cleansing of Bran territory. People bow to the statue. In this battle, they lost the commander of the Holy Army, and Abel, hiding in Fort Blanche, was concerned only with his own safety. The holy warrior looks at this statue with sword and shield. The news of the Reformation from the Pope was like a divine revelation. Abel smirks, looking at the sheet of paper before the statue, swearing to avenge the commander and himself. The archbishop declares that Lord Pares ordered him to judge the boy for the death of the leader. 5 days remain until the arrival of auxiliary troops from the Holy State. The protagonist reads a letter stating that he heard from the other side that troops have advanced to battle. Rama orders the elves to fire their bows. Aaron has used every possible means to capture Fort Blanche as quickly as possible. A group of priests sits on the castle walls. They see arrows flying toward them. Bright light emanates from the walls. Rocks fly through the air. Fists emerge from the bright barrier. They aim toward the projectiles. They shatter boulders, and it's said that no matter what siege weapons they used, palms appear before the saints. Everything was useless against the church's divine barrier. The Duke, on horseback, sees the barriers. With a serious expression, he wonders if they can't break through with conventional methods. The sword's aura isn't working either. Kaina stands next to the protagonist and declares that this is to be expected from the god of protection's confidant. He uses the hands of Paresis. The protagonist nods and declares that he knows. The arrows are simply reflected, and the boulders are the only thing that can fly through, but even those are intercepted. The Duke on horseback asks what about the divine magic bomb, if he asks Cecilia for it. The strategist calmly replies that she said the production method is unknown and that creating a bomb before enemy reinforcements arrives is impossible in any case. The worried protagonist asks what about Cheryl. The dragon, with a serious expression, states that she is resting to restore the mana expended on magical mines in the previous battle. She might need 2 or 3 days of rest. The Duke pauses, noting that this is not good, but wonders if they can't rely on magical bombs or his sister's magic. Isn't there another way to break through the defenses? Kainas looks away and says they can only wait for the sorceress. They stand before the magical palms, and the strategist asserts that they can only hope that her magic can destroy Paresa's hands. 4 days remain until the arrival of the Holy Kingdom's auxiliary forces. Eren, in a red cloak, stands on a hill, saying he had to rely on the sorceress. The commander orders the elves to fire their bows. Arrows flew toward the castle, and the Duke continued his relentless attacks, which had no effect, waging a pointless war of attrition. That night, the protagonist stood with his advisors, a map lying nearby. The dragon, hiding behind his fan, said that the hands were much stronger than expected. It seemed they couldn't simply wait for Miss Cheryl to rest. The protagonist, surprised, asked again. Kainus, closing his eyes, assured her that even if she miraculously recovered, there was no guarantee her magic would destroy their defenses. He flicked his fan, saying that was why he had thought of a backup plan. The strategist, with a serious expression, declares that he is predicting the route of enemy reinforcements. He points to areas of the map. He looks at it and says that while Fort Blanche is being besieged, they will mobilize all their forces to simply wipe them out, or they will bypass the castle and move directly into Brand territory. One of 2 options. The Duke's aide calmly states that there is a problem with supply distribution. The number of troops is too great for them to retreat and abandon their units, which would pose a threat to the rear. He raises a knight piece. He knocks down another piece with it. The protagonist and Rama watch silently. The strategist places it on the map and declares that they will try to displace them with their might. Eren listens to him and asks what the plan is. Kainus, with a serious expression, says that since they cannot capture Fort Blanche in time, they must quickly retreat into the forest and prepare to besiege Brand Castle. MC, frightened, asks again. He imagines a fierce battle. In a stupor, he considers that if the main castle is the target, everything he's done so far will be meaningless. He stands amid the flames, realizing they'll hardly be able to recover if the damage is too great. There will be no overthrow of the Emperor when he can't even protect his own people. The protagonist looks at his trembling hands, wondering if he really can protect them. With wild eyes, he wonders how he's any different from Duke Eren. He slams the table in rage. All the advisors are shocked. Grimacing, he thinks he's let a couple of victories cloud his judgment. He's a butler, so he should do everything as a butler would. There's no need to rush. Kainas silently looks at the enraged ruler. He addresses him in a quiet voice. The strategist calmly says that a siege isn't the same as losing the war. They have the Duke and Miss Cheryl. They can stop them. The protagonist looks down silently, not raising his head. The aide, with a serious expression, says that although the lands will suffer some losses and a few subjects will have to be sacrificed, they will survive the military action. A thought flashes through Eren's mind. He grabs the aide by the robes. Seriously, he asks if he really said he was sacrificing his subjects. The protagonist angrily shouts that if they lose their subjects, everything will be in vain. Kainas, shocked, remains silent. The Duke glares at him, who, in turn, thinks that casualties in war are common and that he must be quite tense. Rommel separates them. The commander calmly says it's best to hold back their forces now. They need to direct their anger at the Sacred Kingdom. The man smiles, saying they have 3 whole days to spare. The Duke releases the aide's robes. Bowing his head, he apologizes to Kainas, declaring that he was too excited and that it won't happen again. The strategist, correcting him, says that he is to blame for not having come up with a better plan. Standing opposite the protagonist, Blanche declares she will do everything possible to find a way to capture Castle Blanche. A cry for 200,000 gold is heard. The men turn to look at Cheryl in surprise, exclaiming her name. The red-haired girl calmly asks why they can't do anything without her, and why everyone is so gloomy. She approaches her brother and asks if he's tried bursts, or whatever they're called. The protagonist, looking at her, says no, but the sword's aura on the barrier doesn't work either. His sister, sighing, declares that she's weak, or he's weak-willed. The girl, with a determined expression, declares that if he doesn't want to lose his subjects, he shouldn't have started a war. Since he's made up his mind, he must do everything possible to achieve victory. The shocked protagonist ponders her words about not doing everything in his power. Cheryl turns and leaves. Rama watches her and calls her, clarifying what she meant by 200,000 gold. The girl, smiling, declares that this is the amount she will receive after the castle's destruction. Barriers lie before her. The Duke stands near the map, his head bowed. He looks embittered, realizing his sister is right. His hands are shaking, thinking they must win at any cost. He sees a sword near the table. A girl with a staff approaches the castle. She stands in high heels. Cheryl, With a serious expression, thinks that the attribute isn't one she usually uses and therefore will require more mana. She's not sure that's possible in her current state. She looks carefully ahead, thinking this is the only way to destroy the castle at once. She holds the staff in her hand. She generates blue energy. She points her weapon toward the castle. Water flies out of the petal. The girl holds the staff and wonders if this is still not enough. She makes a face. A small water spirit floats in the air. Suddenly, it disintegrates into tiny droplets. The girl looks at this and realizes that at least a few more days of rest are needed. In shock, she realizes that it would be awkward to admit that she is powerless after bragging so much. Suddenly, she feels the Duke approaching. He stands nearby and asks what she's thinking about. Cheryl, furious, shouts that it's nothing. He turns and waves her off, shouting that he'd better stop and prepare his soldiers, or she'll raze everything to the ground. The girl steps forward, declaring that he shouldn't forget about her gold. The protagonist, smiling, says he'll do as she says. He looks at the commander and orders him to prepare his soldiers for battle. The guard stands on the wall. The action takes place some time later. He notices something. He sees the silhouette of a girl heading toward the walls. The soldier turns and shouts loudly to the archbishop that a man has appeared on the battlefield. Abel sits silently on the ground, praying. Without looking up, he replies that he's busy praying, and that he needs to stop panicking and provide a detailed report. The guard with a spear declares that the unidentified person is about 30 paces away. Judging by their clothing, they're not from the Holy Land. The archbishop rises from his knees. With outstretched arms, he calls for Lord Peres's favor. All the priests begin to radiate energy. Palms appear. The girl uses her attribute, realizing she's not sure she has enough power. In rage, she screams that she will do it. She spreads her arms and begins to radiate magic. Cheryl extends her hands in front of her and summons a tidal wave. A powerful stream of water rushes toward the magical hands. A frightened guard shouts that it's magic. Abel calmly thinks that there is no power in the world capable of surpassing their god. A stream of water hits the palms. The priests sit on the castle wall. The archbishop rises with a scepter. Cheryl angrily declares that this is not all. Abel sees her below. The red-haired girl furiously summons a mud worm. Several ferocious worms burst from the ground. They head for the sacred barrier. Dark silhouettes of monsters are visible in front of Abel. He turns to his god in fear. The worms prepare to attack. The monsters hit the barrier with all their might. All the priests fall from the roar. The worms break through the barrier. Abel sees this in shock and asks if it's magic. Gritting his teeth, he looks forward and says that magic is useless against the power of their god. He holds the scepter and prays. He raises it to the sky and shouts for the god to lower his iron hammer. The man looks up, but nothing happens. Closing his eyes, he loudly asks again for it to be lowered. Suddenly, a small beam of light appears in the sky. The archbishop smiles. It crashes into the mudworms. They fly apart. Cheryl watches in shock. The bald man again calls for it to be lowered. A strong blow hits the ground. Abel watches from the wall, unperturbed. Cheryl, on the other side, watches as fists beat her worms. She realizes in shock that they don't work. The hero runs along the ground. He runs past her. The sister looks ahead in shock. The Duke, holding his sword, moves to attack. Green energy glows at its tip. With a determined expression, he moves the blade, summoning a piercing wind. A powerful wave moves straight toward his palms. The archbishop sees the attack. Shocked, he realizes it is the sword's energy. A powerful wave moves toward his palms. He blocks it with his hand. A stream of green energy attacks. It reaches its target, slicing several fingers of the magical hand. The villain looks at this and realizes how lucky he is that the protagonist missed. Otherwise, they would have been directly hit. He stands behind the barrier and hears another use of piercing wind. A powerful stream of energy hits his palms again. The Duke confidently calls for forward movement. The wave cuts through the barrier, and Abel is terrified. His sacred hands are smoking. A mark is visible on them. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes he must do it again. His hands tremble, holding the sword. He swings his arm and shouts angrily that this isn't the end. He sends out a powerful magical wave. The green stream moves toward the barrier. It almost reaches it. Suddenly, it flies higher. The Duke watches in horror. He sits down on the ground and curses. The archbishop stands behind the barrier, wondering how a pathetic human could even think he could destroy the hands of the god Peresis. Kindness stands behind MC and Cheryl, watching intently and thinking that the blessing he gave to humans is insufficient to overcome the divine protection. He turns, realizing he never expected to go this far. The strategist, with a confident expression, realizes he must enter a forbidden field to help his master. Dragons sit on a cliff, worshipped by humans. This was a long time ago. A huge hand appears from the sky. It is said that the gods, having witnessed the actions of their creations, took their new ideals to heart. The giant palm crushes the humans. They realized the dragons were overly involved in human lives and imposed a ban. Disobedience was met with a warning, followed by divine punishment. The dragons raised their heads. From then on, this act of the gods became known among them as the Forbidden Field. The castle stands at dawn. Abel lies in bed. Opposite him are the doors. The sorcerer clutches a magic ball that glows red. Kindness uses magic, speaking of a nightmare. Suddenly, the silhouette of a monster appears. The frightened archbishop stands in the darkness, asking where he is. He sees a silhouette before him and doesn't understand who it is. A bloodied soldier stands before him. A shocked Abel exclaims that it's Lucas. The warrior swings his sword and declares that he's not dead, so let him save him. Abel covers himself in horror. Suddenly, he receives a severe cut. The terrified archbishop jumps out of bed and screams for Lucas. He looks around and sees an empty room. In shock, he remembers the dream and realizes he's sure his friend is dead. So what's this all about? The man folds his hands and prays for the repose of his soul. If the dream was prophetic, let it give him the strength to save him. A bat hangs from the ceiling. Kainas, with an ominous smile, thinks that since he can't reach them from the outside, he'll start breaking them from the inside. The strategist is greatly surprised, holding the magic ball. He sees the sky before him and wonders if this was the forbidden realm. He looks up and declares that divine punishment will not be long in coming. The archbishop stands on the wall, thinking he's not dead. The events unfold the following evening. An aide stands nearby, shouting that the enemy is turning back. Abel looks at them and asks if they're really leaving. The duke gallops forward on horseback. The surprised scoundrel sees its errand. The protagonist stops in front of the palms. He releases a bird. It flies through the barrier and lands on the enemy's hand. The priest reads a letter stating that they are retreating today, but one day the duke will destroy their cult at its roots. A terrified Abel reads that to prove his words, he will punish the cultists they hold and strengthen the people's will. The bald priest crumples the paper in rage, shouting that he's just a sick heretic. Siege weapons move forward. Abel, standing on the wall, sees them approaching. He looks closer. In shock, he sees Lucas tied up and realizes it wasn't a dream. Kainas stands below, and hears that the god Parasus will punish them. They are bastards who deserve endless suffering. A dragon with a fan orders them to prepare. A soldier swings an axe while he shouts that this shouldn't be done. Abel climbs over the wall, asking what this punishment was about. The hostage desperately begs for help. The axe rises overhead. Abel screams in fear that this shouldn't be done. The strategist, enraged, orders fire. The axe cuts the rope. The catapults fire. The priest, tied to a stone, flies forward. Kainas watches the flight, calling it a beautiful sight. With a smirk, he declares that he can only enjoy the sight and experience euphoria when he turns into a human. No divine punishment will make him give that up. Hiding behind his fan, the strategist speaks of people. Rommel and his army look ahead. The duke, on horseback, watches. Cheryl holds her staff imperturbably. Kainas wants them to delight him. The advisors stand around the table, during the morning mission planning. The duke's assistant says with a serious expression that they will need to do everything exactly as he says, and given the time constraints, objections are not allowed. Looking at the boys, he asks if everyone is ready. Rommel stands surrounded by colleagues and remains silent. The dragon watches silently. He opens his fan and declares that in that case, he will fill them in on the details. Catapults fire stones. The tied villain flies on a stone. Cheryl hears him scream as he flies. A boulder heads through the air. The girl, with a serious expression, recalls the strategist's words. When they use the catapult, she must summon the fire spirits while the enemy is not looking. The sorceress holds her staff. She points it skyward and summons them. The fire spirit flies forward, heads for the flying stone, almost reaches it, lands on the stone. A boulder flies toward the magical palms. Abel stands on the other side, watching in shock. Grimacing, he realizes what would happen if the blow were direct. Horrified, he recalls a dream that could become reality. He turns around and shouts in rage that the divine barrier must be lowered. The archbishop angrily orders them to cease their prayers. Frowning, he exclaims for them to stop praying. The astonished servants look at him silently. The palms continue their action. The stone with the commander, and the fire spirit flies forward. Cheryl, waving her staff, shouts that it's their turn. She begins to use flame strike. The fire spirit, sitting on the stone, begins to glow. Powerful flames erupt from itself. It bites the stone, growing powerful arms. It swings its fiery fist. It strikes the boulder with all its might. The stone shatters, the hostage flies aside, and the fire spirit moves toward the archbishop. The fiery creature swings its arms, striking the wall with all its might. The duke, on horseback, watches the events unfold, remembering the words that when the first attack begins, he must rush in without hesitation. The protagonist removes his armor. It falls to the ground. Aaron, resolute, charges forward. Abel senses the castle's destruction and realizes they need to pray. The archbishop, enraged, shouts that they need to begin their prayers, summon the hands of Parasus, and defend the castle walls. The scoundrel shouts for another priest to go and examine Lucas. Bright palms glow in front of the castle. Cheryl raises her staff, summoning the inferno. The green creature flies forward. Abel, along with the other priests, begins to pray. The fiery spirit rages on the castle. The green creature flies toward it. It almost reaches the walls. Cheryl, enraged, orders the inferno to strike. A powerful explosion occurs. A huge hole is visible in the castle wall. The archbishop stands among the ruins with his comrades, calling out to his god. Turning, he shouts that there is no need to panic. As long as they have Parasus's hands, the enemy will not be able to penetrate the walls. Suddenly, he opens his eyes in amazement. He sees a young man riding a horse. Abel watches in fear. The Duke stands before him, and the scoundrel asks how this is possible. The protagonist points a finger at him. The protagonist, enraged, exclaims that the great Eren has personally come for his head. The enemy, smirking, says he barely destroyed the wall, thinking he could take his head without a weapon. Abel, raising his hands, orders them to first reinforce the castle wall, and then they will drive out the mad heretic who is defamatory of the god. Warriors surround the protagonist, shouting death to the heretics. MC, smirking, asks if he really defends the wall. He has no weapons or armor. He dodges a projectile. He heads toward his enemy. He covers himself with a shield. The protagonist delivers a powerful punch directly to his shield. The enemy flies into the wall, unconscious. The protagonist grabs the shield and says it took some effort to break it. Eren holds it with both hands, shouting that he won't let anyone come near it. MC turns around, asking if he agrees. A warrior enters and says that of course he agrees. Rommel and the other soldiers claim that it was very difficult for them. Eren stands with a shield, surrounded by the commander, Bianca, and Arthur. Behind them is the Duke's army. Abel sees this, frightened. The protagonist smiles slyly. The villain stands on the ruined wall and orders the heretics to be purged. MC loudly orders everything possible to drive them out. Armored knights charge, shouting death to the heretics. The two armies approach each other. Rommel, surrounded by his comrades, demands that they take their weapons and defend the castle. The soldiers charge. The commander grabs the knight. The big man asks Arthur if he trusts him, and Arthur agrees. He hands him another shield. He throws Arthur to the side, shouting forward. Arthur flies in shock. He places two wooden shields in front of himself. He slams into the enemies. They fly apart. They swing their maces, shouting for him to die. The mustachioed fighter notices this. He covers himself with two wooden shields. He receives powerful blows to them. He desperately screams that Rommel told him to trust him. The enemy prepares another attack. He smashes the wooden shields, the fragments flying. The frightened warrior sees a weapon flying before him. The stick moves quickly through the air. The warlord protects his comrade. The mace shatters the stick into splinters. Arthur, shocked, sees himself being attacked again. He covers himself with his hands and shouts that he is not even married yet. The stick, with the tied end, flies into the attack. It hits the opponent's helmet. He flies back from the blow. Arthur turns around in shock and sees a girl. Bianca, in a dress, fights skillfully. A lovesick, mustachioed man declares that she saved his life. Rommel runs behind him, shouting, "Get down!" He lunges at him, and they fall. A powerful explosion occurs nearby. They turn around and see a smoking trail. A man with a shining weapon is visible at the top of the wall. Abel watches them intently. Standing on the wall, he hears someone addressing him. The protagonist stands below, wondering how dare he. The protagonist with the stick realizes that even though such a high jump seems difficult, it's still worth a try. Suddenly, he feels a weapon flying behind him. He ducks and deftly dodges. Several dozen enemies run toward him, shouting, "Die!" The protagonist raises his stick. He prepares to hit his opponents, shouting that they shouldn't slow him down. A powerful energy blast throws them back. Suddenly, several huge fists appear in the sky. Explosions from these blows occur near Eren. The boy is shocked to see more enemies behind him. He jumps to the side. They are extremely surprised. They form a precise formation, covering themselves with their shields. The protagonist masterfully somersaults in the air. The knights try to close the formation. The protagonist spins in the air. Abel sees this in shock and wonders how this is possible. MC lands down. With a calm expression, he declares that he is next. He prepares to attack the opponents. The frightened man screams to stop. A glow appears in front of the enemy knights. A huge palm appears in front of the protagonist. He screams in rage. He strikes the hand with all his might, the energy dissipating in all directions. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realizes that he has repelled the mental attack. The archbishop only smirks. The protagonist, holding a spear without a point, strikes again. He screams furiously as mana flies around. The stick suddenly breaks. Abel draws his scepter. MC deftly jumps back. An explosion occurs in front of him. The villain smirks and says that he may have gotten in, but he'll pay with his head. A battle rages near the castle walls, and the villain assures them that not only he but all his subordinates will pay. Eren frowns at him. With an evil expression, he realizes he knew he didn't have enough cards to play. He should have kept pressing while their spirit was strong. Kainus is shown near the battlefield, saying they must take Blanche's castle before enemy reinforcements arrive and establish a defensive line. To do this, they need to eliminate their leader as quickly as possible and force him to surrender. MC realizes it won't be that easy. He looks ahead in surprise. An assistant stands below. The Duke asks him to throw something. The mace flies up the wall, and he warns him about it. The protagonist grabs the handle. Holding the weapon, he charges. He leaps high into the air. He swings his mace in rage, emitting powerful energy. Abel angrily asserts that Paresa's hand is indestructible. The boy touches the weapon to the castle, and green lightning bolts fly in all directions. Bright lightning discharges around the protagonist. He pushes off and flies to the other side of the castle. The Archbishop shields himself with his hands. The Duke's silhouette is visible in the smoke. He declares that humans are incapable of defeating divine power. The protagonist asks with a serious face if this rule applies to those who use it. The enemy standing opposite him hears the objection that one should not compare oneself to a god when merely borrowing his powers. Abel clenches his teeth in anger. He begins to run at the Duke, shouting, "Shut up!" He raises his scepter and shouts that as long as they have his power, they are invincible. A fist flies near the protagonist. Several hands slam the ground. The protagonist climbs to the edge of the castle and nimbly leaps forward. He flies at the Archbishop, swinging his mace. He skillfully jumps away from the powerful blow. The priests fold their hands and begin to pray. Eren smirks, declaring that he's running a bit too much for someone invincible. He sees several magical fists in front of him. They rush to attack. The protagonist deftly dodges them. They continue to strike him. Eren deftly jumps aside. One of them strikes him right in the stomach. Abel notices this with a smile and thinks he's finally hit the target. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. The protagonist holds back the blow, realizing that while his sword's energy can't cut through Paresa's arm, the same seems to work in reverse. He deftly slices through the remaining energy, knowing he can handle it if it's small enough. He looks ahead in surprise, noticing something. He feels a bright light emanate from his chest. The opponent in white robes fires his scepter. The villain, furious, wishes him dead, calling him a heretic. A giant fist flies at the boy. His gaze is terrified. In shock, he realizes something. He feels another magical hand holding him in place. He sees the fist approaching, realizing he can't dodge. Rama watches the battle below. The protagonist tightly grips the hilt of the weapon. It glows green, preparing to parry the fist. He deftly draws it, gathering energy. Furious, he strikes, screaming. He strikes the magical hand. With difficulty, he holds it back, lightning flying around. The assistant, frightened, calls for his lord. He barely holds back the onslaught. Eren screams loudly from the strain. Bright flashes, accompanied by lightning, ring out in front of him. The attacking fist vanishes. Abel excitedly addresses his god. Suddenly, he receives a powerful blow to the face. He flies back several meters. The protagonist, flexing his fist, notices that his god has apparently betrayed him. Eren, with a serious expression, addresses him as invincible. In quotation marks. The frightened archbishop asks who he even is. The protagonist raises his fist and declares that he is a man risen from the dead. Contrary to what they all claim, MC wasn't invincible. Abel, horrified, covers his face and screams, "No!" The boy approaches the edge of the castle. A battle is raging below, as Kaina says. Rommel turns around in surprise. Eren has defeated Abel. The Duke raises his fist. They were running out of time. The joyful warriors raise their wooden weapons to the sky. He has managed to buy himself a moment to set up a defensive line before the arrival of reinforcements from the Holy Army. The most delicious dishes are on the table. The action takes place that same evening. The Duke is seated with his advisors and assistants. The young man, closing his eyes, says that since they've taken Blanche's castle, they'll remain there while the enemy mobilizes part of their 50,000-strong army into Bran territory, asking if he's understood correctly. Kainus calmly replies that this is indeed the case, and will use this method to distract them from the castle. The Duke, with a serious expression, replies that this is problem after problem. The dragon with the fan claims he has a plan that can prevent such actions on their part. The only problem is that it involves a great natural risk. MC, sitting at the table, asks to be let in on this. The strategist, covering his fan, declares that his plan is to intercept them. They'll organize troops in advance in the right place before they split theirs. Rommel, sitting nearby, says they'll have to deal with their army, despite having 10,000 of their own. The protagonist, closing his eyes, says that if conditions permit, and as long as Cheryl and he are there, they might be able to handle it. Kainus calmly replies that that's the problem. In his opinion, the Duke should be excluded from the plan. Everyone at the table is shocked. The aide looks at him and assures him that this will help bring them closer to victory in this war. The shocked ruler asks if he really wants to expel him. Raising a finger, the strategist agrees, but says only for a week. They'll have time to finish the war in that time. The protagonist, covering his face with his hands, sits on the edge of the bed. He imagines their conversation and thinks this method will work. He hits himself on the head, understanding nothing. He falls onto the bed and lies there. He closes his eyes and realizes that the strategist was right all along, so he'll sleep a little to recover. Suddenly, he jumps up, hearing a knock on the door. Gritting his teeth, he remembers Rommel's words about the remnants of the Holy Empire possibly hiding in the castle, so he needs to be careful. Opposite him are the doors. The protagonist, with a smirk, assumes they're unlikely to have knocked. The door opens slightly. Eren, with a displeased expression, asks who has come to see him. A beautiful white-haired girl in a nightgown enters the room. The protagonist is extremely surprised by this. She stands opposite him. Smiling slightly, she says she wants to ask him something. MC pauses, wondering if it can wait, as they can discuss everything in the morning. Cecilia sits down next to him, resting her head on his shoulder, and saying she came precisely because of the urgency. The protagonist closes his eyes, realizing it's dangerous, and that she should move away. His empty eyes convey the information that Bran needs holy water. The girl, closing her eyes, says that Lord Vivian has called to her. MC places his hands on her shoulders and loudly asks what she means by, "She must leave." Cecilia looks at him and says that it is indeed so. The Lord has called to her and him. The shocked protagonist asks why and if God truly exists. A castle in the mountains is shown, and she explains that the order originated in the area around Blanche's castle, specifically in the ancient ruins on the mountain ridge behind the castle, the order's birthplace. Smiling, the girl explains that because the Order of Perez captured the castle, she couldn't approach the ruins when the Lord called her. But now, it seems, a chance has appeared. The joyful saint says it's all thanks to him. Confused, Eren looks away and says they're not finished. The war is in full swing. The girl throws herself into his arms. She hugs him tightly, asking if he'll come with her when it's all over. MC looks at her in surprise. The girl remains frightened and silent. She doesn't let go, hearing him say that of course she will as soon as the war is over, and if Blanche's castle is still under their control. The Duke tries to move away from her, saying it would be nice if she left some space between them. Cecilia, clinging to him, declares that since he's doing her a favor, perhaps it's her turn to do the same. She turns and leaves with a smile. The protagonist watches her go. With her back to him, she asks if the man knows which god Lord Vivian is. The protagonist sits on the bed and asks again. The confused woman asserts that it's the one and only god of love. Eren, amazed, ponders this. Warriors with spears stand guard. The events take place the next day at the Holy Kingdom's reinforcement camp. Archbishop Lunga, commander of the Holy Kingdom's reinforcements, is asleep in bed. He lies with his eyes closed, hearing cries about a fire, about the need to quickly bring water and calm the horses. He suddenly opens his eyes, asking what's going on. He leaves the tent and looks around. He sees a huge fire in front of him. He stops a running soldier and asks where the fire is. The soldier, frightened, replies that it's near the food carts. The frightened archbishop looks at him. A small fiery creature climbs onto a cart. It crawls across it. It jumps onto the sacks. It fans the flames. A bright fire rages in front of the creature. A soldier splashes water from a bucket and calls for it to leave. The fire spirit deftly jumps aside. It shoots fire from its hands. It sets everything around it on fire and curses in an incomprehensible language. It flies straight at the enemy. He begins to burn alive, screaming in unbearable pain. A black body kicks on the ground, begging for help. It raises its burning hand, begging to be saved. The fire rages through the camp. The archbishop approaches. In anger, he realizes that the provisions have been burned. He looks away in surprise, hearing that it is the enemy, attacking from an ambush. He turns and notices explosions. The duchy's warriors are riding their horses to attack. Bianca deftly smashes them with her shield. She throws the villains aside. Rommel gallops up on his horse and strikes an armored soldier. The commander fights off his attacker. He turns and sees a group of fighters. A huge crusader gallops toward him. A helmeted soldier orders that not a single Kurd be allowed to escape. Rommel, brandishing his sword, calls for everyone to retreat. The soldiers, terrified, hear this and repeat it. Eren's army retreats. The archbishop, shaking with anger, insults the duke. Gritting his teeth, he wonders how he dares to treat the servants of the god Paresis like this. Kainuz holds his hands near the magic sphere, saying that in war, strategy and counter-strategy are certainly powerful tools, but one cannot fight without men. Now that the enemy has lost its food, it will begin to lose strength. With a serious expression, he assures them of a week. If they hold out, they will have a chance. The strategist stands opposite Lunga, saying that they both made a significant mistake in this battle. The archbishop stands amid the ruins. Kainuz thought he had slowed the enemy's attacks by burning the enemy's supplies. The scoundrel stands before the castle with his army. The strategist didn't realize that this move had ignited a spark of faith within him, giving him greater strength. He shouts that they must attack, because the Lord wants this castle. Soldiers with spears joyfully chant, explaining that they were able to forget about food to fulfill the god's will. The orders came face to face with Eren's troops sooner than expected. Archers fire at the attackers. Lunga's strategy of brute force is sound. Warriors break through a hole in the wall, and it is said that the archbishop relied too much on the number of his warriors, and as a result, a wounded warrior stands before him, having been confronted with shocking news. A map of the castle is shown, and a subordinate declares that they have captured Aventa Castle and all their supply routes are cut off. The leader furiously shouts that he thought the enemy forces were concentrated at Blanche Castle, demanding to know who captured it. A blue banner with a crown flutters against the blue sky. A red-haired man holds his banner. It is revealed that it was Duke Eren. A map of the army's movements is shown, explaining that before reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom arrived, Kainuz divided the army into two detachments, interception and special operations. The strategist calmly gallops forward with the others. The interception detachment's goal was to delay the arrival of reinforcements at Blanche Castle. The protagonist rides confidently. The special operations detachment was busy taking Aventa Castle, their source of provisions. Fire engulfs the camp, destroying all the enemy supplies. The interception detachment was unable to impede the enemy's advance. The wounded lie in the infirmary, resulting in enormous losses among the soldiers. The two armies face each other. Rommel stands with his shield, surrounded by his comrades. The commander screams in rage. They manage to stop the Holy Kingdom's fighters. The soldiers fight desperately. The horse gallops forward. The events take place several days later. The Duke stands with his army in front of the castle. It is said that a special operations unit led by Eren has crossed the mountains. He raised a banner over the castle, blocking the supply routes. Langda looks at the fighters. He had no choice. He angrily shouts at his subjects. He has decided to continue the attack on Blanche Castle. The bird flies upward, requesting emergency resources. The blue bird follows. Kindness controls it, and it grabs the white bird. The Archbishop stands among the wounded. With dying soldiers, he took a desperate step. He stands in front of Blanche Castle. He holds a small white flag, surrendering in exchange for food. A man hurries down the corridor. An aide opens the doors and calls out to His Majesty. He sees the Emperor before him. The disgruntled one declares he's certain he told them not to disturb him during his personal time, asking if that's true. A gray-haired subordinate shouts that they've received word that Duke Eren has taken the castles of Blanche and Avent. The Emperor clutches a chess piece. Zeron, with red eyes, says they should have easily crushed them with their might. Frowning, he asks that surely that's not the only reason he's here, what else? The frightened advisor says the Pope asked him to intervene and resolve the conflict. The enraged ruler asks again. An aide stands opposite him and says the Pope said he couldn't surrender to the heretics, and asked the Overlord to intervene and stop the war. Zeron, furious, clutches the pieces and shouts. How dare he? The Emperor told them to take care of Eren, but now they're choking on defeat. The white piece shatters in his fist. The Duke slams the table. Furious, he speaks of the Emperor's intervention. Kainuz, closing his eyes, says it's probably for the best. They can't allow this war to continue. They've suffered colossal losses. The protagonist remains silent, furious. The fan-wielding strategist says it's a failure, but falling into His Majesty's disfavor would be too risky. Since they have no choice, they might as well try to profit from these negotiations. The Duke, serious-faced, ponders. A week later, Eren sits across from the Pope in the conference hall. They exchange glances. The Holy Pope sees the enraged young man and realizes that if the Emperor had intervened in the war when victory was almost his, he too would have been furious. He joyfully thinks that even so, rather than surrender and cast aside the pride of the Order of Perez, the Emperor's help is 1,000 times better. After all, it was he who allowed them to start the war. The Holy Father sits across from him and says that Lord Perez has decided to show him mercy. The protagonist, surprised, asks again. The joyful ruler of the Holy Kingdom responds that the god commanded him to end the conflict and that if they continued, the Brand lands would be cleansed only a matter of time. Eren, with a sly smile, thinks that he knows they won't fight and therefore decided to play tough with his own plans. The protagonist turns to a nearby strategist, asking if he's ever seen a donkey on the battlefield. Closing his eyes, the advisor replies that he never has. The priests behind the ruler object, saying that MC is actually speaking to the representative of the Lord and the Pope of the Holy Kingdom. He's like the king of a nation, so he should show him respect. Eren smiles slyly and says that he apparently has enough strength after begging for food. The Archbishop, furious, tries to say something. Sitting across from the Pope, the protagonist declares that while the Pope was playing with his fat belly, he completely missed what was happening on the battlefield. Judging by the way he talks about things like mercy, it was they, not Perez or whatever he calls him, who were merciful to the hungry heretics. Furious, the protagonist demands that they stop playing games and listen carefully to their demands if they want their prisoners of war back. The Holy Pope laughs, declaring that the rumors are true and that the guy is quite belligerent, but he's still willing to listen to his demands. The Duke, smirking, demands the capital of the Holy Kingdom in the central continent. The Holy Pope, horrified, realizes he's crazy. The Emperor's army approaches them. The Duke, smiling, asks if everything is alright. Zeron follows along with his warriors. The head of the Holy Kingdom screams in rage, not understanding how the man dares or whether he really thinks this is funny. Eren angrily orders Kainuz to put all the captives to work in the slave camps unless they agree to simply sell them to the slave markets. The doors swing open, and everyone is ordered to rise. The Emperor enters, amid shouts of His Majesty Zeron's arrival. A man in a crown stares impassively forward. The protagonist is surprised to see him, realizing they have finally met. He sees a terrifying sight before him. The ruler of the state smiles, saying that the boy has apparently matured since their last meeting. The shocked protagonist sighs. They kneel, the Duke introduces himself, and says they salute His Imperial Majesty. Zeron, his eyes red, stares at them silently. The protagonist, his head bowed, hears a warning to raise it. A knight with a weapon flies at him. He strikes near the Duke, sending stones flying. The tip of a sword is visible near his face. The Emperor sits on the throne, stating it's for his own safety, as a table under which nothing can be seen is likely dangerous. MC holds the tip of the sword and says he's had the same thoughts on the matter, and is glad they're thinking along the same lines. The Emperor, sitting opposite, offers them a pleasant conversation, since they're all here. The ruler of the state looks at the Holy Father, and says he's supposedly known for his compassion and understanding, but it's audible throughout the hallway when he asks what they were talking about. The Holy Father lowers his head and states that Duke Aaron has requested the capital as compensation. The protagonist, closing his eyes, declares that he merely criticized the fact that they broke their own rules and had children. It seems the Pope even has a granddaughter. Ziron looks at him questioningly. Everyone around is shocked by these words. The protagonist, leaning over, says that negotiations will indeed begin now. The protagonist, smiling, declares that over the next couple of years, rumors about the Pope will spread, and he will be forced to step down. Lungda stands nervously behind the Holy Father, and hears that he will most likely be next. The head of the Holy State sits nervously, wondering how this degenerate found out about this. The Emperor sees his strange expression and realizes he's keeping silent, which means it's true. Ziron sighs, realizing that since they're already on their last legs, they need to minimize their losses and play by his rules. The head of state sits nearby and tells the Duke that they can discuss this later, but rather that he should say what he wants, since they've gathered for negotiations. The protagonist looks at him and declares that, as a proud member of a great empire, he would like to express his opinion, since a religion controlled by someone who plays with the people, visiting their citizens and spreading influence, harms the honor of a great nation. Aaron looks at the Holy Father with a serious expression and argues that the Order of Paresis should be sent to the western part of the continent to ensure they don't influence the people, and for the same reason, he requests control of the castles, as well as the capital of the state. The Holy Father jumps up from his chair and loudly asks if he even understands what he's saying. The Emperor, furious, demands more patience. The Pope, annoyed, sits back down. Ziron, thoughtfully, tells the Duke that he probably knows how great his request is. The protagonist, head down, places his hand on his heart, and declares that he knows, but hopes the Emperor understands that this is all to protect the Empire's honor. The head of state sits nearby and says he understands how much he wants to protect the country, asking if what the Duke said is true. The Holy Father excitedly shouts no, as it's simply impossible. Aaron, with a sly smile, asks if he wouldn't mind if his granddaughter became his slave once she's found. The Holy Father, furious, shouts how he plans to make her his slave if she doesn't even exist. The protagonist calls Sir Rommel to him. The big man approaches him and bows. MC calmly demands that men be sent to the Alpice Winter Villa and search for its owner, as the one they'll find is the Pope's granddaughter. Rommel, closing his eyes, says that they've already received reports that she's practically theirs and are only awaiting his orders. The Holy Pope jumps up from his chair and shouts, "No." The protagonist asks again, smiling, arguing that he said there are no descendants. The leader of the Holy Kingdom anxiously tries to explain. Ziron, smiling, says that, knowing his past achievements, he is certain Aaron's words are an unfortunate mistake, but thinks he should immediately refute them. The Holy Pope laughs nervously and says that this is, of course, a blatant lie. The protagonist, his eyes red, asks if he really would be okay with the girl becoming his slave. The priest, annoyed, declares that it was a mistake of his youth. Ziron, grimacing, thinks he's just an idiot. The protagonist smiles, hearing that everything happened before he became a follower. The Emperor, arms crossed, sits discontentedly. Due to the powerful intervention, only part of the Duke's demands were fulfilled. The document is signed with a pen, stating that, having secured Aaron's promise not to spread rumors about the Pope, they signed a 2-year truce agreement. The army marches toward the castle. It is explained that, in exchange for the release of the Holy State's prisoners, the Duke has secured Blanche Castle, the territory of the Old Order. MC stands next to Kynes. Furthermore, the Holy State has paid reparations of 5,000 gold pieces, declaring him victorious. A strategist standing next to the ruler says that it's finally over, but he has one question. A red-haired man asks what it is. An aide looks at him and asks how he knew Papa had a granddaughter when he sent people to search for her. Aaron, in a red cloak, assures him that he was also curious. Waving his hand, he leaves, saying that if he's curious, he should ask Rommel. Kynes, astonished, asks again. Horsemen gallop through a port town in the Holy State. People stand near houses. A soldier dismounts and asks if she is Lady Alice. The surprised blonde says yes. The knight turns to the others. The Holy Father stands among his subordinates. She recognizes her grandfather. He runs toward her, pushing aside the knights. He takes her hands and asks if everything is alright and if anyone has spoken to her. She fearfully asks why he is here, since he is not supposed to be here. The Holy Father, fearfully, asks to know if no one tried to harm him. The blonde, surprised, denies it. They look away at the radiant lake. The Holy Father, furious, thinks of the Duke. He spreads his arms and swears that Lord Perez will punish him. The protagonist stands on horseback in the middle of the courtyard. Rommel helps the lady mount. MC turns to Cecilia and asks how she is. The military leader, standing behind him, asks if they will be alright. The Duke, closing his eyes, replies that they will simply climb the mountains, clarifying what could possibly happen. The saint turns to Bianca and declares that within the castle walls there are many followers of Vivian, oppressed by the Order of Perez, and that she should seek them out. They are needed for the revival of the church. The blonde nods, understanding. The Duke looks ahead and asks if she's ready to go. Aaron suddenly sees Kynes, asking if he'll come with them. The saint, standing nearby, says she asked him to come, as the Lord has ordered him to be brought too. The Duke, taken aback, asks again. He gallops through the snow. The three heroes ride horses, snow falling. An ancient white temple is visible in the distance. They stand at the gate, and the protagonist tells Cecilia that unless they suddenly grow wings, it will be difficult to get to the other side, especially since the winds are strong. The saint approaches and says that even if they can fly, a random passerby won't be able to get there. The Duke, surprised, asks how they can do that. Cecilia falls to her knees and tells the god that his servant is here, let him show them the way. Suddenly, a blizzard arises. Snow flies from side to side. A powerful stream opens the gate. The saint flies up. He turns and invites them to go. The Duke goes inside with the others. The protagonist walks forward and realizes that the place, although large, is quite empty. He sees a silhouette of a person in the distance. A girl in a black cloak stands still. She turns around. She has white hair and blue eyes. MC is shocked, thinking it's a child. Cecilia falls to her knees and declares that they haven't seen Lord Vivian in a long time. Eren and Kainuz gape in dismay. The little girl adjusts her clothes. Shining a bright light, she addresses Cecilia, saying she'll grow old while she waits for her. Her hand adjusted her clothes. The girl ran in fear toward the sounds of her duchess, who was asking her to run faster. Out of breath, Cecilia told the heroine that she had certain circumstances that prevented her from arriving earlier. Displeased, she turned her head toward Vivian and said that she shouldn't be kept waiting. The girl's gaze looked back with interest. Vivian, pointing at Eren and Kainuz, told the servant that she forgives her for bringing them here. Eren, confused, wondered who the girl was talking about. Vivian quickly approached the boys. The girl raised her head to the Duke and asked if he had any problems. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion, thinking that she didn't look like a goddess at all and looked more like a child. Looking at Vivian's displeasure, Eren decided she could read his mind. Bowing to the heroine, Kainuz replied that it was an honor to meet her, and now they needed to find out why they were called. The heroine looked ahead confidently. Vivian scowled at Kainuz, saying he was too impatient for a dragon. The hero looked away in confusion. Lowering his head, the man replied that he understood everything. Approaching Eren, the girl ordered him to close his eyes. Her hands held his palm. Showing all her power and strength, the girl continued to hold the hero's hands, conjuring magic. Eren's eyes were closed. Magical force flowed throughout the area. The hero looked away with interest. A bright light formed at the top of the mountain. Standing behind the hero, Vivian asked the Duke if he knew why she had called him. With his back to the cliff, Eren told the heroine he wasn't sure why he had been called. The heroine, open-mouthed, replied that everything in the world has a reason. Putting her foot on a snowball, Vivian explained that even this had a reason. A few seconds later, the snowball simply fell off the cliff. Snow quickly rushed down the mountain. Eren watched in confusion. Suddenly, snow fell on the building, destroying it. A dusting of snow covered the entire area. Looking down in fear, the hero immediately thought of Cecilia and Kainuz. Looking at the disgruntled heroine, he began to ask her if it was okay for her to play with people's lives. Pointing her finger, Vivian asked Eren to look. An identical snowball lay on the mountain. Looking at the frightened protagonist, she replied that the temple was intact and the other two were also safe. Looking closely at the boy, Vivian asked him to imagine the land of Bran instead of the stone and temple. Looking away in fear, Eren realized the girl had saved him back then, and he had been reborn as a duke. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that there was a reason for everything, including the fact that she had revived him, and now the hero had a predetermined destiny that he would have to live. Looking at the girl with interest, the hero didn't understand what they were saying. Touching the boy's head, Vivian told him to take everything from this life, because if he followed this advice, he would understand everything himself. Looking at the girl with displeasure, the Duke asked her why she had called him now, to confuse him, and where the real Duke was. Vivian calmly looked at the boy. Standing at the cliff, the heroine told him to go his own way, and then he would meet him, even though he would be different from how he remembered. Eren looked ahead confused. Raising her hand, the girl said that time was up. A few seconds later, a magical flow violently threw the hero down. As Eren fell, he began to scream loudly. Standing on the cliff, Vivian watched the boy. A worried Kainuz and Cecilia sat to either side of Eren. The heroine looked at the boy and asked if he was okay. Slowly getting up, Eren didn't understand where he was, as he only remembered falling. Looking around, the hero saw that they were in front of the temple. Angrily, Eren stood up and asked the boys where Vivian was. Cecilia, covering her eyes, replied that they hadn't been able to meet her. Looking at the servant in surprise, Eren shouted loudly that he was sure they had entered the temple and met a girl who looked exactly like Cecilia. Looking at the boy in confusion, the girl replied that they had been there all along. Eren looked away in surprise. The heroine replied with a smile that they had no choice because Vivian didn't want to see them. After a while, the heroes left the temple. Kainuz, looking at the boys, couldn't understand why they didn't remember. A memory of Vivian yelling at him for interfering in human affairs flashed through the dragon's mind. Raising her hand, the heroine told Kainuz that she would find a suitable punishment for him. Chains flew toward the dragon. The girl's weapon gripped Kainuz's magic ball. The dragon's teeth were clenched. Vivian, looking at the boy with displeasure, told him that from now on, he would not be able to use magic in human form, because if he violated this prohibition, he would experience such pain that he would prefer death. Sitting on his horse, Kainas realized he had come to have fun, and now his life was on the line. Smiling, the hero thought about something. Watching Eren go, he knew that no matter what he did, something even more interesting would happen. The capital of the empire. Homeless people sat on the streets, begging for help. One of the servants shouted loudly for everyone to disperse, as Rainan's carriage was approaching. The young man looked away with interest. The man sitting in the carriage understood that Eren had finally conquered the sacred kingdom and expanded its territory, but now the emperor would not take his eyes off him. Of course, he sped forward. Rainan fell from the carriage in surprise. Looking out, the man asked the carriage what was going on. Rainan, his mouth open in anger, continued asking questions. The coachman turned to the hero and replied that the man standing in front of them was Eren. Rainan looked at the hero in surprise, not believing that he was truly the duke. Continuing to stand calmly, the man watched the carriage closely. The carriage continued to move. Rainan looked at the hero sitting across from him. The duke looked at the man, asking him about his resurrection from the dead after being killed by the emperor 20 years ago. The hidden hero explained that it was hard to believe, but that was why he sought Rainan out, as a distant relative of the crown and a loyal subject of the former emperor. The hero was the only one who might possibly listen to him. The boy slowly opened his hood. Revealing a completely different face, the hero replied that he no longer looked like Duke Eren. The coachman threw the hero out of the carriage. Spitting on the ground, the hero told the duke to get lost in the street for lying to the nobleman. Looking at the boys, Eren worriedly replied that he wasn't lying. Rainan silently looked at the hero. Closing his eyes, the nobleman told him to go back. After a while, the carriage drove away. Smiling, the hero realized he didn't fully believe it himself, that he could talk about an aristocrat. His fists rested on the ground. Thinking of war, the hero decided not to let this happen again. Confidently looking forward, the duke decided to make every effort to attack the emperor first. Walking to the guild, the boy realized he was as poor as a church mouse. Heading into the city, the duke decided to become stronger. Bianca, arms folded, replied that she needed to recruit more soldiers if she wanted Bran's territory to expand its influence. Opening her mouth, the heroine screamed loudly. Slamming her hand on the table, Bianca asked passers-by why no one wanted to join. Lost in thought, she couldn't understand why no one wanted to join them, when all she needed to do was gather troops to stand up for herself in front of the Lord. Her eyes widened in surprise, realizing her payment had become too small. Reading the papers, she learned that the imperial order was recruiting troops for the territory. Clutching her head, Bianca read that the monthly payment for this was only 2 gold pieces, which was insufficient to buy a sack of flour, let alone feed an entire family. Her hands grabbed her sword. Within seconds, Bianca was snapping pieces of wood in half. Passers-by stood with the girl, watching her, admiring her for being a goddess. Eren walked across the square with his companion. Looking at the girl, the protagonist replied that the salary should be the same as last time. Kainas, hiding his face behind a fan, asked Eren to look into the alley behind the counter and discreetly spot the man milling about. The protagonist turned his head. 2 unknown figures stood around the corner. Looking at Eren, Kainas explained that they were the Emperor's spies, who had decided to increase surveillance. Watching the heroes closely, the young man assumed this was a diversionary maneuver to deceive the moles. Covering his face, Kainas realized they were officially forbidden from recruiting combat units because they needed to raise about 10,000. Eren, looking away in surprise, didn't understand why they needed to raise 10. With a smile, Kainas replied that they had recently discovered the city where Vivian's followers were hiding, fleeing from the servants. Standing at the table, a man mentioned a sir currently gathering troops. He had advertised recruiting soldiers for the Bran territory, with a monthly salary of 10 gold. Eren crossed his arms, realizing they could organize a defense force this way. Smiling, the protagonist asked Kainas if all was well. Pensively, the dragon replied that defending the castle and surrounding lands would be enough. As in their current situation, he had only one sound piece of advice. They would need to build up an army of 50,000 for the sole purpose of defending the territory. Looking away in surprise, the hero couldn't understand how they could achieve this. Looking up at the sky, Eren couldn't understand the point of winning battles to replenish their ever-dwindling ranks, because at this rate, they would become a duchy with vast lands and no influence. Kainas, looking wryly at him, understood that in this situation, the influence of the holy nation could work against them, and economically, they lacked all of that. Therefore, the best solution would be to earn money and hire more soldiers. Eren, clutching his head, thought about how much they had to do, suggesting to his friend that they take a break and return to the castle the next day to resolve the funding issue. The carriage pulled up to the guild. Sitting in the carriage, one of the girls commented on the complete devastation of the place, where, judging by the battle, it had been a difficult one. Closing his eyes, the man replied that Eren was more than capable of such a thing, as he was so merciless to his enemies. Opening his arms, the girl asked the man if Duke Eren truly ruled his lands with nothing but a whip. Moria looked at the girl with interest, realizing that the Duke's methods were well known on the Western continent. Listening attentively, the heroine replied that she was very curious to see the protagonist in a different light. Eren sat at a large table. Opening her arms, the heroine replied that they were here to see the ruler of the north. The protagonist looked at the girl with displeasure. Laughing, the heroine closed her eyes, replying that the boy had slain her countless enemies and taken possession of the land and people of the sacred nation. Closing his eyes, Eren asked to get to the point. Standing before the heroes, the girl replied that merchants always strive to maximize profits. Raising his sword to the heroine, Eren grumbled, telling her she was wasting his precious time with her meaningless speeches. Moria looked at the boy with displeasure, realizing that they must use rumors against him to gain an advantage. Pointing his sword, Eren asked the heroes what they needed. Her hands opened her handkerchief. Livia, smiling, said she had a proposition for the boy. The kingdom of Samad is an island nation located between the central and western continents. The ships sailed across the sea. The population was sparse, as the city was under the control of large trading groups that controlled a third of all trade on the continents. The heroine approached the heroes, the leader of the most influential royal trading alliance. Looking at Livia, Eren realized that this kingdom was one of those destroyed during the conquest of the western continent 10 years later. Lowering his head, the Duke asked to continue speaking. With a smile, the girl replied that they wanted to build a warehouse for products coming from the western continent. Looking at the girl with confusion, Eren asked if they had such warehouses. Lowering her head, Livia replied that while this castle was under the control of the Holy Empire, they had not received permission to build it. Leaning on his hands, Eren asked the heroine if she simply wanted them to approve the request. The girl bowed. Looking away, the young man asked the girl what her conditions were. With a smile, the girl replied that as soon as goods began to be shipped through their lands, they would receive more taxes. Crossing his arms, Eren began to think. A few seconds later, the hero stood up. As he left, the protagonist told Kainuz to see his guests off, as he wanted to take a nap. Bowing, the dragon said he would do everything. His hands rested on the table. As Eren left, he heard shouts. Turning, he couldn't understand the sounds. Holding her hand out, Livia confidently replied that she would give 15% in exchange for collecting 20% in taxes on their goods, because she wanted control over the distribution of holy water. Eren, surprised, couldn't understand what control he was being offered. Holding her hand out, she asked the hero if he knew about the adventurer. Pensively, the boy thought about him. Kainuz, looking at Eren, replied that he was the same adventurer they had seen in the temple. Closing her eyes, the heroine replied that she had asked him for holy water because they had been exhausted searching for medicine for his father across the continents, and only holy water had been able to cure his ailment. Lowering her head, Livia explained that it was then discovered that she had been produced by order of the Vivian Order. Eren glared at Moria, thinking that information about the holy water should have been kept secret. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked about their need for holy water to monitor its distribution and then begin selling it on the central continent. Winking, the heroine replied that the man had probably decided not to publicize the holy water's value, as it could further damage their relationship with the emperor. Looking intently at Eren, Livia replied that they wanted her to monitor the continent's spread so they could contribute to the war effort on the western continent by supporting the emperor's opponent and effectively weakening him. Lowering his head, Kainuz explained that it was a proposal and a profitable one from their financial standpoint, but no one saw any compelling reasons to give up control over the product's distribution, and that it would be wiser to cooperate directly with the western continent. The hero thought for a moment, and realized they would make more money selling holy water to the central continent than to the western continent. However, there was a chance it would be diverted to imperial soldiers, so the hero decided to limit the supply of holy water to other territories. Looking at the girl, Eren realized she had a keen eye, clearly experienced in trade, and her negotiating skills allowed her to accurately predict what customers wanted, meaning she could sway anyone with such skills. Looking at Livia, the hero decided her country would soon be reduced to ruins. Clenching his fist, the hero decided he wouldn't let them leave so easily. Eren, his mouth hanging open, replied that he would allow the girl to use the holy water, provided it was delivered to the central continent, and their deal would be considered null and void. Kainuz called out to the boy with concern. Looking at the dragon, Eren told him to draw up a contract by the end of the day. Lowering his head, the dragon replied that he understood everything. Closing her eyes, the girl thanked him for the welcome, wishing them all good luck. Repeating the girl's gesture, the hero replied that he didn't know if he had repeated it correctly. Livia, looking tenderly at the boy, said he did the right thing if he had only good intentions in mind. The door slowly closed. Sitting at the table, Kainuz told the boy he respected his choice, but allowing the merchants to control the distribution of holy water was too hasty. Lowering his head, Eren agreed with the dragon, replying that they still needed 50,000 men for the Brand territory, and without other sources of income, this would be the best option they could accept. Kainuz looked at the hero in surprise. Laughing, Eren told the dragon that he had lived more than one life. Sitting at the table, the boy looked at Moria, asking him what had made him come so far. His hands pulled something out of his pocket. Bringing the item to the table, Moria asked Eren if he knew what black gold was. The hero wondered in disbelief what it was. Holding the item in his hands, Moria began to spin it with a smile. Raising his hand, the hero asked to smell the scent. Eren's nose smelled pepper. A few seconds later, the protagonist began to sneeze. Opening his mouth, the boy shouted and asked Moria where the gold was. With a grin, the hero replied that everyone thought so, not understanding where it was. Imagining the dishes in his mind, the hero realized that people should add it to soup or other dishes, and the aroma would immediately change completely. Coughing, Eren asked the boy what he wanted. Moria, looking at the heroes, spoke of the source of black gold. Kainuz, looking at everyone, immediately replied about the Black Continent. Moria, smirking, replied that these were mysterious lands mentioned only in fairy tales, but in reality, this resource was mined on the eastern continent. Opening his mouth, Kainuz explained that it took about a month by boat from the central continent, and then they could sail to the eastern one. Looking at the boys, the dragon replied that there was one difficulty: a huge monster living in those waters that prevented anyone from reaching the eastern continent. A picture of a sea monster popped into his head. Eren, his mouth slightly open, asked the boy where he got this black gold. Standing on the ship's property, Moria replied that he got it on the black market in the kingdom, where people said they found it on a wrecked ship that washed up on their shores, and all the goods that arrived were in poor condition. Eren began to cough. Moria, closing his eyes, explained that all the items were in a language he couldn't recognize, so they settled on the idea that it came from the Black Continent. Sitting at the table, the protagonist called for the dragon. Pensive, Eren asked him to find out any information about this place. Bowing, Kainuz told the boy it would take more than one day, but he would still do everything in his power. The hero stood by the window. Sending a raven with a message, Kainuz told him to tell Keishi to go and find clues and then bring them back to the castle. Looking at the sky, the hero realized he could fly there himself if he possessed magic. Sadly surveying the street, Kainuz begged Lord Vivian to return to his homeland. The entire sky was calm. As he left, the hero thought how stubborn she was. 2 months passed, and the boy sat at the table. Eren approached the old man and asked why he was hunched over. Looking at the paper, the man replied that it was time for him to retire. Smiling, the hero shouted loudly that they had become millionaires thanks to this holy water. Looking at the old man, Eren couldn't understand the difference between this and the fortune he had received after the war. The man shouted loudly, realizing that this was just a monthly income and couldn't be compared. Pushing the old man away, the protagonist asked if this was enough to gather an army. Dissatisfied, the man shouted, "Wasn't enough for those 10,000 warriors?" Waving his arms, the boy explained that it was all for a new road. Looking angrily at Eren, the old man replied that if they started gathering troops, they wouldn't have enough land to support them. Touching his face, the hero replied that he needed to travel around all these lands. The horses raced forward. Turning, Eren asked the hero if it was enough. Looking around, Kainuz replied that this was excellent progress. Walking slowly forward, the man began to question the dragon. Looking confidently at Kainuz, Eren asked him if it would be possible to support 50,000 soldiers. The hero stared at the man in a daze. Closing his eyes, Kainuz replied that in their current state, their lands would not withstand such a powerful economic blow. Walking to the side, Eren realized the old man was right. Opening his mouth, the dragon replied that he hadn't said it was impossible. The hero's eyes looked away in surprise. His hands held a book. Eren looked at it in confusion. With a sly smile, Kainuz told the man that they would create an army under the control of Brand's territory on another continent. Eren sat at the table, pondering the idea of creating a vassal state on another continent. He imagined himself pouring coins onto the model, thinking that if he calculated the resources required to maintain the land, it would become clear that this was the best option. But the unknown dark continent would first need to be turned into a dependent state. He flipped the page, wondering if he should abandon his territories and embark on a journey, as the whole thing might not work out. He imagined a man pointed at, called crazy, insane. He imagined the silhouette of a man in a hat, thinking that during the 10 years he had been missing, even children had begun to think him crazy, all because he shared stories about the dark continent. The figures looked at the man, and even when everyone had turned away, he continued to speak the truth, deciding to leave this record for the future, for anyone who wanted to know the truth. Touching his chin, Eren read it and repeated, "The truth." He imagined precious stones, reading about how he'd spent those years on the dark continent mining for gems and spices, all sorts of treasures he'd never seen before on the central continent. He imagined warriors charging at each other, and continued that he never encountered a mage before. If an armed army of 10,000 soldiers from the central continent had made it, they would have easily conquered these lands. He imagined a man sailing on a ship, believing the planet was round. The theory that it was flat and there was a cliff at the edge of the world was complete nonsense. If you put that out of your mind, you could reach the dark continent, but you should be wary of the sea monster. The hero read the pages. What a shame. If not for the monster, he would have had at least something to prove the existence of the dark continent. The boy repeated, "A sea monster." He raised his fingers to his face, thinking that he'd been tense for a couple of moments, but he couldn't let this chance slip away. His eyes widened as he understood. He placed the chess piece, thinking, "This is it." He crossed his arms, looking at the chess pieces and said, "They'll do it." There was a delicious meal on the plate. Looking at it, Eren said he had a bad feeling. Taking a bite, he wondered what the worst that could really happen was. He chewed his food. Then he tensed. And with a cry, he jumped up from the table. The man stood in the office in front of the hero's desk. Kainas looked at him in surprise, saying he didn't quite understand what he meant. Crossing his arms, Eren asked what he needed. Looking straight at him, he explained what it would take to get to the Dark Continent. The man's mouth dropped open in understanding. Smiling, fanning himself, he explained that, first, they needed a port. They had to cross the sea somehow. A few weeks later, he stood with his hands on his hips. He stood on the wall, recalling Kainas's words that to achieve this, they must attack the kingdom of Ramayan on the eastern continent. He exclaimed aloud to the citizens, the followers of Vivian, that not long ago he feared he had some sad news to share with them. People in the crowd murmured anxiously, asking what the news was, what was going on, and not to say that another monster from the Black Forest had appeared. Waving his hand, the young man closed his eyes, thinking they had no real reason to attack the kingdom of Ramayan. A report had just arrived that the kingdom of Ramayan had insulted the followers of Vivian. The people clenched their teeth angrily, shouting that they wanted to be at odds with them, and the hero thought that even if they followed through, until they had a compelling reason, the Empire would remain on Remian's side. Squeezing his eyes shut, Eren considered that there weren't enough troops for an expedition, so he would have to recruit men from defense units in various cities and push them to join the defense force. He shouted out loud that they had abused their brothers and sisters and kept them in slavery. Spreading his arms wide, the Duke thought that they would need time to reorganize their troops, so they would pay them a visit and create a reason for war. He shouted out loud that he, Eren, the ruler of these lands, would negotiate with the kingdom of Ramayan and return their brothers and sisters. Curling his lips dramatically, he said his promise. The crowd below fell silent in shock. Then the people raised their hands, shouting that they would attack the kingdom and save their comrades. When the hero descended, Kainas said it was a wonderful speech. Looking down, the red-haired man asked if he was sure he'd said enough. Someone standing behind him cleared his throat. It was an old man with his eyes closed, wondering why things had been so quiet lately. Was he going to war again? Eren quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Leading the man away, he said he'd explain everything later. Could he prepare armor for the army? The man indignantly grabbed his hand and shouted. Armor again! He'd already bought some when he was gathering troops. A piece of food was shoved into the man's mouth. Taking a bite, he asked what he was doing. Chewing, the old man exclaimed about the taste. Eren crossed his arms and asked with a smile that he'd never tasted anything like this before, which was why he needed to attack Ramayan. The old man's expression darkened at the pleased question. Will he be able to prepare the equipment? His eyes reflected the money as he raised his hand and shouted that he could already hear the sound of coins. The financier danced away, humming about money. Then he turned abruptly, addressing them. He ominously placed his hands on Eren's shoulders and asked what was so frightening. With a sly smile, the old man asked how much armor they needed. The hero presented a map of the kingdom of Ramayan, a small state located in the easternmost part of the central continent, subject to the empire. He imagined the territories, thinking that although the kingdom was significantly smaller than Bran, it was a small kingdom. A dog sniffed something on the porch. Rumor has it that even dogs in Ramayan carry only gold. They have an incredibly developed economy, controlling most of the trade. The dog lifted its muzzle to this rich and peaceful kingdom. A man galloped across the bridge and ordered the castle gates to be opened. The old king stood in the hall. It was the king of Ramayan, Niccolo II, who asked why the empire had suddenly decided to pay them a visit. The man standing next to him bowed, saying they were from the empire, but not the royal palace. Rather, it was Duke Eren. Walking through the hall, the king asked if this was the same man who had waged war against the believers of the Holy Nation. Why had the duke himself come to them? The man in the white cap bowed, asking for the return of his subjects. Nicola looked at him and asked, asking for his citizens to be returned to him? His eyes widened in shock, the old king asked. Does he mean they're holding members of the empire hostage? The heroes approached the door, and the man replied that Vivian's followers were currently wanted criminals. The old hero's expression darkened in shock. Horror was written on his face. He asked, Do you mean those Vivian followers who were exiled into slavery? The man in the white cap replied, Them too. They demand that they all return to their homeland. The king turned away and chuckled. The man opened the doors. The people at the table began arguing, shouting that there would be no negotiations. Two men butted heads. The first said they were using these minions to extract more money from them, that they should take advantage of the opportunity, and take more prisoners, making sure everyone learned their lesson. The second exclaimed that even if they tried that, it would be perceived as a declaration of war on the empire. They were digging their own graves. Niccolo exhaled, gloomily wondering what he should do. Eren rode up to the castle gates. Raising his head, he said that they truly seemed rich. How could they decorate the palace walls so lavishly? Kainuz, standing behind them, replied that, considering they had no protective spells, he thought it would be more accurate to call them fortress walls than palace walls. Eren pointed, saying that it didn't matter. Why were they so hesitant? He thought they deserved more respect. Horsemen emerged from the open gates. They approached the astonished hero. He covered his face with his hand, exclaiming, What impudence! The mounted warriors surrounded Eren and Kainuz. The man raised his hand and ordered all units to stand at attention. The warriors surrounding the heroes heard the order. Looking them over tensely, Eren wondered if they were being too aggressive in greeting the ambassadors. One of the knights rode up to the hero and asked, "He, Lord Eren, is the Duke of the Bran Empire and Territory?" Looking at him, the hero confirmed. The man held out his palm and asked to see his seal. The boy, surprised, asked again. The man produced a gold ring with a seal and said that Duke Eren always carried a seal to prove his identity. Both heroes pointed at Eren. The boy blushed, then heard that, apparently, he did not have one. The warrior's eyes glowed red, and he shouted that he dared to crawl into the kingdom of Ramayan and call himself Duke Eren, even though he couldn't provide the slightest proof. He had no doubt they were there to worsen their relations with the Empire. The warriors pointed their swords at the hero. The rider, brandishing his sword, ordered them to dispose of them. Opening his mouth, the boy asked them to stop. Grabbing the reins, he shouted that he didn't know what seal they were talking about. Did they think he was impersonating Duke Eren? The red-eyed knight confirmed. Frowning at him, Eren asked how they could be so sure. A sly smile appeared from behind his helmet. The man introduced the figures and said that Duke Eren had already passed through the gates into the kingdom. The heroes were shocked to hear this. The boy and Kainas fell to the dungeon floor. The bars slammed shut behind them. Grabbing the bars, Eren screamed, asking how many times did he have to be told he was Duke Eren, and to let him out right now. The masked guard waved his hand and said, "Sure, just don't make a fuss." He was sure he'd enjoy this performance of pretending to be Duke until he was a slave. Clutching the bars, Eren asked in surprise. The king sat at the table across from the figures. The old man nodded, saying that thanks to them, they were able to capture those imposters, and thanked them for their assistance. The man with the Duke seal on his finger replied that no thanks were needed. The man smiled and said it was all for the sake of the Empire and the kingdom of Ramayan. In fact, he was Rex, the false Eren. Touching the chair next to him, he said they could thank Kainas for doing a tremendous job identifying those imposters. The man posing as Kainas hid his face behind a fan and told them not to worry. It was easy, after all, fools tried to pass themselves off as Eren without even his seal. Nicolo, sitting opposite him, said that the two of them were very skilled and humble, and he felt there was something special about working alongside such high-ranking officials. The people at the table laughed. Rex, smiling, asked what he planned to do with those merchants. King Ramayan stroked his beard, saying that, given the kingdom's constant labor shortage, with all criminals being sent to slave labor, he believed the same would happen to these people. The man sitting opposite began to speak. He closed one eye and asked if such a punishment wasn't too lenient for liars. He believed this needed to be dealt with, otherwise. The man's face fell in surprise, and he asked what they were proposing. Rex, grinning, replied execution. The king stared in shock at his sinister face. The man began fiddling with his fingers, wondering how long they would remain in the kingdom of Ramayan. He would count. Looking resolutely ahead, he continued, saying it seemed like about a week. He would prefer to witness their execution with his own eyes before leaving. With his hand, he indicated that due to their small numbers, it had been quite some time since they had last carried out executions. If they continued in the same spirit, they would only cause mass unrest. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Then he looked up and said he understood and would do everything to satisfy their demand, but he also had a request. Smiling, the impostor asked him to continue. Nicolo frowned decisively, saying that if they rejected their request for the return of Vivian's followers, he would immediately accept their offer. Several days later, people stood on the platform. Behind the crowd, the king sat on the balcony. Grim walked past him. Kneeling, he bowed and introduced himself, greeting the ruler of the Ramayan kingdom, Nicolo. The man said he was just in time. Looking at the bowed nobleman, he asked how things were going. Without raising his head, Grim said he was able to open a small currency exchange office in the Ramayan kingdom thanks to his support. Nicolo clasped his hands and, laughing, motioned for him to look up. No one could help the people obtain the correct currency so quickly. He was sure everything was going so smoothly only because he was good at business. The man, kneeling, thanked him and said he hoped he had enjoyed their conversation, and then he would leave. Waving his hand, the king said, "Good, may he prosper in the same spirit." Rex, arms crossed, looked at the man. Sitting down on the end chair, Grim thought. He's already wearing the same clothes as the Duke. Who is this? The man arrived, but was told that the condemned were guilty of the following. On the platform near the gallows stood men with bags over their heads. The executioner held a document, and shouted that the first was an attempt to deceive the ruler of the kingdom of Ramayan. The second was an attempt to undermine the stability of relations between their state and the empire. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that, based on the aforementioned crimes, King Nicolo, ruler of the kingdom, sentences these prisoners to death. A hand tore the white cloth. Eren closed his eyes. Bound, he stood on the platform in front of the crowd. The man standing behind him said that the two of them could say their last words. The boy looked at the sun. There was blood at the corner of his lips. Throwing his head back, the red-haired man screamed that he was a titled nobleman of the empire, the sole owner of the Bran territory, Duke Eren. Grim watched in shock. He jumped up with a look of horror on his face. He clutched his head, exclaiming, "Duke Eren!" The king looked at him with alarm and asked again. Rising, he asked the man what he meant. Was this Duke Eren? Grim, turning a fearful gaze on the king, asked permission to ask him something. Why, sir, no, why was Duke Aaron on the scaffold? Niccolo stared at him in fear, thinking that Grimm certainly wasn't the type to lie, even his gaze. The hero looked at the people at the gallows and wondered if there was even a slight chance this man really was the Duke, then who, for heaven's sake, was sitting next to him? The old man looked back, surprised. The chair next to him was empty. Rex was walking along the path by the castle. He adjusted the ring on his finger. The boy stuffed his hands in his pockets, a confident smirk on his face. The people lined up around Niccolo's throne heard words that all his accomplishments were in the past, and he should look back on what had happened. The man waved his hand and asked if he thought the king should have known what the false duke was up to. The man replied that it was because they allowed the old man to act on his own. If he had investigated promptly, they wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. The king was silent, remembering Aaron shouting at the scaffold that he was a duke. The old man clutched his head, thinking that if he had imprisoned Duke Aaron, he would not only have to free all the slaves, but a war could have broken out between them and the empire. A cry was heard in the throne room that Duke Aaron, the ruler of the land of Bran, was gone. Black cloth billowed. Aaron, in a black cloak, strode confidently forward. The frightened king sat on the throne. Holding the throne, he thought that he could not allow the royal line to end there. He must do everything possible to protect the kingdom. Aaron gloomily surveyed the nobles. Everyone was frightened by his ominous gaze and averted their eyes. The boy stopped in front of Niccolo. The man looked down in fear, thinking there was only one thing the old man could resort to protect his domain. The body holding the staff trembled. The hero knelt down, declaring that he, Duke Aaron, ruler of the lands of Bran, requested an audience with the ruler of the kingdom of Ramayan, Niccolo too. The man waved his hand, shouting, "No!" Staring at the boy in fear, the old man declared that he alone should kneel and asked him to rise. Aaron raised his head with a smile and thanked him for the warm welcome. Tears appeared in the old man's eyes. He took the hero's hand and said he would have raised it if he had been angry with him. He was deeply touched by his generosity. He truly had become as kind as the legends say. The young man smiled, wondering what anger he could be talking about. As long as he was able to accomplish what he came for and return safe and sound, everything suited him. Niccolo looked at him tensely and asked what he meant. Smiling invitingly, the hero grimly replied that he wanted to bring back both the Vivian followers and all the other people from Bran. Had he already received the message, in his opinion? The frightened old man let go of the hero's hand. Sitting on the throne, he shouted, "How can you understand that he wants to gather the followers of the Vivian order, trying to take away rightful subjects of their kingdom without any compelling reason, even if he is a nobleman of the empire? This is beyond all bounds," the young man in the black cloak repeated. "Bounds?" He shifted his dark gaze and said that decades ago, the Vivian and Pear's orders had taken part in a religious war. He wasn't sure anyone still remembered that event. The nobles replied with a disgruntled expression that of course they remembered. It had happened when the exiled followers of Vivian became subjects of the kingdom, thereby shielding themselves from the wrath of the Pear's order. Aaron, shaking his finger from side to side, corrected himself, not subjects, but slaves. The man's brows furrowed tensely. Aaron reached into his inside pocket and said that since they all remembered the event, he would get straight to the point. No doubt their king was aware of it as well. He pulled out a paper, saying it had been found in the vault among papers related to the Vivian order. Standing with his back to the king, he held it up. Holding up the paper, Aaron said that according to this document, all exiled followers of the Vivian order would be treated as full citizens of the kingdom of Ramayan. However, there was a clause guaranteeing their return as followers, as well as the right to remain with families who welcomed them. Pointing to the signature at the bottom, Aaron said it was signed by King Niccolo, ruler of the kingdom of Ramayan. Putting his hand on his hip, the red-haired man explained that therefore, the only territory open to Vivian followers was the lands of Bran. The nobles threw up their hands, shouting, "How dare he barge in here with a tattered piece of paper as his sole justification?" Those Vivian minions already had families who needed support from the state. This was their home now, and many of them had already received civil rights. He dared demand that they return their private property? Turning to the king, Aaron asked what his next steps were. The old man sitting on the throne asked if they could discuss this with him again. Aaron looked at him with displeasure, and he could have sworn he was going to use the treasury, but he needed something else. His brows furrowed decisively. The red-haired man declared that this was his final word. He would not waste any more time while his people were enslaved. A grim Niccolo stroked his beard. Raising a fearful gaze, he asked if he could give him a week to consider it. He saw that the kingdom's citizens, including himself, were not so quick to accept the current situation. The helm stood beside an open chest of gold, and thus, having no choice, Niccolo requested additional support to stop Aaron. A carriage was crossing the bridge, but while negotiations with the imperial follower were underway, people began to curse angrily, and rumors of Aaron's intentions to take 10,000 slaves from the kingdom of Ramayan began to spread rapidly. Torches burned near the houses, and the crown faced a rebellion. The torches burned, and cries were heard, "Duke Aaron must go, they wouldn't give up their slaves." The protesters raised their torches, shouting for him to stay off their property and go away. A crowd gathered at the fountain in front of the castle. Someone punched a man in the stomach. The man kicked a blond man, shouting that he was a heretic, even having the nerve to look at him. The crying boy grabbed the man's leg and apologized, begging him to stop. The dark silhouette waved his hand, shooing him away and asking him to take those vile hands off him. He raised his fist and shouted that he was gone. However, he himself was kicked in the torso. The child saw Eren walking. He passed by with kindness. Leaning on the side, he jumped on. Eren stood at the fountain behind the crowd, shouting for the people of the kingdom of Ramayan to listen. The duke they sought was right there in front of them. The protesters turned in surprise. They were crowding around the fountain with torches, shouting that Duke Eren was here. The hero spread his arms and shouted for Vivian's followers to hear. The hunted people looked at him in surprise. His brows furrowed in determination. He shouted that he was here to free them all. Their shackles would soon be lifted. The crowd with torches shouted that the slaves were their property. A man was tossing a stone in his palm. On the finger holding the stone was a golden seal. Rex threw the stone at the man. Eren turned. The stone hit him and bounced off. The hero began to fall, accompanied by a cry from Kainus. Eren fell face down near the fountain. A grim crowd looked at him. Then, their mouths open, they screamed, "Kill Duke Eren!" Men with torches rushed toward the fallen hero. The door to the building was closed. Kainus opened it, lifting the duke. He slapped him on the shoulder. Then he straightened up, stretching, and asked how many feet had walked on him. The hero's face was bruised, and he asked what their next steps were. Closing his eyes, Kainus said what their next step was. Rex, standing in the room, said they would sleep and eat. Waving his hand, he said they needed to feign death for a while. The man twirled his mustache. The king sat on his throne before a chest of gold. Before him was a man kneeling. The emperor asked what Rumian's envoy was doing here. Zeron frowned and said he was sure the regular tribute had long been delivered. The envoy touched the floor with his palm, addressing the lord. The man bowed and asked that Duke Eren's actions be stopped, and that he not be allowed to destroy their kingdom. A man with grey strands in his beard spoke of Duke Eren's actions. The nobles stood silently nearby. The man rose angrily, saying that they were talking about how an imperial nobleman was nearly executed when he came to visit them. Were they really doing the right thing? The man, with his head bowed, trembled and said that it was simply a misunderstanding. Duke Eren was now receiving proper treatment. The emperor descended the steps and said that, so he should overlook what had happened and stop Duke Eren. Was he now being treated as he should have been? Without holding back his emotions, he asked, "Where is the logic? Does he think this is reasonable?" The trembling man raised his head, saying, "The kingdom of Ramayan." He then looked up, exclaiming, "Aren't they part of the empire? They need its help." He looked at the proffered coin in surprise. The emperor closed his eyes, imagining the coin, and said, "Tails, the empire will help them. Heads, they'll sort it out themselves." Was this a satisfactory outcome? The men were shocked. Zeron looked at them darkly, his mouth wide open. The brown-haired man exclaimed in fear, "Does he mean to say the coin will decide the fate of the kingdom?" The grim, red-eyed emperor towered over him, saying he would solve their problem, devoid of common sense, since they, apparently, had none. The envoy opened his mouth, trying to object. The man handed him the coin. The hero raised his eyebrows in fear, implying that the fate of everyone was in his hands. The men sat at the table. The gray-haired, bearded man turned and asked if he really wanted to take action if the coin landed tails. The man closed his eyes, declaring that regardless of the outcome would be the same. He had no intention of participating in the Ramayan kingdom squabbles. Such a thing would dishonor the monarch. Looking at him in surprise, the man asked again. The emperor raised a finger and explained that, firstly, although they weren't on cordial terms, Eren remained a nobleman of the empire. He would only weaken their influence, and worsen the country's reputation if they were involved in the aristocracy's actions. Waving his hand, the advisor asked if he hadn't participated in the war against the Holy Nation and heard that many citizens followed the pair's order, even though it wasn't even an official religion. The man remarked that if the Holy Nation disappeared, what would the people think? They would use Eren as an excuse to blame the empire. Frowning, he resolutely stated that, secondly, Eren had a valid reason. King Ramayan had nearly executed him without properly investigating the matter, while the Duke had merely politely asked for his people back. They thought he would stop him, and he was raising an army, so there was no reason for his intervention. The man crossed his arms, confirming that this was true. Sitting with the emperor, he considered that there was no way to press anything. He assumed, before the ruler even considered it, even the most insignificant incidents would be exploited for political gain. Looking resolutely forward, the emperor said, "This is the last thing." The gray-haired man stared at him, frightened. Zeron laughed and asked if the ambassador's reaction wasn't funny. The advisor also laughed and said he was absolutely right. There was a knock at the door, and the man ordered them in. A man approached the table, and he asked what the problem was. The bald, bearded man replied, "Duke Eren." Zeron crossed his arms and asked what was wrong. The man grimly explained that he had been attacked in an alley in the kingdom of Ramayan and then kidnapped. Those present in the hall looked at him in shock. King Nicolo's face was filled with horror. His aide bowed his head, explaining that Duke Eren had been attacked by the villagers and then disappeared. Hunched over, the king pondered, first the execution, now the disappearance. Why had all this happened to Duke Aaron of all people? The old man in the crown trembled, wondering why someone was plotting against his kingdom. He glanced at the nobles, wondering if it could possibly be them. Closing his eyes, Niccolò decided no, such a task would be too much for them. A thought struck the man. He remembered the hero's false smile, and wondered if it could be Duke Aaron himself, if all this had been part of his plan to justify the attack on them. The hand clutching the staff trembled, and the old king suddenly fell to the floor. The man standing behind him thought this was his chance to finally become king. He rushed to his father. With tears in his eyes holding his body, he screamed that his father couldn't leave him like this. His hand shot up. Niccolò grabbed his son by the clothes and furiously told him that at any cost, no matter what, he must protect the kingdom and not let it lose its slaves. The old man fell onto his side. The man's mouth opened in shock. He angrily held his father's body, thinking that the old man would not calm down. He swung his hand, cursing. Then he glanced sideways at the figures behind him, and buried his forehead against his father's body. The nobles closed their eyes sadly. Aaron sat with his arms crossed. He leaned back in his chair and shouted that he was bored just standing there. When could he go out? Rex pointed his finger at the door and said, "Any day now." The hero was very happy about this. The man tossed him a bun, asking if he wanted to get beaten up again. Catching it, the boy grumpily told him to keep saying he was stuck here for a long time. Taking a bite, Aaron asked if he was returning to Brand Castle when he needed to meet Rommel. Rex said he had no intention of meeting him, and besides he'd given him tasks like gathering information, causing conflict, and a bunch of other work. He'd even had the nerve to teach him how to do his job. Aaron closed his eyes, saying he understood, and apologized for not having anyone else they could trust with this task. Sitting on a chair nearby, he said he was the best fit for the role. Rex said that since he himself admitted he was good at what he did, he should stop giving him pointless assignments, and value him at least a little more. Aaron joined his hands in prayer, and said he would do so when the time came, just to wait a little longer. Kindness burst into the room and called for his lord. Looking at him, Aaron asked if he had spoken with Cheryl, and if she had agreed. The man standing next to him replied that she had come, but she had said she couldn't. The man's mouth dropped open in fear and he asked, "What should they do?" The horsemen rode through the forest. The girl held the reins, thinking it was very creepy. Staring ahead tensely, she imagined Aaron asking why she couldn't play the role of the sister who had lost her brother. The man was kneeling before the one on the throne. The knight bowed, hearing the question. "Why?" Pointing his finger at him, the prince shouted. "Why haven't they found Aaron yet, dead or alive? He should be in the kingdom." The helmeted warrior said they were doing everything they could, sending as many search parties as possible, but the enraged citizens were making their work much more difficult. The man was shocked, exclaiming, "Why are they slowing down the search when they themselves are the cause of his disappearance?" The knight looked down, saying it seemed rumors of the slaves freeing had spread throughout the area, which was why they were acting this way. The bearded man trembled darkly. The nobleman spread his hands, turning to Prince Aegidius, saying he thought they would quickly resolve the matter, find Aaron, and simply agree to his terms. But if that didn't work, they needed to clearly define their position on the slaves' freedom. The man on the other side exclaimed, "Do they even realize what nonsense he's talking? If they let them go, how will the labor shortage be compensated?" The nobles' mouths dropped open, shouting at each other, hearing the words that they could make a decision after hearing the emperor's words. The prince covered his ears with his hands. Gritting his teeth, he remembered his father and thought that everyone was telling him what to do. Rushing forward, he shouted for everyone to be quiet. Aegidius grabbed the man by the robes and shouted that he was the king of this country, no longer a prince. The nobles froze upon hearing this. The mustachioed man looked away and said that they hadn't yet held the coronation ceremony. Aegidius became enraged. The man threw open the doors, addressing the prince. He recoiled in surprise when the man angrily shouted that he was the king. The terrified advisor said that the emperor had received a message in which he said he would not interfere in the affairs of the kingdom of Ramayan. The nobles turned to him in shock. A man in a white hat flung open the door, addressing the prince. His mouth wide, Aegidius shouted that he was the king. Looking at him in fear, the advisor shouted that they had declared an attack. The man's eyes widened in terror. He fell backward unconscious. The two men sat at the table with the emperor. The gray-haired man looked away, explaining that the public execution, the disappearance, and the announcement of the attack, all these events had been planned by Duke Aaron to seize the kingdom of Ramayan. Closing his eyes, the emperor winced and asked, "He plans to take the kingdom by force. The situation has changed. Does he now believe the empire should intervene?" The man presented a bird and said that the kingdom of Ramayan was the imperial goose that lays golden eggs. In that case, he believed the empire should intervene. Looking at him, the emperor repeated himself. The man looked straight ahead, saying that if he withdrew his statement, his authority would appear weak and insecure. The emperor touched his face. Rubbing his chin, he heard the words, "It's better this way." The man crossed his arms, saying that Aaron would remain a noble of the empire, so if he expanded his territory into foreign lands, they would also become part of the empire. He imagined more golden eggs in the nest and said that this meant they could use the goose to their advantage, and of course, she would have to lay more eggs. Crossing his arms, Philip confidently declared that not only would the Empire receive more taxes, but they would also have a reason to put financial pressure on Duke Aaron. Stroking his chin, the man repeated. He was talking about pressure. Glancing at the prince, the Emperor ordered the Central Army to be prepared, ordering them to patrol the borders near the kingdom of Ramayan, but to make sure they didn't interfere. He silently asked Aaron what he intended to do now. Would he continue with his plan? Aegileus lay on the girl's lap. He closed his eyes. The girl opened her mouth and asked if he was awake. The man opened his eyes in surprise. The girl looked at him worriedly and said he'd passed out in the throne room, but she was sure he was okay. Lying on Elena's lap, the man asked. Is he lying on them? The prince blushed when she said everything was fine, that he shouldn't worry and lie there as long as he wanted. Aegileus jumped up, saying that if he continued to lie there, who would lead the kingdom? He blushed when a hand pulled him back and said he had a ton of work that needed to be done right now. Elena pushed him onto the bed. Adjusting her hair, she said she had a better idea. Opening her lips, she enticingly asked if he would listen. The man looked at her tensely. Aaron pulled back the curtain. He looked out the window, hearing a cry that freeing the slaves would mean the end of everything, that they would find Duke Aaron with him. He thought the country was about to collapse, and they were only looking out for themselves. Closing his eyes and wincing, he thought he hoped Elena could win the prince over and distract him. If they discovered his plan and decided to let Vivian's followers go, all their efforts would be in vain. The hero closed his eyes, wondering if even if everything went smoothly, what if the emperor didn't accept his control of the kingdom? Rummaging his fingers through his hair, the hero thought. How difficult. Rex entered the room with the sack. He threw it at the hero's face, and catching it, Aaron asked what he was doing. The man winked, saying he was just imagining things, that he was bored, and it was time for him to come out. Holding her staff, Cheryl looked up and heard herself say she needed to cry. Standing behind her, Rommel asked if she could hear him. Closing his eyes, he repeated. Is that what the strategist said? Turning around, the girl gloomily asked how. Closing his eyes, the knight asked how she would feel if her master died. The girl replied. My brother is splitting mountains in two. I wonder if he's even mortal? Rommel pushed her forward, saying he didn't know how either. The girl asked if she should just return to her spells, and was told she should just go inside and cry. He held Cheryl by the shoulders, and she asked how she could cry over something she couldn't even imagine. The heroine stopped at the edge of the bridge. The knight stood on the other side. Gloomy, she tried to say something. Then she closed her eyes and screamed that she was Cheryl, Duke Aaron's sister, that they had captured her brother, and that they should bring her back. Her words echoed from the girl standing on the bridge. Rommel, standing behind her, covered his face with his hand. Cheryl glanced at him, embarrassed. She winced, imagining her brother's satisfied face and thinking she hated him. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she thought, why should she even do such a thing? The girl fell to the floor, sobbing, screaming that they were stupid soldiers and that they should return her brother before she trampled everyone here. The knight standing behind her said, relieved that she had succeeded. The man looked at the girl rolling on the ground and asked what she was doing. Turning his gaze to the knight, he asked for the slaves to be prepared. The bridge by the gate was raised. Cheryl looked ahead in surprise. The knight was leading out the bound captives. A man stood on the wall, arms outstretched, and declared that he, Aegileus, the ruler of the kingdom of Ramayan, declared that if they did not leave immediately, he would behead all the remaining slaves. Gritting his teeth in anger, he remembered the girl and said he would behead all the remaining slaves. Fascinated, Aegileus looked at the girl, who said that Duke Aaron truly cared about Vivian's followers. He didn't need to free them, he only needed to threaten them with execution, and they would not set foot in the kingdom of Ramayan so easily. The man's eyes were purple, and he asked what he would do if he angered Aaron. The aristocracy would also demand an explanation. Elena cupped his face and said that the aristocracy, the slaves, were all the property of the kingdom of Ramayan, and he was its ruler, the master of the kingdom. The man smiled contentedly and said she was right, he was the king after all. The girl hugged him. In his ear, she whispered that he must now proclaim his word as the master, the ruler of Ramayan, Lord Aegileus. The man stood on the wall, arms outstretched, and said that he, the ruler of the kingdom, declared that if they didn't leave immediately, he would execute all the remaining slaves. Cheryl looked at him in fear and asked, execution? The man standing on the wall said he didn't care whether Aaron was alive or not, let them stop whining and get out of his kingdom. The girl trembled, repeating this in her mind. She held a flower-shaped staff. Smiling cheekily, Aegileus thought it was perfect. He knew these negotiations were unwinnable. He should have stood his ground from the start. A bright flash appeared at the gate. Aegileus looked away in fear, hearing cries for help. The wall had been destroyed, and the warriors were asking for priests. Cheryl held a glowing staff. With a determined expression, she said that was excellent. She felt she should have done this right away. They were tears, after all. Pointing a finger at her, Aegileus concluded she was crazy. Standing, he ordered the slaves executed immediately. The man raised his sword. The man with the sack over his head trembled. Then he ran away, screaming for help. Tied to the others, he fell. The executioner raised his blade. Igulius's expression became stunned when he heard the man shout that he was Duke Eren. Looking at those standing below, he ordered a quick check. The warrior tore the bag from the boy's head. The terrified hero stared forward. Then he clenched his teeth. Glaring furiously at the new king, Eren screamed. Wasn't once enough? Igulius looked at him in fear, unable to ask what was happening. The knights on the wall asked if they simply let Duke Eren go, then they wouldn't have to fight. So what were they waiting for? The second one said it was certain death. His mouth wide open, the king ordered Duke Eren's release. Then he froze, remembering the girl's words, advising him to assert his rights as a master. Igulius clutched his head, shouting that he shouldn't tell her what to do, that she was simply his property, and said they were right. If they went to war, everyone would die. Lowering his head, he remembered his father and his words about freeing the slaves, the only way to protect them, and exclaimed that it was true, he needed to protect his kingdom. He looked at the red-haired boy below. The horsemen raced toward the hero when they heard the order to kill Duke Eren. The warrior held a rope in his hand. It wrapped around the boy's body. Bound, he fell to the ground with a jerk. Cheryl and Igulius watched in shock. Simultaneously, they shouted to save Duke Eren. The bridge lowered. The masked man held the rope and shouted for them to stop him from escaping and return to the castle. The king froze on the wall, frightened. Turning to the knights, he shouted that if they killed Duke Eren, they were finished. All troops were to intercept the enemy. He continued, ordering them to open the castle gates for a while. Then he turned, hearing that they had no gates. Turning his head, the king shouted, "Defend the bridge! It's the only way out!" The horsemen approached the bridge. Rommel rode ahead, shouting for all troops to maintain formation. They would pass through and must save the duke. The warriors approached the bridge. A hoof stepped onto the wooden bridge. Cans of flaming liquid flew down, landing directly on the riders. A fire broke out, and the warriors cried for help. Rommel, brow furrowed in determination, shouted, "Don't retreat, throw the enemy into the water." The warriors fell from the bridge. A knight galloped through the fire. His eye was visible through the slit in his mask. The knight stopped, hearing cries to stop and turn back. Ahead, a wooden barrier with spikes loomed. Behind it were soldiers with spears. The warriors galloped back, shouting that they had raised the barriers. Suddenly, a flash knocked a rider off his horse. The man rode up to the bridge and ordered the others to stop and turn. Turning, Igulius shouted that the enemy was wavering. They must remain vigilant until they found the duke and defended the castle. He looked ahead in surprise. A fireball flew into the castle wall. Cheryl had thrown it. She stood clutching it, her staff pointed at them. Another fireball flew at the wall. It slammed into it like a fist. The impact cracked the wall. Igulius tensely measured from above, thinking they couldn't hold out much longer. Waving his hand, he ordered the knights to descend, thinking they should surrender while the troops were still alive. Bright fire flew toward him. Deep cracks appeared in the wall. The knights tried to run, shouting that the wall was crumbling. A man grabbed the staff. Igulius waved a white flag and shouted that they surrendered. Then he flew backwards. As he fell into the fire, he screamed, "No!" There were pieces of the wall lying on the ground. Someone from underneath grabbed the boy by the leg. A man with a beard held him and told him to find Eren and free the slaves, and to tell the nobles everything he was about to say. The boy was frightened by the request to tell them. He broke free with a scream and ran. The prince held out his trembling hand, pleading. Suddenly, a man appeared next to him. He imagined the king's silhouette and thought, "Father, he's sorry, he's let him down." His hand trembled, and he apologized. Eren stood next to Igulius, buried in rubble. Looking down, he thought, the execution and the surprise attack, their plan to conquer the kingdom of Ramayan was well underway, but the death of the king, and especially the prince, was definitely not part of the plan. Looking down, he wondered how killing for his own ends was any different from the emperor, who treated his subjects the same way. He turned to the man, who said there was no need to pity them. Holding a fan, Kaina said these people would much rather become citizens of Bran. They hadn't lived, they would live under Prince Igulius. Turning, the boy asked what made him think that. Closing his eyes, Kaina said he simply needed to focus on the outcome. If he didn't want today's events to cloud his judgment, he should focus on this. The boy stood opposite. Looking at him resolutely, the gray-eyed man told him to remember that if he had no desire to continue, he must understand that all their efforts would be nothing but meaningless bloodshed. Standing in the settling dust, the boy repeated his wish. Covering his face with his fan, the dragon looked at him. He tried to grab the hero by the shoulders and said they had no time at all before the emperor's troops arrived. They needed to round up all the nobles under the pretext of searching for him. He begged, lost for a while longer. Eren looked at the castle roof. Then he pulled away from the man reaching for him and asked him to stop. Looking at him, Eren said he had one request. A ray of sunlight illuminated the castle. The girl ran up to the knight behind him and shouted, "What are you doing? Why aren't they looking for the remaining nobles?" She stared ahead tensely. There were people in the cage, screaming that the nobles had locked them in. Rommel stepped forward. An arrow with a red ribbon flew toward him. It stuck in the ground at his foot. Archers stood on the wall, and shouts could be heard that he was addressing the trespassers. If they moved even a little further, the arrows would not only kill the slaves on the bridge, but the rest would be burned alive within the castle walls. The people locked in the cage were shouting, "Don't approach them, don't go near them." And the daughter was in the castle, begging for her life. The knight raised his head and asked what they wanted. The nobleman pointed and ordered them to gather all the troops and return them to where they came from, and to forget about Erin's disappearance, and everyone responsible for it. It was none of their business. Cheryl gritted her teeth in displeasure. Standing in front of the cage, she thought that with her powers, saving these poor souls would be a piece of cake, but she doubted she could finish off those inside. There were 3,000 people. Losses were inevitable, of course, but they had to try to save the rest. The girl held her staff resolutely. Kindness ran up to her and said they needed to recall the troops. Cheryl pushed his fan aside with her hand, saying it was the quickest option. The man blocked her path and said their purpose here was to subjugate the kingdom of Ramayan. They didn't need any more trouble. Glaring at the man, she asked if he was giving her orders. Raising a finger, Kindness introduced Erin. The girl angrily screamed that he told her to mourn her missing brother, and now what? She angrily walked away, declaring that she had no part in this. Looking away, Kindness recalled Erin's words, saying he knew their time was short, but his subjects stubbornly refused to accept him as their leader. If they resorted to force, who knows what would happen? Hiding behind his fan, the man said they could sort this out after the war. Right now, the same thing was happening as during the conflict with the Holy Nation. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that no, these people were his this time, and the castle had long since become the home of Vivian's followers. The problem lay elsewhere. Looking at him, the hero continued that things were different now. His subjects were the rightful owners of the Ramayan kingdom, and they were brazenly occupying their land. Erin, frowning slightly, said that at first he'd considered settling the matter by force, since they'd soon be leaving for the Dark Continent, but he never imagined they'd have to subdue them and then use them as an outpost. Kindness leaned over, saying it was quite interesting. If he could help, let him speak. Erin, smiling, crossed his arms and told him to look after Cheryl. People with torches had gathered outside. Angrily clenching his fist, the man shouted, "The invaders must go away. This is their land. They don't care if Erin is missing. Let them go. The slaves are their property." A stone appeared behind the knights. It hovered above the striding man. The people were discussing. "My lord, isn't he missing? What's that boulder he's got?" The man stopped in front of the people with torches. He swung the stone and slammed it into the ground. With a determined expression, Erin shouted at Rimian's subjects to listen. The invader Erin was right in front of them. Raising his hand, he declared that he and the entire military might of Brand territory had invaded their lands, their goal being to free the followers of the Vivian Order. The man clenched his fists and shooed him away. The crowd with torches shouted that since he knew he had invaded, he should leave, even though he dared to speak in front of everyone. Erin closed his eyes and remained silent. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, 300 gold. The protesters fell silent. Pointing at the cage, the boy said that this was the price offered for the release of each Vivian follower. Clenching his fist, the red-haired man asked who among them had Vivian's slaves and asked them to raise their hands. People exchanged glances. A hand went up. The man stood next to the child and raised his hand. Erin tossed him a sack. The man saw gold coins in it. Erin extended his hand toward the child. The boy approached him. Placing his hand on his shoulders, the hero declared, "This child is a citizen of Brand territory. Does anyone else desire a reward?" The people lowered their torches. Then, one after another, everyone began raising their hands. A man with a mustache pointed to the cage and shouted that his slaves were there. Erin looked closer. He clenched his fist, saying that it was true, he had no control over their property. The nobles in the palace were the ones truly at fault. Pointing behind him, the hero asked what they would say now. Who, in their opinion, was the invader? Him, who rewarded them for their efforts. He pointed at the cage and continued, or the nobles who had stolen their property and hidden behind the walls? The crowd fell tensely silent. Then their gaze turned furious. The axe moved downwards, the sale of slaves for 300 gold pieces. The man had cut through the lock, and the fact that the nobles had taken their property. People rushed to flee the cage, which shifted the townspeople's anger from Erin the invader to the hypocritical thieving nobles. The enraged people held torches. The protesters held torches, shouting that the slaves were their property, that they should free them. They were demanding an explanation from the aristocracy. The aristocrats stood fearfully on the wall, hearing their demands for an explanation. The man with the mustache gritted his teeth. People were sitting at a long table, and a shout was heard asking what was going on, why they insisted on freeing the slaves. Another responded, "Haven't you heard? Rumor has it that Erin is buying up slaves, offering 300 gold pieces for each one. These fools have defected to his side for paltry coins." The man slammed his fist on the table, calling for silence. Waving his palm, he said that now was not the time to talk. If they wanted the votes of the people, Erin must attack them, but if they continued to hold on to the slaves, and even went to war, these people would turn their backs on them. The aristocrats listened and remained silent. The fair-haired man intertwined his fingers and said they would end up in a bad situation anyway if they continued like this. The man sitting opposite him raised a finger and said that since he was so well informed, he should tell him what to do in such a situation. The man closed his eyes. With his hand, he declared that he was getting to exactly this. But first they needed to discuss something. The advisor sitting opposite him had heard that, in truth, they had already sent a spy through the underground passage to those holed up behind the castle walls. The man walked down the corridor. Introducing the spy, the man thought that he had learned from him that Imperial forces were heading their way. Although they had officially stated they would not support them, the Empire would try its best to help. If they prepared proposals 10 times better than what they had originally promised, he was sure they would agree. The man clutched a paper in his hand. A contented man lay on a bed in a certain nobleman's bedroom. He imagined a girl in love, thinking of her beautiful room. He wondered what it would be like to stay in those wonderful chambers with the love of his life. He imagined the girl scolding him and thought, "Is this even possible?" He looked at the blue-haired man lying next to him. Grabbing his wig, Arthur firmly decided that he would be a true strategist. If he lacked physical strength, he needed to develop his mental strength. Blushing, he thought that he had become a strategist. He could earn a lot of money, and he wouldn't have to drag himself to the battlefield and struggle there. Suddenly, he looked away tensely. The heroes were sitting at the table. Kynes asked if his lord didn't think 300 gold pieces for slaves was too much. If the treasury were to suffer such an expense, heavenly replies would fly in their direction. Aaron pointed his finger at Rex. He nodded and said that, based on what he'd learned, of every 10,000 sold, a fifth was divided among the villagers, the rest went to the aristocrats, and they needed to prepare for 50,000 gold, which wasn't that much. Looking at him, Cheryl said, "Forget about the money, what about the other 8,000? Looking down, Aaron said that, of course, they'd have to force them to give it up. The only thing he was considering was whether to shed blood or not. Crossing his arms, he said that if he had a couple more days, he could convince them. The Imperial army was approaching, there was no time. Rommel entered the room and said they were running out of funds to ransom the people, and should he tell them to wait? He exclaimed in shock, recognizing Rex. Then he rushed to hug him, saying he hadn't seen his brother in ages. The heroes jerked their hand away. Rex jumped up, pushing the boy away. Striding past, he declared that he thought he'd already told him he didn't have a brother. He left and slammed the door. Kynes glanced sideways. A bird flew outside the window. He unfolded the note from its claw. Frowning, he read it, and said that it seemed things couldn't get any worse. Aaron stopped behind him and asked if something was wrong. Turning sharply, Kynes replied that nothing was wrong. The red-haired man looked at him emotionally. His mouth slightly open, the man addressed his lord. Looking worriedly at the Duke, the advisor said that it looked like he'd have to disappear again. Arthur burst into the room, tugging at something, shouting that he'd finally succeeded. He was dragging a hooded and masked man into the room. The hero looked at the bound man. There were signs of beatings on the captive's face. Aaron flexed his hand, saying, "What do you mean? Nobles from the castle contacted those outside it to request the Emperor's help." The bound man lowered his head. Aaron touched his face, wondering if they hadn't surrendered yet. He frowned, thinking there was no time. He could just kill them. No, that wouldn't work. The troops would arrive before they could find everyone. The heroes watched his thoughts tensely. Without turning around, Aaron called Rommel. Looking at him, he told him to gather the troops and make sure not a single rat left the castle walls. Crossing his arms, the hero told Aaron to convey that they wanted to negotiate. As a proposal, she should demand 300 million gold, then they would restore order. The shocked girl exclaimed that they would never agree. Her eyes widened with understanding. Pointing his finger at her, Aaron exclaimed that he was right. She finally understood what was going on. Pointing his finger at him in displeasure, Cheryl screamed at him not to tell her that she would have to act out the scene again. Closing his eyes, Aaron said, "Not this time. Just go and tell them they had two options." Arthur touched his chin, realizing this was his opportunity to hone his strategist skills. Raising his hand, he volunteered to go with Mistress Cheryl and do all the dirty work. The heroes turned to him in surprise. Kynes rode quickly on his horse. He imagined the girl who wrote the letter about them receiving news that humans had invaded the nest. He thought he should see it for himself. He imagined a man surrounded by a glow and frowned at why, precisely when it was most needed, the magic was sealed. The dragon held the reins tensely, thinking that he couldn't use magic. Well, then he would experience pain worse than death, wouldn't he? The horse galloped quickly through the forest. He decided he needed to check. The sun was visible behind him. The man said that was very strange. If the magic was sealed, then he couldn't do anything that would cause pain. Looking at the sun, he decided it was enough. He raised his hand holding the fan. Bringing it back, he activated the transformation. A glow surrounded the man, who had decided to assume his true form. A smile appeared on Kynes' face. He decided it had worked. Chains held the blue sphere. The man clutched his chest, feeling pain. Then, as if struck by lightning, he screamed. The scream echoed far beyond the sunset forest. Golden rays illuminated the trees as silence fell. A purple flash blew the trees away. The bars on the gate rose. Cheryl passed guards, and she heard words saying that this was a representative of Brand territory. The knights accompanied her, glancing sideways at them. She wondered if they had brought so many guards because of some ambassador. Smiling grimly, she thought they had made the right decision, but they had chosen the wrong enemy. She entered the room. Gray footprints remained on the floor. A fiery droplet fell to the floor. The fireball hit the ember like a ball. It bounced behind the guards. The heroes were sitting at the table, and a shocked cry was heard. They want 300 million by sunrise. The man jumped up, asking how they could possibly get that amount. This wasn't negotiating, they were just making threats. The man gritted his teeth, saying that 300 million gold was the kingdom's annual budget. How could they possibly demand such a sum? The second man said it seemed they lacked common sense, and the first one retorted that if this was why they came, they could leave. Cheryl closed her eyes in displeasure, thinking that, as she thought, they would never agree to pay that kind of money. She sat across from the indignant aristocrat and thought that, unfortunately, they had no idea what their current situation was. If not for the negotiations, she would have killed them right there. Arthur, sitting next to her, suggested simply giving them the slaves. He crossed his arms and said, "Everyone who listens is convinced that money is more valuable to them than life." The men gritted their teeth, hearing that if that was the reason, then they should free half the imprisoned slaves. The man smiled, wondering how much they valued their lives. The nobleman slammed the table and cursed. The man held up 4 fingers and asked, "Perhaps 400 million?" The man rolled over indignantly and screamed. The nobles remained sullenly silent. Arthur waved his hand. A ladder was leaned against the wall. The guards didn't notice anyone climbing it. The man on the ladder waved his hand, addressing the nobles of the kingdom of Ramayan. Duke Aaron had requested 300 million as collateral for a truce. The ladder was leaned against the wall. The remaining nobles chose to agree to his demands rather than wait for the emperor's arrival. Dark figures climbed over the fence. It didn't take long to collect the required sum, thus satisfying Aaron's request. As soon as they received this message, they were to immediately enter the castle through the secret tunnel. The man in red saw power ahead. Any nobles who received this message but ignored it could be wounded by commoners at the council's discretion. The man opened the door, announcing that all the nobles sent through the tunnel were already in the castle. Aaron turned and asked what had happened to their homes. Rommel closed his eyes and reported that they had not only searched their property but also inspected all the buildings within the castle walls. Pressing forward, the hero declared it was beautiful and called his sister to follow him. With an indignant expression, she screamed that she had asked him not to scream when she was standing right next to him. The men gathered in a luxurious hall and began arguing. Someone shouted, "They're serious!" and asked where he could get 10 million. Another asked what happened to the junk he found in the wreckage of a ship off the Black Continent, which he then sold on the underground market. Hadn't he been the one bragging about not paying taxes? The knight stood in the corridor, hearing him shout that he really had no money at all, his entire fortune amounting to 100,000 gold. They replied that the money was being spent on saving his own life. A guard looked at his comrade and asked how long they'd been arguing. Someone said they didn't know. All the nobility had gathered in the castle, so they had plenty to discuss. The man placed his hand on his comrade's shoulder and asked if it had ever happened that nobles were all in one place at the same time, even during the king's lifetime. The man asked what difference it made what they decided. All they did was argue. They saw a fiery creature before them. The fireball seemed to raise its hand. Then it spat out a stream of flame. Aaron's silhouette appeared in the flames. The knights looked at him in surprise. He smiled. The nobles had already begun to fight. A shout was heard that he would kill them before Aaron. Another hurried him, saying that they had no money anyway, so he shouldn't be shy. Someone shouted that they only cared about money. The man in blue shouted for them to stop. A powerful explosion blew out the door to the room. It flew forward. The sinister heroes stood on the threshold. The man's mouth opened in fear, asking how they got here. Aaron smiled, saying that they thought he'd sit quietly when there were 300 million the day before, but they understood that it had to be before sunrise. The man pointed to the window and said that it was dark outside, to wait until sunrise. Saying that it seemed he had been a bit hasty, he mockingly apologized. The sister sighed in irritation. Drops of water from the water globe formed around her staff. A jet of water shot upward. Gray clouds of dust flew away from the window. A bright light streamed into the room. People looked at it in shock. The hero, smiling and gesturing, asked if this was sunrise. The dark silhouettes trembled. Holding swords, they rushed toward the duke, wishing him death. Clenching his fist, he declared that the negotiations were over. He rushed toward the nobles. The earth was shattered. The dragon lay on a crack, its wings spread. Then, with difficulty, it rose. Turning his head, he wondered how much time had passed. Kainas recalled the excruciating pain and thought that it seemed he had succeeded, that he had regained his true form. Rising into the air, he thought he was now back in the nest. The blue sphere was once again surrounded by lightning, and the dragon fell to the ground. Struggling to move his wings, he remembered Vivian. The dragon was flying toward the mountain. He abruptly landed on one of the peaks. People lay on the ground before him. Keishi, tears in her eyes, rushed to her lord. She trembled next to the prostrate dragon and asked why he had arrived so late. The beast's eyes blazed with anger, and he asked who had done this. Looking at him with tears in her eyes, the girl replied that the giants from the north had done it. Standing next to the girl, the dragon wondered how they dared. He lowered his head and asked Keishi to gather information and report on the extent of his treasure. The girl trembled, crouching next to him, and he told her to forget it and asked if any of her parents, brothers, or sisters were alive. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Looking at the bodies, Kindness thought it was his fault for leaving the nest for so long. If he had regularly left signs of his presence here, they would never have dared to come near his territory. The dragon's eye glowed yellow, and he told the girl that he couldn't bring her family back, but he had the power to avenge her. Did she want that? Keishi looked at him in surprise. She sat on the ground and remained silent. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, and she agreed, saying she thirsted for revenge. The sun illuminated the figure of the dragon, who said he understood. His eye, with its vertical pupil, glowed yellow. Looking at the tracks in the snow, he wondered where they were headed. Studying the tracks, he realized they were heading south, and that direction was Brand territory. Extending his wing, he told the girl to climb. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he didn't want to inspect the nest. Opening his mouth, he said that even if they had stolen something, it was of no value to him, and that he should not worry and land. The black dragon took off. Its dark figure flew over the mountains. Tracks remained in the snow. Eren dusted his hands, thinking that the negotiations with the Ramayan nobles had gone. Shivering bodies lay on the floor. He continued. They had gone exactly as he had planned. A battered man signed a document, fortunately for all the nobles to have gathered in one place. Eren sat on the throne, having successfully seized control of the kingdom without shedding a drop of blood. Rex sat with his legs crossed. In his hand was a scroll. On the parchment was a letter from the Emperor, congratulating Duke Eren, ruler of the Brand lands, on his victory. The man wrote with a quill that the Empire, in return for attempting to harm a man of noble birth, had decided to provide colossal support for his decision regarding the kingdom of Ramayan. The Emperor loomed over his assistant, who wrote that, however, the tribute paid by the kingdom of Ramayan was significant. In the corner of the parchment was a seal. He continued that they expected him not only to pay the acquisition tax but also to send the tribute on time. Rex smiled, announcing that if he didn't agree to these terms within the next 2 weeks, the kingdom of Ramayan would no longer be under the control of Brand's territory, but would instead be transferred to the Empire. Sitting on the throne with the letter, the hero stated a 500 million acquisition tax, an annual payment of 50 million gold as tribute, and 2 weeks to complete the agreement. Tapping the letter to his forehead in displeasure, he thought he'd arranged everything to gain a compelling argument for ruling these lands, and now he was demanding some exorbitant sum. Imagining the lined-up warriors, the hero wondered if he was really going to accept his rules so easily. Then why had he deployed his troops? The knight sat on his horse, helmet in hand. Eren mused that if they were here to stop them, they would at least have crossed the kingdom's border. The hero was amazed at the smiling man's image. Then he laughed. His mouth wide open, the boy laughed louder. Sitting in the throne room, Eren said it was their plan. They were just toying with him. Grinning, the hero reasoned out loud that they demanded he pay an acquisition tax if he succeeded, and if he failed, they would simply continue the same relationship with the kingdom. The hero frowned angrily, saying that, moreover, to keep him from thinking about things like mandatory tax collection, they deployed their troops so he could fully focus on seizing land. Clutching the letter in his hand, he called the Emperor an old fox. The hero's eye glowed blue, thinking he would do everything possible to ensure the kingdom of Ramayan became part of his lands. A week later, the boy collapsed on the table. He lay there exhausted, saying he had taken everything from the nobles, including their property, but hadn't amassed more than 200 million. Cheryl sat next to him at the table, and he asked if she had any ideas. She sadly spread her hands. Looking at her, Eren said she'd borrowed a lot of money from him. Could she possibly pay him back? Cheryl grew angry, shouting that she didn't even have the money for shopping. He buried his forehead in the table and told them to stop buying, but silently continued. If only Kindness were here. Arthur, sitting at the table, raised his hand, getting their attention. Raising his hand, the mustachioed man said they understood the situation very well, but couldn't they just talk to the Empire, maybe ask for a tax reduction or the opportunity to pay them in something other than gold? Sighing, Cheryl said that if that were possible, they'd simply agree to their rule. But even if that worked, what if they gave them holy water or maybe a dungeon? He'd really shown his mettle last time. Where were his ideas now? The man adjusted his hair and said he thought he was right. Placing his hands in front of him, Eren debated out loud whether to give them something else. Rex opened the door to the room and called for his master. Standing at the entrance, he shouted that they had received a report that giants had appeared on the northern side of Brand Castle. Eren turned around in fear and asked again. Are giants in Brand territory? Covering his mouth with his hand, the hero mused that if giants from the icy lands had tried to reach the castle in the north, they would have had to cross the Black Mountains, but that was impossible. The boy's eye widened. Looking down tensely, he silently asked not to tell him they had broken through the iron barrier. He imagined the area with the castle and thought that the iron barrier was located on the northeastern side of the continent. The castle's flag had a red image. That was the name of the castle in the icy lands, built by the first emperor to prevent giants from advancing further. Warriors held spears to stop them from crossing imperial lands. About 20% of the imperial warriors constantly patrolled the iron walls. Wounded men lay on the ground. For 50 years since these walls had been built, not a single giant had been able to reach the continent. Looking down in shock, Aaron thought that although the chances were slim, he couldn't allow Bran Castle to suffer. Jumping up, he waved his hand and ordered Rommel and Cheryl to take their troops and return to Bran, but to remain vigilant on the way, in case they ran into giants. Arthur pointed at himself and asked, "What about him?" Turning to him, Aaron ordered a patrol to be organized in the kingdom of Ramayan. With his back turned, he said, "What else?" Turning back, he continued, telling him to be ready to prepare something they could offer the Empire, and beckoned the men to follow him. The men looked at him tensely. In the evening, a carriage drove along the stone road. The prince looked out the window and thought, "A week has passed. I wonder if they can raise 500 million. A gray-haired man sat opposite him. Looking at the smiling prince, he remarked that even fearless, he seemed quite relaxed. Closing his eyes, Philip agreed that why would the prince need a guard when he was traveling through imperial territory? They had already encountered a patrol. Gran sat with his arms crossed and heard Gran say that if he was so worried, he would personally take responsibility for his life. They couldn't afford to lose someone as valuable as him. The Duke closed his eyes and thanked him. Then he looked ahead, thinking that this visit would not be easy. He had a bad feeling about it. The warriors lined up in front of the palace. Arthur closed his eyes sadly. His expression was gloomy, and he thought that when the Duke mentioned gathering troops, he had assumed he would be filling some specific position, but in reality, he was still the same officer. He imagined Bianca and thought he wanted to see her again. The man's eyes widened when he heard the order to stand at attention. Rex, walking behind the hero, commanded respect to the ruler of the Bran territory, Duke Aaron. The soldiers placed their hands on their chests. Stopping in front of them, Aaron thanked everyone for waiting and said they would get straight to the point. Looking determinedly ahead, the red-haired man explained that they knew Bran territory lacked a proper patrol, which is why he had decided to take the time to organize his own defense forces. Before giving details, he wanted to introduce them to the captain. Arthur's eyes widened tensely. He wondered if it was another captain. The man blushed, thinking it might be him. Aaron looked to the side and announced that it was Bianca. As he exited the arch, he mentioned that she had experience as a patrol captain of 500 warriors. Arthur thought she was his goddess. The girl knelt down in a bow and declared that she was Bianca, the squad captain, ready to carry out his orders. The man was shocked to realize that it wasn't him who was the captain. He lowered his head, thinking that his goddess had achieved such success, and he was still a failure. Aaron, his mouth slightly open, said he was her assistant. He pointed a finger at the hero and announced that he was appointing Officer Arthur as their new assistant. The man stared at him in surprise. Opening his mouth, Aaron announced that he hoped he would do his best in his new position. He smiled at the man's admiring expression. Bianca, however, turned away, displeased. As he left, Rex turned around and said that if they were finished, it was time to head to the Iron Barrier. They needed to get there before dark. The man ran after his comrade, asking him to wait. The hero thoughtfully presented the sacks and considered that of the 500 million he needed to pay as a purchase tax, he only had 300 million left to raise. After a brief moment of thought, he realized he had no other option to raise that amount. Imagining the goblins instead of a few sacks, Aaron decided to offer his troops to the Empire as payment. He smiled, thinking that the best of them were the forces located to the northeast, the Iron Barrier. Quickly catching up with his comrade, Aaron, thinking that all they had to do was stop the giants from the north, could organize the orcs and other monsters while they were on the move. The boy stopped, and the hero thought that if they offered a couple of years of land protection in exchange for 200 million gold, he was sure the Emperor would consider it a great loss. Aaron threw his arm over the astonished Rex's shoulder and asked why they had stopped. He pointed and said it was right there. Smoke rose from the buildings. A burning stick flew into a house. An explosion was heard. A man stood by the fire and laughed. The Blue Hammer pirate, Vice Captain Miller, clenched his fist, joyfully saying that they were weaklings. The kingdom of Ramayan must be fought to the end, and what good was the life of an empire's lapdog? Waving a torch, he said they could see what they, fools, would get. He threw the burning torches into the ship, saying it was a small gift from the great Lord Miller. Torches flew toward the ship. The blue-haired man parried them. He held a hammer in his hand. The man spread his arms and asked the captain if she didn't think it was advisable. The people of Ramayan had surrendered to the empire. The girl struck her palm with a hammer and said she could understand burning buildings. Blue Hammer pirate Captain Jacqueline swung her hammer and shouted that she had told them not to touch the ships. The man, hands on his hips, looked at her. He asked with a puzzled expression. They weren't even theirs, so why? But the girl shouted that she had said no. The heroes standing by the shore heard the imperial troops approaching. The buildings on the shore were ablaze. As she left, the girl told the old man that they had done enough, they should hurry. On the other hand, she was fine with anything except destroying the ships. Miller turned and said that if they waited a little longer, they would put on a grand show. Then his eyes widened, the realization that anything but damaging the ships was real. Running joyfully after the captain, he ordered the anchors raised. The warriors galloped past the flames. The horse stopped at the shore. Aaron, standing ahead, cursed. Frowning angrily, he said they were too late. Arthur pointed, getting his master's attention. A cannonball fired from the ship's cannon. Grinning broadly, Miller exclaimed that the commander himself had arrived. Let the Imperial scum die. The cannonball was approaching the heroes. Eren jumped off his horse. In his hand was a glowing green sword. He asked how dare he. The hero approached the cannonball, and with a sharp movement, he cut it in half. A sly smile played across the man's lips. Green lightning erupted from the boy's attack. Bianca held a shield in her hand. Looking away in surprise, the boy asked what was wrong with the cannonball. The pirate captain held a spyglass and said that the insects were lucky today. Watching the ship sail away, Eren asked who they thought they were. Glancing sideways at Rex, the boy ordered him to find out who they were. The flag depicted a skull with a sword and hammer. The heroes sat in a red carriage. Philip closed his eyes, thinking about the smell. Then, shocked, he opened them. He pushed the carriage door open and jumped onto the roof. The prince covered his nose with his hand. Looking at the coachman, he ordered them not to stop and to drive at full speed. Covering his mouth, he tensely wondered where the smell of blood was coming from and where the escort was, what was supposed to meet them. Bandits were hiding among the trees. The man laughed with a sly smile. Holding bloody axes in his hands, he said that this was another one. The prince sat on the roof of the carriage, thinking about the smell of blood. Looking at the road ahead, he continued that it was getting stronger. Gennady peered out of the carriage and asked what had happened. Philip noticed something flash ahead. Something was rapidly approaching. He caught an axe and assumed it was a striking weapon, the kind used by monsters. Many more such axes were flying toward them. The hero tossed them with a blow of his sword. Several axes slammed into the carriage door. One of them hit the horse. Philip watched tensely and cursed. The next weapon killed the coachman. The carriage fell on its side. The man stood nearby and laughed. Sven walked ahead of the band of northern giants and said that another had arrived. Dark silhouettes stood not far from the carriage. Philip thought that, judging by their weapons and tall stature, he could confidently say they were northern giants. The man with glowing eyes smiled while the hero wondered how they managed to get to the continent. Stepping forward, the boy wondered if something had happened to the iron barrier. Philip hid tensely behind the carriage, thinking it was bloodlust. Suddenly, a giant leaped at him. The prince managed to dodge the attack, sliding along the ground, clutching his sword. Sven raised his hands and said he'd scared him. So it was a man? Turning to the others, he laughed and said he thought it was a rat, just a small one. Bodies lay on the ground, and the hero thought the resistance had been defeated. Looking to the side, he wondered where Duke Gennady was. The man pointed his axe and asked how dare he turn away from Lord Sven. Jumping up, he swung the axe and shouted that he would try to cut him into small pieces with his own. Philip dodged the blow. This surprised the giant. He swung the axe. The hero jumped back from the sharp blows. A smile played on Philip's lips. He said the northern giants were descendants of the war god Munin. He thought they would amuse him, but so far he felt only disappointment. Sven frowned, saying that the snake dared to laugh at Munin's descendants and even utter his name so casually. He would send down heavenly punishment. Smiling confidently, the young man said he was the only one who would put them in their place. Confidently placing his hand on his hip, he declared that he, Crown Prince Philip, would personally judge one of them. The giant held an axe, repeating that he was the Crown Prince. Bright purple rays cut through his body. The giant was chopped into pieces. The prince turned away. The other giants looked at the severed body in shock. The tip of the sword was covered in blood. The hero said it was punishment for insulting the future emperor. Purple rays scattered around Philip, and he continued that this was death. The hero raised his sword and cut through the giants' bodies. They fell to the ground behind him. A white-striped bird opened its beak. The prince turned to them, thinking it was the ghost of a black bird. The bird flew away, and the prince thought that if they were here, then there were other giants nearby. Looking resolutely ahead, Philip thought that it seemed the iron barrier had collapsed. Should he report to the emperor and request reinforcements? Looking at the setting sun, he thought no, there was a better way. Eren stood with his army on the bridge. Turning to his subordinates, he asked Rex to find out who the pirates were and Bianca to pay more attention to protecting the port. The girl slapped her chest, indicating that the order was understood. Arthur approached the hero and timidly asked about those pirates. Touching his chin, he asked if he thought they had given him an opportunity, and the prince asked for an explanation. Raising a finger, the knight said that the Brandlands didn't have enough gold to raise troops, so why couldn't they resolve the situation at the iron barrier and gain an advantage? His eyes widened, and the man suggested that if they said they'd send their troops to defeat the pirates, the operator could reduce the tax. Eren stared at him silently. Arthur threw up his hands in fear and told him to ignore him. The boy touched his head and said he was better than he thought. Lowering his head, he continued that he was smart, keep it up, and if everything went well, he would definitely reward him generously. The heroes and riders galloped toward the iron barrier. The man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed. He looked admiringly at the disgruntled girl, thinking he could get closer to his goddess. Bianca glanced at the man with displeasure and thought there were too many people trying to please the Duke, just a crowd. Her gaze grew surprised. She saw the approaching riders. Her expression became stunned. Among the riders, she recognized the Crown Prince. The man held the orc by the head. The giant saw a bird flying in the sky. A bird with stripes on its beak perched on his hand. The man with red eyes recognized his brother's bird. Squeezing the orc's head with his fingers, he asked, "Who did this?" Then he dropped the green body. Standing by the pile of defeated orcs, he grimly asked, "Who dared?" Opening his mouth wide, the giant shouted, "Who is responsible for the murder of his brother?" A crowd gathered near the seated giant. The man grimly sharpened his axe. A human approached him and addressed him as a leader. Holding a whetstone, he responded. A dark-haired man with a beard looked up and said that if they went south, they would encounter a village with Imperials. He wasn't sure, but there seemed to be an elf there. The man lowered his hand holding the stone. Then he rose. He loomed darkly over his subordinate. The latter sank to one knee and remained silent. Looking down sullenly, the man ordered it brought to him. Behind him, locked in a cage, the human demanded that the monsters release them. The dark-haired man struck the cage with his axe and ordered them to be silent. The giant, clutching the bars, asked again, "Monster?" The girl hugged the children, and he screamed, asking how she dared call them that. The giant threw the dark-haired man aside, saying he could kill them this very second. The fallen man looked up at the giant. Looking down, the giant from the north, the chieftain Harold's son, ordered them to leave immediately. Rising, the man replied that he understood and ran away. The giant with the white beard said that the south awaited them. He stood behind his warriors and ordered them forward. To the south stood a man in a fur cloak, and before him was a triangular mountain, fertile land, filled with life, at least according to the giants from the north on the continent of Karen. The man extended his hand toward the mountain. In his youth, Harold's son had sworn to one day take possession of this land. The man was 30 years old, and he finally had the chance to fulfill that oath. Troops were entering the gates, and even though his brother Sven had sacrificed himself to fulfill his dream and find a new home for his people, Harold's son wasn't about to stop. Rommel's mouth dropped in shock and he asked, "Were they captured?" He grabbed Max by the clothes, asking if he could hear who had done this. Max begged him to let him go. The old man approached him, calming him down. He held his hand, shaking his head. The fingers gripping the fabric loosened. Falling to his knees, Rommel remembered Dane and said that his wife had been kidnapped and was being held captive. He punched the ground, screaming that he had promised to protect her with his life. How could this have happened? Then he stared ahead in surprise, realizing he didn't know where the children were. Looking at the old man, he asked, "Are they safe?" The bald man nodded, saying his daughter was fine. A black shadow crossed the man's face. Cheryl approached him and said they needed to check the information. Looking at him, the red-haired woman said that they said the northern giants had attacked the orcs and were holding the inhabitants of Bran hostage. It was true, and she heard that it was true. Max turned, hearing the question of how much time had passed, and replied that it had been about 2 hours since they received the information. The girl frowned and asked, "What else? Have they sent reinforcements?" The man waved his hand and said that they had heard she was coming, so they had prepared a group and sent scouts. The girl asked Kurok what was wrong. Frowning, Max replied that as soon as he heard the news, he took a couple of orcs with him and headed for the castle. A horseman approached them, calling for Master Max. The knight saw the girl and exclaimed, "Is this Cheryl?" He extended his hand, calming him, and asked, "What news?" The knight opened his mouth and said that it was too dark in there, so he couldn't say anything. The night castle was surrounded by a forest. He said it was quiet, and it looked like they were planning to spend the night outside the castle walls. They'd checked all the paths leading to it, and hadn't seen anyone. The girl turned away thoughtfully. She struck her staff on the ground. Clutching it firmly, Cheryl said that the cavalry and half the infantry should follow her and Rommel to the orc castle. The rest would remain to defend their castle. The warriors standing opposite her understood. Rommel saw a hand extended toward him. The girl reassuringly told him that Dane was waiting for him. The orcs ran after their leader. Kurok looked ahead gloomily, thinking that a new scent meant something was wrong. He stopped not far from the castle. Glancing sideways at the orcs, he said he sensed the strange spirit of the Steel Village and beckoned them to follow him. His hands clutched the elf's neck. The orc leader, amazed, recognized those pointed ears. Harold's son lifted the girl off the ground. He stopped near the gathered crowd, and a cry was heard addressed to the Lord Chief. A dark silhouette with red eyes asked darkly, "Who are they?" The orc leader growled. He turned to his army and thought that this man was big and strong. If they engaged in battle, all the orcs could die. Opening his fanged mouth, he ordered them to go to the castle. The orcs looked at him in surprise. Holding the man, Kurok told them to hurry. He would hold them back, and he rushed forward. The giant held the girl's neck. With his hand, he stopped the club aimed at him. Kurok frowned, seeing this. A wild smile appeared on Haraldson's face. Armored men ran up. The knight pointed and told Cheryl that this was the orc castle. She and part of the troops stood among the trees. The girl turned sharply, hearing a scream. A black dragon flew over the forest. Rommel watched in surprise as it approached the castle. Kynez released a stream of fire from its mouth. Cheryl watched in shock. His mouth wide open, Rommel, stunned, called out to his wife. A black dragon flew swiftly across the sky. He spotted the castle below. An eye with a vertical pupil glowed yellow. He saw the figure's body temperature, and thought it was just a shape. These creatures didn't look like orcs. So where were they? Had they all escaped, or were they being held hostage in the castle? Kindness swooped down. The people saw the dragon approaching, thinking the people remaining behind its walls were fools. The girl clung to the dragon's back, hearing that the time had come for vengeance. She would bear witness to her enemies. Sparks erupted from its mouth, and the dragon wished for death. It breathed flame. A beam of fire shot down. Cheryl watched in amazement. A frightened Rommel called for his wife. The dragon froze above the flames. Flying over the forest, he thought he'd imagined it, hearing a familiar voice. Looking at the silhouettes among the trees, he thought they looked like Cheryl and Rommel's men. Perfect, he could leave the castle's interior untouched. Spreading his wings, Kindness thought all he needed was to kill all the northern giants and avenge Keishi. The girl peered fearfully from behind his wing, hearing that they were heading to the elven village to exact her revenge. Tears streamed down her cheeks and she agreed. Raising his head, the dragon screamed and flew off in the other direction. Upon returning, Cheryl watched the flames and the dragon fly away. Rommel, overcome with grief, screamed. He fell to his knees and called for Dane. Cheryl silently closed her eyes. She clutched her staff. He struck the ground. Clutching her staff firmly, the girl ordered the foot soldiers to go to the old castle and check for any survivors, while the cavalry was to track down the dragon. The knight fell to his knees, and the others agreed. The warriors ran forward, the girl saying she was sure Dane was alive, but if not, Rommel sat up, hearing that she would help avenge her. The man looked up in amazement. The girl stood on a fiery bird, a tear streaming down her cheek. The crying man called out to her, impressed. Aaron opened his mouth, wondering if he should repeat it. He knelt before the throne and heard that everything was correct. He wanted him to take command of the Northeast. Philip, seated on the throne, smiled and said that if he agreed, he would receive almost 300 million of the 500 million acquisition tax. Arthur looked at him, thinking he hoped to send his troops to the Iron Barrier for that money, but he didn't know whether giving him the title of commander was a good offer. Looking at the smiling prince, he thought something was wrong. Looking closely at his interlocutor, the boy asked, "For how long?" Kneeling before the throne, he asked, "How long will he be commander of the Northeast?" Touching his chin, the prince thoughtfully replied, "Until the threat in the north is gone." The hero was shocked by this answer and asked, "Until all the giants are destroyed then?" The prince chuckled. Looking at the boy sitting on the throne, Aaron thought he was trying to tie him to the Northeast. Frowning, the hero thought he wouldn't succeed. Touching his chest, the red-haired man said he was Duke Aaron of Bran and was honored to have this opportunity to contribute to the Empire's development. Looking at the prince, he continued, however. Recalling the pirate flag, Aaron explained that the kingdom currently needed help from the pirates, and asked him to provide them with everything they needed to establish a naval base. Philip touched his chin, closing his eyes in thought, while Aaron silently begged him to agree. Waving his hand, the heir said that since he wasn't responsible, he couldn't give him a direct answer. They would return to the matter as soon as Duke Gennady woke up. Hearing this, the tense young man thought it seemed there was a chance. The outcome of the negotiations depended on how he dealt with the pirates. The prince, seated on the throne, thought he was a poor child. He thought Aaron would agree to the title of commander of the Northeast in exchange for territorial expansion. A slight smile played on the boy's lips. He wondered if he could handle giants and pirates. The man took a sip from his mug. The drunken man in red thought it was another bad day. Sitting in the tavern, Rex thought he hadn't found any traces of pirates. Why weren't there any criminals in such a bar? A girl was coming down the stairs. The brunette was smiling, and the boy recognized Queen Livia. What was she doing here? He saw a laughing man and thought it was him. The heroes passed by the man in red. He glanced sideways at the closing door. Then he slammed his mug on the table. The tavern patrons looked at him in fear. Rex turned his head to the side. People rushed to the exit. Touching his chin, the boy mused that Queen Livia and the pirates were a strange bunch. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard outside. The man entered by the hand and said that they had been caught. Rex clenched his teeth in shock. He saw people lying in front of the entrance. Frowning angrily, he shouted, asking where they had gone. One of the men pointed. Rex immediately ran there. Miller and Livia were standing by the ship. He opened his mouth and shouted for them to stop. The man wearily touched his forehead and said that whenever he went out, he was never given peace. He waved his hand with a smile. Rex threw a knife at him. Bending down, Miller apologized. Then, holding a torch, he told it to burn. His foot stepped on gunpowder. The man watched in surprise. The torch flew toward the approaching Rex. He looked down tensely. The guy's body engulfed in flames, and he screamed. People were lying on hospital beds. Aaron burst into the room and called for Rex. The guys saw him in surprise. The man behind the screen said that he was still alive. Rex's arm was bandaged. He asked them to calm down. Aaron rushed to him, hugging him, and he begged him to let him go. Later, the hero sat on a chair next to the bed. Touching his chin, he asked, "Does he mean the pirate was seeing Princess Livia off?" Closing his eyes, Rex confirmed that their meeting was no coincidence. He thought the two knew each other. Waving his hand, the Duke asked how long ago it had been. Princess Livia was always quick to calculate her advantage, so he didn't think she would do something like that simply to harm them. Recalling the explosion, the boy said that if they had met secretly, there was no reason to dismiss them, even by comparison. On the contrary, thanks to the princess, some of his people had survived. Eren closed his eyes, saying it was complicated. The boy tossed him a letter, saying they'd think about it later, and that he should look at it instead. Catching the paper, the hero asked, "What is it?" Looking at him, the wounded man said it was something more serious, something the emperor and others might hear, so he offered him to read it. Eren, shocked, held up the letter, which stated that about 500 northern giants had seized control of an old castle, dozens of people had been taken prisoner, and among the hostages were the wife and child of the knight's commander. Eren touched his face, thinking he was sure he didn't need to worry about it. After all, Cheryl and Rommel were there. Just imagine, northern giants had captured an Orcish castle. He needed to think it over carefully. His lips curled in fear, thinking that since he was now commander of the Northeast, it would be best to go there. Rex rose from his bed, saying that he certainly couldn't leave out of principle, so he would go in his place. Eren exclaimed in surprise. Where would he go with such injuries? Looking tensely at the hero, Rex said that Dane had been captured. He himself understood what she meant to him. He imagined a girl surrounded by admirers and thought that Dane had received marriage proposals from nearly every man in the duchy. The hero stood behind the crowd of admirers, Rex among them. The girl looked at the man carrying the planks, but she had feelings for his brother, Rommel, so Rex had no choice but to hide the truth and stay away. The lovers held hands. He decided to resent his love for Dane. The man thought he could congratulate the newlyweds on their wedding. In the happy crowd, he gloomily realized he couldn't suppress his feelings. The man followed the couple in love, deciding to take extreme measures, not wanting to hurt Dane's feelings. The hero struck the man hard, struck his brother, and left the house. The rider rode in the rain. He had spent years traveling and dedicated his life to espionage. Eren silently looked at the hero. Then he closed his eyes and agreed, asking him to be careful while he took care of business here. As he left, Rex clapped the boy on the shoulder. The hero watched him go. Standing by the door, Rex asked the master with a smile, "Why don't you make it easy and ask the princess directly about the pirates?" The girl stood across from the boy sitting on the throne. Smiling, she raised her fingers and said they were her clients. Gripping the armrests, the hero asked in surprise. Looking at him, Livia replied that the Blue Hammer pirates sell stolen goods from the western continent. "Is that a problem?" The boy sitting across from him replied, surprised. "No, he just didn't think she'd be involved with smuggling." The brunette touched her chest and replied that her influence extended to the eastern continent as well, and that the Blue Hammer pirates could transport goods that weren't so easy to obtain. She saw no reason to refuse their offer. Covering his face with his hand, the hero said they seemed to be on very good terms. Could he ask her for a favor? Looking at him sincerely, the girl agreed. Holding his fingers to his eye, Eren asked for an opportunity to negotiate between him and their captain as soon as possible. Smiling slightly, the princess said she had one condition. With a sweet smile, Livia asked for permission for their trading group to use the port city whenever they wanted. Thinking she hadn't changed, she reminded him of old Kainus. The assistant's ear itched and he asked, "Who remembers him?" Grimly covering his face with his hand, Eren agreed. The hero stood by the dark sea. Remembering the smiling girl, he thought that the Duke should come to the negotiations alone. Such were the Blue Hammer pirates' conditions. "Oh, my husband is a hero," she thought. Are they planning to surprise him with numbers, or are they counting on him breaking his promise and attacking first? A ship appeared ahead. Dark figures were visible on the deck. A blue-haired girl stood ahead. Swimming closer, she said she was Jacqueline, captain of the Blue Hammer. He was the one they called Eren? Touching his chest, the hero confirmed. Frowning, the girl shouted that if he wanted to negotiate, he should answer her. She stood with her hands on her hips, and the boy clarified what she wanted to hear. Standing confidently, Jacqueline asked if he really served the Empire. Eren was surprised, saying yes, but... The girl smiled. Turning to the sailors, she ordered the ship to turn around. The hero extended his hand, stopping her. Without turning, Jacqueline shouted that the Blue Hammer pirates do not negotiate with the dogs of the Empire. Opening her mouth, she ordered the guns to fire. A cannonball flew forward. The hero's cloak fluttered, and he cursed. Grabbing the sword, he exclaimed, "It's happening again." Green lightning appeared around the weapon, and Eren screamed that he wouldn't let it go that easily. The attack beam collided with the cannonball. Glowing debris fell into the sea. The captain watched in shock. Miller, standing nearby, raised his hand, shouting, "Attack and destroy the Imperial dog." The cannons fired again. Raising his glowing hands, Eren screamed. He sent a bright beam forward, harnessing the piercing wind. The beam of energy flew toward the cannonballs, rapidly approaching the ship. The attack was already close to the sail. The man clutched his head and screamed to brace for impact, but the captain objected. The ship disappeared behind green lightning. Standing on the wall, the prince watched and asked, "Sword energy?" The boy was wearing a black cloak. Philip wondered if this ability belonged to the Imperial blade. The prince smiled, saying that was interesting. Rex stopped his horse. Seeing a fire in the distance, he realized it was a fire in the fortress, meaning the hostages were in danger. The man rushed forward, small stones flying from under his hooves. Frowning, he silently asked Dane to wait for him. Harald's son stood by the wall. A sound caught his attention. He looked up and saw the dragon. Watching it fly, he thought it wouldn't stop. Opening his mouth wide, Herald-san shouted that the dragon was here and they must hide quickly. The dragon hovered above the fortress. Seeing the people below, he noted that, as expected, the Nords had seized power here. Imagining them ablaze, he understood that if he attacked, they would destroy everyone. He remembered how lightning had struck him, thinking about his lack of strength, and besides, he could endanger the girl. Kindness, he looked at her. Soaring higher, the dragon decided that even without all its might, it could not break its promise. Kindness took a deep breath. He let out a cry, harnessing the dragon's fear. The roar spread throughout the fortress, shaking the barks and minds of the creatures. The people looked up. Anyone affected by it could not move for 6 parts of an hour. Looking at the people below, he decided that their vengeance was complete. Noticing a group of troops, Kindness thought he'd leave the rest to them. The elephant's chains bound him. Keishi raised her head, turning to the dragon. It turned, hearing the fiery attack. A fiery fist was heading towards him. The dragon had been struck. The girl fell from its back. Smoke rose from Kindness. Cheryl glared at him. But the dragon looked down, hearing a scream. The girl was falling lower and lower. He gritted his teeth. He was forced to rush towards her. Keishi was back on his back. Holding on tightly, she heard him ask if she was alright, and she replied that she was. Kindness spread his claws, feeling the pain. There was a burn on his body. He thought it had been a long time since he had been defeated countless times, and it seemed like something had been damaged. Keishi looked at him tearfully, hearing that her revenge would have to be postponed. She replied that even if he had promised to avenge his vengeance there, the offenders had already received theirs. Rising higher into the sky, he thanked her for her understanding and said that he wasn't feeling well, so they should retreat. The girl nodded in agreement. Cheryl flew after them. The dragon was faster. She clutched her staff, deciding that next time he wouldn't run away so easily. Harold-san covered his face with his hand, realizing that the dragon was using its fear. The man noticed the approaching army. His comrades couldn't move. Through the pain, he decided to block the entrance. He had to hit his head on the wall to regain his composure. A little blood fell to the ground, and he declared that it was better this way. His hand grabbed the gate. Harold-san began to close it. His muscles visibly tensed. The gate was almost closed. The riders noticed this and decided to speed up. The northerner opened his mouth wide and screamed. He had managed to close the gate. The bolt locked it. The warriors paused at the entrance, hearing the order to await further instructions. Harold-san leaned wearily on them. The others were still unable to move. He struck one of them. Then he struck another. He had to strike a third as well. They all struggled to their feet. They saw a silhouette looming over them. Looking sternly at them, Harold-san said that the enemy was already here and they must prepare. His subordinates scattered, receiving the order. There was an explosion as the fireball was cast. The entrance to the fortress was open again. Cheryl and the others entered. A rider approached her, saying that not long ago there had been hordes of enemies here. Scanning the streets, she realized she hadn't studied such subtleties as search magic and wondered how to find them. Turning to the others, the girl ordered a search of everything, gathering in groups of 4 to cover each other. The soldiers walked between the houses. Someone watched them from the roof. Harold-san jumped down. One of the warriors turned, noticing the enemy, but he cut him in half. The others were frightened, seeing this. The man pounced on them. A bright moon was visible in the sky. A scream was heard throughout the fortress. Cheryl turned towards him. From the depths of the street, a cry was heard that there was an enemy. The girl was a little scared, realizing that the soldiers were being killed and wondering what to do. She closed her eyes and noted that up until this point, it had been a matter of magic, and so she had been thinking through strategies in advance. However, when it came to making urgent decisions, she realized she lacked experience. Imagining the boys, Cheryl wondered what they would do. The soldier behind her raised his hand, warning them that their warriors would be slaughtered. Clutching her staff, she realized what to do and addressed everyone. Pointing forward, she ordered them to provide support and search the village. The army rushed forward. One of the soldiers turned, suggesting they leave a few escorts. But the girl replied that everything was fine, so they should hurry and get help. Watching the departing knights, she questioned the wisdom of her decision. Cheryl headed down the street, thinking that now she needed to focus on rescuing the troops that had come under attack. Glancing to the side, she remarked that as a mage, she was capable of dealing with any enemy. A sound was heard among the houses. Harold-san watched her. Frowning, he called it foolish for the leader to remain alone. The man jumped down. He landed on the ground and noted that, unfortunately, Cheryl had overlooked something. Giants were physically superior to humans. The giant rushed forward. She didn't know he was their leader. Seeing him approach, the mage was surprised by his speed. A bright light appeared in front of her as he used fire burst. Harold-san avoided the flames. Cheryl moved her staff aside. A powerful explosion sounded as he used fireball. Looking at the smoke, she said she had caught it. But the enemy reappeared. He pounced on the girl, and she realized he was close. Her staff glowed again. Cheryl landed on the ground, using flame wing. Harold-san crossed his arms. The man jumped towards her. This shocked the mage. He grabbed her leg. Cheryl only watched. He slammed her into the ground with all his might. She opened her mouth wide and screamed. Standing over her, Harold's son remarked that she was young for a commander, suggesting they had made a mistake in appointing her, or perhaps it was because she was a mage. His axe gleamed brightly as he added that, whatever the case, she had made a decision without assessing the enemy's strength, and that this would be her death. Unable to rise, she told him to be quiet, and that even if she died, it would not be because of the choice she had made. Looking up, she added that it would be because of him. The man merely looked at her silently. He raised his axe above his head, declaring that he was making a sacrifice to the great god of warriors. The axe approached Cheryl. Someone's blade stopped it. A moment later, it was at the blonde man's head. He was forced to retreat. Harold's son raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ramos sat astride his horse. Looking at him, the girl asked why he was there and where was Dane. Without turning around, he replied that going to look for her would change nothing. He stared sternly ahead, adding that he needed to believe his wife was alive and lead the troops to victory. Cheryl lowered his head, exhausted. Taking a fighting stance, Ramos said he would deal with him. Stretching his neck, Harold's son asked if he was sure of that. The opponent disappeared from sight. He appeared above the knight's head. He took a step back, thus avoiding the blow. A bright glow surrounded him. Watching him, Cheryl was surprised, because the monk had enveloped his body. The swing left a bright trace. Harold's son jumped back. Looking at the knight, he told him that it was slow, that with such a blade he could not defeat him. At that moment, blood appeared on his shoulder. Raising the blade in front of him, Ramo replied that he only needed self-confidence. Gritting his teeth, the enemy was outraged by this. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed. A fiery fist immediately struck him in the face. It knocked him back. Cheryl smiled through the pain, calling him a fool. Harold's son rose to his feet. Looking at his wound, he realized his shoulder was giving out, and on top of that, it would be difficult to fight two at once. He raised his hand and whistled. The bird flew towards him. Waving it away, he told the others to retreat and follow the raven. The men noticed the bird. The enemies began to flee. Turning, Harold's son told them to just wait, and he would return to offer them to his god. Then he began to run. Ramo hugged his wife and child. He cried, saying he couldn't believe they were alive. The others looked at them. Looking around, the knight asked if they were all right. Dane looked around, replying that everything was fine. Ramo looked at her in surprise when he asked where Rex was and replied that he should be in the kingdom. Remembering the giant raising his axe, she denied that. Then the axe approached them. But she opened her eyes in surprise. Someone had thrown a dagger at the enemy, and at that moment, his face was obscured by smoke. Picturing Rex, she thought it was definitely him. At that moment, the man threw on his cloak, only saying the word, "Duke," and she wondered if he wanted to say something. From the cliff, a view of high towers opened up. Frowning, Rex spoke of Dane's capture, and the man himself knew what she meant to him. Aaron looked at him silently. Closing his eyes, he allowed him to leave, asking him to be careful while he took care of business. The man patted him on the shoulder. The hero watched him leave. Rex smiled and suggested simplifying the matter and asking the princess directly about the operators. He turned around when the boy agreed and was about to say something about Dane. Aaron, closing his eyes, advised him not to dwell on it too much, and if necessary, to simply say he came because of the Duke. Rex was a little taken aback by this. The hero smiled, adding that if he felt awkward around her, he could explain that he had come for her on the Duke's orders, since he didn't abandon his own. Now the man was visibly embarrassed. He covered his face with his cloak, cursing at himself, saying that he had done as the hero asked, and in the end, it had looked ridiculous. Rex set off, repeating the Duke's orders. Arthur stood before the throne, hearing the outrage at the orders being ignored. Recalling the crowd, the man relayed the residents' disapproval of the order to close the port city, and rather than stop starving themselves and start working, they preferred to be plundered by pirates. The hero gritted his teeth, declaring that this was foolish, as it was in their best interests to preserve their property. The man put his hands behind his back, asking for his opinion. The man frowned, saying that if there was nothing left to plunder, the pirates would leave, but at the same time, problems could arise. Aaron, sitting on the throne, heard the proposal to attack the pirate base, since peace talks were over anyway, and a surprise attack would be the ideal way to eradicate them. Covering his face with his hand, the young man replied that that sounded good. He glanced at Arthur again, ordering him to feign concessions and inform the protesters that the harbor would be closed for a few days, stating that they would provide full support for their living expenses. The man raised his hand to his chest and replied that he understood. Arthur was surprised to hear the hero want something else. Frowning, the boy added that he should get ready, as they would be visiting the pirates while the port was closed. Raising his hand again, Arthur said he would report this to the soldiers. But he looked at Aaron in confusion when he asked why, not understanding that if the soldiers didn't go, who would they be? Aaron gestured at him and himself. The man, shocked, opened his mouth, clarifying that they would go together. They boarded the ship a few days later, after Aaron closed the port. The vessel was heading for the island where the Blue Hammer's house was located. The bright sun reflected off the water. They walked along the street, hearing the calls of merchants selling imperial beef and other such things. Looking around, Arthur expected only pirates to be here, but was surprised to see so many ordinary people. The hero looked ahead thoughtfully. Looking at the people around him, he thought that if he dealt with the pirates, everything would be over. However, given that there were ordinary people living here too, he began to doubt the simplicity of his plan, and now he needed to think about what to do with the residents. A loud sound echoed throughout the street. He turned to Arthur, asking what it was. The man pointed to the side, suggesting they were building a ship. The boy headed in that direction, saying they would go take a look, and thought about going to another continent and persuading them to switch sides and build a more powerful ship. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Frowning, the man said he hadn't seen them before. Everyone around them was looking at them. Arthur grew nervous, feeling their eyes on him. Smiling, he greeted the man, saying they were new here. But the hero covered his mouth. Aaron was removing the bandage from his head. His mouth wide open, he demanded to be told the captain that the Duke himself had arrived. He placed his hands on his hips, hearing that it was a great honor. A girl stood nearby. She seemed a little irritated, asking why they hadn't warned him they wanted to negotiate. Aaron waved his hand aside, replying that if they didn't like his proposal, they could consider a deal. Smiling, she called it ridiculous. Then he extended his hand, saying he would grant them free entry to the port city and food for a year, but they had to give something. Sighing, the captain said pirates didn't need permission and had no problem with food. Then the Duke pointed to the merchant's stalls, dismissing fish, beef, and alcohol as simple robbery. Imagining the girl disembarking, he remarked that there hadn't been a single drunkard that morning. A confident smile appeared on his face, and he added that from now on, this was Bran's territory, and he was the one with enough power to close the port city or simply kill them. The man lunged at him. Aaron dodged the blow. Then the pirate wanted to attack again, cursing at the Empire. The hero saw a knife in his hand. Everyone was surprised. The pirate threw something dark in their direction. Gritting his teeth, Arthur said it was gunpowder. A torch appeared in his opponent's hands, and he said he would kill them all. But the captain doused him with water, telling him to calm down, lest he hurt the others. Looking at their interlocutors, she asked what they wanted. Closing his eyes, Aaron replied that he needed them to attack his castle. The pirates looked at him questioningly. Arthur, shocked, opened her mouth. The hero and Gran stood near the throne. Philip addressed the man, explaining that the emperor had given him carte blanche to negotiate, and that if he wanted anything, it would be better to persuade the duke, not him. The prince rested his head on his hand, adding a request not to let him get bored. Aaron looked at the man in front of him, thinking that when he was feeling ill, he couldn't think clearly, but he had to get results no matter what. Frowning, he explained that while the man was in the infirmary, he had spoken with the emperor, so he would get straight to the point. The man raised his hand. Gran bowed and replied that, thanks to the medicine he had sent, he had recovered quickly. The hero was surprised, thinking he had done this to get rid of him faster. A slight smile appeared on the man's face. Standing before the boy, he said that now that he had expressed his gratitude, they could begin negotiations. This surprised Aaron even more. The two argued heatedly. The hero raised his hand, requesting 200 million gold out of a total of 500 million and service as commander of the Northeast until the remaining 300 million were paid. His companion, frowning, asked about Bran's territory being the most affected by the breach of the Iron Barrier, noting that his term of service needed to be extended until the threat from the north was eliminated. Aaron's cloak rose as he replied that in exchange, he needed the Empire's support to strengthen the Iron Barrier and establish a naval base in the port city. Looking at him intently, Grant said that the Iron Barrier was under the Empire's jurisdiction, so he promised they would provide support, but the Duke must resolve the pirate problem himself. Raising his hand, the hero expressed indignation that this meant the port city didn't belong to the crown, and everyone was pretending ignorance of the pirates. The companion raised his hand and replied that this wasn't the case, and that it was simply the Duke, not the Emperor, who should deal with this problem, and that the damage the pirates had inflicted on the naval base wasn't that great. Aaron was extremely angry, explaining that this was why they didn't want to do anything, arguing that this point was necessary. He recalled his agreement with the pirates, not understanding where they were, as the attack was already imminent. Looking away, he understood that he needed to stall for time, saying that if his interlocutor continued like this, they would have a hard time reaching an agreement. Gran ran a hand through his beard and chuckled. A ball fell between them. Both turned to the prince, hearing that this was boring. Glancing at them, he suggested settling the matter with a duel. The wounded man became visibly frightened. Rising from his throne, Philip replied that he needn't worry. Gran was completely at a loss. The prince picked up something. Drawing another sword from its sheath, he said he would fight himself. Gran watched helplessly. Aaron sank to one knee, wanting to object. Philip gave him a menacing look, saying that if the Duke resigned, the kingdom would go over to the Empire and become its territory. Gran bowed, reminding him that the Empire had laws, and he could not disregard them. Turning to him, the prince replied that he was forced to disappoint him. He opened his mouth slightly, adding that the Duke was a loyal subject of the country and had been attacked by a northern giant while recovering at the Bran estate. Holding a knife to his throat, he said that the Duke had been killed by an unknown assailant in the same way. He picked up his ball. Putting it to his throat, Philip said that some believed the hero was behind all this. Holding the weapon in front of them, the prince said they had heard him, and therefore they should not let him get bored. Smiling ominously again, he asked again if they would fight. Eren exchanged glances with Gran and agreed. Later, they stood facing each other with the prince. The man looked at him, saying that if he won, he would receive his 200 million and serve as the Northeast commander until the threat was gone. Furthermore, they promised to support the construction of a naval base, but if he won, there would be no construction. Looking at the prince, the hero asked if his term of service could be shortened. Philip smiled and replied that he could discuss it with Duke Gran. The prince took aim at the boy. Eren parried the attack, his eyes widening as he realized his opponent was strong. The weapon came towards him again. The blade cut off part of his hair. The boy was forced to step back. Philip managed to land a punch. He deflected the ball aside, offering him a worthy response. Wiping blood from his cheek, Eren replied that he was trying. He thought back to himself in training, reflecting on how he had been training his strength since that duel, but had never fought someone to the death who wasn't an enemy. Imagining his flashy swings, he noted that his imperial swordsmanship and the dragon's blessing might have been enough to secure victory, but he hadn't had time to hone his technique, and now the prince, who shouldn't have shown off his skills, was exerting pressure on him. Frowning, the boy realized he was in a situation where he could only block attacks. Looking at him, Philip said he was bored. A dark aura surrounded him. He charged again. They crossed blades. Pressing Eren, he asked him why he didn't want to use force. Holding back the onslaught, the hero couldn't understand how. He remembered his own attack. The prince's eyes glowed brightly, and he demanded a show of force, threatening to kill him otherwise. Philip struck repeatedly. The boy dropped to one knee. His opponent raised his sword above his head. His blow shattered the weapon, scattering fragments around Eren. The prince raised his sword again, telling the boy to die. Gran opened his mouth wide, trying to stop him. Sweat poured down the hero's face as he summoned the ball's energy. A bright beam restored the blade's edge, and the boy was about to strike a third time. Philip was visibly surprised. An explosion sounded above their heads. Pirates were standing outside. Both peered through the opening, hearing a call to the Imperials. Smoke rose from the cannon's barrel. The pirates asked how the fireworks were. Philip looked down, hearing that it was revenge for the wreckage of their ships. The hero looked at the prince, thinking this was his chance. He charged. The weapon appeared in his face. The magical blade vanished. Looking at the weapon, Eren thought he was just a little short. The ball flew out of his hands. It landed next to the pirate. The hero glared at them, asking if they wanted them to destroy the other ships as well. The man looked at him, confused. He turned around, asking the captain if their contract included swearing and threats, noting that the boy was going to hell. The girl silently peered through the spyglass. The pirate watched her, but saw no reaction. A torch appeared in his hand, and he ordered the cannon to be prepared for battle. But turning away, the captain ordered them to leave, saying they would deal with this later. The man followed her with annoyance. She walked with her head down. She clutched her arm, thinking about who he had seen. Remembering Philip's face, the captain thought it was her family's enemy. The prince watched the sunrise. He turned, hearing someone addressing him. Eren dropped to one knee, declaring that he had lost. Lowering his head, he added that he would fulfill his conditions, whatever they were, and he could take Bran's territory. The prince approached him. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Gran nod. Looking down, Eren heard the kingdom appoint him commander of the northeastern region until the threat passed. Closing his eyes, he thought he shouldn't have agreed to the duel, since his interlocutor was now aware of his strength, and would have complete control of the negotiations. The sun rose between them, and Philip said he would still support the construction of the naval base. The hero was surprised. Remembering his last blow, the prince admitted he had lost. Then, gesturing to the right wall, he added that the pirate threat had proven serious. Smiling, Philip thought that he had shown him everything he wanted, so he could be content with that. The carriages moved along the forest. Philip sat in one. He remembered the magic blade in Eren's hands. Then he thrust the dagger forward, trying to repeat the move. The prince gritted his teeth. He tried the move again. A bright aura surrounded him. The dagger began to glow brightly. Philip looked at him with a confused smile. Covering his face with his hand, the prince laughed. His laughter could be heard outside. The man knelt before Eren, and a week later, the territory of Bran was incorporated into the kingdom. The hold was filled with provisions, and the hero set off for the island. The hero stood by the ship. He had gone to provide the pirates with food and persuade them to ally. The girl threw the sack on the ground. Grain spilled out. Looking at the captain, Eren asked what was wrong. She, gritting her teeth, wanted to know why he hadn't told her. The boy spread his arms, not understanding what she was talking about. The girl hit the sack again. A man approached from behind, asking her to calm down. Pushing him aside, she asked why he hadn't told her that the prince was helping him. The pirate lowered his hands, clarifying that she was talking about Philip. Now he, too, was angry and cursing at Eren. The girl slowly clasped her hand. She remembered walking through the burning forest. A man appeared before her. Raising his sword, Philip said, "Hey, stop looking at me like that. That won't absolve you of your sins." With tears in her eyes, the girl couldn't understand what she had done, or what her family had done. His mouth slightly open, the prince noted that they were traitors. Pointing his sword at his hand, he added that the mark on it was proof of that. Several ships were sailing the sea. 5 years ago, the Empire had set out to conquer the West and created a massive navy, seizing control of the seas. Later, the ships sank because young dukes, inexperienced in battle, decided to overreach themselves, ignoring the advice of others, and faced heavy losses, losing almost all of their vessels. The disgruntled dukes pointed toward the admiral, whom they had decided to blame for the failure, as he knew too much about the failures. The admiral and the others were tied up to conceal the truth and framed, accused of conspiring with the enemy. Philip stood over their bodies, sent to eliminate the admiral's subordinates, and all members of his family. Then he opened his mouth wide and ordered that the corpses with marks on their hands not be taken, but sent to be fed to the cattle. He raised his sword, wishing the girl to hell. She closed her eyes. Clouds of dust rose around them. The rider rushed toward them. He managed to grab the girl. Frowning, the savior asked if she was all right. His silhouette was barely visible then. Now the captain lowered her hand. She pointed at Eren, asking why the prince was there on the day of the attack, and what they were planning. The hero covered his face with his hand, saying that it was very annoying. Rex placed his hand on his shoulder, asking him to figure it out for himself. He waved at the girl, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. She looked at him irritably, not understanding what he was talking about or who he was. Rex raised his hand, noting that much time had passed. The guy covered part of his face, saying that this way she would definitely recognize him. The captain was very surprised. Folding her arms across her chest, she said she had no idea. The man pointed at him, saying he was the mercenary. He remembered Rex carrying the girl in his arms. The guy handed her over to him, and the man asked him to open his eyes. He sighed with relief, seeing that the girl was alive. The mercenary extended his hand. Gestured, he said that he had saved her, so gold awaited him. They looked at each other silently. Rex looked at the sky, saying that otherwise he would act cruelly and leave it to others. Then the guy showed him his glasses. Holding them in his hand, he said he would take his payment with interest, no matter what. The man nodded in response and thanked him, promising that the next time they met, he would not only return it with interest, but also give him whatever he wanted. Rex lowered his hand, specifying that he could take everything. Looking at him seriously, the man swore on his life. Now he raised his hand to his beard, remembering this. He opened his eyes in surprise. Rex held the glasses in front of his face. He smiled, remembering the words about everything. Smiling, looking at the pirate, the boy clarified what he had promised. The man looked confused. He fell to his knees, saying he would give everything he had, only asking that he make no demands on the captain. Rex looked at him silently. Closing his eyes, he asked for a quill, parchment, and scissors. The man was shocked to hear this. The man pointed to himself, reminding them he just promised. The man signed the document. Eren and Jacqueline shook hands, and thanks to the help of Rex, who had once saved her life, both sides came to an agreement. Their handshake was quite firm, and they concluded a peace treaty. The old pirate looked completely confused. Later, the people gathered around the fire. The girl watched the proceedings. Eren sat down next to her. Taking a sip, he asked what the plan was. Staring into the bright flames, she replied that she didn't know where this would lead them, guessing they were preparing for revenge on the enemy of the prince and duke's families. The young man glanced into his mug, repeating the word. Vengeance. The emperor's face was reflected in the drink. Jacqueline glanced at him, hearing the question of whether she needed help. Looking at her, the hero said he could help her with revenge, and then she would help him, calling it a fair deal. The captain lowered her eyes, seeing no point in this, as she couldn't even imagine how she could be useful. Closing his eyes, Eren replied that it didn't matter, as they were simply stronger together. Gesturing to the large ships, he added that they were proof. Jacqueline looked at them in surprise. Smiling, she agreed. Moonlight reflected off the sword. Banners rose all around. So, a month after the peace agreement with the pirates, Eren took command of all available forces to fulfill his duties. He pointed his weapon forward, becoming commander of the northeastern region. The army rushed after him, heading for the iron wall. A bony hand grabbed the wall. The axe sank into the skull of a skeleton. The others climbed up the wall. Harold's son, gritting his teeth, watched them. His comrades fought them. The man struck the wall. He saw the army before him. Rommel and Cheryl were among them. Another girl held a bright light in her hands, and he realized it was a necromancer. Taking the axe, he thought that if he could catch them, they would win this battle. The man ran up to him. Harold's son looked at him sternly, asking what was wrong. The subordinate spread his hands, saying that they were unable to hold back the onslaught, so they needed to leave the castle, and they were only awaiting orders. Harold's son grabbed him, citing 30 years. Lifting him off the ground, he explained that he had waited too long to take this castle. Frowning, he was outraged that they were now asking him to surrender. Trembling, the boy replied that if he surrendered, he would lose little, but if he died, they would lose everything. Opening his mouth wide, Harold's son replied that losing the castle already meant death for him. Something caught his attention. The skeletons were rising higher and higher. The man looked down from the wall. A voice addressed him among the troops. Opening his mouth wide, the hero declared that their defeat was a matter of time, but he did not want any more deaths. Herald's son looked into the distance, hearing that if he surrendered, his life would be spared. Frowning, he demanded to be shown, as he did not wish to converse with someone who had cowardly hidden. The boy snatched the torch from Rommel. Stepping forward, he declared himself Duke Eren and was not hiding. They looked each other in the eye. Earlier, Eren had been sitting at the table with his comrades, asking in surprise if that was all. Rommel waved his hand aside, saying that currently, around 500 northern giants occupied the stronghold, not counting those who had perished. The hero raised his hand to his face, wondering if it was possible, as they said, that he had crossed the stronghold with only 1,000 warriors. He glanced at Cheryl, who replied that it was entirely possible if the northern giants were as large as those she had encountered. Introducing her enemy, she spoke of how, even without swords and magic, their strength and speed were beyond human capabilities. Nodding, the man agreed, adding that they were simply being careless and that he and Cheryl couldn't just sit around. Imagining the village on the wall, Eren reflected on how, with just 1,000 men, they had captured the fortress and defeated his comrades with an army of 500. Everything around him seemed to go dark as he contemplated the northern giant, the masked man, the storm of the north, and the fortress's defense. The others looked at him as he began to explain their plan. Cheryl sighed, clarifying that until the northern threat was gone, defense would still be necessary, and even if magic was used, the enemy would quickly recover, and it would take a long time to repeat. Eren lowered his head, considering this. A bright flash of light, and the idea of reworking occurred to him. Rommel stood up when the boy addressed him. Pointing a finger at him, the hero ordered Elena to come and that they were opening a project to study the undead dungeon. Now skeletons were climbing the wall. He was using large monsters to pressure the northern giants defending the fortress. Now he and Haraldson looked each other in the eye, careful not to damage the walls. With the previous strategy proving successful, he was attempting to eliminate the northern threat by pacifying the giants. The man stepped through the gate. A skull cracked under his foot. His steps quickened. Haraldson rushed forward. Eren watched him approach. The hero blocked the attack. The others watched their battle, wondering who it was and where they came from. Frowning, the giant called the man a fool for seeking him when he had already won the war. Holding back the onslaught, Eren replied that victory was not yet theirs. His sword began to glow, he added, adding that they would die either way. Haraldson jumped back, saying that the hero could do him a favor. The man raised his sword above his head, saying that he should thank him for the opportunity. The giant thought of Rommel, thinking that he had a similar style. The man pushed the axe aside. Raising it above his head, he said he would split the hero's skull blow after blow. Haraldson threw it. He rolled. The axe flew out from behind him like a beam. Eren noticed that the enemy had disappeared. He was behind him. The man swung. The hero stepped away from him. The axe flew between them. The boy's eyes glowed brightly. Haraldson was reflected in them. Raising the weapon again, he thought about the man using magic. The giant struck, saying it was too slow. The iron plate shattered from the impact. Eren blocked another attack. The enemy struck repeatedly, but the boy thought there was only a little more left. The hero gritted his teeth. Continuing to parry the attacks, he thought about how he still couldn't see. A couple of weeks ago, Rama raised his head, saying they should stop. The Duke held the ball in front of him, replying that he was fine and could continue. A small stone hit him. Holding a few more, the man asked if he wanted to rest. Frowning, the boy demanded to continue. Looking at the stone, Rama replied that it would be as he wished. He pulled his hand behind his back. Several stones rushed toward Eren. His eyes began to glow brightly. He clearly saw the stones in front of him. The hero rushed forward. Raising his sword, the boy remembered the prince. The weapon ended up at Rama's throat. Eren smiled contentedly. Eren gritted his teeth, thinking about the enemy's speed. Continuing to parry blows, he realized he couldn't keep up. A foot landed near his head. Haraldson managed to strike. The giant spread his legs wide. Raising his axes above his head, he declared that this fortress was his. Eren looked up. He saw a glow near the axe and thought about what he saw. The hero somersaulted. He pointed his sword at the enemy. The blade ended up near Haraldson's face. He blocked it with his axes, and the boy used a grade 4 grand sword art. The blade began to glow brightly as the cyclone was applied. A hole was left in the axes. A similar one appeared in the enemy's body. Eren was visible through it. The boy smiled and said that he saw him. Blood was streaming down Haraldson's body. He bent over, clutching the wound. The man looked up. He saw people running towards the fortress. The giant imagined himself on the wall, thinking that he had finally stepped over it. Remembering the bright sun, he was glad that he had finally occupied this territory. But seeing Eren before him, he realized that now he had lost everything because of him. His hands trembled, and he was outraged at how dare he do so. Haraldson opened his mouth wide and screamed. The hero looked at him. He tried to attack again, but the boy calmly avoided the attacks. He delivered a kick. The giant slid back. The man gritted his teeth. Haraldson raised the axe above his head again. Eren knocked it from his hands. The weapon sank into the ground. The giant saw the ball before him. Looking at it, the hero declared that from now on this land was his. Frowning slightly, he offered to take his people and leave, never to return. He sheathed the weapon. Eren extended his hand, saying that if he agreed, he would give them a place where they could live peacefully. Harold's son looked at him silently. The Duke looked him in the eyes. Lowering his head, the giant told him to kill him. Standing opposite him, he spoke of how he had sworn on his life to preserve the bright land from Yunin, and would not dare break that promise. Looking at him, Eren clarified that he sought death. Closing his eyes, Harold's son called them strangers who did not know how important this land was to them. They stood facing each other. The hero replied that they were strangers to them too, and therefore they did not understand each other, suggesting they try to negotiate. Eren pointed to himself, declaring this his land. The giant looked at him, hearing that they would live wherever they were allowed. The hero approached him. He smiled, sensing his sincerity. He raised his head, saying that he and his brothers followed the god of war and death on the battlefield, improving the blessing. Eren looked at him questioningly, hearing that they wished to die heroically, so they could kill them. Harold's son looked at the boy seriously, wanting to tell them what to do if they truly wanted an alliance with his family. Cheryl and Rommel watched them. The woman said the negotiations were dragging on. Looking at them, the man replied that, no matter how different they were, even he saw the importance of a warrior's pride, so reaching an agreement wouldn't be easy. Eren cut off his head. His comrades were surprised. The hero raised his sword, declaring himself the Duke of Bran territory, and beheaded the enemy chieftain. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The enemies looked down in fear. They fled from the fortress wall. Eren returned to his comrades. Cheryl looked at her brother in confusion, reminding him of his words about simply wanting to discuss everything. He, without raising his head, replied that they needed to go. He passed his sister, who asked where he was going. Eren pointed into the distance, saying that they needed to get rid of the threat. Both looked at him in confusion. A portal appeared on the mountain. The three of them emerged from it. The hero remembered Haraldson's face. Seeing the bright colors in the sky, he remembered the words about how if they truly wanted to form an alliance with his kind, they should follow the mountain with the northern lights. The boy continued on. Cheryl looked the other way and called out to him. He asked what she saw. Below, he saw houses and remembered that they were supposed to find a village. He walked along its streets with the others, remembering that the northerner's brother was supposed to live there. Seeing threatening glances, Rommel asked if it was safe here. Eren stopped in front of the man. The blind man was sitting on a chair. Harold's son had told him earlier that Eric should have guessed his arrival. Dismounting from his horse, he remembered the words about needing to appease him to confirm the purity of his intentions. The man said that if they were asking for an alliance, they should first show what they had come with. Eren pointed to the bags. The man raised his hand thoughtfully to his face. Then the hero reached into his pocket. Inside was a bottle of holy water, said to prolong life. Eric took it. He smiled, replying that this must be what he saw in his dream. Spreading his hands, he thanked him for his openness, saying that in exchange he would convey the prophecy about Hugin. Frowning, Eren asked about the prophecy. The man raised his hands to the sky, speaking of a body blessed by the dragon. The light in the sky grew brighter. He spoke of a ruler who walks with the dragon and an outsider who turned against the dragon. Eric opened his mouth wide, shouting about the existence illuminating his path. The stars grew brighter. Eren looked up in surprise. Cheryl patted him on the shoulder, asking what was going on. She pointed to the man entering, asking if they had finished speaking. The hero followed him along with her, asking if she'd seen him scatter the stars in the sky, but his sister merely expressed surprise at the question. Eren and Eric stood facing each other. They shook hands, noting that the hero had formed an alliance with him before heading to the Dark Continent to eliminate the remaining external threats. Later, together with Jacqueline, he oversaw the preparation of the ships. Earlier, he had circled half the world in search of the Northern Giant. They also shook hands, thus beginning preparations for the final stage of the journey. Later, he shook hands with another man. The old man squeezed his fingers tightly. Eren pulled his hand back, not understanding why. The man indignantly placed his hands on his hips, unable to understand how anyone could promise food and holy water to pirates. Raising a finger, the young man replied that these weren't exactly promises and that it was all for the sake of the expedition. It would have been much worse if someone had broken into their home. The man slammed the table. Seeing the old man place his hand on his head, the hero asked him what he'd done wrong. The man seemed horrified, but replied that everything was fine and that it was excellent work. Closing his eyes, he added that they needed to weigh the pros and cons, but his talk of supporting pirates angered him. Eren stared at him silently, unable to even imagine the difficulties this would cause. The boy was surprised to hear that holy water production had halved. The man glanced at him, hearing the question of why and what Cecilia had said. The old man shrugged, replying that he'd heard that she lacked divine power. Eren ran to her, saying they would discuss the rest later. He watched him go silently. Remembering Kainu's, the old man regretted his absence. The girl walked along a snowy road. A bright light appeared in her hand. Looking at it, she thought about her weakening divine power and her prayers going unanswered. Looking ahead, Cecilia knew there was only one way to find out what was going on. She saw a white house in front of her. Cecilia approached. Kneeling, she addressed Vivian, declaring herself a humble servant, following her will. Light spread from her. The girl opened her eyes. Nothing around her had changed. Looking ahead, Cecilia thought about how her abilities didn't work even in front of the temple. A gust of wind blew away her cloak. She fell down. The girl looked scared. So she fell into the abyss. Seeing the sky, Cecilia addressed Vivian. A gust of air lifted her. She froze for a moment. Cecilia looked down. The girl began to fall again. Folding her hands, she again prayed to Vivian. The dragon rushed towards her. It managed to catch her with a claw. Together, they flew over the abyss. Cecilia touched it, not understanding who it was. The dragon landed on the ground. The girl bowed and thanked him. The dragon looked at her, surprised that someone so similar to Vivian existed, and this irritated him. He placed his wings on the ground. Looking at her intently, he called her Saint Vivian and demanded that she fall before him. Cecilia turned away, saying that this was the first time she had seen a dragon so close. But looking at him again, she added that she was no saint and would not kneel before anyone but Vivian. They looked at each other in silence. The dragon turned away, replying that she was no slouch, saying that he nearly died serving an unresponsive god, thinking about how he couldn't even use his power. Folding her arms, the girl said that she felt her presence in the temple behind her. She took a step forward. The dragon was surprised by this. A bright light appeared in his chest when she said she felt a presence here. Chains bound his core. Cecilia touched the dragon. Raising her head, she said it was a chain of light that blocked mana. Looking at her, the dragon asked if she could do anything about it. She shook her head, saying no. Raising her hand to her face, she added that now that Vivian's power had weakened, it was theoretically possible. The player was surprised to hear that he should return to the way he was when he was chained. He imagined those chains, thinking he couldn't believe it. Opening his mouth, he asked her to promise to keep his secret. The girl folded her arms, surprised that he called her by name. The dragon roared, opening its mouth wide. Cecilia covered her ears. A whirlwind surrounded him. Clouds of dust rose everywhere. She looked ahead. Kainas lay on the floor. Cecilia looked at him, shocked. A line formed in the dungeon of the imperial capital. Cheryl looked around, thinking this was unbelievable. Seeing the crowd in front of her, she wondered if the sage really did live here, given the number of people there. Someone caught her eye. A woman stood ahead. She noticed her dark hair. She turned around, and Cheryl thought it was her mother. People stood in front of the door. It opened, and someone called the next one. The woman headed inside. The door closed behind her. One of the guards nudged her from behind. Turning around, she saw him wink at her. The woman sat down at the table. The sage was surprised to see her. Sitting opposite her, he asked what she wanted. Placing her hand on her chest, she replied that she wanted to know the future of her children. They sat across from each other, and he replied that he would have to pay well. She placed the bag on the table. He saw that it was filled with money and said that a special approach was needed here, since the present constantly changes the future. She nodded, hearing that if she wanted an accurate prediction, it would take time, and agreed to wait. His cloak hid his face. He asked the names of her children. Without revealing her face, the woman replied that they were Aaron and Cheryl. The man looked visibly surprised. Noticing this, she asked what was wrong. Taking a deep breath, the sage replied that everything was fine. Looking up, he asked her to remove the hood and place her palm on the crystal ball. Isabel removed the hood. The crystal ball began to glow brightly. Light filled the room. The man watched the ball. They were silent for a moment. With his mouth slightly open, the sage said that he saw. The woman glanced at him. Frowning, she asked if he could see when and how they would die. The sage was surprised to hear this. She had been wondering if he would tell her when to expect it. Looking into her eyes, he clarified that she had come here not to see their lives, but their deaths. Isabel was confused. She placed more money on the table, explaining that she simply wanted to know everything about them. He looked at her silently. The man took a deep breath. His eyes were visible from under his cloak, and he explained that in about 2 decades, they would meet their death at the hands of the emperor. Later, she left, closing the door behind her. A guard approached the sage. He came out and said something to the others. The sage covered his face with his hands, wondering how she had died even before his father's overthrow. Imagining his mother's face, he couldn't understand how she had survived. It was Gale with Aaron's soul. Imagining Rhinon's face, it was noted that, returning to past events, after Gale approached the Duke, he had been refused. Later, he sat in a small tent, beginning to plan with the Emperor, earning a living by predicting. People flocked to him, as almost all of his prophecies came true, so the sorcerer quickly gained popularity. He towered over the others, and they quickly began to call him the Sage of the Future and the Philosopher of Oblivion. A woman passed by the others. One day, hearing about the philosopher, Isabel sought him out. She went outside, but the question remained, why did she want to know when her own children would die? Isabel heard footsteps behind her. A knife appeared in her hand. The woman quickened her pace. Someone touched her shoulder. Isabel turned, ready to attack. The blade stopped near Cheryl's face. Turning away, Isabel continued on. The girl opened her mouth wide, addressing her as her mother. Grabbing her hand, she asked if that was true. Stopping, the woman replied that she had been mistaken for someone else and asked her to let go. But Cheryl hugged her, asking why she had looked for them and abandoned them. Isabel stood silently. Her mouth slightly open, she asked if the girl really wanted to hear the truth. Cheryl looked at her with tears in her eyes. Turning, the woman replied that she had avoided them because she wanted them to survive, asking if she believed that. The girl reached out to her, asking what the point was, asking her to tell her everything. Isabel pushed her hand away, saying she had nothing more to say. She rushed forward, adding that they would see each other again in a year. Cheryl fell to her knees. Tears streamed down her mother's face. Covering her face with her hand, she thought about how her goal was to prevent all those terrible things, and that's why she was leaving, but they would meet again. A guard watched everything. He was talking to Gale, who asked to know where she lived and who she was dating, because he wanted to know everything. The guard rushed forward. Cheryl emerged from the portal, hurrying to deliver the news that Isabel was alive. She saw her brother nearby and turned to him. Cheryl waved her arms, telling him everything. Aaron didn't react. Frowning, she asked if he was listening, since she was talking about her mother. He placed his hand on her head, saying that he understood everything. Then he pointed ahead, inviting her to look. A couple of ships were moored at the port. Workers were loading provisions. Aaron smiled, saying that they were ready to sail and that war lay ahead. He looked again at the bright sun. Gale's soul, inside Aaron's body, cared nothing but the expedition to the Dark Continent, which he'd been preparing for months. The boy, however, thought he was following. Silhouettes of others appeared behind him, and now he wondered how Isabel's plans would affect him. Ships were sailing, a Dark Continent reconnaissance detachment, already in its third week of travel. Jacqueline peered through a telescope. Raising his head, Aaron asked if he could see anything. She, looking down, replied that nothing yet. Seeing the water's surface, the hero thought that, according to the journal, he should have already appeared on the horizon. Cheryl approached him, saying that if she'd known this would happen, she would have stayed at the estate and investigated her mother's case. He smiled, reminding him of their agreement that exploring the Dark Continent came first. The girl waved her hand away, saying no, he didn't even know what was in there. He asked what he would do if it turned out to be a sea monster the size of their ship. Remembering the bag of money in her hands, he replied that he had paid for his participation. She turned away, saying that this was a weak answer and decided there was no point in continuing the conversation. Yawning, she asked to be woken upon arrival. Aaron covered his face with his hand, indignant that she had received the money and was dissatisfied. The ship rocked to the side. Looking at the mast, he turned to the captain. Waves rose around the ship, and Ren assumed it was a whirlpool beneath it. His sister covered her face with her hand, saying that now even the sea monster wouldn't leave them alone. The captain went below, telling everyone to take their places and for Miller to load the cannons. The sailors took up positions. Jacqueline took the helm. The ship changed course. Aaron turned to his sister, who stood nearby, saying that when the sea monster appeared, they would need to attract its attention. Fire surrounded her staff. Cheryl took off on a phoenix. A thunderstorm appeared in the sky. The waves grew stronger. From the helm, the captain wondered where Cheryl had gone. Observing the whirlpool from above, the girl was surprised that anyone could create it, noting that she had difficulty discerning the monster's size. Noticing its power, Diana saw scales. Holding her staff forward, Cheryl used her lightning spear. The spear rushed forward. Lightning struck the water. The ships were caught in a whirlpool. High waves covered them. Cheryl smiled, saying she had managed to stop the monster, but it jumped out of the water at her. She managed to fly away. Noticing the monster, Jacqueline ordered the guns to open fire and finish it off. Cannon shots rang out. Cannonballs rushed forward. A wave rose in front of the ship. The man held out his hand, ordering them not to stop and to open fire again. The cannons fired again. Splashes of water flew everywhere. The waves subsided. The captain was visibly tense. The monster emerged from the water. The sailors lost their balance. The monster gripped the ship. It managed to break the vessel. Jacqueline watched the events unfold. Aaron placed his hand on her shoulder, asking her to swim closer, but she was afraid that their ship might be sunk too. Frowning, the hero replied that although the chances were slim, they couldn't give up, offering to do everything in their power. The girl looked at him silently. Lowering her brows, she silently agreed with him. The ship headed toward the monster. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. Cheryl flew above the ship. She and her brother opened their mouths simultaneously, using a punch and an explosion. Magic and flame directed toward the monster. Waves rose around the attacks. The monster noticed a bright light in front of it. The attacks caught up with it. Gritting his teeth, Aaron hoped that this was the end. Part of the monster was visible through the smoke. A magical barrier surrounded it. The monster raised its head. Turning to the others, Cheryl mentioned breathing. The girl headed for the deck. Holding out the staff to Aaron, his sister told him to grab it. A bright beam erupted from the monster's mouth. The impact threw the people overboard. A huge wave covered the ship. The monster turned towards the phoenix. Watching this, the hero told the girl to dodge the attacks and fly higher. He looked at her questioningly. Noticing that Cheryl hadn't even moved, he asked her what she was doing. Aaron looked in the same direction. His eyes widened at what he saw. Looking ahead, his sister saw a dragon. The dragon flew above them. The dragon flew over the sea. The red-haired girl noticed it. She clutched the staff, summoning fire. A wave rose. A dark beast approached the heroes. They looked at it in surprise. A huge black dragon flew past the heroes on a phoenix. Cheryl looked down in surprise, realizing it was wounded. She remembered the dragon's wounded body and wondered if it was really that bad. Kainas approached the sea monster. He clamped his teeth on its body. The enemy roared, raising waves. The dragon with the yellow eye commanded Leviathan to calm down. The sea monster shook its head. A white glow began to appear in its mouth. The dragon took off, leaving a blue trail. Kainas looked at it, thinking it had lost its composure. Blue beams of flame erupted from Leviathan's mouth. Fire appeared in the dragon's mouth. It thought this was the only way. The hero, hovering nearby on the phoenix, wondered why it hadn't attacked. Turning around, Cheryl told her brother that while they weren't fighting, they had a chance to win. They should save whoever they could and leave. The boy standing on the Firebird said they were attacking. Looking at him with displeasure, the girl asked if he wanted to die. They couldn't even handle one. He pointed to the people clinging to the rubble, and said they would save everyone. Looking at his sister, the hero declared that this was their last chance. Flashes of fire appeared near the sea. Opening her mouth, the girl screamed for him to hold on. The heroes on the phoenix flew forward. Eren imagined the monster, wondering how swords would penetrate its shield, wondering if swords would work against sea dragons. Rising from the water, Kainas roared. Blood appeared on his body from the attack. Blood flowed from the roaring Leviathan's eyes. The hero, flying toward them, wondered what was there. Standing next to Cheryl, he shouted forward. Flames appeared in the dragon's mouth. Red and blue beams of flame collided. Light emanated from the sea dragon's mouth. Looking at the bright flash, the hero thought his power had increased. The dragon flew next to the blue beam. It swiftly lashed out at the enemy's face. Opening its jaws, Leviathan screamed. He threw the dragon back. However, Kainas closed his jaws on its body. The heroes on the fiery bird approached. The dragon turned its gaze to them. Releasing its enemy, it thought it would play by their rules. Its teeth clicked near its tail. The two dragons circled opposite each other. Eren fell onto the monster's back from above. He pointed his blade downwards, and with a powerful movement, he attacked the Leviathan's muzzle. It raised its head and roared in pain. Holding the blade, the hero cried out, "Come closer!" Water flew around the monster. Opening his mouth wide, Eren called out to his sister. He let go of the blade, falling toward the phoenix. The black dragon hovered above the Leviathan. Its eye glowed yellow. He mentally told himself that he needed to free it from this body now. Yellow circles spread from the dragon. He thought he was sorry, and he unleashed a huge stream of fire. It hit his opponent right in the muzzle. Kainas incinerated the sea monster. Eren flew nearby, supporting it. A powerful flash of explosion appeared. The heroes were thrown aside. Brother and sister fell into the water. For everything, he sank into the depths. Smiling, he thought they did it. Sinking deeper and deeper, he thought that's it. The setting sun illuminated the wreckage. Eren coughed, lying on the shore. Then he cracked an eye. Trying to rise, he asked what it was. People were lying among the wreckage on the sand. The hero noticed his sister lying there. Holding her head, he tried to call her to wake up. With her mouth wide open, Cheryl inhaled. Eren looked at her with a smile. He joyfully hugged his sister, saying he was glad she was okay, but she was displeased. Cheryl rested her palm on the hero's cheek, who heard the words that someone was glad to see him. He turned around in surprise and saw Kainas, who was covering his face with a fan. The man had a smile on his lips. He said that this place. With a dramatic bow, he continued, "It's called the Dark Continent." Thus ends the first season. The heroes sat by the fire. Eren asked, "So he meant to say he heard the news too late and came here by boat?" Looking at the man suspiciously, he continued, "And then did they find them?" Kainas smiled, saying that if he had delayed even a little, the sea would have spared no one. Exhaling, the Duke said it was just in time. He glanced at the man and thought that finding them at sea had been difficult, but he wouldn't interrogate him. He'd saved them, and that was enough. Touching his chin, they asked if he knew anything about this place. Kainas waved his hand, saying that almost the entire continent was covered in forests and mines, but somewhere deep down there was a castle. Looking at it, the hero asked again. Remembering how he'd read the Book of Records, he thought that if there was a castle, there was a king, but the report had clearly stated there was no ruler here. Raising his head to the dark sky, he thought that if the intelligence had been wrong, conquering the island would be very easy. The tribes would obey the king. He looked at the soldiers gathered around the fire, and thought that now he thought bringing a small investigative team hadn't been such a good idea. Rising to his feet, the hero called for everyone to listen to him. Opening his mouth wide, Eren said that as soon as dawn broke, they would survey the island, divide into groups of 3, and begin reconnaissance. The people sitting on the shore agreed. Rays of sunlight were visible behind the mountain. A group of 3 heroes walked through the forest. Cheryl angrily clutched her staff and cursed. Snagging the tip of her staff on the grass, she said that the venerable lord had gone to the castle, while she was wandering through these forests. Raising her hands with her staff, Cheryl indignantly shouted that she also wanted to rest. Miller looked at her with a smile, saying that this sorceress had a difficult character. Jacqueline, standing behind him, said she'd lost her ship, but somehow wasn't complaining. Winking, the red-haired girl said she was very happy for her. The man laughed, hearing the captain shout that she'd pay her for the ship. Looking sternly ahead, the blue-haired girl said she wanted to quickly find a place to make a portal. Putting her hand on her hip, Cheryl asked if she thought making a portal was as easy as making a ship. Miller looked at her angrily. Jacqueline grabbed his hand and said she couldn't be held accountable. Turning her gaze to the girl, she asked what was so difficult about the portal. Looking away, Cheryl replied that there was a lot of magic on the continent, but it was unstable. Blue lines were visible between the trees. She said that this forest was magical too. Not even monsters lived in it, which was strange. The girl turned around, frightened. A figure was visible behind the pirates. Grabbing a glowing staff, she shouted for them to move. She sent a bright, binding rope forward. It flew past the man and bound the man behind them. Holding the rope, the girl asked who he was. The bald man hunched over on the ground. Then he raised his crazed gaze, saying, "Finally!" Raising his hands, the old man said the prophecy had been true. Everything lit up over the hills, and the girl offered to listen to him. The old man gazed admiringly at the butterfly. Watching him, Cheryl said they would sum it up. The old man looked extremely ecstatic, saying they had a prophecy here, that someone would appear and free the local slaves. The butterfly rose into the sky. The man, staring at it, screamed. Pointing a finger at the fallen old man, Jacqueline said she didn't think he could be trusted. Cheryl covered her mouth, and thought they had nothing to lose. The old man was startled when she came up behind him and addressed him. He tried to crawl away on the ground. The red-haired woman sat down next to him with a smile and asked him to tell them more about the prophecy. Looking away, the old man said he didn't understand what she was talking about. Cheryl indignantly shouted that he had just told her about it himself. Some great warrior with a sword would come and defeat the master of these lands. The man stared at her and raised a finger. The girl held the old man by his clothes, and he said that it wasn't just any sword, but a special sword or relic. She frowned and heard ruins. Raising his finger, the old man declared that they needed to find the ancient ruins. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that that's where the killer lived. Then, waving his arms, he shouted that they needed to find the ruins. Cheryl covered her face with her hand wearily, and said that he was just some kind of madman. Jacqueline crossed her arms and said that she needed to move on. Looking at the dense forest, she said that they were actually just strolling. The girl stood by the table with candlesticks. A smile appeared on her lips, and she addressed her dear younger brother. The heroes were reflected in a purple magic ball, and the girl offered to lead the way, knowing no fear or fatigue. Looking down, she chuckled. Aaron was reflected in the ball, and she asked who it was. The blonde smiled and said, "The dragon's blessing." What a curious man. Without turning around, the heroine called out to Logan. The cloaked man touched his chest. Turning to him, the girl asked to be invited to the castle. Logan bowed, agreeing. Then his figure faded. The heroine held the ball with both hands. Looking at him slyly, the blonde said that a great honor awaited her. He would become her favorite slave. The village of Renetra on the Black Continent looked gloomy. The heroes walked down the street. Aaron stared ahead. Peering into the building, he asked why it was so quiet. Glancing at Kynes standing behind him, he asked if they were sure they had come to the right place. The man turned his head and replied that yes, it was the road that led to the castle. Rex put his hand to his face and said he could see it. Aaron stared ahead in surprise. Beyond the poor village, a luxurious castle was visible. Touching his face with his finger, the hero pondered the idea of such a magnificent castle in such a deserted place, with no guards. A greedy smile appeared on his face, wondering if there was wealth in this castle. The hero imagined himself standing with a sword, thinking that everything would go much easier than he imagined. Turning to his comrades, he said they were heading there right now. Suddenly, a crowd appeared on the street. Aaron looked at it in surprise, asking what the hell was going on. People were dragging sacks and carts. They were getting closer. The hero asked where they were taking all these people. Rex put his hands in his pockets and said he'd ask them. He waved at the man, but he ignored him and walked past. The man grabbed the other man's hand, but he snatched it away. Kainuz, looking tensely at the people, said they probably wouldn't be able to reach them. The silhouette of a three-headed dragon seemed to hover over the townspeople, and he thought he felt a familiar energy. A man in a black cloak appeared behind them and greeted them. The heroes turned sharply. The man waved his hands, saying he didn't mean to scare them. Raising his hands, he said his name was Logan, the butler of the mansion castle, and his mistress, the ruler of the Black Continent. Aaron, looking at him carefully, asked what he needed. Logan had dark circles under his eyes, and he said she was inviting them. A long bridge led to a luxurious castle. Workers were visible nearby. The hero thought he was about to introduce them to the Estmos. Looking carefully into the distance, the boy wondered why they were so blind. A man with a fan walking behind him said it must be magic. Walking on, Kynes explained that this kind of magic, which steals an opponent's soul and bends them to its will, is quite common, more common than he thought. A magical trail was visible over the village. The dragon said that few have ever managed to subjugate the entire population of a country. Aaron closed his eyes, exhaling, and said that after all the difficulties he had faced here on the continent, he should now face some unknown magic. Looking away, the dragon advised caution. They approached the gates. He said the ruler was a formidable opponent. The man opened the doors. Watching him, Kynes wondered if his guess was correct. They stood at the castle doors. He thought the ruler of the Black Continent was coming. The heroes walked along the red carpet. They stopped at the stairs leading to the throne, and the girl asked if they had arrived yet. The butler bowed. The white-haired lady said that a creature had borrowed wings and set foot on this land. Looking at her, Eren wondered what she was talking about. She hadn't insulted him, after all. Calmly, the hero said he was lord of the land of Bran in the Western Empire, and his name was Eren. The girl sitting on the throne ordered them to leave formalities aside. She had no interest in Western traditions. She looked down with a slight smile. Eren looked at her calmly. Waving his hand, he suggested they follow the laws of this land. The lady of the castle smiled, thinking that the weaker a person was, the more likely they were to take her bait. The butler, named Logan, bowed, hearing the request to bring all the preparations. Eren watched him disappear. With a wave of her hand, the blonde said it was customary in this place to share drinks with strangers as a greeting. She held up one of the glasses they'd brought, and said she wanted to make a special toast today. Holding a glass of red drink, she said it reunited her with an old friend. Eren glared at Kynes, who was angry. The butler brought the glasses to the heroes. The boy reached for one of them, hearing a voice calling for him to listen. Taking the glass, he heard a request to hurry. The boy was like a puppet, and the girl was saying she would make him a special slave. She smiled, hearing the voice asking her to stop spouting nonsense. Behind Kynes was the image of a dragon, and he addressed her as a sister. The girl's pupils turned vertical, and she asked, "How dare he?" Eren poured the liquid onto the floor. Those present in the castle froze. A drop fell from the glass, and the hero said he really didn't want to disrespect the culture of this land. Smiling, he tapped his head, saying that this was the only thing difficult to accept. The girl looked at him in surprise. Throwing the glass, the hero asked whether it contained alcohol or poison. The glass fell, and he continued, "Friend or foe?" The blonde watched tensely as it fell. A shadow fell across Eren's face. The girl's eyes grew furious. There were shards of glass on the carpet. The hero stepped on them with his foot and said he'd rather refuse. Pointing his sword, he continued, "No, because that's not what he was here for." Eren stood by the stairs, sword in hand. The girl held a glass, saying she didn't want to seem arrogant. She smashed it in her fist, and said he was clearly a fool. Holding onto the armrests of the throne, she laughed. The hero looked at her in surprise. The girl's eyes lit up purple, and she grimly told him not to make her regret what she'd done. The heroes shuddered in shock. The boy wondered what this meant. The butler with the glasses fell. Rex tried to hold on to his sword. The force forced the boy to one knee. The hero gritted his teeth in tension. The image of the girl was as if black and white. There was a smile on her face, and the boy realized she was a witch. It felt strange, as if her powers were overwhelming him. He froze with his sword, and she asked, "Did he just realize it?" The hero supported his hand with his other, thinking he needed to move. Looking resolutely forward, he thought he still had much to do. Then his gaze became shocked. A huge dragon with 5 heads appeared before her. Opening its mouth, it wished him death. A quick movement flashed before its face, and the black dragon protected the hero from the attack. With its paw, it threw his sister back. A dark figure stood in the smoke, asking, "How dare he?" Flames appeared in the dragon's mouth, and he heard the question. "Is he on this man's side?" Kynes breathed fire. One of the heads appeared from behind. The girl mentally told himself that he was a fool. The dragon struck his opponent with its tail. Kynes flew back. He stood in the settling dust. And then he rushed to attack. Eren looked at this dragon in shock. He remembered the battle at sea and thought he had helped them then. The multi-headed dragon rushed at its opponent, and the boy realized it was Kynes. The black dragon opened its mouth, mentally ordering him to stop. Its yellow eye looked away, urging him on. Eren gritted his teeth. Approaching Rex, he called out to him, saying they needed to get away from here. The mistress of the castle appeared from behind. The dragon heads rose, and she heard herself cry out, unable to contain herself. He was her opponent now. Kynes breathed fire. Flames engulfed his opponent's body. The heroes fled the room. The castle had a high ceiling. The boys ran down the corridor. They looked around, realizing it was a labyrinth. Rex looked away in surprise. He drew his sword, saying that perhaps escaping wouldn't be so easy. Eren looked in his direction in surprise. Several dark monsters appeared in the corridor. Drawing his blade, the Duke said they would fight. As he charged, he asked for his back. Rex quickly ran forward. The boys slashed at their opponents with their swords. Pieces of bodies fell to the floor. Drops of dark blood flew everywhere. Rex stared ahead. The chopped-up monsters lay on the floor. The heroes stood surrounded by bodies. Lowering his hands, Rex asked, "Is that all?" Staring ahead tensely, Eren replied that it wasn't yet. The corridor ahead was dark. Flying black monsters appeared from there. Looking at their leathery wings, the heroes thought how vile they were. Looking resolutely ahead, he said that this time they would finish faster. He raised his blade, using a great sword attack. A green beam flew upward. The flash approached the monsters. The glow scattered them. Green lightning engulfed the bodies. Bloodied creatures lay on the floor. Eren was breathing heavily. Waving his hand, he said they could go. Rex stood silently behind him. Eren turned around in shock, grabbing him. The boy's eyes rolled back, and the hero realized it was poison. He stood next to his poisoned friend. Then he looked up in surprise. There was a huge monster with a round, toothy maw. The huge monster loomed over Eren. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. Looking at his friend sitting against the wall, he thought he needed to save him. The monster had many sharp teeth, and the hero thought he needed to break inside as quickly as possible. Looking at the monster, he decided it was a little difficult, but okay. The hero swung his sword in a circle. Swinging, he decided he could handle it with one blow. The boy rushed to attack. A green beam from the use of breakthrough flew at the monster. Energy slammed into the vile maw. The monster's body was chopped into pieces. The guy in the red cloak said that was it. Turning to his friend, he urged him to wake up. Parts of the monster's body were moving. Eren spun around abruptly. Shark teeth emerged from the shreds. Eventually, they transformed into a small monster, and then it regenerated. Looking at this in shock, Eren thought he had recovered. The monster rose. Standing opposite, the hero thought it had grown even larger. Now 2 round mouths were approaching him. Eren swung his sword. He cut a piece from the vile body, but it fell to the sides. The hero spun around. There were now 3 monsters in front of him. Looking at this in fear, the hero asked what it was. 4 round mouths were approaching him. The dragon crashed into the wall. Beads of sweat ran down its face. Flying up to her brother, she said she would make him regret it. Attacking with her paws, she screamed that there was nothing he could do to stop her. Blood spurted from Kainaz's mouth. He thought it would be enough to buy him time. His sister had bitten through his flesh. She would believe this nonsense. Raising his head, Kainaz asked if she didn't want the Western continent. The dragon with the red eye looked at him. She growled, hearing that he would help. The girl looked greedily at her brother and ordered him to continue. Introducing Eren, the hero said that right now, with this man's help, they could take the Western lands. He would soon ascend to the throne and expand his power. He pictured Eren on the battlefield and said that after they returned, war would begin. Staring tensely ahead, the dragon explained that his sister would then take advantage of the chaos and take control of the entire West. Imagining the dragon flying onto the battlefield, he said his sister would get what she so desired. Laughter erupted from the 5 dragon heads. Looking up, his sister remarked that he was still as arrogant as ever. Crushing the dragon with her paw, she asked why she should trust him. Kainaz's body was wrapped in chains. He demanded to be released. Transforming into a human, the blonde said he was smart and cunning, and had deceived her for so many years. Her gray eye had a vertical pupil. She said she had become that the day she caught him off guard. Transforming into a human, the girl said she would let him go, as he wished. Smiling, looking down, she continued that he would suffer forever, watching her manipulate this human creature. The girl raised her hand. She snapped her fingers. Black blood splashed along the corridors. The bodies of monsters lay on the ground. Dark creatures stood opposite the hero. His mouth wide open, he screamed. Why? He swung his sword, driving the monsters away. But they kept coming, and the hero screamed that they were endless. When would they end? A dark shadow appeared behind the monsters. The monsters stood there, twisted. Then their bodies turned into a purple haze, and the boy realized they were disappearing. One of the monsters remained. The hero wondered if that meant it was the real thing. A huge worm turned down the corridor. Clutching his sword, the hero said it wouldn't leave. Fingers grabbed his shoulder and urged him to calm down. Rex stopped Eren, and he asked if he was okay. Looking at the Duke in shock, the boy shouted that there was no one here. Eren turned around in fear and asked what he was talking about. They stood in an empty hall. The hero thought, was there no one there? He remembered the torch on the wall. How he had stood in the corridor. Staring tensely ahead, Eren asked if he had imagined it all. Remembering the dragon, he wondered if perhaps Kainaz had helped them. Turning to the brown-haired man, the boy called for them to leave. The heroes ran through the castle, Eren wondering if he'd defeated the monster. He remembered the black dragon, thinking he'd follow its words for now. The boys ran toward the glowing exit, and he wondered what would happen if he didn't return. He imagined the girl smiling grimly. Looking resolutely ahead, Eren thought he'd definitely come back for him then. The moon shone brightly in the sky. A bright light appeared in the forest. Cheryl opened the portal, overjoyed that she'd finally succeeded. She looked through it in surprise. Miller approached her when she asked where it was and replied that he didn't know, nothing. This place was very different from what he'd seen. Raising her hand thoughtfully to her face, Cheryl speculated that it might be due to unstable mana. Heading into the portal, she decided that the main thing was that this place was in the Empire. The man smiled at her, telling her that she was, after all, a demi-mage who could only ruin everything. Irritated, she smiled and told him that at least she was good at it, while he was always grumbling. Miller became visibly angry, but the captain told him to calm down. Looking at him, Cheryl asked what a simpleton could possibly know about magic. Waving her hand, she said that in any case, the portal was open, so she was leaving, but the man asked why she was in such a hurry, and Jacqueline said she needed to be more patient. The girl's silhouette vanished into the portal. Miller clenched his fists in anger. The captain clapped him on the shoulder, telling him that Baum wasn't upset or wasting his energy, suggesting they simply focus on what they were there for. They turned around, and he replied that he'd definitely have a glass of beer today. The two of them headed down the forest path. Jacqueline suggested they go back and have a glass together, to which he agreed. Laughing, they continued on their way. They were visible from the other side of the portal. Cheryl glanced around. Frowning, she asked if it was a ghost. The girl glanced around, deciding that the others could manage without her. As she walked along the forest, she thought that she'd done everything required of her, and it was time to return to the investigation of her mother. A crowd had gathered in the underground passage of the imperial capital. The guards opened the doors. Coming out, they announced that the sage was no longer receiving visitors and that everyone could leave. The people were indignant, as they had walked a long way and stood in line for half a day. Frowning, one of the guards repeated that the sage would not see anyone else today. Everyone fell silent, hearing that if they disobeyed, they would never see him again. The people dispersed, calling it unfair, but they knew there was nothing they could do. The guards closed the door. They approached the sage, who asked if everyone had left, and they replied that they had. Hiding his tear-stained face, he asked how much they had learned about the woman. Holding his hands behind his back, one of them replied that they hadn't found out where she currently lived and that she had no acquaintances. Gale was surprised by this. The other guard moved his hand away, adding that she was wandering around the countryside and had no fixed abode. Folding his hands, the sage reminded them of the tip he had given them, but asked if that was all they could say. One of the attendants raised an eyebrow, remembering something else. He imagined himself watching her, saying she'd remained in the shadows for a long time, but something had happened. He imagined the woman walking among the columns, saying she'd gone to Enon's temple. Isabel glanced to the side. Taking a step, she hoped something must be here. The woman paused at the edge. Something caught her eye. Ahead, she could see a small altar, which she'd found. Isabel walked toward it. Before her, she saw a low podium. She reached out to a small shard. It turned out to be protected by a barrier. Isabel stared at the protection, knowing there was nothing she could do about it, and would have to use some kind of power. Placing her hand on the barrier, she summoned the Bug Lord. A bright light spread around her, as she commanded the lesser god to break the seal. The barrier shattered into pieces. The woman took the object. Opening her mouth slightly, she applied a grappling grip. Then she tossed it above her head, and the object was surrounded by light. The object began to spin rapidly. A moment later, it disappeared. Isabel glanced at her hand, deciding she could now move on to the next step. The young man watched. Peeking around the corner, he couldn't understand what it was. He raised his hand to his face, wondering if it was magic or teleportation. Rushing forward, the young man decided that, whatever it was, he needed to tell the sage. The sage tapped his finger on the table. Looking at his assistant, he clarified that the woman had done something to the sacred relic and disappeared, to which the sage confirmed that it was true. Looking at the man, he added that she had also uttered the name Maverick. The sage was surprised by this. Placing his hands on the table, he thought about how this was the name of the supreme ancient god, worshipped before another religion became dominant. Imagining this god and woman, he mused that she had used divine power to steal a sacred relic from another religion, wondering where she had gotten such power. Gritting his teeth, Gale couldn't understand why she needed the destroyed relic, or what she was planning. Folding his arms again, he asked if she was there now and was told she was staying at an inn near the capital, and seemed to be planning to lay low for a while. Gale said nothing. The assistant standing before him asked if he should bring her. Waving his hand, the sage replied that they should simply keep an eye on her for now. Looking intently at his interlocutor, he added that they mustn't lose her, so they should use the bloodsuckers. Imagining the rows of people, he thought of this as a massive intelligence organization he had founded. A masked man was keeping an eye on the guests at the ball, as they usually primarily perform intelligence gathering. Another was keeping an eye on the people in the alley. The watcher struck the men with his sword, for if necessary, they could kidnap or kill to fulfill the sage's prophecy. Now the two knelt before him, existing to be his hands, his ears, making people believe he was a true prophet. Gale imagined Isabel's face, thinking that he would soon see his mother. There was a full moon in the sky. Miller followed the captain wearily. Looking up, he asked about the all-night walk. Scratching his neck, the man suggested stopping and resting. Isabel smiled at him, asking for a little more patience. She quickened her pace, saying they needed to be there by midnight, so they couldn't stop. Miller only sighed deeply. He noticed a mark on a tree. Pointing to it, he told the captain it was their mark, and perhaps they were going in circles. Isabel glanced at the mark. She remembered how they had left it earlier, thinking it truly was their mark. Touching it, the captain wondered if they had made it to avoid getting lost. Miller looked at her when she suggested they might have lost their way. Something flashed past them. Jacqueline drew her weapon, telling the man to be ready as well. The captain moved her hand to the side, and a dark silhouette appeared before them. It was wearing a mask. The girl struck. Dust flew around, and Jacqueline wondered what it was. Miller shielded her, telling her to be careful. Several more creatures appeared again. The man opened his mouth wide, addressing them. His swing cut one of them. The monster vanished into thin air. Frowning, Miller said they couldn't frighten him with this strange magic. The man waved his blade in front of him. Smiling, he noted that physical attacks weren't working on them and decided to use his secret weapon. Jacqueline noticed something. One of the strangers extended his hand, and she assumed the monster was asking them to follow him. Noticing the others holding out both hands, she assumed they didn't want to attack, but she couldn't understand why. Miller threw the gunpowder in front of him, saying they had only themselves to blame now. The captain held out her hand, stopping him. He turned around, confused, hearing that they meant them no harm. Jacqueline stepped forward, asking why they were there and what they wanted. One of the spirits flew up to them, saying they had lived here many years ago and had something to show them. Jacqueline was a little nervous, repeating his words. The masked stranger flew closer, saying it was before the dragon claimed this land and the dark continent for itself. Hovering in the air, he asked them to follow him. The village streets were lit by numerous lights. The captain and his assistant walked down the street. Looking at the people around her, she thought they were celebrating here. A mother was feeding her child. One of the guests looked like a ghost. The girls were dancing in a circle. Jacqueline felt uneasy. Miller smiled, saying he hadn't thought the dark continent could offer such a fun place, and that he'd like to stay here for a while. Without looking in his direction, the girl told him not to even think about it. Looking at the ghost ahead, she thought that, according to them, this place wasn't real, just an illusion of the past. Miller had already disappeared when she told him to keep up. The man was eating food from the table. He spread his hands, saying that now he understood why the Duke needed this continent so much, because the taste of meat sprinkled with black gold was simply delicious. Handing her the food, he offered her a piece. Jacqueline waved him off, declining. Looking ahead, she told him to keep up. But their escort had already disappeared. Looking at the masked men, she couldn't recognize which one they were following. Miller guiltily put his hand behind his head, saying it was because of him. Gritting her teeth, Jacqueline replied that it was okay, and they would surely find him soon. From a nearby stage, an address was given to those present. The host bowed, thanking them for their patience. Frowning, the captain asked what it was. The masked man looked at everyone, announcing that today he would tell the story everyone had longed to hear. Spreading his arms, he said it was the story of a hero of the Black Continent, a dragon slayer. Jacqueline remembered the elders who had mentioned such a thing. Placing her hand on her waist, she guessed the ghost wanted to put on this performance. Imagining a mountain, the narrator recalled the recent times of the Black Continent. Precious stones shimmered brightly, and he said the continent was rich in resources, so dragons coveted these lands. Dragons breathed fire. The bodies of the dead were piled together, as after years of invasion and exploitation by the dragons, the inhabitants of the Black Continent were exhausted. He imagined the silhouette of war, saying that in a world of chaos, there will always be a fearless hero. The hero marched against the dragon, finding its lair on the border of the continent. The man managed to strike, defeating him with his mighty sword. The people rejoiced at his victory, and thanks to him, their continent once again found the peace and happiness they enjoy today. The narrator pointed to the curtain. He knelt, announcing that the guardian of the Dark Continent and the dragon slayer would appear on stage. A loud sound was heard throughout the area. The speaker raised his head. A woman pointed upward, shouting that the dragon had returned. Miller and Jacqueline looked up. A monster with many heads appeared in the sky. Flames erupted from its mouth. The entire city was engulfed in flames. People were consumed by the flames. Fire reappeared in the monster's mouth. The city beneath it was ablaze. People fled. Houses were collapsing, and cries for help were everywhere. Miller looked around, not understanding what was happening. Gritting his teeth, he declared that he would kill this monster. Jacqueline grabbed his hand, saying it was pointless. Looking at her assistant, she said it was just an introduction the creatures wanted to show them, and that this had already happened to the Dark Continent in the past. Placing his hands on his hips, the man asked if this was real. Frowning, the girl thought that this wasn't all, that something else was about to happen. The man of fire walked toward them, saying they needed to call the killer. He burned, begging them to find him again. The monster landed before the onlookers. Blood spurted from under his paw, and he declared that the killer was already in his power. The man watched from behind the dragon with a smile, adding that the only thing the killer could do was await his death in the darkness. The dragon turned, raising a strong wind. Jacqueline fell to the ground. The man helped her up, asking if she was okay, to which she replied that although she knew it wasn't real, it still looked terrifying. They were both terrified, wondering why they were showing this. The ghost appeared before them, telling them that they now knew how the dragon had taken over these lands. He remembered the slaves, saying that all who survived that day had become them. The slaves pulled carts through the streets, their souls bound by Krumla's curse. Every day, they brought her jewelry as offerings. The man nudged the other, so that when they became useless, they were driven into the forest. Standing opposite, the girl clarified that this had happened to the old man. Their interlocutor replied that he was a child when Krumla took over this land. Imagining her face, the old man added that he was one of the few who remembered the dragon's slayer. Jacqueline raised her hand to her face, asking about his prophecy. The ghost spread his hands, replying that there was no prophecy. Standing in a haze of smoke, he noted that it had long been known that only dragons, or those with powers similar to them, could open the ruins' gates. Imagining a house in the forest, he said that within these ruins, where people once prayed to the ancient gods, a dragon slayer was imprisoned, and once the gates closed, they would be impossible to open. Imagining Aaron's face, he said that only the one who had come here with them could open them. They found themselves in the forest, and he asked the hero to tell the hero everything and save the dragon's slayer. Stretching his hand forward, the ghost added that only then would defeating him be possible. Their interlocutor vanished. Together, they saw only the bright light that remained after him. Putting his hand behind his head, Miller tried to comprehend what was happening. Jacqueline pointed to the side. Before them was the temple door. Folding her hands, she said there was no need to complicate matters and suggested they speak with the Duke. He and Rex were walking through the forest. His companion glanced at the hero. His mouth slightly open, he addressed him. Aaron turned sharply. Looking him in the eye, he told him not to say anything if he was going to suggest returning to Bran. Rex spread his arms, surprised that the boy hadn't noticed that this was a land of dragons, and one of them had 5 heads. Frowning, he couldn't understand how they could resist such a thing. Looking at him, the hero replied that he didn't care whether he owned the Dark Continent. Looking his companion in the eye, he added that he must save Kainuz, no matter what. Continuing to wave his arms, he pointed out that Kainuz was also a dragon, and even knowing this fight, he owned this land. His mouth wide open, he shouted that they should let them solve their own problems and not interfere. Aaron grabbed his sword. Pointing it at his comrade, he said that if he said one more stupid thing, he would no longer be considered a citizen of Bran. Rex looked at the blade before him. Nodding, he agreed with the hero. Jacqueline and Miller emerged from the forest. The girl noted that the ruler was threatening his subordinate to save another subordinate. Closing her eyes, she remarked that it was a little disappointing, but he could promise not to do it again. Smiling, she added that she could teach him how a lord could protect his people and asked if he was interested. The bright sun illuminated the dense forests. Everyone gathered near the large door. Aaron looked at it. Then he glanced at Jacqueline, clarifying that there he could find a way to defeat the dragon. The hero drew his sword. He pointed it at the door, using his great sword attack. Energy gathered at the blade. The boy struck the door. But he was surprised by what he saw. The doors were undamaged. Lowering his sword, he couldn't understand why they wouldn't open. Aaron tried to open them with his hands. Miller laughed, saying his skills were terrible. Kneeling down, he noted that the door was too strong and needed gunpowder. The girl extended her hand, telling him to stop. She looked at the hero, suggesting that this door couldn't be opened by force. Remembering the ghost, she also repeated his words, that a man named Aaron could open this door. Placing her hand on his chest, she explained that he could open this door because he had power similar to that of a dragon. Rex covered his face, calling it nonsense. The hero himself smiled slightly. Everyone looked at him questioningly. Smiling wider, he replied that she should have said so sooner, since he was only trying in vain. A girl in a white dress walks through the tall grass. Cheryl stands in front of a city somewhere on the continent. Raising her hand, she says that her whole body hurts. She sadly declares that she was glad to be back. She recalls the night and wonders why she came here, when she couldn't even get a good night's sleep. She runs forward, exclaiming why she must suffer so. Light erupts from her staff, activating a fiery wing. She looks at the smoking weapon in amazement. She begins to scream in anger that this shouldn't be happening now. Her stomach rumbles. The girl desperately realizes that she needs to eat, because she doesn't even have the strength to sleep. Cheryl walks through the city. She knocks on the door. She stands silently before it. She knocks even harder, asking if anyone is there. The girl stands silently and waits for an answer. She punches the door even harder, screaming if anyone can help her, because she's hungry. A silhouette behind her sees her kicking the door and declares that if they don't open it, she will break it down. She is told that the master of the house has left. The Duke's sister, surprised, turns around and sees a servant. A woman with a bowl asks what such a lady is doing in such a rundown town. Cheryl, astonished, hears that the place is no longer habitable. The woman turns and leaves, saying that her family will soon be leaving too. A red-haired woman grabs her hand and asks her to wait, asking what she means, why it's no longer habitable. She turns around and clarifies that she's probably not from around here. The woman, smirking, explains that her distant relatives once lived here. Apparently they left, and she'd like to know why. The woman, holding a bowl, declares that if she's truly interested, she can show them. They approach the well. She put down the bucket. Shocked, Cheryl covers her mouth, wondering what that strange smell is. The bucket contains a murky liquid with worms. She says it's the town's drinking water. The woman pours it back and states that at first some people thought it was just the color and almost drank it, but none of them could because of the terrible stench. The confused girl asks when this happened. The woman imagines a river and explains that about 2 weeks ago, a rumor spread about a red river flowing through a distant city. At the time, everyone in the village thought it was just a baseless rumor. The surprised villagers look at the well, and a week later, it turns out to be true. It's the town's drinking water. The woman, closing her eyes, explains that everyone eventually left to find another place. A stunned Cheryl wonders if this really happened after they set out for the Dark Continent. She asks the woman how things are in other regions, but she replies she doesn't know. The villager, with a disgruntled expression, declares that everyone said they were heading northwest, where the land is protected by the god Paresis. Now they're in the south, and people say the Holy Kingdom is the best place to live. The Duke's sister, surprised, wonders if similar things are happening in other parts of the empire. Fear gleams in her eyes as she considers that if the situation in the west is better, then Bran's territory might be fine because it's closer to the Holy Kingdom. The girl puts her hand in her pocket and says it's her reward for answering her questions, wondering whether the residents are prepared for the danger or not. Confused, the woman holds her hand out in front of the coin. Cheryl, with a serious expression, expresses hope that this will help her with her move. The resident falls to her knees and bows, thanking her mistress. The red-haired girl calmly realizes that she'll have to postpone the search for her mother. She looks ahead, realizing she must go to Bran and find out what's happening in the Empire. The Red River flows through the forest. It was the source of the problems, flowing throughout the Empire. People stand in front of a contaminated reservoir. The first to collapse were small villages lacking drinking water. A group of people walk along a forest path. Those who left their homes have become refugees and have gathered in the city. A crowd stands in front of the castle gates. It is said that soon the drinking water and food stored within the castle quickly ran out. Guards blocked the path of the frightened refugees. An epidemic broke out, and the castles that were still thriving closed their entrances. Corpses and crates lie in the streets. It is said that all this was only the beginning. Eventually, even the castles that refused refugees fell victim to various disasters. Dozens of hands rise to the sky. Rumors spread that all this is the result of God's wrath, and people began to repent of their sins. Before the people stands the silhouette of an armored warrior. It is said that no one knew the name of the god who was angry. The Pope's palace glows white amid the forest. He silently looks out the window. Behind him, armored soldiers say that this is truly sad. He looks out his window and declares that all this is because of the pagans. God is now angry. Turning around, he smiles and orders his servants to prepare a messenger for the imperial capital. The soldiers listen in surprise, hearing that a message must be sent to all cities. They must meet with the emperor and suggest a way to resolve the situation. The Holy Father smiles, hearing the question of whether he knows how. In a calm voice, he explains that faith in God is necessary to overcome the great calamity. He smiles, saying that everyone in the empire must worship Paresis. The shocked guards ask what he intends to propose for their church to become a state church. The Holy Father looks at them silently. They bow, shouting that the leader is indeed a powerful servant of Paresis. The Holy Father, standing opposite, asks them to go. They must convey this news to the imperial nobility as quickly as possible. He watches the servants depart, smiles silently, and begins to laugh quietly. He imagines his conversation with his granddaughter and realizes that he can finally avenge the shame of that day. The advisors are seated at a round table. He understands that the noble's opposition to Aaron's actions has reached its peak, and he shouldn't encounter any difficulty in gaining their consent. Armored knights lead away the mages. Once Paresis becomes the state religion, he will have to suppress the Vivian Church. The Holy Pope, smiling, understands that it's only a matter of time before Aaron is isolated. Suddenly, he spreads his arms, turning them to the sky, shouting words of gratitude to the great guardian. Joyfully, he declares that God is giving this lamb a chance. With a frantic expression, he introduces the Duke and speaks of the chance to corner him and take revenge. Zeron sits on the throne, surrounded by his advisors. The action takes place in the capital. The Emperor, with an air of importance, declares that he has heard that strange phenomena are currently occurring throughout the Empire. He looks at the advisors and says that the capital has not yet been damaged, but they cannot simply watch. Zeron, with a serious expression, asks about the state of each territory. One of his aides nervously explains that their domains are overwhelmed by the influx of refugees. With a serious expression, he explains that resources are limited and the refugees are in abject poverty. They've all become outcasts and are stealing from the locals. Another man, arms crossed, exclaims that their situation is even worse. Crops aren't growing, so farmers are abandoning their lands and fleeing. He bows his head and sadly explains that with no one to collect taxes, they're on the brink of collapse. The Emperor's advisor looks at him and declares that at this rate, it's only a matter of time before the capital suffers. Vagabonds with nothing to lose can easily turn to criminals. The man opposite bows his head and, hearing that they need to put an end to this, even if it means resorting to force, replies that feuding within the empire will create an even greater problem. With a stern expression, he asks if he really wants to point his sword at the citizens who are starving right now. The gray-haired aide slams the table in anger and shouts that he's not suggesting attacking them. When chaos reigns, proper control over the citizens is essential. The opponent jumps up from his chair and declares that control could easily turn to aggression at any moment, asking if he truly means to say he doesn't trust the Imperial Army. Zeron listens with a disgruntled expression as they rail against him, claiming their behavior is ridiculous and absurd. The Emperor, enraged, orders them to be silent. They turn around silently. The ruler sits on the throne, his expression stern. Frowning, he says they have gathered to find a way to resolve the situation and will not tolerate any civil strife. The Holy Pope, sitting opposite, affirms his rightness. Smiling, he declares that in times like these, the great empire must unite as one. He points to Duke Gran, then to Rhinon, saying they are speaking the same language, though they may sound different at first glance. The Emperor, seeing him, asks him to get straight to the point. The Holy Pope spreads his hands and declares that both dukes desire the well-being of the empire, but one offers to ensure protection, while the other seeks control. The Holy Father, seeing the ruler's serious face, proposes achieving both. Smiling, he declares the decision to adopt the Church of Pares as the state religion. Everyone seated is shocked. Waving his hand, he explains that more than 15 days have passed since disasters erupted in various parts of the empire, but there are no signs of them in the Holy Kingdom. The castle is protected by magic, he claims, and Pares, the god of protection, is protecting their kingdom. People come to him, and they say that most of the empire's inhabitants believe this to be true, which is why so many refugees are flocking to the kingdom. The head of the Holy Kingdom says that if the kingdom is left unattended, it will become overpopulated, and all other territories will collapse. With a sly smile, he asserts that the benevolent god has not ignored this discord. The bald priest happily declares that the god commanded him to turn the entire empire to his service, thus spreading the power of protection against disasters throughout the realm. Gran, sitting opposite, declares that he is right, asking what the other dukes think. They smile and discuss how there's no better way to control the masses than through religion. Another notes that everyone in the empire has their own faith, and the backlash will be enormous. The advisor looks at the Lord and asks what he thinks. Zeron covers his face with his hand. He begins to speak in a quiet voice, moving a chess piece. Sitting across from the Holy Pope, he declares that he was very upset that his castle was taken away, asking if he wants to make the church a state church to corner Aaron. The priest, smiling, says he's simply following God's command. The emperor, frowning, asks if he's lying to him. The worried servant assures him he wouldn't dare. He's surprised to hear that Zeron sympathizes with him. After all, Aaron is also causing trouble for the imperial family, but he has no reason to exile him. The Lord, with a stern expression, says that adopting Paresis as the state religion will only enhance the country's authority. The Holy Pope nervously tries to understand his train of thought. The Emperor moves his chess pieces and says that declaring a state religion means the Vivian Church will be suppressed. If the Empire were to officially oppress them, Aaron would have to make a choice. He places a white piece on the square, declaring that he must tuck his tail between his legs and abandon Vivian. Zeron smiles wickedly. He knocks the black piece aside and declares that he can attack Paresis, which has become the state religion. Sitting on a chair, the ruler says that in any case, he no longer has a reason to expand his territory. The intimidating figure of the ruler looms over the Holy Pope, asking if he truly wishes to cooperate with him. The Emperor, smiling, declares that he also agrees with public opinion. He stands before the dukes and declares that, starting today, the Paresis Church is the state religion. He raises his hand and declares that all pagan churches in all territories must be closed, and that force will be used to suppress protesters if necessary. People walk near the castle in Brand territory. Servants of the Vivian Church walk across the bridge toward the guards. Arthur stands next to Bianca and declares that the suppression of religions has become a serious problem. They even punish those who hide. The girl insults the followers of Pares. He sees the servants before him and says that at least this castle exists. The enamored Arthur realizes that this is because she is protecting him. A soldier on the tower shouts to the captain that they have a problem. An armored guard declares that the paladins of the Pares Church are heading straight for them. Bianca, shocked, takes up her sword, asking if they are really looking for a fight. Arthur tries to stop her and calm her down, as the situation could escalate if a battle begins. A detachment of horsemen approaches the castle. The boys meet them. One of the paladins dismounts. He approaches with a paper and declares that he has come to deliver His Majesty's order that the followers of the church are not allowed to enter the castle. Bianca, furious, shouts that this land belongs to the Vivian Church and she cannot accept His Majesty's order to persecute them. The warrior calmly declares they leave them no choice and orders their arrest. The knights charge, seizing the Vivian followers and tying them up with ropes. Bianca points her sword at the commander and demands he stop immediately. He watches silently. The commander is astonished to hear that those who aid followers of the enemy church are to be imprisoned. That is the Emperor's order. The rival, with a stern expression, declares that they are to consider those who harm the paladins who carry out their orders rebels. The girl holds the sword to his neck. Grimacing, she realizes they have no intention of retreating, that they will use her attack as a pretext to overthrow the Duke, and wonders if there is nothing he can do but allow herself to be arrested. Bianca sheathes her sword and silently allows herself to be bound with rope. Arthur stands nearby and hears that the lord of the castle must be informed that he is obliged to expel all followers of the Vivian Church. The commander sternly declares that if he doesn't do it, they'll search the castle themselves next time. A green forest stands under an azure sky. The action takes place on the Black Continent. Aaron stands in front of the entrance to the ruins, people nearby. He coughs slightly. With a serious expression, he shouts that he is the lord of the Brand lands and has received the dragon's blessing, so let the door open. They stand silently in front of the gate. The protagonist, with a nervous smile, wonders if it really didn't work. The old man behind him laughs, asking if all nobles are really so similar to him, and did he really think it would open if he simply said who he was. The protagonist turns around in anger, hearing that these aren't castle gates and that aristocrats are generally so ridiculous. The protagonist nervously ponders how to open it. The blue-haired girl says that to open the door, he might need to prove it. MC, turning around, asks again, and she explains that if he has power similar to that of dragons, that means there must be a way to prove it. She says with a serious face that it's an item that can only be possessed by someone who has received the dragon's blessing, or a unique swordsmanship skill. The protagonist ponders a way to prove it. His gaze becomes focused, realizing that Cheryl and he are the only ones to have received such a blessing. They are shown in battle, realizing that he uses a sword, and she uses magic, so the nature of their abilities is different, and there's nothing special about what they both wield. He remembers them as children, realizing that this is the only thing they have in common. The Duke raises his sword. Suddenly, it cuts his palm. The boy behind him, shocked, asks what he's doing. The protagonist, with a grin, asks not to worry, because he's found the answer. He touches the gate with his bloody palm. Something begins to happen around her. Everyone around is shocked by a small earthquake. The gate in front of the protagonist gradually opens. With a grin, he realizes that he opened it. The boys stand in front of a large hall. Eren waves his hand, stating that he'll be right back. He steps forward. The gate slowly closes. He looks around, thinking that he can't leave this place until he finds the killer. The protagonist moves forward, beginning to complete the task. The Duke heads down the corridor. He looks around and notices that it's eerily quiet. With a serious expression, he looks away and ponders why there are no monsters here. He passes a painting and thinks that something interesting will happen here, but it's not as interesting as expected. Surprised, he looks ahead and notices something. In front of him is a huge dragon skull with a sword. The blade is thrust directly into the skull. The protagonist, with a smirk, realizes that he didn't expect to find it so easily. He approaches. He looks at it and realizes that this is the killer. He reaches for the sword, realizing that with its help he can kill the five-headed dragon. Suddenly, the blade disappears. The Duke opens his eyes in shock, and blood splashes in all directions. The mysterious stranger stabbed him from behind with a sword. The hooded creature claims to have waited a long time for him. The fighter holds the blade inside his body, calling him the one who received the dragon's blessing. The protagonist, horrified, asks who he is. The opponent thrusts the sword even deeper, blood spurting, demanding that he take the sword from him. The Duke's eyes are filled with fear. He falls to his knees. Blood is on his face. Closing his eyes in despair, he wonders if he will die like this, that he has missed his chance. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. He is sitting in the middle of the hall. In shock, he looks around, thinking that he has returned to the very beginning and will return to life until he receives the sword. Eren takes up his sword, realizing it is best to get down to business. He walks forward and confidently understands that, as he was asked, he will take it. He approaches the dragon's skull again. He sees it in front of him and notices that the blade has disappeared. He maintains a fighting stance and looks around. He nervously looks away, thinking that a moment ago he didn't even notice how it approached. Suddenly, a silhouette appears behind him. The protagonist deftly parries the blow, realizing that this time everything is different. Eren tries to hold back the onslaught, hearing that he is a quick learner. He looks at the opponent and realizes that he is quite strong, wondering who he is. The enemy with the blade rushes into attack. He strikes again, declaring that he thinks like a beginner, and his sword tells him who he is. MC, surprised, parries another blow. He blocks several lunges from the opponent. He backs away, realizing that the enemy is too fast. Shocked, he notices that the enemy is using sword energy. He dodges the powerful attack. Eren slides along the ground, noticing that he can gather blade energy without any preparatory movements. How is that even possible? A mysterious opponent in armor stands in front of him, and the protagonist realizes he is too relaxed. The masked opponent asks if this is really all he can do. The Duke, enraged, attacks him. He holds the blade back with his own. MC silently hears that with such skills, Krumla will crush him. The protagonist is extremely surprised. Suddenly, a rival appears behind him. The protagonist cries out in pain. The rival decapitates him with a powerful blow. Candlelight is visible in the middle of the corridor. Eren runs forward, realizing that he dies and comes back to life, and so on again and again. Frowning, he moves back, wondering how long he will have to play this game. He recalls his deaths and realizes that as soon as he begins to think he has found a weak spot, he immediately attacks it in a completely new way. Gritting his teeth, the guy realizes that this can't go on any longer. He runs forward. The rival stands in the hall. Eren thinks that there must be a way to break this cycle of death and reincarnation. He heads straight for him. They collide, and he realizes that this time he will absolutely not die. The masked enemy asks if he really thinks so. The protagonist delivers a series of new blows. The hooded enemy states that his movements have become sharper, having finally figured out the movements of the sword. The Duke attacks in a rage, asking if the opponent really thinks he's better than him. The opponent flies back. The protagonist sees him and realizes that after dodging his attack, he's already slashed at him. The opponent swings his magical blade, and MC thinks he's using his sword's energy, which is when he should attack. The protagonist attacks with the blade, activating a piercing wind. A powerful green wave moves toward the enemy. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist stands in front of the clouds of smoke, wondering if it worked. His eyes are filled with surprise. He sees his opponent unharmed, calling it a disappointment. The masked opponent, his eyes glittering, declares he hears another death approaching behind him. The swordsman approaches him, radiating dark energy, saying he'll show him what true secret power is. The Duke leaps up, shouting at him not to make fun of him. He strikes hard with his sword, declaring it's his turn. He grits his teeth and looks at him. He feels a surge of enemy energy. The enemy's sword glows brightly. The frightened protagonist notices that the enemy is absorbing the energy of his blade. He stands in front of him and holds back his onslaught, wondering what happened. Frowning, he watches the enemy attack. Eren flies back several meters. He crashes into the wall. Blood pours from his mouth, realizing the enemy is too strong. The enemy approaches him, and the protagonist thinks that he has become even stronger after absorbing the sword's energy, and that he will perhaps be killed again. The enemy stands in front of the prone Duke, asking if he noticed anything unusual in his attack. The sword cuts through the air. The fighter raises the blade upward, glowing with dark energy, declaring that the boy is capable of demonstrating the power he just witnessed, as he will show it again. The tip of the sword erupts with a stream of energy. The protagonist, shocked, ponders what he's using. Eren's eyes are frightened, suggesting he's using willpower. The protagonist stands among training dummies. The events took place several months ago on the training grounds of Brand Castle. He holds a sword with a green glow, knowing he must first gather the dragon's blessing. The blade glows blue, and he thinks about using his willpower to control it. Furious, he swings it, unleashing a powerful stream of energy directly at the training dummies. The protagonist stands in front of the shattered dummies. Smiling, he thinks about how, after that day, he learned to use his willpower to master the dragon's blessing. He looks at his flaming hand and wonders what it would be like to be able to control such powerful force. He imagines himself with the sword, wondering what other types of attacks he could master, whether he could absorb an opponent's energy. He thinks about his sister and master, realizing that Cheryl told him that willpower was different from mana, saying it was possible to create various vessels. Various objects are shown, and Eren realizes that the potential is limitless. The protagonist, with a serious expression, muses that once he reaches a certain level, new possibilities will open up. He stands in front of the mannequins and says that for this to happen, he will need someone capable of resisting his attacks, wondering if Rommel can withstand them. He thinks about his general. The hero with the sword walks forward and denies it, saying that he will continue practicing alone. He raises a flaming sword and uses a great sword attack. The blade glows brightly. The protagonist looks on, disconcerted. Sighing, he sits on the floor. He thinks about swords in surprise and realizes that willpower can absorb sword energy. He runs forward, realizing that he too can absorb the energy of an opponent's sword. He sees the opponent in front of him, and furious, runs towards him. He strikes, but the opponent dodges. The protagonist confidently strikes him, and he notices that the boy has finally learned a lot. The protagonist, enraged, shouts that he should stop talking nonsense and show the power of his sword. The masked enemy agrees. Dark energy fills him. Eren tries to fight him, thinking he understands how he uses his willpower. The protagonist calmly looks ahead, realizing that this is it. The opponent holds back the opponent's onslaught, and the protagonist realizes he must fill his entire body with willpower and then absorb his energy. The protagonist glows with green energy. A current forms around him, realizing it is working. The blades struggle with each other. The Duke, holding the sword, uses a great sword attack of the fourth form. The protagonist calmly looks at the enemy, activating Piercing Wind. He pierces the opponent's body, causing a bright light. Disconcerted, Eren notices that he has succeeded. A glowing hole appears in front of the tip of the sword. He stands before the opponent, whose body is dissipating. Dark energy fills the hall, and a sign begins to glow on the floor. The disconcerted protagonist looks ahead, wondering what this ominous symbol is. He sees it before him and wonders if it's a magic circle, or rather, an altar. A silhouette of a person appears before him. A small child sits in the center with butterflies. The protagonist sees this and realizes that if this is an altar, then it's the child. The protagonist, shocked, realizes he will die. Dark clots appear around the boy. They approach the child. The Duke thought it was finally over. He remembers his death, and, enraged, screams for the boy to stop tormenting him. A glowing sign appears on the ceiling. Grimacing, the boy asks if the Duke is even going to answer. The protagonist, holding a sword, walks forward, understanding that if the Duke is going to do this, he will. He reaches out to the child, knowing that if he does, he will save him. A dark barrier forms around the boy. The protagonist knocks on it, screaming for the boy to go away. Dark red energy envelopes everything. Eren angrily screams. No. A man runs behind him, calling out for Duncan. The Duke turns around in shock. A masked fighter runs toward him. As he passes, the boy realizes it's the killer. Confused, Eren realizes he's witnessing a scene from the past. The warrior tries to free the child. The protagonist watches in surprise. The swordsman sits down next to the child and begs Duncan to wake up. The boy turns around in surprise and asks who he is. A bearded man with long hair removes his mask, and he exclaims that it's him. The warrior shakes him and assures him that he must get out of here immediately, because the door will close soon. The child, with tears in his eyes, asks what about him. The warrior sits across from him and declares that if someone doesn't stay, this place and the entire village will collapse, so he must run away now. The boy sadly tries to persuade him. The bearded man furiously screams that he must flee immediately. Duncan runs away, shouting that he will gather all the villagers. He turns around through the closing doors and assures him that he will save him. The fighter sits with his head bowed. He sits silently amidst the magical sign. The shocked man hears someone call him a fool. The Duke looks around and thinks he recognizes that dragon's voice from the castle. The fighter swings his sword and shouts for the enemy to show himself and fight him, asking how dare he use the power of the ancient gods. Dark energy rises toward him, and an ominous voice declares that it needs this power to imprison him here. Tentacles grab him, asking why she bothered to come here if she knows he wants to kill her, then if she wanted to live, she shouldn't have come. The fighter, sensing the dark energy, screams that she is worthless. The clots drag him down, and a voice assures him that he should blame his weak heart for this, which desires to protect the people of the Black Continent. The Duke watches silently, hearing that she wishes for him to endure eternal slavery and darkness, where he will die. The protagonist is amazed to realize that he voluntarily imprisoned himself to save the people of the Black Continent. A silhouette behind him asks if there is anyone he wants to save. The masked fighter asks, even if it requires sacrifice. The protagonist frowns, thinking about kindness. Suddenly, a flaming sword appears before the protagonist. A barely visible silhouette declares that he is ready to sacrifice himself to save others. Intense energy is released from the blade, and a voice asks him to become its master. Dark energy scatters through the air. The shining sword is thrust into the ground. The Duke stands before it, and hears that he must free him and the people of the Black Continent from the shadow of Krumla. MC, raising his head, speaks of the murderer. He stares silently at the blade. He grabs its hilt. He carries it over his shoulder and leaves. The boys, sitting outside, notice the gates opening. The protagonist stands across from him, looking serious. The boy runs up to him, asking if his lordship is all right. Aaron remains silent. The shocked servant inquires again. The Duke, looking sad, asks them to move on. The boy, surprised, asks where exactly. MC draws a shining sword. Everyone around him shields themselves from the light. The protagonist calmly holds the new blade, declaring that they must defeat this crazy dragon. The castle stands in the middle of the forest. A girl holds a magic ball. She stands on the balcony, asking how the man dares. The sinister sorceress asks if she's done him a favor, but he intends to fight her. She stands in the middle of the castle, declaring she'll crush him so he'll never dare challenge her again. Raising her hand, she begins casting a spell, addressing her servants. Bright lightning pierces the sky, and she orders the punishment of the one who defied their mistress. Fierce dragons fly across the sky, lightning bolts all around. Krumla laughs. Dozens of creatures furrow the dark sky above the castle. Red clouds hang over the village of Runtra. The Duke stands before the soldiers and asks if everyone is here. The warriors, with a serious expression, hear that the next battle is very important. He points to the castle, saying that their next target is the dragon that owns those lands. The frightened warriors say that legendary dragons are creatures they cannot defeat. The gray-haired fighter behind them laughs, declaring that he can't believe how cowardly the Empire's soldiers are. He'll destroy the castle with his bombs, so why don't they just clean up afterward? The Duke stands opposite and denies it, saying they won't fight inside the castle. The protagonist calmly explains that the castle is Krumla's domain, and knowing that, there's no need to take unnecessary risks. The man, with a stern expression, declares that they should lure her out of the castle instead. They turn to see red lightning nearby. The Duke frowns at this. Dozens of dragons fly towards them to attack. Aaron, holding his sword in front of him, shouts for them not to be afraid. The gray-haired man smirks, shouting for everyone to raise their weapons. The protagonist, with a serious expression, remembers his opponent, realizing she's watching them. He charges forward on the dragons, knowing that this time he'll give her a proper welcome. The ferocious flying creatures roar. MC releases a wave of energy. It pierces the bodies of some enemies. The protagonist sees them in front of him. His assistant covers him, striking. The gray-haired fighter, grinning, shouts that he can't let him have all the fun. A powerful explosion occurs in front of him. The protagonist sees him smiling. Suddenly, the blue-haired heroine appears. He notices this. She delivers a powerful blow to the dragon. Furiously, she shouts for her partner to stay focused. The Duke, sword in hand, charges forward, his face focused on the target. A group of soldiers sees numerous dragons approaching. The girl, gritting her teeth, realizes there are many of them. The Duke and his army hear a suspicious sound as the monsters fly. The protagonist, astonished, remembers that this sound is the one calling people to gather here. A group of people is visible in the middle of the city. MC notices this. Nervously, he remembers the fighter's request to free him and the people of the Black Continent. The boy realizes that if these dragons start attacking people, he won't be able to keep his promise. The flying creatures look away. They are flying towards the people. The protagonist, flashing green lightning, realizes they're bastards. He unleashes a powerful stream and shouts for them to attack him, not them. He instantly heads toward the dragons. The flying monsters see a bright flash. The protagonist furiously slices through them, his gaze merciless. The blue-haired girl watches, noticing that the Duke has not only acquired a sword but has also become much stronger. The boy looks on in surprise and says that his grace is absorbing the dragon's mana, wondering what he plans to do with all this accumulated energy. The tip of his sword glows, and Eren activates his third form great sword attack. He blazes furiously with dark energy. Enraged, he begins using a wind slash. He delivers a powerful blow, generating a bright flash. The dragons feel the massive damage and are swept away to ashes. The protagonist, frowning, thinks it's an absorption skill he learned from the assassin. Eren stands with his sword, wondering how long it will take him to get used to this ability. People come toward him. One of them stands before the Duke. People surround the boy, asking if he really is the assassin's heir. The villain stands in her castle. She looks into the magic ball and sees dead dragons, realizing they are simply useless. The ball begins to crack, and she declares that they can't even deal with a human, and this is simply humiliating. Krumala holds the magic ball, calling him a little sneak. The artifact glows in her hand, saying that he not only obtained the sword but also mastered the assassin's abilities. Krumala shatters the ball in her hand, declaring that in that case, she will fight him herself. Turning, the lady calls out to Logan. A warrior in a dark cloak answers her call. Standing with his back to him, he asks if the offerings are ready. The villain, with a stern look, orders him to prepare for the summoning ritual. The boys stand amidst the rocks, one of them declaring that they will now abandon the fire. An old man with a flaming crate walks forward, releasing the burning cart into the mine. The boys stand in front of the mine entrance. The old man, smiling, declares that an explosion could occur at any moment. Suddenly, the rock in front of them collapses. He laughs and shouts that with gunpowder, they can achieve the perfect explosion force, no more, no less, just the exact amount. A blue-haired girl standing behind him asks why he suddenly wants to blow up the mine. The protagonist, looking forward, says that this is only a temporary measure, to lure Krumala out of her castle. His plan is to destroy what the dragons covet, one by one. The Duke smiles, saying that, unlike Kainuz, he considers her rather stupid and impatient. They stand in front of the ruins, Eren saying that if the entrance is blocked, people will not be able to work there as slaves. The woman introduces the dragons and states that it seems the reappearance of the Slayer isn't enough to break the dragon's spell over the people. They're still worried about the need to mine ore. A frightened man runs to his lordship and calls out to him. A tired servant announces that Krumala has left her castle. The Duke, smiling, declares that this method worked faster than expected. An assistant shouts worriedly that all the villagers are coming to her. A crowd of people passes through the castle gates into Bran's territory. Rama watches silently as they enter. The warlord looks at them and declares that the idiots from the Holy Kingdom have no shame, asking why they're persecuting them when they should be helping each other during terrible disasters. Cain stands behind the big man, who says it's a shame this is happening in the absence of his lordship and Miss Cheryl. The man turns in surprise when asked how much longer he plans to let in the refugees. Ramo, standing opposite, replies that most of them are members of the Vivian Church, so they should let them in for as long as they can. The stunned old man exclaims, "Does he really care about the current inhabitants of Bran?" Cain angrily shouts that he understands he received orders from the Duke, but the situation is spiraling out of control. At this rate, they will starve to death. The commander, raising his hand, protests that their territory hasn't yet reached that level. He won't ignore church members for selfish reasons. A soldier points and informs the commander that a messenger has arrived from the castle. A horseman approaches them. He stops and dismounts. He kneels and claims he has arrived with a report. The guards of the Church of Paresis have imprisoned all the followers living in that castle. The soldier nervously explains that they ordered them to expel all the followers, and a few days later they returned to conduct a search and, what's more, arrested the commander, Bianca. Nothing could be done to stop them. Ramo, standing with the old man, exclaims about the fanatical bastards from the Holy Kingdom. A frightened messenger says the castle is currently haunted. Most of the soldiers were also church members and have been arrested. Cain, disgruntled, declares the situation even more serious than expected. The old man, thoughtfully, declares that in that case they should close the gates, but Ramo refuses. He looks at his comrade and says he won't listen to idiots from the Holy Kingdom. Kneeling, the messenger hears that he needs to take 100 soldiers with him. They must take care of that place. Rama looks at his followers and realizes that by doing this, he can put out the worst of the fire. But he doesn't know when they'll start again. He must protect as many people as possible until His Highness returns. A map of the lands is shown, stating that about a month after the natural disasters began, half the empire lay in ruins. The emperor and the holy pope smile ominously, explaining that people began to blame the Vivian Church for these disasters. Knights of the Holy State march through the streets. It's said that even neighbors who hid church members have begun to voluntarily surrender them to the guards. Soldiers are leading followers out. Even those members who lived in isolation have been imprisoned. Skeletons are visible across the street from the troops. This hasn't ended the disasters. The red waters haven't become clear. The earth is cracking. It's said that the drought hasn't abated. Vivian's followers sit behind bars. As conditions worsened due to the natural disasters, the persecution of church members became increasingly brutal. The Holy Pope smiles before the hands of the people, believing their actions will save them. The priest shielded himself with magic. It is said that, believing this was the only way God could protect them, the people readily began to kill church members. An ominous silhouette shatters the image of the Holy Pope. All this time, they were completely blind to the true cause of the disaster. A crescent moon is visible in the night sky. A man in white robes walks through the forest. He looks around and wonders where he is. He sees a village in the distance. A rustling sound is heard in the bushes near him. A frightened man in a hood asks who it is. He holds a sword and stands opposite the forest. Small sparks fly from the bushes. The fighter with the blade thinks it is a monster. In rage, he screams for the enemy to show himself and fight him. Red eyes are visible among the bushes. The astonished fighter realizes there's more than one, wondering where so many mutants are coming from. One of them approaches him. The goblin looks at the fighter with a sly smile. Holding a dagger, he begins to growl. Several ferocious goblins rush to attack. The hero grips the hilt of his sword and realizes these are no ordinary goblins. He can't let them enter the village. His eyes are filled with surprise. Suddenly, he's struck by dark energy, confused as to what's happening, as some unknown force is holding him back. The goblins run past. The hero stands in shock as they retreat. He turns, realizing he can't let them escape. The monsters with daggers continue to run, and the fighter realizes they will kill everyone in the village. The boy opens his eyes in shock. He gets out of bed. He clutches his face and asks if it was really just a dream. With eyes filled with horror, he realizes he's had another prophetic dream. He imagines a red sky above the castle and thinks about everything from before the Red River spontaneously began to flow to the very last flood in a remote village. He holds his face, thinking that he had a dream a few days before these events. In shock, he remembers and reflects on how this time everything was different, and what force held him is unclear. He sits in bed with a frightened look. He radiates dark energy, and says that this is the force he felt in the dream. Suddenly, he begins to scream in pain. His body is affected by the force, and the boy realizes he cannot let it overcome him. The boy lies on the bed and hears a voice declaring that his eyes have finally opened. In shock, he takes up his sword, asking who is standing before him and to show himself. The fighter draws his sword, hearing that before him is a being that is everything, power itself, and he asks what this means. A dark stream rushes across the room, forming in front of the protagonist. He watches in shock, his eyes filled with horror. The creature addresses him as a son, an eternal servant. A dark silhouette before him orders him to find his mother, who conceived him with him. Gale, enraged, screams what he means by these words. The blurry silhouette claims that the truth will soon be revealed to him. The energy dissipates, saying that he must find her. A fighter enters the room and asks if everything is alright. The shocked man looks at him, who assures him he heard a scream. The hero wonders if he doesn't hear the voice of the shadow. The hero, sitting on the bed, asks where the woman is now, who clarifies that he means the lady in the red dress. The masked fighter states that she still lives in the inn near the capital. The master, frowning, orders her brought to him immediately. A torch burns in the dungeon. Guards lead a man into prison, asking why he walks so slowly. She falls to the ground. A bag is over her head. She says that this is enough. She recognizes that voice. A dark silhouette opposite declares they can go, and they agree with the master. The frightened girl realizes she recognizes the voice. The man approaches the lady in the red dress. He removes the bag from his head and apologizes for the rudeness of his subordinates. Gale turns to his mother. The shocked girl asks what he said, thinking of the sage. Closing his eyes, he declares his real name is Karen. The astonished captive insists it's not him. Gale sighs and says it's hard to believe. It took him a long time to come to terms with it. He introduces the protagonist and assures him that the emperor will kill him in 20 years. That's his past. The distraught girl hears that after he was killed, he was reborn in this body and predicted the future, which he already knows, in order to earn the title of sage. He grabs her hands, asking if she really doesn't believe him. He desperately cries out that the night before she left him with Cheryl, his mother came to his room and told him. Gale, holding her hands, declares that even in hell he will do anything to protect her. The astonished girl asks how he knows. The events take place several years ago in the Imperial Palace. The heroine runs down the corridor. She peeks around the corner and sees a soldier. She slightly opens the door. She sees her sleeping son. She sits down next to him. She strokes his face and silently asks him not to be angry. His mother sits nearby and declares that the reason she is leaving him now is because they need to find a way to free him from the power. Surprised, Gale notices her, jumps out of bed and asks why she is crying. Frowning, he asks if she is truly worried about her father. He holds her hands and asks her not to worry because he is here. With tears in her eyes, she hears that even if her father loses the crown or is killed, the teenager, smiling, assures him that he will protect her and Cheryl, so there is no need to worry. She hugs her son. With tears, she exclaims that her son has grown up. Hugging him, she assures him that he doesn't have to do this. It's her responsibility to protect him and Cheryl. Gale is surprised and silent. Isabel, frowning, declares that even in hell she would do anything to protect him from the Force. She hugs him and asks him to go back to sleep. The guy, lying in bed, asks if he should take her to her room. She turns around, smiling, and declares that everything is fine and the imperial palace still belongs to her. The door slams shut. Gale lies silently in bed. In the present, the guy sits across from her and says that it was that day after she left the room. Horrified, he imagines her covered in blood and declares that she committed suicide with her own hands. Frowning, he says that at least that's what he thought until the day he saw her in the underground corridor. Trembling, he says that after she left them, their father was dethroned, and he and Cheryl were exiled to Bran territory. The guy, furious, screams that she was alive all this time, asking why their mother simply watched them go through this. The frightened girl tries to say something, hearing the question about her promise to protect them. Sitting across from him, she assures him it was for him, trying to save him. Her hands are shaking, claiming she can't explain it in detail now, but when the time comes. Her son, clutching his head, asks why she stole the relic from the temple, whether it was really for them. His mother, shocked, remains silent. She sees him and asks if he really knows everything, and he replies that it's all. The frightened hero says he's not here to see her. Grimacing, he recalls the dream and claims a shadow appeared and told him to find it. He was told it gave birth to Cheryl and him. A disconcerted Isabel asks if the power has truly already appeared to him. Dark energy looms over the boy, and he wonders who they are and whether he was reborn in this body because of this shadow. Her eyes are frightened. Dark currents hover above him. Suddenly, he freezes in place and realizes it's the power again. He falls. His mother asks if he's alright. His eyes flash, he screams in rage, his voice speaking of a loyal servant. A dark silhouette appears next to him, she bows to him, and the master claims he's been kept waiting too long. Isabel, kneeling, hears him ask if she's ready to break the seal. She denies it, saying she didn't expect a catastrophe to occur that would affect the entire empire and that the Church of Paresis would declare itself the state religion. A giant monster looms over him, exclaiming that he means to say that the religion of a minor god is interfering with his plan. Is that really an excuse? The entity, frowning, says it's lucky he can't punish her right now, since he can't appear in human form. The boy screams in pain while he declares that time is running out. The dark energy dissipates, telling him to hurry and break the seal. He looks at it in surprise, thinking it's true and that it's connected to the shadow. The hero in white falls to the floor. He scowls and asks what's going on and what she's planning to do. He crawls toward her, hearing that his mother wanted to tell him when the time came, but it seems he has no choice now. The woman calmly explains that she and Cheryl were born with certain abilities. The tired son asks what she means by the dragon's blessing. The woman sitting across from him explains that this is the power of Valtor and Ilis, the power Avrak infused into him through her. Gale frowns, realizing he thought so, and that's why she stole the sacred relic from the temple. He looks at her and asks if she's trying to fulfill Avrak's will and break the seal. Mama sternly denies it, saying she's trying to completely block his power. A ball of energy forms in the mage's hands. It's said that in the beginning, chaos reigned, and no one knew whether it had always been this way or whether it was created intentionally. He was known as Avrak. People invoke the enormous palm. When Avrak transformed into the natural world, all the ancient human tribes worshipped him as their god. Thanks to their devotion, he ruled the heavens as the greatest of gods. Various churches are shown. As civilization developed, humanity began to worship lesser gods personifying love, protection, wealth, and desire. The silhouette of a monster and church officials is shown. It is said that Avrak could no longer hold humanity's devotion and therefore yielded his power to the lesser gods, deciding to return to his original form and punish humanity. Light falls on a girl, explaining that this also affected the lesser gods who threatened his position. Isabel prays to begin his punishment. He planted his seeds, Valtor and Ilis, in the body of a young girl from a family that had worshipped him for generations. The silhouette of a pregnant woman is seen, indicating that the seed of punishment was thus passed to Aaron and Cheryl through the body of the 120th descendant of the house. Small children are shown. Unnoticed, the seeds have sprouted in Aaron and Cheryl's infant bodies. The brother and sister look upon the army. As the catastrophe spreads across the world, Isabel will awaken the two beings. The children stand before the silhouettes of monsters. Valtor and Ilis will fully reveal themselves, and the god will unleash the punishment. A torch burns in the dungeon. Gale looks at his mother and says that all the nightmares he's been having are premonitions. The girl sadly hears that the reason he's having these dreams is. Clutching his clothes, the guy declares the energy of Valtor in his body. Sitting across from her, he asks why she's trying to block this power. His mother hears that if Avrak finds out, she'll be in danger. She quietly agrees with him. Isabel looks down and says she doesn't know. Closing her eyes, she imagines herself praying and claims that initially, her absolute devotion to God drove her to do everything possible to fulfill his will. The girl goes to the gate, saying that to secure the dragon's blessing, she deliberately pursued his father. The newlyweds dance, and the girl explains that she outwitted many women of good pedigree to become empress. A pregnant Isabel sits on the bed. At that moment, she was only interested in implementing Avrak's grand plan. She looks at the two little twins and declares that as soon as they were born, she would be gone. The grown children run through the grass, and she explains that her views changed when they were raised. She sadly thinks about the darkness that will consume them, declaring that she didn't want her precious children to be used by Avarak as a weapon capable of bringing great calamity to this world. Gale turns to her mother in surprise. Footage of her escape appears, and she declares that on the day she faked her own death, she left the castle and went in search of relics that could be used to combine the powers in their bodies. Isabel sadly claims she didn't know Walter's energy had now taken over his body. Silhouettes of Eren and Gale are shown. She believes his power manifested earlier because he is in someone else's body. Gale, kneeling, asks what will happen to him now. He clutches his head and trembles, saying he can't allow an evil force to take over his body. Gale desperately screams that he hasn't even avenged himself on the Emperor who made him this way. She holds her mother's hands and declares that she must know how to stop this, having been searching for the relics all this time. The boy tearfully demands that this power be sealed now. He falls face down, begging her to completely seal his power. Isabel sadly replies that this is impossible right now. She hasn't collected all the relics yet. Gale remains silent. He looks up at her and hears that there is one thing he can try. She introduces the protagonist and asks him to try to return to his former body. Eren's body is ablaze, and she says that the dragon's blessing is powerful enough to suppress Walter's energy. She looks closely at her son and says that if he can return to his body with the blessing, he can hold off the manifestation long enough for her to find all the relics. Gale excitedly declares that the man in Eren's body is completely unlike him. He waged war with other territories and even with the Holy Kingdom, and is prone to fighting, so it's only a matter of time before he challenges the Emperor. The girl hears that approaching such a person is difficult, and she agrees. Isabel introduces Cheryl and declares that she can help. A village stands in the middle of a dense forest, located on the outskirts of Bran's territory. A portal opens nearby. A blue portal glows in the middle of the forest. Cheryl flies out. She falls to the ground and screams that she has reached her limit and is very tired. Her gaze is desolate, wondering why it is so difficult to find an inhabited village. She looks up and declares that she is grateful that a passing refugee gave her a potato. If she hadn't eaten it, she wouldn't have had the strength to open the portal. She rises from the ground, exclaiming that she can't waste a minute. Cheryl looks around, trying to figure out where she is. She sees a village nearby and screams, finally. She jumps for joy, declaring that she is next to Bran. She suddenly stops, wondering why the portal opened next to an ordinary village. Such places usually lack mana unless there are monsters nearby. The girl smiles, declaring that the most important thing is that she's here. She runs down the slope, saying it's time to go to the village and fill her stomach with some food. She walks along the road. Cheryl looks around and sees corpses, not understanding what happened. Suddenly, she looks back, hearing something. She starts running. She sees a man lying down and asks if he's okay. A wounded man sees her and recognizes Miss Cheryl, who asks what happened. The wounded man tells her that they were attacked by goblins. The girl, shocked, realizes that this can't be true, as this usually doesn't happen here. He looks up and declares that they returned to the forest, but will come running again soon. Horrified, she remembers them and declares that they were not ordinary. The monsters slaughtered the village population. They were much stronger. One of them smiles sarcastically, saying that they looked as if they were possessed by something. Cheryl sits next to him and exclaims that he has internal bleeding, so they should refrain from talking. The poor man extends his hand, begging for protection. The girl sees the boy dying. She covers his eyes. The sorceress rises and promises to return and take care of his village. Frowning, she assumes this attack must be the continuation of a series of disasters. She looks ahead, thinking that if it happened here, it will soon happen throughout the empire. She walks forward, realizing she must protect their lands. The tall Bran castle rises above the ground. Cheryl sits near Rommel and Cain, saying that the bastards from the Holy Kingdom are hiding behind the Empire and are definitely plotting something. Grimacing, she declares she can't believe they attacked the castle while she and Eren were away. The warlord sadly replies to the question of how things are in the castle, saying that they have taken care of most things. The man, looking serious, says that Paresa's guards have imprisoned all of Vivian's followers and the castle is practically empty. Sighing, he explains that the only people left are followers of the Holy Kingdom. It wouldn't be surprising if they captured the castle. Cheryl, surprised, hears that the soldiers they sent earlier are currently guarding the castle. But what if the Holy Kingdom resorts to trickery again? A serious expression on her face reveals that she thought so. Bianca's capture had a huge impact. Cheryl thinks of the commanders and realizes he's busy monitoring the situation at Bran Castle. While she must soon return to the Black Continent, they need to rescue Bianca as soon as possible. Smiling, she asks the old man about the state of the treasury, and whether there's enough money to ransom her. Cain, smirking, asks if she really thinks money grows on trees, considering that not only have holy water sales halved, but the world is currently in chaos due to natural disasters, and profits from the dungeon are at an all-time low. The old man raises his hand and exclaims that if it weren't for taxes, everyone would have starved to death by now. The red-haired girl smiles, saying she knows they've made a lot of money selling holy water, and even if the situation is dire, all that money couldn't have gone to waste. The enraged old man asks if she thinks maintaining the grounds doesn't require money. Gold rains down on the map, and he shouts that his grace has been endlessly expanding his territory, and the costs of maintaining and repairing the new lands are barely covered by taxes. He points at Rommel and declares that, on top of everything else, he insists they accept refugees. He clutches his head and shouts across the room that, in any case, the power that produces holy water has long since dried up. Cheryl, shocked, asks again. She looks at the commander and asks if this is true, and he tries to explain. They approach a dry spring. The bowl is empty. The girl excitedly exclaims that it is indeed gone. Cain, with a serious face, says that the export of holy water has ceased and they were forced to close the holy ground. The girl turns around, asking where Cecilia is, how she could have allowed what happened. Rommel, closing his eyes, explains that she said her divine power had diminished and she needed to go somewhere and hasn't returned yet. The Duke's sister covers her face with her hands, realizing the situation is far worse than expected. She sadly realizes she returned here to find some information about her mother, but the world is falling apart due to terrible disasters. The Holy Maiden has disappeared, and a sacred state is seeking to seize their land. Cheryl is astonished to think that it will be some time before the expedition from the Black Continent returns, and at this rate, it's only a matter of time before their land turns into a desert. Shocked, she opens her eyes, realizing what she must do. Cain curses in front of her, shouting that they must close the castle gates immediately. An assistant standing before her explains that they need to reduce the number of mouths to feed and do something to take care of the territory, but she refuses. The sorceress tells him she will never turn her back on the followers of the Vivian Church. Smiling, she declares that she is an even more generous lord than Aaron, realizing that if she plays this card correctly and solves the problem, she might be able to get some gold. The protagonist, sword in hand, walks forward, wondering why he has goosebumps. Rommel looks at her delightedly, while Cain is furious. She decisively declares that from today on, they will rebuild the territory. First, they must find and gather all the hiding church followers. The castle gates open. Rommel stands before the army and orders them to split into groups of 3 and search the nearby villages, forests, and mountain cliffs. The fate of the church followers is in their hands. The lady and the old man watch this. Cain watches them go and asks why they want to attract more people here when they should be reducing the number of people they need to feed. The girl calmly states that Bran isn't the only territory affected by the natural disaster. As the soldiers unload supplies, she explains that this problem affects the entire empire, and in times like these, extra efforts must be made to protect the inhabitants. Showing a map of skulls, she says that if they allow the Holy Kingdom to bully them, people will begin to think Bran is uninhabitable. Cain, with a serious face, says that they should therefore lock the gates, because if they continue to accept people, they will go bankrupt. The mistress stands in front of the old man and says that if they do this, the monsters will kill the population, and if they start dying outside their territory, it's only a matter of time before everyone is trapped. Cain, shocked, asks what she means. The enthusiastic heroine declares that she completely forgot to mention that the monsters are going to attack them tonight. Rommel stands next to the mistress and asks why she didn't tell him earlier. She spreads her hands, exclaiming that everything will be fine because she has a plan. The commander turns around, saying that then it's better to prepare the soldiers for battle, but she exclaims that there's no need. Cheryl smiles, declaring that she plans to lure the monsters. Rommel, standing in front, says he knows she has strong skills, but it's still dangerous for her to fight alone. He will gather a few soldiers. The sorceress holds out her hand, asking if he really forgot who she is. The girl points her fingers, saying she has 2 goals. First, no one in the village must be harmed. The goblins stand in front of the sacred kingdom. Second, she wants to ensure Paresa's followers learn about the monsters. Cheryl, smiling, asserts that this will help them save Bianca. Rommel, astonished, asks how. The lady leaves, claiming there's no need to pay attention right now. She simply needs to find people, as she's going to take a nap to gain strength. Cain and the warlord look at her silently. A crescent moon shines over the city. The events take place in a village near Bran's territory. Goblin silhouettes are visible on a cliff. Ferocious monsters with knives laugh. They run into the village, shouting that everyone must be killed. The monsters head for the buildings. One of them orders the castle to be attacked and killed. A cry of "Nothing!" is heard throughout the village. Suddenly, a fiery silhouette appears before them. Cheryl, riding a firebird, realizes they're no ordinary goblins and can't let the bastards into their territory. Enraged, she unleashes magic, calling for them to fight her. Flames appear before them after activating a fire arrow. The goblins watch in shock. Flames spread across the street, and he shouts that they're blocked and there's no way to get into the castle. They need to grab her. The girl smiles. Cheryl looks down and declares that if it were up to her, she'd roast everyone, but if she does this, no one will know how amazing she is. She rides forward on a phoenix, preparing to release fire. She attacks the goblins by activating a binding fire, binding several monsters together. The sorceress flies on the bird, and the monsters shout that they must kill her. The delighted girl sees them and calls them to follow her. Cheryl flies on a fiery phoenix while the goblins chase after her, shouting that it will be a long journey to the sacred kingdom. The action takes place in Pares, a sacred kingdom. Soldiers stand on a wall. One of them points and asks what it is. A warrior with a spear looks at the forest. Silhouettes are visible in the distance. Goblins rush forward in a rage. A guard, shocked, asks if they're monsters, another asks what monsters are doing here. The goblins climb the walls, and he asks to warn Archbishop Abel. Everyone needs to prepare for battle. Mutants climb the wall. One of them brandishes a dagger, shouting that they're in the castle and must be killed. The frightened guards scatter. A goblin attacks a man, and the sorceress uses fire sparks. Suddenly, a powerful fire engulfs them. Bodies fly apart and fall to the ground. The guard, shocked, sees a man. Cheryl, smirking, declares it's her, the best mage in Brand territory. The archbishop approaches them and asks what's going on. Abel furiously asks how a pagan dared set foot on their holy ground. The red-haired girl angrily declares that she just saved their lives. Turning to the guard, she asks if she's right, and he agrees. Abel's gaze is filled with hatred. The duke's sister angrily demands that he not direct his anger at the wrong person and not waste his energy. She points to the army of monsters and offers to deal with them. The girl calmly asserts that she has come to help him. Abel turns around, perplexed how someone like her could help them. He raises his scepter and calls upon the great god, asking for his iron hammer. Shocked, he sees that nothing is happening. He raises the scepter again and asks for his iron hammer. The girl watches silently. She smiles and asks for the hammer. The archbishop angrily asks how she even dares. He sees that she is gone. Cheryl flies away on a phoenix. Her gaze is wary, reflecting on how strange it is that the gods are so calm when such chaos is raging around them. She flies on a bird and says she doesn't know and it's none of her business. She should focus on what she came for. She spots a group of goblins and activates a firestorm. A column of fire engulfs the enemies. The Holy Pope stands in his office and asks what he means, whether Sister Erin really helped them. The Archbishop stands across from her and explains that she was patrolling the area outside Bran when she noticed the mutants' suspicious movements, and eventually followed them here. Abel, with a serious expression, says that when she saw the goblins climbing the walls, she realized they were about to attack. Standing opposite, the priest says she didn't want innocent people to suffer, so she forgot her grudge and helped them. Abel calmly declares that thanks to her help, they avoided serious casualties. The Archbishop looks at the leader and assures him that this won't be the last of their attacks. A dead goblin is pierced by a sword. Several goblins are said to have muttered the same words as they died. A bloody monster declares that their master will return to the castle. Abel looks at the Holy Father and declares that the monster attacks are also part of a series of disasters they've been facing lately. Furthermore, Perez hasn't heeded his pleas, and he asks again in shock. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. The door opens, and a shout is heard, claiming they've kept her waiting too long and that they should let her through. Cheryl bursts in and asks again. Angrily, she shouts that she was kind enough to help them despite their feud, and this is how they treat her. The Duke's sister stands before them, and declares that they must pay her proper compensation. The Holy Father smiles, apologizing for not thanking her sooner. The Archbishop told him what she did for them. The girl dismisses this, declaring that he can skip the useless greeting. With a smirk, he says she's a calculating person, clarifying that if they receive something, they will give her something in return. The head of the Holy Kingdom asks what she wants. The enthusiastic girl offers them to return Captain Bianca and free the Holy Knights of Vivian. Abel, furious, advises her to watch her words, as their imprisonment was predetermined by God, and she asks him to go against his will. The heroine, smiling, declares that the great God did not help him when the monsters attacked during the night, asking if he's going to tell them that God Perez sent her here to help. The Archbishop is angry, and the Holy Pope asks him to be patient. Abel, turning, addresses him, who says they are truly in her debt for what she did for them. The priest, standing opposite, assures her that Perez will also show mercy in this matter, and that she will accept her request. Smiling, the man declares that he will send them all back to Bran territory today. Cheryl smirks slyly, winks, and calls him as flawless as his head. As she leaves, she waves and says it was nice meeting them, but hopes to never see them again. The door slams shut. Abel stands silently. She turns to the leader and asks why he agreed with her so quickly. The Holy Pope joyfully says that monster attacks are obviously a disaster of sorts, and their castle will have to prepare for defense. With a serious expression, he declares that even if they free the prisoners, they will remain nothing more than the Holy Knights of Vivian. The Archbishop is surprised to hear that Bran territory will soon turn into hell on earth because of the monsters gathered there. With a sinister smile, the Holy Pope assures them that they must direct the monsters to Bran territory and completely isolate it. This is what God truly wants. High mountains are visible under the night sky. The action takes place within an icy barrier. A blue portal appears. Cheryl emerges from it. Silently, she stares at the castle in the distance. With a serious expression, she realizes that this time she has come here alone. She moves on and realizes she has no reason to fear. As the lord of this territory, she is obligated to do so. She passes people in the settlement. She looks around and realizes there's no need to be nervous. It's better to speak confidently. The man across from her declares that, as he thought, his dream was correct. The man in furs claims he's glad to see the second leader. Cheryl stands silently opposite the man on the throne. She glances at him with a smirk and realizes he knew she would come. If so, the conversation will go smoothly. The sorceress, staff in hand, declares that monsters will soon invade Brand territory, and she desperately needs warriors. The blindfolded man replies that providing manpower is irrelevant. They have an alliance with Brand territory. The Duke's disgruntled sister hears that she likely knows this problem can't be solved by simply putting out fires. The ruler in a fur coat, sitting on the throne, assures that the future of their territory will depend on how they overcome this disaster. The red-haired girl, looking serious, exclaims that she knows this and that's why she came to meet him. The blindfolded man remarks that her resolve seems to have grown since last time. He recalls the past and, smiling, says he hopes she won't repeat the mistake she made in the battle with his brother. She wonders why he brought that up. The man calmly says she will take 100 giants with her. 1 giant can do the work of 10 human knights. The ruler rises from his throne. They shake hands, and it is said that Cheryl has returned to Bran accompanied by 100 giants. Rommel and the others greet Bianca and the others, and it is said that the Vivian paladins have been released from captivity. The Duke's sister stands on the balcony. Soon they join the ranks of soldiers who have been guarding Bran territory for some time under the command of the warlord. The girl watches the troops form up. Together, they form a combat unit of 100 men. She smiles at this, having only one goal in this battle. Her gaze is directed at the bright sunset, saying it was done only to isolate the monsters passing through the dark forest. The red-haired ruler rides on horseback with her army, explaining that she wants to ensure no one else enters Bran's territory. Cheryl sits on a fiery phoenix, with an entire army behind her. The red-haired girl looks around and declares that they will soon face monsters about to invade the duchy. With an air of importance, she explains that although this invasion is only one of many disasters threatening the empire, they cannot simply accept it helplessly. Warriors with spears stand in formation and listen to the assurance that they will protect their citizens, as well as all the dispossessed and poor. Rama leads the army, and she gives the order for his cavalry to advance and push the enemy back along the forest road. Bearded men hear giants moving through the trees and will support them. Bianca, in armor, receives orders to surround the forest with paladins and infantry from all sides and destroy the surviving monsters. Cheryl, riding a phoenix, exclaims that they must isolate the monsters while they are in the open. Their goal is to destroy the beasts once and for all. She raises her staff and declares that they will defend the duchy together. Cheryl, with full determination, exclaims that Bran's territory is their home. A red light is visible in the middle of the forest. Red eyes appear, and the monsters tell their master that they will kill even more. The lights flicker brighter, assuring them that they will destroy the humans and take the castle. The goblins are shocked to see a fireball above them. A powerful explosion occurs, throwing them aside. The girl on the phoenix laughs and asks where they are going. Cheryl points her staff and shouts an attack. The mounted soldiers see goblins in the distance. They leap forward and impale them with their weapons. The giant leaps from the tree, swinging his axe. He plunges it right into the monster's head. They kill the goblins, and the rest flee in fear. Bianca points her sword and orders that no one escape from this forest. The monsters disappear into the bushes. One of them is suddenly struck by a spear that pierces it. The girl riding a phoenix laughs, realizing that this is actually easier than she thought, and whether she needs to contribute now. The Duke's sister begins to conjure fire with a smile. Suddenly, a giant spider appears behind her. It grabs her in its web and carries her towards it. Bianca watches in shock. Cheryl hangs upside down and sees a spider with a monster's head, not understanding what it is. Suddenly, a weapon flies at the mutant. The infantry commander, furious, orders the monster to stay away from her. The sinister mutant only smirks. Suddenly, the giant falls and lands in front of Bianca. It attacks her with its sharp paws. Cheryl hangs upside down, wondering what kind of monster it is and why it's so strong. She burns the web, realizing she can't stay here like this and must help her partner. She lands near the battlefield. The sorceress summons a beam of fire in front of her. The spider takes heavy damage and screams in pain. Bianca jumps down and impales it through the head with her sword. She sees a red-haired girl nearby and asks if Miss is okay. The mistress sees the prone mutant, and wonders what this strange bastard is. Bianca, wearing armor, stands nearby and says it looks like 2 monsters merging. She's never seen anything like it before. The mistress silently hears the suggestion that this could also be related to the disaster. The red-haired girl looks away and wonders if only goblins live in this forest. But what if it's filled with monsters like this? Rommel runs up on horseback and shouts to Miss Cheryl that maintaining order in the camp is impossible due to the appearance of a monster they've never seen before. She must give the order. The soldiers fight the spiders, and the girl wonders when the situation could have changed so much. One of the spiders grabs a soldier with its web, and the girl realizes they can't simply escape. The monster strikes with its blade, and Cheryl thinks about their lands being in danger. She nervously closes her eyes and mentally wills herself to find a solution quickly. She clutches her head, realizing she must solve this problem. The sword falls to the ground. The girl stands in front of Rommel and assures him that she is a mage and doesn't need to learn swordsmanship. The man, smirking, notes that it is nevertheless necessary for her own safety. Cheryl counters, asking who could attack her if she specializes in ranged attacks, since if she throws fireballs from a distance, she will never be attacked. Rommel, standing in front of her, suggests that perhaps she is mistaken due to her lack of experience. With a serious expression, the military leader states that just as fencing has its limitations, magic is also not omnipotent. The man explains to the teenager that since magic uses environmental elements to create changes, casting a spell takes time, no matter how great a mage she is. Rommel introduces the warriors, saying that this is why many mages team up with swordsmen to create a complete defense for themselves. The girl receives a wooden sword and hears that it is therefore important for a mage to understand fencing. The commander, looking at her, claims that if she diligently studies it, she will become a powerful mage capable of protecting herself. Cheryl, surprised, realizes this is a way to protect their lands. A group of soldiers stands fearfully in front of the monsters. She realizes that instead of isolating the monsters in the forest, she should allow them to isolate herself. The red-haired heroine carefully looks at the monsters, realizing she should allow them to isolate her. She frowned and thought about how this was a way to protect them all. She abruptly used her staff, creating a fiery wing spell. The girl flew over the battlefield on a huge phoenix. Suddenly, it slowly raised its head upward. Cheryl, flying above her army, shouted that all commanders should pay attention to her, and ordered them to immediately gather all troops and retreat. All the officers immediately looked up in surprise, unsure of what was happening. At that moment, the rider extended her staff in front of her and cast a fireball spell. A stream of flame immediately scorched the arachnids below. She immediately became elated and laughed loudly. The dark army immediately rushed after her, calling for her death. Cheryl looked back anxiously, wondering if they really should follow her. Then Rommel remembered her laugh with alarm and wondered if she was deliberately luring them. He immediately moved his hand to the side and ordered everyone to retreat. While the monsters were in pursuit, they quickly fled. The redhead sat astride the bird, thinking that this was a good thing. Suddenly, she jumped off her pet. The girl raised her staff upward, emitting energy, and thought about using all her mana. The sphere in her weapon glowed after she mentioned Hellish. A bright green light began to emanate from Cheryl. Numerous monsters immediately rushed toward her and huddled together. But suddenly, a green flash began to push everyone back, after she mentioned a wave. The next moment, the undead scattered at incredible speed, leaving only fragments visible. The light grew brighter, and the fragments of bodies became smaller. The girl fell to one knee from exhaustion. Her eyes slowly closed, leaving only embers before her, and she had one last thought, that everything had worked out. But suddenly, some of the monsters began to slowly rise from the ground. The goblins immediately rushed to attack her. The redhead clutched her staff with trembling hands and begged for mana. But then the last of her strength deserted her, and she simply collapsed. Green flames still smoldered around her, and she begged for help. The monster was about to rip her head off with a wild grin. But at that moment, a column of purple flame erupted. The monster had suffered massive damage. Cheryl's body began to slowly rise into the air. Darkness gathered around her, turning to Elise as a vessel. Enormous claws gripped her and told her that until rebirth occurred, her body and soul belonged to him. They began to slowly lower her body, saying that Avrak was commanding her. The next moment, the redhead simply fell to the ground, exhausted. She opened her eyes with difficulty and repeated the name she had heard. Suddenly, troops found her. Rommel immediately ran to her as fast as he could while she was losing consciousness. At that moment, the hero's sister finally collapsed. The action shifted to the castle. A large man appeared at her bedside, anxiously asking how she was feeling. Cheryl immediately lowered her eyes and remembered the name Elise with horror. But he, with his hands folded in front of him, didn't understand a word. And then the redhead, looking exhausted, shook her head and asked them to ignore it. But then she looked away again and said there was something else. She immediately became furious and, closing the door, asked him what he was doing there, and why he was in her bedroom when she was wearing only a nightgown. The knight slowly began raising his hands in front of him and muttering something. He immediately rushed toward the exit at full speed, saying he was glad she was okay and that he would leave immediately. Then the lady looked after him with wild displeasure and told him what a fool he was. She began to get out of bed and said that she should at least call a maid. Then she took a few awkward steps. The image of darkness enveloping her flashed back to her, and she wondered what it was. Suddenly, the girl closed her eyes and began to remember names. But then she shook her head again and thought that she didn't know what it was and it would be better to just wait until everything became clearer. She placed her hand on her hip and said that, in any case, she hoped all was well on the Black Continent. Meanwhile, in the village of Runtra on the Black Continent, a crowd slowly trudged in one direction. Their faces looked wild and bloodthirsty. At that moment, the hero quickly ran toward them and loudly asked what was happening and why they looked possessed. But then the blue-haired girl pointed to the side in horror and asked him to look. A female figure was flying, emitting heavy purple energy. She said with a crazed expression that he had appeared just in time, calling him a fool, and said she would punish him properly this time. Her smile shone in the darkness at that moment. The red-haired man raised his blade and asked her not to make fun of him. But she only rose proudly and called him a fool. The monster raised its arms, causing black dogs to appear. It turned to the earth to devour the victim's blood and rise like a giant. The ground beneath its feet suddenly began to crack. Numerous villagers immediately began falling into the crater with loud screams. Aaron saw this and froze, cursing. He screamed in horror, asking if she thought he would let her do whatever she wanted. The hero leaped, raising his black blade and about to strike. But she only smiled even wider and told him he was too late. The swordsman was utterly surprised mid-flight. Suddenly, a huge three-fingered hand began reaching out from the ground toward him. It grabbed his leg tightly. The stone giant immediately spun the protagonist in the air. Then, at incredible speed, it hurled him into the wall. He struggled to hold on to his blade and groaned. The blonde spread her arms and asked if this was all he could do. Suddenly, the red-haired man noticed a huge golem running toward him and cursed silently. At the last moment, he managed to block the attack with his blade. The blows were so powerful that they created a shockwave. The hero opened his eyes dramatically and asked if he thought a mere rock could defeat him. Then he began to pull his blade out of the ground. The swordsman pulled the weapon behind his back and was about to strike. He stepped on the monster's foot. Then his sword burst into green flame. He used piercing wind and brought the weapon behind his back. The projectile headed straight for the monster's head, but then the protagonist froze and was shocked. A flash appeared at the tip of his sword, and the boy thought the killer had absorbed the energy. He was greatly surprised as the stone fist flew toward his head and wondered why. The monster struck him with tremendous force, sending him flying. The red-haired man skidded to a stop on the ground again and exhaled heavily. The smiling enemy looked at him and asked if he'd seen the victim who had summoned the golem. As the stone raised its fists, she continued, saying that the killer would never have attacked the inhabitants of the continent he was trying to protect. A double blow struck with tremendous force, and she suggested he simply die. Eren looked up and sighed heavily. But then a dragon flew toward them at high speed. The winged one knocked the golem down just before impact. The monster's finger was torn off, and the dark sorceress was amazed at how this was possible. Then the dragon slowed to a stop. The hero, greatly surprised by the new guest, turned to him. Krumila immediately bit her lip and asked how he dared. Then she, too, transformed into a dragon and asked why he was bothering her until the very end. She immediately rushed toward the guest. The protagonist jumped up and screamed in horror that he did not agree. He charged his sword again and said that her opponent was a different person. Immediately after, he created dark sparks and shouted that it was him. A huge magical wave quickly flew towards the purple one. The projectile hit its target and threw her far back. Suddenly, the multi-headed monster stood up and asked if he really wanted to die. The red-haired man looked at her with a relatively confident expression and said that only she would die today. The dragon rushed at him again, saying that this was enormous insolence. The swordsman himself raised his blade over his shoulder and was about to attack. He managed to slide under the winged monster's belly. He was able to plunge his sword into its stomach. The guy again released aura and shouted that he could absorb all of its energy. Then Eren made a huge cut and held his blade. The dragon's many heads immediately cried out in pain. Then she turned to him and called him a little mouse. The red-haired man raised his blade again, glaring menacingly. Then the monster raised its head and screamed, questioning how dare it mock her body. A purple projectile appeared in the horned one's mouth. Suddenly, black smoke began to pour from its mouth. But then the monster noticed something was wrong and wondered why it was catching her breath. The hero stood amid the smoke and pulled his blade behind his back. He leaped high into the air and raised his sword, using a great sword attack. The boy delivered a slash and used piercing wind. And then Krumila looked in horror at the surge of energy before her. After her head was severed, she screamed even louder that she refused to accept it. The monster fell, as did several of its heads. Breathing heavily, Eren lowered his blade and thought it was all over. But then another dragon collapsed behind him. It immediately rushed to Kainuz. Kainuz opened his eyes heavily and addressed him, telling him that he had become a master assassin. The red-haired man approached him slowly and anxiously, saying it was all thanks to him, and that if he hadn't saved him, he would have died long ago. The blue lizard rose to his full height and said that if he hadn't been able to protect the bloodline that had received his blessing, he wouldn't have been able to hold his head high as a dragon. Eren was surprised again and asked about his blessing, thinking that it had also given him the abilities he possessed. The horned man looked at him and said that if it weren't for him, he would have become his sister's slave for the rest of his life. The dragon narrowed his eyes and said that he had grown so much that it was useless to say anything. The blue-eyed man looked menacingly ahead and said that now was the time to make the decision that had been delayed for so long. He stepped forward with difficulty. He knelt down, surprising his companion. The bearded man introduced himself as calmly as possible and said he was finally revealing his true nature. The old man lowered his head and declared his devotion to the hero who had defeated the legendary dragon and become the new master assassin. A blue crystal appeared before him, and he declared that he hereby pledged his soul to its obedience forever. The blue stone fell to the ground and emitted a bright light. The protagonist stared at the jewel in wild amazement, and was told to raise his hand to complete the oath. Then the boy extended his hand in front of him, and a blue spark erupted. A surge of magic erupted with immense force. A bright light suddenly illuminated the space. The dragon still sat with its head bowed in submission. Then the bearded man, with a slight smile, looked ahead and announced that there was one more thing. He rose to his full height, raised his hand, and said that they were beginning to conquer the continent, addressing them with the utmost politeness. The blue-haired man in chains stood in the middle of the enormous room. Without raising his head, he reminded him that he had told him to leave and asked if he wanted to die. But then the boy managed to cut the chains with his blade. He looked at the prisoner and said that he was simply following the Duke's orders and trying to save him. But Kaines, still without raising his head, said that he was no longer the Duke's strategist, and that the Duke had no reason to save him. But then the savior stood up and said that his superior had said that it didn't matter who he was. But there was one thing. The blue-haired man was very surprised, because he had been told that the order was to ask if he could continue to serve him after he left here. And then the prisoner rose, breaking the chains, and said that he was simply having fun as a dragon. But there was one thing. The dragon opened its black eyes and asked how a mere mortal dared ask him to serve him in exchange for getting him out of this unpleasant prison. Then he raised his fist and, breaking the chains, asked how he dared to do such a thing. Rex was alarmed by this and remained silent. He then closed his eyes and said that his release was merely a reward for his services as a strategist. He approached and explained that his lordship had said that what would happen next would be a new agreement. The dragon was taken aback and immediately asked what he meant. Then Rex placed his hand on his chest, and Aaron seemed to appear in his background, saying that he would help him defeat Krumala, and that as a strategist, he would help him defeat the Emperor. The blue-haired man immediately burst into loud laughter. Then he clutched his head and seemed to have lost his mind. He immediately adjusted his shoulder and said that despite the fact that the man who had received his blessing was so arrogant, he asked how he planned to kill the dragon, and also his sister, who was also an ancient dragon. And then there was a deathly silence. The blue-haired man gave the hero a sharp look and said it was interesting, because he was arrogant, but very interesting. Rex trembled with fear, and he continued, saying that he indulged his arrogance. But there was one thing. The Ancient One immediately grinned broadly and said that he must kill his sister. The sun shone brightly over the castle. The dragon sat down at the table with the hero and said that Miss Cheryl could create portals, but transporting supplies and people here still remained a difficult task. He looked at the hero and said that they needed to build a ship as soon as possible to keep up with the planned pace. Then the red-haired man put his finger to his nose and said that everything was as he thought, and that simply killing Krumala wouldn't solve everything. Then he gathered his resolve and surprised everyone with a question about how long it would take to build the ship. The blue-haired woman worriedly stated that at least 6 months would be needed, and they could probably gather the materials and people on the Dark Continent. But that was exactly how long it would take. He was surprised to hear that it would take that long to build a ship capable of sailing for a month. Then the hero closed his eyes and said what he now understood. He immediately held up 2 fingers with a wide smile and suggested building it in 3 months. The others immediately became shocked and asked if he had lost his mind. Miller immediately shouted with wild rage that even humans require a 9-month incubation period in the womb, and then asked if he expected them to build a ship in 3 months. The blue-haired woman tried to stop him, but he continued, asking if he wanted to see the ship fall apart in the middle of the sea, while she begged him to calm down and that he was a fool who knew nothing. But then the protagonist spread his arms again and, smiling, declared that this place was full of treasure, asking if they were really in no hurry, even after seeing it. He immediately grinned broadly and said he'd immediately increase their reward, so they should work together. Then he turned to the dragon and asked how their soldier recruitment was going, to which he was told that Rex was in charge. Just then, the aforementioned figure ran into the hall and shouted to the Lord. He worriedly mentioned something strange happening outside, and that all the people on the continent were working in the mines again, as if under a spell. Aaron was immediately taken aback and asked again, and the Lord clarified that Krumala was gone, nothing had changed. Everyone turned to him, and he continued, saying that no one was paying attention to the recruitment of soldiers and ship's personnel. Then the Ancient One looked at him closely and said it was very strange, reminding him that his sister's death would break the spell that had enslaved them. Then the guest, who had quickly arrived, anxiously suggested that they simply take a look. At this moment, the city streets were completely empty. The redhead anxiously scanned the surroundings and declared that it was true, there was no one there. Then Kaines pointed to the side and asked everyone to look. The Duke immediately noticed a huge crowd. He froze in place, wondering if they really intended to continue this. His expression darkened and he thought that nothing had changed at all. Then the boy stomped his foot on the ground and ordered everyone to stop. The people looked at him in confusion and froze. Aaron looked at them with alarm and remarked on his warning about them stopping work in the mines, then asked why they were ignoring his words. The villagers froze in alarm and began making excuses. They immediately fell to their knees and begged for forgiveness. The Duke immediately looked at them with wild alarm as he apologized. He froze, filled with intense alarm and profound incomprehension, and said he didn't blame them. But then his dragon approached and said they needed to be sent to the castle for now, as it didn't seem like this problem could be resolved through dialogue. Then he leaned forward slightly and remarked that the spell still lingered within them. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a strange aura over his subjects in the form of Krumel. He immediately closed his eyes and said he had no choice. He extended his hand in front of him and ordered the carts to be pulled back to the castle. The villagers then trudged calmly back. Then he calmly asked his advisor why the spell hadn't worn off. The redhead looked away anxiously and said that the advisor's sister was dead. The blue-haired one closed his eyes and remarked that a dragon doesn't die completely with the disappearance of its body, and that death is only complete with a new birth, continuing its former life. Eren didn't understand and, frowning, asked again. The advisor, in turn, stepped back and said that they needed to find Krummel's egg. But then he smiled and said that fortunately, he knew where it was. Then he remembered being chained up. His sister stood before him, asking if he had any shame, and how he dared to side with humans. Then Kainaz suffered enormous damage, after which he immediately lowered his head, and she continued, saying that everything had worked out well for her, and that she would finally be able to kill him with her own hands. But then she broke into a smile again and said that she wouldn't kill him quickly, but would bite, chew, and chew for as long as she could, to make him suffer. But suddenly, without raising his head, the blue-haired man said that he still felt like he saw only her death. He slowly raised his gaze and asked if she had witnessed the deaths of her brothers and sisters, who had tried to harness the power of ancient objects of the ancient gods, and then said that this power would inevitably destroy her. But she only chuckled. Then the chains began to rattle with her incredibly loud laughter. She immediately gritted her teeth in a smile and, looking at her brother, asked if he had forgotten what death was like for them. Suddenly, the man became wary, and she continued, telling him she had a sealed egg. She imagined her cocoon and said that if this egg didn't break, her magic would remain on this continent forever. The blonde immediately laughed, saying that the nest was hidden in a place unknown even to the ancient gods. Kainaz himself frowned and wondered what kind of place could be hidden from the ancient gods. And then he was struck by surprise and the thought that such a thing couldn't be true. Deep within the Black Continent lay a green forest. There was a land that existed as it had been in the beginning. The sun's rays fell on mighty trees. No human foot had ever set foot on this land, which even the ancient gods had ignored. The fighter walked along a path. This place had no name. Kainaz and Eren walked through the forest. There was a huge mountain there. The Duke and his assistant looked around. He turns to Kainaz and asks what exactly they'll find the Krummela egg here. The dragon nods in agreement, suggesting it's hidden in the cave. The advisor, with a serious expression, declares that even the most vicious dragons take care of their eggs. The protagonist, sighing, declares that bad guys always do stupid things anyway. The Duke steps forward, suggesting they search the cave. Suddenly, a sound is heard in front of them. The protagonist holds his sword in front of him, asking what it was, if it was a monster. The guy maintains a fighting stance and tells the advisor that, judging by the appearance, the spirit of the mountain has awakened. It usually remains dormant. Suddenly, a monster from the tree roots appears before them. Several such monsters stand in front of the heroes. Eren, smiling, asks that, apparently, he isn't going to give up the egg so easily. The monsters, enraged, rush to attack. The protagonist also breaks into action, sword in hand. His gaze is focused. He draws his blade and tears the monster apart. Suddenly, another mutant appears behind him, but the dragon bites his head off. Kainaz helps his ruler fight the monsters. Tree roots move quickly near them. The protagonist stands with the dragon, who claims they are just puppets of the spirit, as the real spirit is much larger. An earthquake erupts around the boys. The protagonist, standing with his sword, hears a command to climb onto the dragon's back. He jumps onto its back. The giant dragon soars into the sky. A huge wooden hand reaches out to reach them, but the dragon deftly dodges. The Duke, sitting on his assistant, calls the enemy a bastard. He sees a huge monster below, assuming it is the mountain spirit. Krummela, her eyes sparkling, casts a spell, and Kainaz realizes he is also under her spell, protecting the egg. The giant begins to run after the dragon, shattering everything beneath him. He reaches his large hand toward them, but the assistant dodges. Eren sits on the dragon, and hears that they should stay away and return when it falls asleep, otherwise they will never descend from this mountain. The protagonist looks at the enemy and asks Kainaz if he knows. The dragon flies across the sky and asks again. Suddenly, the Duke leaps down with a sword. He furiously swings his blade and shouts that destroying mountains is his specialty. He pierces the monster's head, claiming that its mana will become the Duke's. The blade's tip emits a bright light. The Duke watches intently as he pierces the mutant's head. Frowning, he sighs. Shockwaves echo around him, and he uses his fourth form sword attack. The giant's head begins to glow after the protagonist activates a vortex. A powerful stream of energy destroys the monster's body. The giant falls to the ground, causing a massive explosion. He lies lifeless on the ground. The protagonist falls next to him and realizes that such power will take some getting used to. He sees a tunnel entrance ahead. He stares ahead in shock, realizing they've found it. A bright light is visible in the distance, and he realizes it's Krummela's nest. The tunnel walls are visible, and it's said that a new ruler will be born here, one who will scorch the earth with flame. Kainaz calmly stares ahead and declares that he will freeze blood with his roar. In front of them is an egg surrounded by a red seal. The Duke's assistant begins to cast a spell, speaking an incomprehensible language. The protagonist silently watches this process. A small dragon appears inside the egg, beginning to stir. Suddenly it begins to crack, emitting a bright light. The dragon bursts out with a scream. The Duke's assistant looks at it, and declares that the hatching ceremony is complete. The protagonist silently hears that now he must get rid of it. The boy takes hold of the hilt of his sword. He points the tip at the cute little dragon. It spews a small flame from its mouth. The protagonist turns to the surprised advisor. He looks at the creature and asks if there's a way to remove Krumla's magic without killing it. Kainuz, standing behind him, asks what he means by without killing. Eren calmly asks if there's a way to get rid of the magic without killing it. The advisor frowns, pondering, and states that even if that were the case, not all magic would be erased. The little dragon plays around, saying that doing so would simply change the one it's bound to, so only those who can withstand the dragon's soul can connect with it. The Duke puts away his sword, saying, "If there is such a way." Kainuz, taken aback, hears from the ruler that in that case, he won't kill it. The advisor furiously declares that this is Krumla's child. They don't know what wickedness lurks in her child's soul. The Duke looks at the creature, clarifying that it's very strong. With a serious expression, the boy says he can't part with such a powerful creature. The little pet looks at him intently, and the protagonist asks to fuse his soul with the dragon. Eren calmly asserts that he will raise it with his own hands. The towering Dalmatian castle stands amid forests and mountains. People are standing on the balcony. He stamps his foot and declares that it won't work. The gray-haired warrior says they can't wait any longer. He spreads his hands and says that he said he'd return in 2 days, but then they lost contact, meaning something definitely happened. Jacqueline smiles and asks Miller when he started worrying about the Duke. The young man stands nearby and suggests they wait a little longer, as his lordship will return. The delighted gray-haired man declares that this isn't an option. They must go and help right now. Suddenly, the people on the balcony hear a loud sound. Miller holds up his blade and asks what's going on, if they're under attack. A blue-haired girl screams furiously that the castle is collapsing and that they need to get out of there immediately. Suddenly, under the influence of purple magic, the castle begins to crumble. The towers fall. The 3 boys sit silently near the ruins. The boy looks on and says that, judging by everything, his lordship has managed to lift the spell. Miller, with a serious expression, says it was just in time, as he was about to go look for him. Jacqueline points and urges them to look. A large dragon is visible in the distance. The Duke sits astride it. It is said that when Eren's soul united with the descendant of Krumla, the people below watch in shock. Her spell over the Black Continent dissipated. They throw down their tools, and after this, all plans on the Black Continent went on as usual. The Duke stands before the people. The inhabitants of the continent have become soldiers of Eren, the one who gave them freedom. The builders are constructing a building. It is said that they also became sailors and shipwrights, building ships for the return journey. The protagonist watches this. All he has to do is return to his territory with his large army, capable of keeping the emperor in check, and with him will arrive treasures of gold, silver, and black gold. A dragon flies across the night sky. MC stands with his assistant and calls to the beast. It calmly furrows the night sky, instantly turns around. It begins to glow with bright energy. The protagonist, smiling, asks when it will suddenly appear. Suddenly, a white dragon appears right behind them. Eren, smiling, pets his pet. He strokes its head, declaring that it did a good job. The protagonist looks at it, and declares that he still can't come to terms with the fact that it is a dragon with magical abilities. Kainuz, smiling, stands nearby and declares that in any case, he is lucky, because dragons with such innate abilities are rare. The beast looks at the daisy, saying that it follows his instructions, so everything is perfect. The protagonist sees the glow, and declares that it is not a problem as long as it follows his instructions. Suddenly, a small flying pet jumps onto a daisy while its owner comments that it's no different from a child now. Eren looks at the dragon and declares he's not sure he's raising a dragon, more like a child. Surprised, Eren hears that it's time to practice. The dragon lands in front of its owner. The protagonist jumps on it, preparing to fly. The flying beast flies high into the sky with them. Another dragon follows. The protagonist, delighted, urges it to do everything possible to follow them. Kainuz, in dragon form, replies that he will do everything possible. Astonished, Eren sees the gigantic maw of another beast. It begins to glow with energy and rushes forward. The other dragon's gaze is focused. It bares its fangs, trying to grab the protagonist and their pet. A bright flash occurs. Kainuz looks at them and says that he thought so, that Eren is progressing at an incredible rate. Nothing less was expected from the descendant of Krumla. The joyful white dragon carries its owner, who shouts that he shouldn't show his weaknesses. It flies past its opponent in an instant. The opponent rushes after it, trying to grab the frisky little pet. Eren looks ahead in surprise. The protagonist, sitting on it, asks what it's doing and why it's not running away. Suddenly, the white pet plunges downward, and MC screams in horror. It flies toward the ground, glowing with a bright blue light. The white dragon lands on the ground. The protagonist looks back, asking what happened. Kainuz, in his monster form, sits down next to him and asks His Highness what happened. A glow is visible nearby. Suddenly, Cheryl emerges from the portal and notices her brother. She asks in shock what kind of dragons they are. A dense forest stretches beneath the evening sky. A little girl looks on innocently, and it is said that this child is the strategist's niece. The Duke's sister, shocked, asks if Kainuz is the same dragon that saved them at sea. She, amazed, explains that the reason he used the breath weapon in the orc fortress was because he actually had to defeat the giants. The red-haired girl, standing across from the excited boys, clarifies that he stayed with the Duke to defeat the dragon of the Black Continent. She lowers her head and sighs, and the boy apologizes, saying she was too far away to tell him. The heroine, desperate, begins to speak. Suddenly, with great joy, she exclaims that this is simply amazing. The girl jumps for joy, declaring that they have soldiers from the Black Continent and 2 dragons. Smiling, she says that, given this, capturing the Holy Kingdom will be a piece of cake. Aaron and his assistant, shocked, ask if something really happened. The lady with the staff raises her hand and says there's no need to force her to begin, since they blame the Vivian Church for the disasters that have befallen the continent. Cheryl, with a serious expression, declares that in any case, if he doesn't return to the duchy right now, the ominous faces of the Emperor and the Holy Pope appear, and she says it's unclear what they might do. The ships are moored near the palm trees, and the bright moon is visible. A blue-haired girl, shocked, asks the Duke if they really must return immediately. Jacqueline points to the ship and shouts that they need at least 2 more weeks to complete it, and he suggests they return. A young man approaches them and declares she's right. The assistant, grimacing, says they can't cross the sea with tens of thousands of soldiers in a wooden boat. The red-haired girl standing behind them is angry. Furious, she shouts that they didn't even hear what she said, because the duchy is currently in complete chaos. Miller walks nearby and hears that they don't have time to stay here and cut down trees to build the ship. An old man approaches her, asking if she's finished, and she exclaims that she hasn't even started. Aaron angrily orders them to stop. They stare at him silently. The protagonist, in a calm voice, assures them that he understands they need more time. Standing opposite, he declares that if they lose the duchy, the reason they came here will disappear. He calmly explains that his sister is right. They need to return as soon as possible. An aide stands nearby and argues that if that's the case, not everyone here should return with them. Kaina stands nearby, and they ask him what he means. The strategist, with a serious expression, exclaims that the Duke, who has the right to inherit the throne, is a thorn in the Emperor's side, and therefore he wants to keep him in check as he tries to expand his territory. A huge hand looms over the castle, declaring that if the Emperor hears that he has amassed a large army, he will not stop at merely keeping him in check. Kainuz, frowning, says that if that happens, they will find themselves drawn into a major battle before they have time to prepare. The protagonist, with a serious expression, clarifies that in other words, they should be the ones holding the reins of the war. The aide nods in agreement. He turns to the boys and realizes the strategist is right. Returning with a huge army would be like revealing his hand to the Emperor too early. Unperturbed, he says, "Okay." The protagonist, with an air of importance, declares that for now, only he, Cheryl, Kainuz, and Aaron will be returning to the duchy. The boys silently hear that the others need to be fully prepared and wait for him to contact them from the duchy. A man stands opposite the Emperor. The action takes place in the capital. Ziron, with a stern expression, says that he recently heard some unpleasant rumors about the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Pope bows, hearing that he considered it only right to confirm them directly with the person concerned. The Emperor, sitting on the throne, declares that rumors are circulating that they freed the Holy Knights of the Vivian Church. The ruler, his eyes red, asks if he returned them to Bran territory. The priest excitedly assures him that he followed the instructions of the god Paresis. He desperately exclaims that the man said that monsters would invade Bran territory, and that if they were sent back, they would immediately perish. The Emperor smiles, wondering why he hadn't heard any news of the duchy's collapse. The Holy Pope remains silent, shocked. Ziron, lowering his head, declares that, judging by everything, the god Pares was a mistake. His terrifying appearance suggests he could simply have been a foolish man plotting something. The frightened servant insists that his only intention was to destroy Bran territory. The Emperor, enraged, asks what the Holy Pope's role is in his opinion. Sitting on his throne, he says he believes the Pope embodies divine power. If so, he should act accordingly and not act like a cunning schemer. The bald priest bows and apologizes. Ziron, waving his hand, demands that he ask the god for forgiveness, and that he give him a chance to correct his mistakes. The Emperor, looking angry, offers him an indulgence, which will cause a schism in Bran's territory. An army of goblins scales the wall of Bran Castle. Rommel loudly orders everyone to defend themselves with all their might. The commander stands with the archers, shouting at them to prevent the monsters from climbing over the wall. Furious, he demands an attack. Arrows fly at the screaming mutants. He orders them to continue firing. Goblins fall from the wall. A ferocious mutant climbs up, shouting that they need to kill the humans. He reaches the top and sees the frightened guards. Rommel deftly slashes with his sword. One of them attacks him from behind. The warlord expertly cuts him down with his blade. He sees goblins in front of him and realizes there are too many of them. At this rate, the castle wall will collapse. Rommel looks down and asks Bianca what's down there, if she could send a few more men to him. The blonde below screams that she can't, because the monsters will soon pass through the gates. The warrior covers herself with her shield and orders everyone to prepare for defense. She stands with the army, calling on the goddess Vivian, asking her to grant them the strength for victory. A silhouette is visible from above. Bianca and Rommel notice it in shock. The dragon flies toward them, and the commander recognizes it as the one from before. Fire is visible in its mouth. Rommel, enraged, orders his soldiers to retreat from the wall. A pillar of fire descends upon the monsters, who scream in pain. Flames are visible around the castle. The disconcerted man wonders why this is happening. He sees a giant dragon approach the wall. The commander is shocked to see the Duke riding the flying beast. Eren, smiling, asks why it took him a while to recognize him. He joyfully exclaims that he has returned. The man on the dragon moves on, offering to finish this. The flying monster heads toward the goblins. Moving straight down, the hero uses his third form greatsword attack. He slashes the blade sharply, generating a wave, and uses piercing wind. Bright flashes erupt all around, and the mutants scatter. A large castle stands amidst forests and mountains. The Duke sits with his aides and asks if the Holy Kingdom truly grants immunity. Rommel, sitting nearby, explains that this is indeed the case. They are distributing a piece of paper that releases members of the Vivian Church from their previous religious service, thus avoiding arrest by Perez's guards. Raising his hand, he declares that church members no longer need to hide. The Duke calmly asks how the citizens are reacting. The aide, closing his eyes, states that some have petitioned for immunity to avoid harassment, but most are protesting. He looks away, declaring that they are waiving their immunity, saying Perez is testing their faith. Cheryl, sitting nearby, declares that she would have done the same. They were so eager to capture them all, so why are they suddenly showing generosity now? A red-haired girl with a serious face says they are most likely plotting something. Kynes looks at them and suggests that they may be planning to use these protests as an excuse to attack their territory. The strategist confidently asserts that citizens who waive their immunity would be easy prey for the bastards from the Holy Kingdom. Looking at the Duke, he says that this isn't a sufficient reason for them to force the villagers to do this. Such an act would shake the foundations of their territory. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, asks that he can't do anything. The doors swing open, and a soldier shouts that they have a problem. The soldier, frightened, declares that the Knights of Perez's are arresting members of the Vivian Church who refuse immunity. A girl is dragged along the ground, begging to be released. The guards throw her forward. A warrior of the Holy State looks at her and declares that this is punishment for ignoring the god's mercy. The soldier turns and orders everyone arrested. A group of warriors leads the prisoners. Eren stands behind them, shouting, asking what they are doing. The warrior turns around. Calmly, he says he has orders to arrest all criminals who haven't been pardoned. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist declares that they are on Bran's territory and should first ask him before taking any of his subjects. The rival, standing nearby, insists that God also commands us not to trust lords who serve pagan religions. Rommel draws his sword in anger, shouting how dare he insult his lordship. Eren stops him, declaring that they cannot give them a reason to attack because of this. Kynes, looking stern, says the Duke is right. They are provoking him because they want to be attacked. The protagonist, with a serious expression, asks where they are taking them. The armored warrior replies that they are taking them to Asna Castle, where they will all be executed tomorrow morning. Vivian's bound followers fearfully beg for rescue. The protagonist, enraged, sees and hears this. Cheryl, standing nearby, angrily asks if he will simply allow their citizens to be taken. Shouldn't he try to stop them? The rival, turning, declares that if they have nothing better to say, they will leave immediately. He raises his hand and orders them to move. The warriors with the hostages leave the castle. The red-haired girl, desperate, asks if they really intend to allow them to be taken. The strategist calmly says that even stopping them now won't solve the problem. Frowning, he assures them that the right thing to do is let them go, but they must think about how to save them later. The protagonist looks ahead and addresses Cheryl. Turning slightly, he asks what she said about once going to a castle with monsters, and she asks why he does that. The Duke, looking at the sky, says that using this strategy this time, he will save everyone. MC calmly tells Kynes that he needs him to become the monster that will invade the castle. The events take place in Asna Castle in the Holy Kingdom. Guards stand on the wall. One of them points, asking another what it is. The other looks closely and guesses that something is flying toward them at incredible speed. A ferocious dragon furrows the sky. Kynes, in the form of a monster, approaches them. A soldier fearfully asks what the dragon is doing here, shouting that everyone needs to prepare for battle. Warriors run along the wall. The dragon looms over the crossbows. The mutant recalls the Duke's words that he probably won't need to use dragon breath, just a little intimidation. He hangs in the air in front of the castle, knowing he will carry out the order. He begins to generate an attack. His mouth begins to glow. In rage, he emits powerful sonic waves. They hit the warriors with crossbows. The dragon turns around. Soldiers with spears guard the dungeon. They look around in surprise. One of them asks what that sound is and if it's a monster. Another laughs, declaring that it can't be a monster, because even when the capital was attacked, they were safe. Suddenly, the soldier sees a dragon nearby. It opens its mouth, revealing a fireball. It incinerates one of the warriors, the other flees in fear. A warrior of the Holy Kingdom burns alive. The people behind bars tremble in fear, but are told everything is fine and there's no need to be afraid. They watch in shock. The cage opens. The Duke, wearing a cloak, enters and asks them to get out of here. People run outside. It's said he infiltrated the castle that night under the guise of a monster attack. The Duke leads them outside the castle. Eren and Kynes lead the people through the forest. The disappearance of the prisoners was staged to make it look like they all escaped in the chaos during the attack. The group of residents moves on. The Holy Kingdom couldn't find any evidence to the contrary. A bright white castle stands in the middle of the Holy Kingdom. A man furiously slams the table, shouting at the cunning bastard. The Holy Pope angrily asks how he dared insult their god again. The priest, furious, asks if he's sure they haven't found any evidence that Eren saved the prisoners. The Archbishop, with a serious expression, says nothing has been found, only evidence of a sudden dragon attack. His hands are shaking, thinking that he simply can't sit idly by and do nothing. He stands by the table and says that even if they couldn't find any evidence, a warning is absolutely necessary. The Holy Pope's eyes are wild, insisting he will have to ask His Majesty's permission to perform the purification ceremony. The Archbishop is shocked. The Holy Pope, looking crazed, declares he will not allow a single member of the Vivian Church to remain alive on this earth. Emperor Zeron, sternly, asks again about the purification ritual. Seated on a golden throne, he clarifies what exactly he intends to do. The Holy Pope, smiling, explains that there is only one way to permanently cleanse the Church of the Vivian believers who have strayed. He joyfully speaks of death. The Emperor looks at him silently. The priest spreads his hands, declaring that he will not purify everyone, but would rather execute only a few to set an example, then the rest will naturally follow. The Emperor slaps him hard. The bald man, shocked, asks what he's doing. He strikes again, this time with his fist. He beats the priest, shouting that he is the Emperor of this state, and who is he to say he wants to destroy the people. Zeron swings his fist, demanding his place. He hits him square in the face with all his might, blood spraying everywhere. He throws the Holy Pope aside. An ominous silhouette looms over the beaten man. Zeron, enraged, orders him to never forget that he is the leader of this country. Horrified, he agrees. The Emperor turns and orders him to get lost if he's understood everything. The Holy Pope, frightened, agrees. Zeron stands with his back to him, and hears something. Suddenly, Gran enters the hall. The Emperor, without turning around, asks if he heard, and he says yes. His aide watches him, and can't believe he's laughing. The ruler in the red cloak asks him what he thinks about this. Gran calmly replies, asking if he didn't use the Pope to overthrow Eren, but now he's throwing him out, and it hardly seems right. The Emperor, with a serious face, says that a hungry dog will eventually bite its master at the last moment. In any case, it will probably be easier for him to think that he lets him in before he bites. A gray-haired aide standing nearby declares that although this is a small and weak country, he is also concerned that His Majesty's treatment of their king could lead to trouble in the future, in whatever form. The Lord smiles, declaring that only those with something to lose should worry. He has nothing to worry about because he has everything he could gain. Gran asks in amazement. He wipes his hands. With an ominous expression, he speaks of the Holy Kingdom and the Duchy of Eren. The Holy Pope hurries down the corridor. He clutches his battered face and declares that he curses it in the name of Paressa. God will punish him. Suddenly, he looks forward in surprise. There is blood on his handkerchief. In rage, he tears the clothes off his hand. In despair, he looks ahead and says that he came to him because he wanted to crush Eren, but now he abandons him. His gaze is devastated, realizing that more than half the powerful lords of the Empire believe in the same god. The Holy Pope, with a grimace, realizes it's for the best, and he'll show this cunning emperor what he's capable of. The Duke sits with his aides several months later. He bites his nails and says he feels a strong sense of unease, that something is brewing, but nothing is happening. Kaina sits nearby and asks what's troubling him. Eren, surprised, asks if he thinks the Holy Kingdom is eerily quiet. The strategist looks at His Grace and agrees, stating that he, too, expects the Pope to take retaliatory measures, but strangely, he hasn't taken any steps yet. MC, frowning, asks how the scattered members of the Vivian Church are faring. The aide introduces Rommel and explains that they are a valuable resource for their troops. The commander has dispatched personnel to various locations to bring them back to their territory. Cheryl shrugs and says everything is going well, but he's worried about something that hasn't even happened yet, asking if he has time for that. Why not look for Cecilia? Their duchy is running out of money. The Duke, closing his eyes, says her disappearance is worrying, but he can't go looking for her without clues. Besides, his finances could be completely filled with gold mined on the Black Continent. The protagonist clutches his face, wondering when he'll be able to direct him. His sister claims she was there yesterday, and the ship will be completed in about 2 months. A comrade says both the soldiers and the gold will arrive at the port of Lamayon Castle in about 3 months. Cheryl raises a finger and asks how about looking for her mother. Unlike Cecilia, they know roughly where to look. Suddenly, the troop commander runs into the hall. He shouts in fear that they've found out where the parishioners of the Vivian Church are. The protagonist, shocked, asks where. He sighs silently. His frightened eyes suggest they're in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Kainas and the others are shocked. The Holy Pope stands in front of the hostages and declares that the lords of the Empire faithfully follow the will of Paresis. He waves his arms and shouts to the blessed servants of God. The Archbishop stands behind him, saying the Emperor will take action if he finds out he manipulated the lords of the Empire behind his back. The Holy Pope suddenly slaps him in the face. The assistant's face is filled with surprise. The head of the saints, smiling, declares that he lacks faith. With a frightening smile, he asserts that his word is God's will. He turns and walks forward, waving his arms and ordering preparations for the purification ceremony. The Duke gallops on horseback. He thinks excitedly about the lords of the Empire seizing the Vivian Church and handing it over to the Holy Kingdom. It doesn't seem like the Emperor was involved. The protagonist's gaze is focused, wondering if the Pope is doing this without the Emperor's permission. He must have gone mad. But such a thing is difficult to pull off alone without someone in the background. Kynes gallops on his horse and looks away. He looks around and realizes that this seems strange. The Duke gallops ahead, shouting for them to hurry, as the lives of their citizens depend on it. The armored soldiers understand the order. Eren calmly shouts for them to hurry. A group of people runs toward the forest. Someone peeks out from behind a tree. A man appears in the forest. He looks around and thinks. He sees fighters nearby and realizes that this is what he expected. He begins to whistle loudly. Suddenly, a horse runs out behind him. He jumps on it. He puts his hand in his pocket. He sees a bundle and says that it will be in the hands of His Majesty. In his hand is a scroll. A bound man stands on the edge of the roof. His eyes are covered with cloth, trembling with fear. Frightened, he begins to beg. Holy warriors stand behind him. A hostage asks to be spared. The Holy Pope and his comrades hear that he repents of his sin and will believe in the god Paresis, but not to be killed. The bald man listens attentively. The Holy Pope spreads his arms and asks the heretics not to worry. Smiling, he assures them that Paresis has spoken his word and, by his grace, their poor souls will be saved. They bow to him, thanking him. The Holy Pope loudly shouts, "Whatever." With a sinister grin, he says that their desecrated bodies will rot and perish. The blindfolded hostages beg for life. The priest stands before the sunset and addresses God. Looking at the sky, he begs for the iron sword of salvation to be granted to these sinners. He looks up. With a smirk, he looks around and realizes that Abel may be right about this and that it is useless to continue calling on God. The Holy Pope turns and orders the priests to throw the sinners from the castle walls. The head of the Holy Kingdom sees someone in the distance and hears a cry of, "Stop!" He looks ahead in surprise. The Duke and his army are advancing toward them. The Holy Father, shocked, realizes that this is the filthy church of the Vivian bastards. He turns to the priests and shouts that they must do as he says and not stop. Abel watches in shock. He points forward and asks His Holiness to look. Eren gallops up on his horse and swings his sword. The assistant looks at his superior and declares that it is the Duke's sword, and they don't even have the hand of God, so they need to leave. The Holy Father, with a serious face, insists that he has so little faith. Standing atop the castle, he claims that these are divine domains, asking if the boy really isn't afraid of the curse. The Duke, enraged, shouts at the Holy Father that if he wants to be buried within these walls, he should let the people of Brand return home right now. The Holy Father looks at him and realizes that the bastard wants to get him, suddenly shouting that if MC doesn't leave, all the inhabitants of the territory will die. The protagonist swings his energy sword, and the priest realizes that he wants his people to die. Suddenly, the scoundrel remembers the Emperor and realizes that there is one thing Eren fears. He raises his hands to the sky and shouts that this is a sacred place of the church, the state religion of the Empire. If he doesn't want to become a traitor to the Empire, he should leave immediately. The protagonist frowns. The Holy Pope smiles slyly, realizing that the traitorous Emperor would never help him. But in times like these, he is useful. The protagonist, riding a horse, addresses his assistant. With his back turned, he declares that when he strikes with a piercing wind, the castle wall will collapse. He asks if the strategist can save the people as they fall. Kynes, with a stern expression, replies that due to the distance, he cannot save them all alone, but with Her Highness's help, it is possible. The protagonist remains silent. He furiously swings his energy sword, declaring that in that case, he will begin. A man gallops behind them and asks them to stop. The Holy Pope and the Duke watch in shock. The man on horseback shouts that the Duke has received an order from His Majesty the Emperor. MC, grimacing, sees the scroll. He takes it from the messenger. He unfolds it, and reads that the Emperor considers him a nephew and prince of the Empire. The Lord sits at the table and writes that the Holy Kingdom is a strong ally of the Empire, and the sacred foundation of the state religion. He orders that no feudal lord of the Empire raise a sword against the Holy Kingdom. Anyone who violates this will be severely punished. Zeron smiles and signs the document. The Duke clutches the paper in shock, wondering how he found out. Behind him, his aides stand. Kynes says that if he attacks, he will immediately be branded a traitor. Cheryl claims that, besides, they still don't have enough troops to fight the Emperor. MC, with a serious expression, wonders if he should allow them to kill the people of his duchy. Kynes and the red-haired sister look at him in shock. The protagonist looks at the enemy and declares that they cannot resist the Emperor now and, in accordance with orders, he will try to save the inhabitants without attacking the kingdom. Cheryl, excited, asks if such a thing is possible. The protagonist, closing his eyes, denies this, stating that the only thing that comes to mind now is to kneel before the Pope and beg. The sister, surprised, asks if he truly doesn't have a plan, and he denies it. The young man raises his head and looks up. Standing in front of the wall, he promises to do everything possible to save the people. The Holy Pope stands above and hears the protagonist convey the Emperor's words. The priest coughs, indicating that he is ready to listen. A messenger on horseback declares that His Majesty says he wishes to apologize for being rude to His Holiness last time. The head of the Holy Kingdom looks down and realizes that he has finally realized his influence over the rulers. The Holy Pope looks down and asks him to convey his acceptance of the apology. The messenger loudly shouts that he will convey the message and, moreover, to repay his previous rudeness, His Majesty personally interceded with Duke Aaron and therefore earnestly requests the release of the people of the Empire. The Holy Pope, furious, asks what he said. Aaron is greatly surprised. The messenger on horseback shouts that if he does not release them, the Emperor will hold them accountable for harming the people of the Empire. The Holy Pope, gritting his teeth, calls him a sly fox. The Archbishop, standing nearby, declares that now that the Emperor has intervened, Aaron can do nothing to them. The head of the Holy Kingdom looks at the aide and hears a proposal to return the members of the Vivian Church and asks the Duke to return the castle he took as compensation. They stand silently at the castle. The Holy Pope coughs. He shouts loudly and with concentration that he agrees to fulfill the Emperor's request. He turns to the priest nearby who pushed the man down. His gaze is disconcerted. Kainas watches in shock. Cheryl closes her eyes. The protagonist watches in horror as the Holy Pope reaches out and orders that this bastard be captured. The protagonist swings his sword in rage, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. A powerful stream slams into the castle walls. Duke Aaron's eyes turn bloodshot, and he furiously raised his sword. One swing of the sword and a huge cloud of energy rushed toward the castle walls. A powerful blast of magic crashed down on the castle walls. The protagonist saw Aaron decide to strike. Kainuz immediately turned and called for Cheryl. Cheryl instantly plunged her staff into the ground and activated the tidal wave spell. A huge wave of water rushed toward the castle. The force was directed very slowly, even due to the current. Kainuz immediately cast the wind gust spell. Two powerful spells merged. Almost simultaneously, the magic of Duke Aaron, his younger sister Cheryl, and the dragon Kainuz crashed down on the castle walls. Debris began to fall from above. The people standing on the walls, priests, and heretics, were terrified. Gritting their teeth, they couldn't understand what was happening. The entire building collapsed beneath them, and they lost their balance, and the next second, they began to fall one after another. Seeing this, Kainuz and Cheryl realized this was their chance. Combining their magical powers, they directed the spell toward the falling people. Water rose in a stream. A sphere of water enveloped one of the falling people, preventing him from reaching the ground and being harmed. One after another, the water spheres enveloped the bodies of the duchy's inhabitants, falling from the castle walls. The hero fled in terror. Closing his eyes, he ran with all his might, trying to save himself. Suddenly, Aman noticed that Langa had almost escaped the castle wall. Aman rushed toward the hero, hoping to save himself with his help. Leaping onto the boy, Aman managed to grab hold of his leg. Grabbing Langa's leg with both hands, Aman panicked and shouted for him to climb up immediately. The hero, clinging to the cliff with both hands, began shaking his leg. His mouth gaping in anger, he furiously ordered them to climb up. Remembering the past and everything that had happened in it, Langa filled with rage. Clutching the cliff, it was clear that for the first time in a long time, he had disobeyed Aman's orders. Looking down at the hero with an evil grin, he replied that he had received a different order from the god. The hero looked at the man in disbelief. Langa, meanwhile, kicked Aman in the face with his free foot. A few seconds later, the hero lost his grip and fell over the cliff. Seizing the opportunity, the hero nimbly scrambled up and stood firmly on his feet. Watching Aman fall, Langa laughed maliciously. Before the man's body reached the ground, someone saved him with magic. The hero's entire body was filled with power. The spell emanated from the staff of the Emperor's assistant. The staff emitted a bright light. Cushioning his fall, he carefully lowered Aman onto the fragments of the ruined wall. Satisfied that the Pope was alive, Gale breathed a sigh of relief. After dropping Aman, Gale told him in parting that he must die only for the sake of the Emperor, so the hero rushed to the Duke. Having managed to save the inhabitants of the duchy, Kainuz and Cheryl sighed with relief. Kainuz sadly noted that they had managed to save everyone except one, who was already dead. Despite their success, Cheryl was worried. Looking at the hero, the girl worried about the consequences of her brother's actions. Having expended a huge amount of magical power, Duke Aaron was breathing heavily from fatigue. Suddenly, Aaron noticed a horse's hooves in front of him. Looking up, the Duke saw the Emperor's aide on horseback. He instantly pointed a shimmering staff at Aaron. Seeing this, Kainuz and Cheryl flinched in surprise and alarm. Aaron reacted instantly, raising his sword against his opponent's staff. At that moment, Gale raised a finger and began drawing something in the air. Duke Aaron was shocked. When the Emperor's aide uttered his name, the Duke's eyes widened in shock. A piece of paper with text appeared in Gale's hands. Showing the document, the Emperor's aide announced that it was an edict. Gale, clenching the edict in his fist, made it disappear. Demonstratively opening his palm, he showed the Duke that his hand was empty. Presenting an empty palm, he informed Aaron that the message regarding His Majesty's violation of his order had already been delivered to the Emperor. Upon hearing the edict's contents, the Duke turned pale with horror. Having said all he wanted, the Emperor's aide walked past the Duke with his head held high. Galloping toward his master, Gale merely mentioned his hopes of avoiding war between them, though unlikely. Turning, Gale offered no farewell, merely hinting meaningfully at a quick meeting. Disappearing in magical light, the hero remarked that perhaps their next encounter would take place on the battlefield. Watching him go, Kainuz and Cheryl noted that he was a high-level mage. Cherry, looking at the two, explained that Gale was the head of the Emperor's personal magic team and usually served as a messenger. Thinking of the hero, everyone understood that no one knew the true limits of his magical abilities. Kainuz, being a dragon, reassured him with a reassuring smile that, whatever the case, Gale was only capable of wielding magic at a human level. Having expended too much magical energy, Cheryl paled with exhaustion. Turning to the Duke, the dragon repeated the messenger's words about treason. Looking at Eren, who stood before the ruined castle walls, Kainuz said that the war with the Emperor would begin much sooner than expected. The Emperor was busy with important affairs of state in his office. Hearing an unexpected sound, Zeron tore his gaze from the documents in front of him. A small magical bird appeared on the table as if from nowhere. At the sight of it, the Emperor abruptly jumped up, clutching a piece of paper in his hand. In his hands was Gale's report. After reading its contents, the Emperor grinned contentedly, for his people had accomplished their task so well. Having achieved the desired result, he rested his hands on the table with satisfaction. The Emperor furiously ordered all the dukes to be summoned. Zeron strode quickly to the door of the study, declaring Duke Eren a traitor and declaring that the time had come to determine his punishment. The nobles animatedly debated Duke Eren's fate, filling the hall with loud voices and arguments. The meeting was attended by both feudal lords of the Emperor's faction and representatives of the neutral faction, each eager to defend their position. The Emperor, arms folded, sat imperturbably on his throne and watched as his subjects attempted to decide Duke Eren's fate. The Emperor cast stern glances at the nobles, who, after lengthy arguments and heated debates, finally reached a unanimous decision. The Emperor smiled contentedly upon hearing the nobles' verdict. Duke Eren was guilty of treason. The soldiers and messengers immediately mounted their horses and raced after the Duke. At the same time, the Emperor's messenger delivered the official declaration of war to the head of the Holy Kingdom. The Pope nervously clutched the Emperor's decree, which stated the murder of the Empire's citizens as the reason for the war. Kneeling, a second messenger delivered the Emperor's message to Duke Eren. The Duke silently studied the scroll for a moment, his face unreadable. After reviewing the message, he curtly ordered the messenger, his mission accomplished, to leave. Receiving the Duke's permission, the messenger immediately rose from his knees, mounted his horse, and raced back to the Empire. Kainuz and Cheryl were shocked when, without offering any explanation, Eren turned away and announced that he needed to leave. Hearing these words, Cheryl could not contain her rage. She screamed, insisting that they urgently needed to prepare for war. Eren looked at the girl with a calm and composed tone, telling her it would be wiser to go to the Imperial Palace, kneel, and beg for mercy. His sister and the dragon looked at him with disapproval, categorically opposed to this idea, as it was obvious the Emperor would not rescind his declaration of war. Walking forward, the Duke understood perfectly well that this was a waste of time. Raising his gaze, Eren explained that his true goal was not to earn forgiveness, but merely to delay them, buying time to prepare for the coming war. As he headed into the enemy's lair, the Duke asked Kainuz and Cheryl to take this moment to complete all preparations for war. Looking into Cheryl's eyes, Eren informed her that he had a special task for her. She looked questioningly at her brother. At that moment, a magical portal flared in the castle, illuminating everything around with a bright light. The next moment, Eren stood before the majestic Imperial Palace. Sitting proudly on his throne, the Emperor looked forward to meeting Duke Eren with obvious anticipation. Upon entering the throne room, the Duke knelt before Emperor Zeron, showing his respect. The Emperor, looking down on his nephew as usual, declared that since the feudal lords had declared the Duke a traitor, he would not recall his army. Still kneeling, the Duke humbly replied that he had not knelt for that reason. The Emperor was shocked to hear that the Duke intended to petition him not as one of his vassals, but as his own nephew. With a sardonic smile, the Emperor asked what the Duke truly wanted. Still kneeling and not looking up, Eren quite logically explained to his uncle that by suppressing the authority of the Brand territory, other dukes would also be able to challenge the Emperor's authority. The Emperor clenched his hands in anger, as the Duke's words of concern for him sounded less than convincing. However, despite Eren's heroic manner, he made no attempt to convince the Emperor that he genuinely cared about his well-being. Bowing his head before the Emperor, the Duke sincerely admitted that he was not concerned about the ruler's fate, but about preserving their shared bloodlines so that their family would forever rule the Empire. These words unexpectedly piqued the Emperor's interest, and thoughtfully resting his chin in his hand, he allowed his nephew to continue. Having received the ruler's permission, Eren explained in detail the true danger of stripping him of his ducal title and losing his guild territory. With determination in his eyes, he added that should that happen, the Empire would lose all feudal lords belonging to their family. Kneeling before the Emperor, the Duke finally revealed the true reasons for his concerns. Continuing to look down at his nephew, hatred in his eyes, the Emperor asked him directly what he truly wanted from him. Mustering all his resolve, Eren boldly asked for a halt to the advance of the Central Imperial Army. Hearing these bold words, the Emperor flew into a frenzy of rage, his face contorted with anger. But despite the storm of emotions raging within him, Eren boldly explained that he wasn't asking to call off the war, but merely begging for a delay. According to Eren's information, the main Imperial army numbered approximately 100,000 warriors, while the Ducal army had a formidable 200,000 troops. It was clear that the feudal lords would likely also contribute approximately 100,000 of their own troops, as they would need the remaining forces to maintain order in their regions. The Emperor gleefully noted that Eren was all too aware of the current situation. Then, with a sardonic smile, Eren announced that he intended to do everything in his power to destroy the feudal lord's 100,000 soldiers. The Emperor involuntarily shuddered at such a bold statement. Still kneeling, the Duke humbly expressed his willingness to accept any punishment from the Emperor. By opening his mouth, the hero was merely offering the Emperor a way to punish him, while significantly weakening the position of other feudal lords in the Empire. A heavy silence fell over the hall, broken only by the Emperor's heavy breathing as he considered his nephew's bold proposal. Eren flinched in surprise when the Emperor coldly inquired what would happen to the Duke himself. Bowing his head again, the young man replied that he was prepared to humbly surrender when the main army entered his duchy. Resting his chin in his hand, the Emperor seriously considered his nephew's bold proposal, weighing the pros and cons. Still kneeling, Eren awaited the Emperor's verdict. Despite the Duke's tempting offer, the Emperor, full of determination, declared that the Central Army would proceed according to the original plan. Eren sweated with tension upon hearing this merciless answer. The Duke was stunned when the Emperor continued speaking, announcing that the Central Army would first march on the Holy Kingdom, and only after successfully capturing it would advance on Bran's territory. The hero, looking at the Emperor, couldn't believe it. Bowing his head, the Duke humbly accepted the Emperor's order, hiding his true feelings. He clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions, for his plan had worked. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, all the priests and soldiers huddled in one place, awaiting further developments. Amon furiously swung his whip, punishing the traitor who had attempted to take his life. Before him, tied to a post, stood a bloodied Langda, exhausted from torture. Hearing the Pope's words about being God's representative on earth, Langda spat with contempt. Unable to contain his emotions, the hero spoke his mind with unbridled fury, literally shocking Amon to the core. The Pope's face contorted with rage, rendering him speechless, and his eyes bloodshot with rage. Enraged and losing his composure, Amon raised his whip again to deliver another blow, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Blindly furious at being interrupted, the hero lashed out with vicious insults at the priest who dared to interfere with his execution. However, turning sharply, Amon froze in astonishment, seeing Cheryl standing impassively before him, her presence unsettling him. The Pope, already on the verge of a breakdown, trembled with barely contained anger at the girl's harsh words. Her words washed over Amon like ice water, momentarily rendering him speechless before lashing out with insults. Unable to tolerate such harsh words, Cheryl responded in kind, not hiding her contempt. Cheryl's uncontrollable anger caused her magical energy to spiral out of control, and a massive wave of flame engulfed her body, throwing all the nearby priests several meters back. Quickly regaining her composure and remembering her mission, Cheryl regained her composure, though her eyes still betrayed a clear anger. The hero was completely at a loss. Amon flinched in surprise at Cheryl's proposal for a temporary alliance. For a moment, his mouth dropped open in shock, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Cheryl, not hiding her irritation, began to explain in more detail the nature of the deal they were proposing. Looking at the heroine, the boy realized the offer was so tempting that he was seriously considering it. However, despite the obvious advantages of such an alliance, Amon rudely refused, surprising the girl. Cheryl, unaccustomed to persuasion, was about to leave, but Papa tried to stop her, which only angered her further. Seeing that his manipulations were ineffective, Amon looked at the girl, openly declaring his primary desire to reclaim Valanchi Castle. Hearing these words, the girl stopped and slowly turned around. After a brief moment of consideration, she agreed to Papa's terms and turned to leave. As she flew away on her fiery bird, she merely tossed over her shoulder the words that they would send Amon detailed information about the partnership in writing. Vivid memories of an enraged Eren, wielding his sword furiously, flashed through the Pope's mind, and he couldn't comprehend the Duke's true intentions, tormenting his mind. Hearing the strange sounds coming from Langda, Amon turned sharply toward him. Looking straight into the Pope's eyes, Langda relayed the words of the god pairs, his voice unexpectedly commanding. Hearing the words that the god would punish him, the Pope shuddered in shock. Langda, without stopping, continued to curse Amon, his voice growing increasingly furious. Enraged, Amon swung his whip again, ready to unleash his wrath on the captive. But before he could deliver a single blow, he was interrupted again by one of the priests, who appeared out of nowhere. The hero was speechless upon hearing the incredible news that the relic of pears had been stolen. The thief, having saddled his horse, dashed away, leaving clouds of dust in his wake. The priests, wasting no time, leaped onto their horses and gave chase. They pursued the thief with all their might. The girl in the red robe raced ahead, trying with all her might to outrun her pursuers. The chase gained momentum, every meter becoming more tense and dangerous. The relic, a priceless artifact, rested securely in the thief's sack. The priests, consumed with fury and determination, relentlessly pursued the thief, refusing to retreat even a step. While fleeing, they could not allow the relic to fall into the wrong hands. In desperation, one of the priests drew a heavy iron mace from his robe, his hand trembling with the effort. With incredible speed, the mace shot after the fugitive, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. The girl, noticing the weapon flying toward her, sharply pulled her horse's reins, forcing it into a gallop. The mace continued to fly quickly to the side. A few seconds later, the weapon found its target, striking the sack containing the relic. With a deafening crack, the relic fell to the floor. One of the priests instantly snatched the artifact from the floor. Having secured the relic, the priest turned to his comrades and declared that their goal had been achieved and they could return to the temple. A sudden, piercing scream caused everyone to turn around. Before they could blink, powerful wooden shackles wrapped around their bodies, restricting their movement. A woman in a red robe, her face contorted with rage, appeared out of nowhere. With a furious cry, she unleashed her magical power upon them, her eyes blazing with anger. A dark bolt of magical energy erupted from her hands, aimed straight at the priests, ready to destroy them. The priest holding the relic froze in horror. At this critical moment, the relic began to emit a blinding white golden light. A huge glowing hand appeared out of nowhere, acting as a protective shield, shielding the priest from the deadly attack. The priest breathed a deep sigh of relief, realizing that the artifact, imbued with divine power, had saved him from certain death. Coming to his senses, the priest gave orders to his comrades, calling on them in the name of God to repel the woman who dared to encroach on the sacred artifact. The girl continued to furiously attack the priests, absolutely certain that Pears was merely a lower-ranking god, unworthy of her attention. With mounting fury, she unleashed an even more powerful wave of magical energy toward her opponents, her eyes blazing with hatred. The hand of God, which had until then reliably protected its faithful followers, began to crack under the onslaught of dark magic. The priests were stunned to see this woman's destructive magic literally tear through Pears' divine protection. The next second, the sacred hand shattered into a multitude of glowing shards, like fragile glass. The priests froze in their places in horror, unable to move from fear. Having destroyed their last defense, the woman smiled maliciously, savoring the moment of her triumph. A colossal wave of dark magic swept all the priests from its path as if they were mere leaves in the wind. Seeing the fallen and helpless priests, the girl began to laugh loudly, her laughter echoing throughout the surrounding area. Standing before the ruined landscape, her arms spread wide, she continued to roar with laughter, reveling in her superiority. The relic fell to the ground with a deafening crash. Having disposed of her enemies, the girl walked toward the relic lying on the ground with anticipation and triumph, savoring her victory. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise, and she stopped abruptly. Someone had already managed to get their hands on the sacred artifact. Holding the holy relic in her hands, Vivian turned to the astonished woman, her figure radiating calm and confidence. With an unperturbed expression, Vivian asked Isabel if she was the one who collected the relics of the gods. Isabel froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Isabel instantly recognized the holy maiden in the girl standing before her. Absolutely certain she was facing Vivian's reincarnation, Isabel drew her dagger with lightning speed and lunged. But Vivian dodged the deadly blow with astonishing ease. The next second, gathering concentrated holy energy in her palm, she struck back. Her blow shook the very earth. The force of it sent Isabel flying several meters away. Isabel, lying on the ground, couldn't believe that a simple holy maiden possessed such incredible power that it seemed impossible. With a slight smile, the holy maiden explained to her that Vivian, although a goddess of love, was capable of transforming that love into devastating fury when the situation demanded it. After these words, Vivian, filled with righteous anger, approached Isabel, preparing to deliver divine judgment upon her. Isabel, lying at Vivian's feet, was in utter despair, realizing that her situation was hopeless. Suddenly, Vivian found herself surrounded by a group of unknown people, seemingly out of nowhere. These people stood up to defend the fallen Isabel, demonstrating unexpected courage. Isabel's followers loudly commanded Vivian to stop and not dare harm the sage's mother. Finding herself alone before a huge group of determined people, Vivian paused for a moment, weighing her options. Taking a fighting stance, she firmly resolved to accept the challenge and fight to the end. Meanwhile, the Duke's loyal vassals eagerly awaited their lord's return. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere of anticipation, Cheryl irritatedly resented having to personally meet with Aman and offer him a deal. Rommel, looking at the heroine, also couldn't hide his concern over the fact that Duke Aaron had still not returned from his dangerous mission. Kainas, remarkably calm in the situation, tried to reassure everyone else, reminding them that Aaron wasn't alone. One of the heroines was with him, capable of ensuring his safety. One of the Duke's most senior vassals, a gray-haired advisor, was extremely concerned about the current political situation of their duchy, which was teetering on the brink of war. His open-mouthed expression revealed that his greatest concern was the financial aspect, as they could not cope with the enormous military expenses. His nervous exclamations, full of anxiety and despair, were suddenly interrupted by Aaron's familiar voice, coming from the entrance to the hall. Entering the conference room, the Duke appeared accompanied by a little girl, who trustingly held his hand. The old man was stunned to hear that the Duke was already working on a financial solution. Approaching the boys, the Duke announced that he had found something more valuable than gold and, turning toward the door, made an inviting gesture. Following his words, a mysterious woman entered the room, accompanied by Kurak, whose figure seemed shrouded in an aura of mystery. The old man, not hiding his surprise, hastened to ask who this stranger was and how she could help them cover the colossal military expenses. Before he could finish his sentence, the modest and frail-looking woman underwent a striking transformation, transforming into a powerful warrior, radiating palpable strength. When she grabbed the old man with just one hand, he involuntarily trembled with fear, realizing his helplessness before this power. Completely oblivious to the events, the Duke calmly walked to the table where his loyal vassals sat, as if this were a matter of course. Majestically taking his place at the head of the table, Eren solemnly declared the meeting open. Looking his vassals straight in the eyes, he began the meeting, his gaze revealing an unwavering determination to lead their duchy through all the trials ahead. Crossing his arms in front of him and resting his chin on them, the Duke thoughtfully shared with his subordinates the details of his meeting with the Emperor. Eren, looking at the boys, explained in detail that, according to the plan presented to the Emperor, after destroying the feudal lord's army of 100,000 warriors, they would have to surrender. This was the key point of his strategy. All the vassals were shocked, their faces expressing undisguised surprise upon hearing these words. No one present expected such a shocking outcome. No one had foreseen such a turn of events. However, the Duke calmly stated that this was precisely the deal he had made with the Emperor, confirming the seriousness of his intentions. Unable to contain her anger and bewilderment, Cheryl abruptly jumped up from her seat and, slamming the table hard, demanded how her brother could have made such a crazy deal, her voice trembling with indignation. But the Duke, remarkably calm, replied that this was the limit of their current strength, that they had no other choice. Hearing these pitiful words, the boy, too, could not contain his emotions and, raising his voice, exclaimed that each of them was ready to give their lives for justice and the defense of the duchy. However, upon hearing the Duke's words, that this was precisely what he feared, the senseless sacrifices and needless deaths of loyal men, Cheryl and Rommel instantly fell silent. The vassal's eyes widened in surprise when the Duke uttered words no one expected. He declared that he did not want to lose a single one of his loyal subjects. Looking at the boys, the protagonist replied that he had taken upon himself the heavy burden of a lord's duties in this life. Eren vowed to do everything in his power to ensure that none of his people perished on this dangerous path. After these emotional words, an oppressive silence reigned. All the subordinates, holding their breath, waited for what their ruler would say next. Eren, having collected his thoughts, continued his speech, in which he attempted to explain his plan. His mouth slowly opened. Trying to reassure not only his loyal subjects but himself as well, he added that capitulation didn't mean the end of the guild's territory. It was merely a temporary tactic. These words shocked the vassals even more. Eren, lowering his head, revealed his plan, explaining that after the main army departed, powerful reinforcements were expected to arrive from the Dark Continent, which would change the entire course of events. Recalling all the Emperor's crimes and atrocities, filled with determination and righteous anger, Eren furiously declared that it was then that they would march against the tyrant. Hearing these bold words, the vassals froze in utter shock. 2 weeks had flown by in the blink of an eye, and the army was fully prepared for the coming battle. A vigilant soldier stood at the entrance to the main command tent. Inside the spacious tent, an atmosphere of tense concentration reigned. Duke Findle carefully twirled the ends of his mustache and, turning to Count Vlad, inquired about the details of his plan for the upcoming battle. Count Vlad, after a brief moment of thought, confidently replied that he was completely certain of their victory. Hearing the Count's confident answer, Duke Findle couldn't suppress the malicious smile that immediately appeared on his face. Noticing this smirk, Count Vlad instantly tensed, indicating that he was not to be mocked. Having spoken these words, he confidently swung his massive axe, which glinted ominously in the lamplight, and looked Duke Findle straight in the eye, not averting his gaze. The Duke, continuing to twirl his mustache automatically, immediately stopped laughing and calmly declared that the Count was free to do with Duke Eren as he wished. Dissatisfied with such an evasive answer, the Count abruptly rose from his chair. His imposing figure loomed over the Duke, his gaze menacing, and he demanded to know the true reason for his recent laughter. Findle, maintaining his impassive expression, replied that it was merely a habit, nothing more. As the Count pondered the Duke's question about his future plans after defeating Duke Eren, their tense conversation was suddenly interrupted. Feet approached the tent. At that moment, Duchess Birin entered swiftly. Her appearance instantly diffused the tense atmosphere. Joining their conversation, she cast a searching glance at both men and approached, maintaining her composure, as she expressed a sincere desire to know the fate of their soldiers after victory in the upcoming battle. This direct question caused the Count to tense up and think deeply. Heaving a heavy sigh, he shook his head furiously. With a wry grin on his face, he finally realized the Dukes were alluding to the Emperor. A heavy silence hung in the air, except for Duke Findle's barely perceptible nod of agreement. Suddenly, A malicious smile crossed the Duke's face again. With anticipation and obvious pleasure, he noted that before they could reach the Emperor, they would have to dispose of Duke Aaron. News of the outbreak of civil war spread through newspaper leaflets, spread throughout the Empire with astonishing speed. This news sowed fear and anxiety among the Empire's ordinary citizens, triggering a wave of panic. The little boy continued diligently to do his job, distributing leaflets with alarming news. The inhabitants of the Empire feared a repeat of the terrible epidemic above all. However, not everyone was gripped by fear. Some saw an opportunity in the situation. The man in the white cloak, having learned of the outbreak of war, briefly spoke with the unknown individual. A few seconds later, he quickly ran off somewhere. The hero continued to watch the boy, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. He was tense to the limit, awaiting the moment when he would be able to collect all the relics of the gods. The intensity of his emotions made him clench his fists ever tighter, as if trying to contain the power welling up within him. Looking ahead, it was clear that his resolve to reclaim his true body was unwavering. Vivian continued her uneven battle with the crowd of people defending Isabel. One by one, she neutralized her opponents, demonstrating incredible skill. Even in this uneven battle, Vivian tried not to cause serious harm to her enemies, only temporarily incapacitating them. In mere moments, she managed to knock 3 of her attackers to the ground. Despite the furious onslaught of multiple opponents, there wasn't a single scratch on her body, as if divine protection protected her. Surveying the battlefield, Vivian noted that only 10 opponents remained. Her feet moved forward. Gathering her strength, she boldly launched into another attack, her movements precise and deadly. One of her opponents lunged at her with a dagger, his eyes blazing with hatred. But the girl dodged the deadly blow with astonishing ease. Moreover, she instantly counterattacked, her movements lightning fast. With a single, precise kick, Vivian sent her opponent flying. The remaining group, seeing they couldn't cope individually, decided to pounce on her as a group. However, Vivian continued to easily dodge their blows, her body moving as if in slow motion. Each time, she not only dodged but also managed to strike back, demonstrating the superiority of her skill. Vivian boldly charged into battle, her eyes blazing with determination and divine power. Her opponents were unable to avoid her blows, and each of their attacks was anticipated and neutralized. Some people's eyes widened at the sight, unable to believe it. The girl struck with precision and mercilessness, her blows precise and unstoppable. Each strike sent her opponents flying several meters away, splattering blood everywhere. The ground shook with the force of her attacks. Another crushing blow, and another enemy was sent flying across the battlefield like a rag doll. This time, the enemy fell right at Isabel's feet, who, taking advantage of the moment of confusion, had already risen from the ground. Without wasting a second, Isabel activated her spell, catching Vivian off guard at the most inopportune moment. Her ominous magical aura enveloped the entire battlefield, creating an extremely dangerous situation for the Holy Maiden. Noticing this, Vivian instantly rushed to Isabel, trying to stop her before it was too late. However, Isabel's remaining minions immediately blocked her path, forming a human shield. With a furious cry, Vivian began to furiously throw them out of the way, trying to reach her opponent as quickly as possible. With increasing haste, she threw her opponents back with even greater fury, her movements becoming ever more rapid. But before Vivian could reach Isabel, she completed her chaotic grasp spell, one of her most powerful spells. Black magical bonds, torn from Isabel's hands, rushed towards the Holy Maiden with the speed of lightning. Before Vivian could react, the deadly magic caught up with her, freezing her in place. Black cords instantly enveloped her body, restricting her movement. Her opponents, seizing the opportunity, pounced on the immobilized Vivian, brandishing their daggers. Isabel, triumphant, supported their attack with her magic, enhancing the effects of the binding spells and preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Helpless and immobilized, Vivian paled in fear, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Clenching her eyes, the Holy Maiden mentally called out to the goddess Vivian for help, hoping for her protection. At that moment, a magical purple light shimmered in the sky, illuminating everything around with a mystical glow. The majestic image of the goddess Vivian appeared behind the Holy Maiden, her presence filling the air with divine energy. But even so, the opponents rushed at her en masse, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Noticing this, Isabel screamed loudly after them, trying to stop their mad rush. Hearing their mistress's voice, the attackers instantly froze, stopping their daggers just centimeters from the girl's defenseless body. Even the dagger already pressed to the Holy Virgin's neck didn't leave the slightest scratch on her skin. Realizing her deadly blows weren't reaching their mark, Vivian cautiously opened one eye, trying to comprehend what was happening. Looking around, she saw numerous daggers pointed directly at her, ready to pierce her body at any moment. Approaching, Isabel ordered her followers to step aside. They immediately meekly parted, clearing the way for their mistress to reach the immobilized Holy Virgin. Isabel slowly approached Vivian, carefully removing all the daggers from her body. Coming close, Isabel grabbed the Holy Virgin's chin with 2 slender fingers, forcing her to look directly into her eyes. Terrified, Vivian couldn't tear her gaze from her opponent's face, holding her breath in anticipation of the verdict. Suddenly, looking her straight in the eye, Isabel uttered words that took the Holy Virgin's breath away. She called her a relic of the goddess Vivian, completely baffling her. One of Isabel's followers skillfully steered the carriage. Inside, locked from prying eyes, sat the two women. The air inside was filled with tension and unspoken questions. Gathering all her courage, Vivian finally decided to ask Isabel the question that had been tormenting her soul. Why was she collecting relics of the gods? Isabel paused for a moment, lost in thought. A mysterious smirk appeared on her face. In her answer, Isabel expressed disdain for the power of the lesser gods, completely stunning the Holy Virgin. Her words were so unexpected and contradictory that Vivian completely lost track of what was happening. At that moment, Isabel uttered only one name, a name that took the Holy Virgin's breath away. Looking away in surprise, it was clear Avarak's name was echoing in her mind, causing goosebumps to rise up her spine. As if sensing her captive's confusion, Isabel repeated the name again, this time clearly and distinctly, leaving no doubt. Then she leaned closer to Vivian, her hands gently resting on the holy maiden's. Gently taking her hands, Isabel suddenly changed her tone, and now her voice sounded like a sincere plea for help in confronting Avarak. Looking at the heroine, her plea was almost pleading, filled with desperate hope that Vivian would agree to assist in this dangerous mission. Vivian was completely bewildered by the situation. Meanwhile, the feudal army had already reached the borders of the guild's territory. At the head of the advancing troops stood the formidable Count Vlad, a warrior whose name inspired fear in his enemies. Count Vlad was born and raised on the battlefield. War was his middle name, and from childhood he studied the art of war. For him, force was the only law of this world, the sole measure of justice and power. Long ago, Count Vlad played a key role in the rise of the current emperor, helping him overthrow the previous ruler and seize the throne. Now, he was deeply dissatisfied with the rule of Zeron, who preferred to rule through intrigue and cunning rather than brute force. Unlike the emperor, the count always kept his dagger at the ready to use it at a moment's notice. At the border of the duchy, they were met by the army of the Duchy of Brav, ready to defend their lands. The count's personal assistant immediately reported the appearance of enemy forces to his commander. The count, maintaining absolute calm, ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. Hearing his commander's order, the assistant immediately passed it on, spreading the news among the warriors. The soldiers, obeying the order, immediately rushed forward, their eyes burning with the lust for battle. In contrast, the duchy soldiers simply stood their ground, maintaining complete calm, awaiting the first blow. The count's soldiers charged with a battle cry, their swords ready for deadly blows. But as soon as they reached the enemy's position, they seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace, no sign of their recent presence. The warriors immediately began running forward. Panicked and confused, the soldiers immediately reported the enemy's mysterious disappearance to their captain, their voices trembling with bewilderment. Someone, who had been watching them from above the entire time, grinned maliciously, enjoying their confusion. Suddenly, one of the soldiers was pierced by a sword that appeared out of nowhere. The captain's assistant was so shocked by what he saw that he was momentarily speechless. Ghostly skeletal hands emerged from an invisible field, pulling the wounded soldier's body toward them with eerie force, as if by a magnet. The invisible field, like a giant vacuum cleaner, sucked in the struggling soldier, his legs twitching convulsively in the air. Desperate cries for help erupted from mouths throughout the area, echoing across the battlefield. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared on a high cliff directly above their heads. Hearing the strange sound, the count and his assistant immediately looked up, their eyes widening in surprise. A warlike girl with horns and a sinister smile greeted them, declaring that they were now in her world. As she walked forward, she declared that she would love them with all her heart, the words sounding like a genuine threat. Coming to his senses, the assistant turned to the count and asked what they should do now. Count Vlad, despite the situation, remained confused, his face expressing bewilderment. Shouts and screams echoed everywhere, creating an atmosphere of chaos and panic. Silence reigned. Receiving no answer, the assistant called his master again, this time louder. To the assistant's surprise, the count, arms crossed over his chest, calmly ordered him to wait a little longer. Suddenly, 3 shadow soldiers pounced on the mysterious warrior, catching her off guard. They simultaneously stabbed her in the back with daggers, their movements precise and deadly. The girl, without time to react, began to bleed. But a moment later, her body began to dissolve into thin air, like mist. The next second, she appeared from a magical portal directly behind the 3 shadow soldiers. She glared at her attackers with anger and irritation, her eyes blazing with fury. However, she did not immediately retaliate, leaving them to anxiously await their fate. After which, she vanished again into the magical portal, leaving only an echo behind. The magical veil she had cast gradually faded with her. Seeing this, the assistant immediately reported what had happened to the count. A carriage suddenly appeared behind the soldiers. Tugging at his mustache with a smirk, Duke Findle peered out of the carriage and remarked that it was he who had taken care of the warrior. The territory's ruler was known for his cruelty and vicious nature, and he taught his children the same. Cruelty and malice ran deep in his family's bloodline, making their name feared by many. They experimented on humans, tortured and tormented their subjects, leading the previous emperor to banish them from politics. However, unlike the previous emperor, Zeron decided to exploit their talents. Holding a syringe in his hand, the emperor saw their true faces and completely severed all ties with them. Even after ascending the throne, he didn't change his mind, understanding the danger of their presence. Now Duke Findle, remembering his past, was determined to take revenge on the emperor. Taking advantage of the situation, Findle intended to remove the emperor from the throne. Despite Findle's handling of the situation, the count didn't thank him, only reproaching him for being late. Afterward, the count ordered his soldiers to continue on, his voice firm and decisive. A huge army, led by the count, rushed toward Brand territory. 3 days ago, Eren sat at the table next to Kainuz. Closing his eyes, he remarked that the locals had become quite noisy lately. Looking at him, the advisor asked what he meant. Opening his eyes, the hero replied that they were saying that Duke Eren had betrayed the Empire, and that they blamed the current war on the treacherous actions of their lord. He looked tensely at the advisor, who laughed, and asked if that was anything to laugh about. Kainuz closed his eyes with a smile and asked not to be misunderstood, suddenly remembering the story his fellow tribesmen had told him. The hero's eyes widened, asking again, "Dragons?" The man smiled, saying they'd said human society was ungrateful for what it had and constantly yearned for what it didn't. At the table in the room, the hero explained that those who had been saved from disaster by their lord's grace now branded him a traitor and a disaster. The duke stared at him silently. Pointing a finger, he said he was human too. Kainuz replied that he meant that most humans behaved that way, but that didn't mean he did the same. Looking away, Eren asked what he was trying to say. Fanning himself, he said he had a way to deal with this. The hero finally stood before the lined-up soldiers. The warriors looked at each other, discussing rumors that Lord Eren's betrayal had sparked this war, while another said he'd been under the impression he was fighting for the goddess Vivian, but it seemed he was supporting the traitor. The soldiers looked in surprise at the man who said he'd heard their enemies' forces numbered 100,000. One swore by the goddess that they were finished, that they had no chance, while the second begged them not to waste their lives and to flee if such a situation arose. The duke was displeased to hear this and cursed silently. He glanced sideways at Kainuz, who stood nearby. A purple flash appeared before the warriors. From it emerged the figure of a demoness. She walked past the soldiers, who were confused about what it was, what a demon was doing there. Then the girl approached the hero. The boy looked at her silently. She sank to one knee. Bowing her head, she reported to her lord that the enemy had breached the canyon and that they were now advancing toward the Knight Commander's location. Looking at the girl crouched beside their lord, the soldiers were astonished. Eren, too, looked surprised. He glanced at Kainuz, who merely nodded. The man waved his hand and summoned all the knights of Brand territory. The demoness sat with her eyes closed, and he shouted for them to witness how their lord, with his very presence, made even demons kneel. His mouth wide open, he continued. Whirlwinds rose around Kainuz, who said that he was also an ancient creature. The knights clutched their spears in shock. A huge black dragon appeared on the platform. Eren finally stood beside it, and the soldiers heard that the great dragon Kainuz stood beside their lord. Towering before the army, the dragon commanded them to tell him if they were ready to support their lord, the lord of demons and ally of dragons. The creature's eyes glowed yellow, and he continued, or they would die here. The warriors silently clutched their weapons. Then one of them began to speak. Standing in formation, a soldier shouted that they would fight alongside their lord. All the soldiers raised their hands in jubilation. The dragon turned its head to the boy. The hero with the sword on his back thought this was too much. A smile appeared on his lips, and he said that he even liked it this way. Clutching his greaves, Eren cried out for the brave warriors in Brand's territory to rise and fight alongside their lord, the dragons at their side. He galloped forward quickly. The sun's rays illuminated the hills. People pierced each other with spears. The knight advanced, attacking his opponents with his sword. Zeron raised his arms with the sword above his head, and brought it down on the head of his opponent. In a circular motion, he slashed through 2 more. His appearance was furious. The man pierced 3 enemy soldiers with his sword at once. A horseman watched this from a distance. His expression was grim. He held the handle in his hand. Drawing his axe, he rushed forward. Zeron slashed through the enemy's spear. He pointed the blade at the frightened soldier. He closed his eyes and begged the lord to save him. Then he opened one eye. The grim knight pointed his weapon at him. Zeron wondered when the rest of the reinforcements would arrive. Suddenly, the weapon was approaching him. He turned and blocked the axe blow. The horseman pointed his axe at him, and he recognized Count Vlad, wondering what their commander was doing here. Pulling the axe behind his back, the man asked, "Is he Zeron, the leader of Duke Eren's knights?" The man looked at him grimly and remained silent. A scar appeared on the man's face. He swung his axe sharply. Zeron fell to his knees. With a grim and warlike expression, Vlad repeated, "Is he Zeron, the leader of Duke Eren's knights?" The man held back the attack with effort, and replied that it was he. The horseman promised him the title of Baron if he became his knight. He pressed the blade of his axe against his sword, asking if he accepted. The man opened his mouth and screamed. With a blow of his sword, he threw the weapon aside. Vlad, surprised, held his axe. A shadow hid Zeron's face. Opening his mouth, he said he would accept his offer. The count spread his arms, declaring that from now on he would serve him, but the knight interrupted him. Assuming a fighting stance, he continued that only if he proved himself stronger than Lord Aaron. The man with red eyes laughed, saying that this was exactly what he had long dreamed of. The opponents stood facing each other. With a grim expression, the man said that here he was. Then he charged, swinging his axe. The attack left a bright mark. Vlad looked at his opponent's armor, thinking he had opened up. Ziron clenched his sword with a cry. The man's eyes widened. He switched the hilt and swung the axe from side to side. The blow left a bright flash. Vlad's eyes widened questioningly. Ziron jumped back. He held the blade in front of him. The count grinned and said he was fast, he liked it. The man gripped the sword with both hands. His hands trembled slightly, making him think he was ignorant. The man with the axe smiled. Then he rushed forward. The knight would have blocked the axe's blow in time. Pressing the weapon into the sword, Vlad asked, "Doesn't he know?" A bright flash flashed past his face, and he continued. "The sword is weak." Charging his opponent, Vlad shouted, "The axe is where the real power lies." Ziron fell backwards. His opponent approached him. Looking with red eyes, the man asked if he was ready to cast aside his weak sword and serve him. Ziron frowned and replied that he had not yet lost. The man in the red cloak said that he was the one who did not recognize strength. Vlad looked down grimly, continuing that he was the one he hated most. He drew his axe back, saying that if he was like that, he would be. Swinging it forward sharply, he declared that he was not fit for that. The axe approached the man's head, but he continued to serve him. Ziron remembered Dane's worried face. A blue beam of piercing wind approached the enemy. It flew right in front of the surprised man's face. A horse galloped. Vlad turned. Aaron leaped up, approaching him. He attacked with his sword from above. His red cloak billowed. The man opened his mouth and ordered his troops to retreat. Ziron, kneeling on one knee, recognized his master. With a cry, pressing his sword, Aaron ordered all troops to retreat. Vlad saw this and thought he was ordering his entire army to retreat just to save one knight. While heroic, it was short-sighted. The heroes held their swords, and the man turned to Aaron. Smiling, he said that it seemed this knight was very dear to them. The noble lord had fearlessly entered the battle to save the knight. Ziron looked at him with alarm. Frowning furiously, Aaron asked what nonsense he was talking about. The knight was surprised. Opening his mouth, the man called out to Kainas. The dragon breathed a stream of fire. The flames engulfed the soldiers. Vlad looked up tensely, realizing the dragon was there. Kainas was dousing the army with flames, and he wondered what the dragon was doing here. The soldiers fled, screaming. The flames caught up with them, and they begged to be saved. Dark figures appeared ahead, and they thought they were saved. A soldier ran forward, screaming, asking for help. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Enemy warriors stood before them. Vlad looked away, wondering what a dragon was doing here. A claw brushed against his armor. Another dragon appeared from behind. He thought there were two of them. Closing his eyes, he turned to Aaron. The dragon raised its paw in surprise. The tense man remained silent. The broken part of his axe fell to the ground. Aaron, holding his sword to his neck, offered to talk with a smile. A dark figure landed near the carriage. The man in the black cloak said that the castle was almost defenseless, with only a few guards. The man in the dark carriage asked again. The man in the hooded cloak replied that a large fire had broken out where Count Vlad had fought. Findle twirled his mustache, wondering if that was what was causing all the commotion. Looking down, he ordered them to ignore it and just focus on what needed to be done. "Is the poison ready?" A servant standing by the carriage confirmed, hearing the order to advance. The mustachioed man laughed. He pictured the poisoned men and said that using nerve poison, he could capture the castle without shedding a drop of blood. Suddenly, a jet of flame tore through his carriage. The shocked man shook his head from side to side. Then he raised his head and ordered them to show themselves. Cheryl was sitting on a phoenix with a staff. The soldiers saw the girl hovering in the air. Findle stared at the flames in shock. Sitting in the burning carriage, he asked, "What happened?" Tensively imagining the army, he thought that Aaron had at most 10,000 soldiers. Out of 100,000 suppression forces, there were a total of 50,000 soldiers here. As he pictured the warriors, he imagined that while Aaron's soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle with Vlad's 40,000 men, he was supposed to occupy the empty castle with the remaining soldiers. He imagined the warriors scaling the wall and thought it was a simple yet effective plan. Looking at the troops appearing ahead, he wondered where these soldiers had come from and what had happened to all his men. Figures surrounded by a purple glow appeared nearby. The man's mouth fell open in shock, claiming it was an illusion. Flames flared around the carriage. There was a flash of explosion. Looking down, Cheryl reminded him that she had told him to get out. His foot touched the ground. Approaching the wreckage, the girl said, "It can't be. He wasn't crushed by the carriage, was he?" Looking at the staff, she thought it was strange. She'd only meant to blow up the carriage's wheels, but the explosion was so powerful she'd nearly killed him. The girl smiled contentedly, thinking she tried hard, so she must have gotten stronger. A hand emerged from the rubble. Findle, who had emerged, screamed at his soldiers, asking where they were. The girl struck him on the forehead with the staff. The man fell. She said he'd scared her. Dark figures leaped from the wall, while the main force of Aaron's army dealt with Vlad. The gates opened, capturing the defenseless castle. Warriors entered the castle courtyard. This was exactly what Findle had planned, and it worked perfectly. The warriors stopped before the bright castle. The people lined up in a row, something he hadn't expected. A blue glow surrounded the warriors, indicating that all the residents and soldiers had already left the castle, which had become an enemy stronghold. The girl held a staff in her hand and thought that, given the incomprehensible imbalance of power, Findle's line of thought was entirely justified. She imagined the satisfied men and the dragon, thinking that, as a human, he was limited to executing only plans created by human intellect. About 3 weeks ago, Eren stood on the wall. Looking ahead intently, he reflected that the Russian army numbered around 100,000, while they had around 10,000, and the warriors lined up before the man. Even if there were reinforcements from the Black Continent, these troops would have to be used to fight the Emperor's army. Looking to the side, the hero thought that no matter how good he was, stopping 100,000 soldiers with just a man was impossible. He imagined the bodies lying on the ground and wondered that even if he won, the damage would be significant. Was there a more effective way? The red-cloaked hero exhaled. He looked away, hearing someone say that he seemed to have his hands full. Kainas approached him. Stopping next to him, the man asked if he'd ever heard of taboos. Eren looked at him and replied that he'd never heard of them. Closing his eyes, the dragon began to explain that long ago, when humans worshipped dragons less, the gods, envious of them, issued a warning to their kind. Standing on the wall nearby, Kainus continued that they had told him to avoid excessive interference in human affairs. If they crossed them, they would be punished. It was a warning. The red-haired man looked at him silently. Placing a hand on the advisor's shoulder, Eren told him not to worry. He would make sure he wasn't punished. Small sparks appeared next to the man. Looking at the bright sky, he continued that if he told him that the power of the gods who threatened punishment had weakened, Kainus turned and said that even if he destroyed his enemies in this war, there were no gods who could punish him. What would he say? Looking at him in surprise, the boy asked, "Have the gods disappeared?" Kainus shook his head, saying that he didn't fully sense their presence, but only vaguely. He pictured a black creature and frowned, saying that, on the contrary, he sensed the growing power of Avrak, the ancient deity who created their race. A blue orb appeared in the man's palm, and he said that, in other words, his power was also growing stronger. Eren looked at it, and began to question whether this was true, to which he responded that it was. Holding a blue flame in his palm, the dragon said he would be able to use this power very effectively in the upcoming battle. The bearded man said there was one more thing. Eren interrupted him, grabbing him by the shoulders and shouting that he understood. With an admiring look, he said that there was a way to emerge victorious from this conflict without sacrificing any of its inhabitants or soldiers. He headed toward the tower entrance. Kainus' mouth fell open and he said he didn't know why. He looked a little surprised, saying that Miss Cheryl's power was also growing. The man was tied to a chair. Findle's eyes were closed, he asked. "Where are all his soldiers?" The man bowed his head. Then he raised it, crying out in fear. He shook his head, wondering where he was. His hands were bound as per the article, and Findle thought that he was probably still alive. He was sitting in the middle of the room in prison. He couldn't tell because he couldn't see anything. The man clenched his teeth. The man in the room asked, "Is he alive?" Vlad sat tied up nearby, and Findle recognized the count. Trying to move a chair, the brunette asked what happened and heard a dragon appear. He had been captured by Eren. He wanted to talk to him. Could he guess where they were? Vlad turned his head slightly, hearing that he couldn't hear anything, so he thought they were inside the prison. Had he just said a dragon had appeared and replied that it was too cozy in here for a prison cell? The men tensed when they heard the noise. Vlad turned and asked, "Is that Duke Eren?" The boy, his mouth slightly open, confirmed. The bound man sitting in the chair said he thought he wanted to talk, but what was he doing? Turning to Findle, the hero said they could begin their conversation once everyone was present. He heard a question. Were there any other participants besides them? Looking in his direction, the boy replied that he would find out soon. A golden chandelier hung from the ceiling. The man snapped his fingers and said that now that everyone was here, they would begin. Someone tore the bandages from the men's faces. Vlad looked ahead, frowning. The captives' faces distorted with shock. Birin sat before them, confidently. The heroes were sitting at a long table. A cry was heard that she had agreed to block the supply route, but what was she doing here? The grim man clenched his fist. Looking at the woman sitting next to the boy, he asked, had she betrayed them? The Duchess smiled and asked again. Vlad powerfully slammed his fist on the table. The knight grabbed his sword. Eren stopped him with his hand. Vlad's brow veins stood out with rage. He commanded Birin to speak, her life depending on her answer. The woman exhaled. She closed her eyes and asked, "What is the purpose of their mission?" The man's eyes widened, and he replied, "To defeat the traitor Eren." The blonde shook her head and replied, "No, they had discussed this at the strategy meeting 2 weeks ago." The men looked at her intently. Findle said they had agreed to defeat Duke Eren and use their remaining troops. Birin sat with her arms crossed. Her eyes widened, and she heard the sound of a flash of light. A bright beam illuminated a woman in a gown, Duchess Birin. She stood not far from the Emperor, born the eldest daughter of Christina, sister of the current Emperor Zeron. The crown above her head was crossed out, as she was a relative on her mother's side and a woman, so she had no birthright to the throne. A boy stood next to her. Her son, Tess, had the right of succession. Beside the emperor stood the figure of the prince. Even if Zeron's son Philip died without an heir, the boy wore a crown. Tess would be next in line after Eren. The woman knelt on one knee, driven by the desire to see her son take his place on the imperial throne. The heroes shook hands, and Birin decided to ally with Eren to remove Zeron from power. The scarred man's eyes widened in shock. Sitting with her legs crossed, the woman confirmed that Duke Eren had not been their target in the first place. The mustachioed man turned to her and said she had been the one who proposed the idea of eliminating Duke Eren. Birin pointed at the hero and said he had died in this battle, so he should not worry. The men looked at her in confusion. Eren came closer and said that, as she had said, they would soon announce his death. His hair hid his eyes, and the man continued that there would be a grand funeral. Placing his hand on the woman's shoulder, the hero said that if it were a grand funeral for a member of the royal family, the emperor would have no choice but to attend. Looking at him, Vlad asked, "So that's when they would attack Emperor Zeron?" Eren nodded. Spreading his arms, he asked what they would say. Looking at him intently, Vlad asked them to tell him what he wanted. Eren held his sword forward. Bright rays of light flared around him. He asked if they could defeat the emperor and usher in a new era, or meet their end here. A shadow fell across the men's faces. Vlad closed his eyes, nodding. Findle nodded as well, saying that anyone would be better than the current emperor, but they should remember their contribution. Eren hid his sword behind his back, hearing the question of where and how he intended to die. Intertwining her fingers slyly, Birin said that a magnificent funeral required a suitable stage. The knights held their spears. They stood at the bright castle. Warriors climbed the stairs. The man looked down at them. Waving his hand, he ordered the knights to hurry and carry more. A wooden bucket held stones. Gesturing, the priest ordered them all thrown off the wall. The boulders flew down. One of them hit a knight in the face. He fell from the wall with a scream and fell to the ground. The mage standing among the knights thought it would be easy, but they were fighting more fiercely than he expected. Looking at the bars, he hoped he wouldn't have to use them, but he couldn't disappoint his majesty. He pointed his glowing staff forward. The glow grew brighter. Gale opened his mouth and screamed, an acidic explosion. Green beams scattered everywhere. They approached the castle gates. They struck them, spreading sparks. The bars were broken. Dust settled everywhere. The knights turned, looking at the mage. Then they rushed forward. They were approaching the castle gates. The priest watched them tensely. Somewhere toward the forest, he mentally asked, "When will Eren arrive?" At that moment, Eren was galloping through the forest. Behind him was a group of knights. Turning slightly, the hero shouted that the enemy was right in front of them. The knights were approaching the castle. Turning, Gale recognized Eren. He pointed his staff forward. A bright green ball appeared. Lightning flew from it. They approached Eren. Beams of power were getting closer and closer to his face. A black dragon appeared in the sky. Opening its mouth, it released a stream of fire. The hero's figure disappeared into the bright flames. The man's mouth fell open in shock. Gale, on the contrary, closed his eyes. The smoke in the forest cleared. The dragon flew away. The priest fell to his knees asking, "Eren is dead, then what will happen to the Holy Kingdom?" The mage held his staff, doubting his majesty had meant it. The trees were bare, Duke Eren dead. Birds flew across the sky above the castle, writing the shocking news that had shaken the entire continent. Philip held the letter and smiled. Some felt elated. The man looked at it in surprise, some felt sad. Zeron read the news gloomily, and others were confused. The knight approached the man sitting at the table. The man in white clenched his teeth, some of them completely crushed. The sage's fingers trembled. He asked, "Is his body now gone?" The man turned sharply and quickly headed for the exit. People were seated at a round table. A small white teapot sat on a tray. The girls sat opposite each other. Cecilia took a sip from her cup. She beamed with delight, exclaiming how delicious it was. Isabel also took a sip. Setting the cup down on the saucer, she asked if she'd already thought about it. The girl closed her eyes and said she served in the Vivian Church, and there was no need to think about it. The brunette sitting opposite her promised to return the relic. They didn't have it in their possession, so let it be implanted in her body. She simply wanted to borrow it for a while. Cecilia frowned. Opening her mouth, Isabel said that as Saint Vivian, she was obligated to hand over the sacred relic. When Avrak was resurrected, Vivian, the lesser god, would disappear. The white-haired woman looked at her in shock. The woman sitting opposite her said that he was gaining strength even as she hesitated. Suddenly, her eyes widened. An unknown force forced her to lower her head. The blue glow grew brighter. Cecilia jumped up in fear, asking if she was all right. The woman lowered her hands. The glow faded, and the heroine asked what had happened. Looking down gloomily, the brunette replied that the energy emanating from the children of chaos was growing stronger. Drawing her blade, she said that time was running out. Pointing the blade at the saint, she continued that a decision had to be made right now. Suddenly, a man burst into the room. Looking ahead in shock, Gale said, "Eren, his body." Opening his mouth wide, he shouted, No more. His mother looked at him in surprise. Frowning, she asked what he meant. Eren left? The man replied that Eren had died during the battle. This news astonished Cecilia. She turned, speaking of the Duke. Isabel's expression darkened, repeating, "No, that's impossible." Gale punched the floor, shouting that this news had spread across the continent. What did he mean? It's impossible? He fell to his knees, dejected. Holding his head in her hands, the woman asked how he died and where his body was. Gale looked at her in shock. Then he closed his eyes and replied that the reports said the dragon's breath had completely burned his body, leaving no trace. Opening her mouth, the brunette asked him to listen carefully. She imagined the demon and said that if Eren had truly been killed, the body of Valtor residing within him would have awakened, turning the battlefield into a bloodbath. The man stared at her in amazement. Isabel, with a calm expression, said that either this was a lie, or Eren had a reason for faking his death. Smiling tenderly, she told her son that Valtor's soul resided within his soul, and Valtor's body resided within Eren's. For the sealing to occur, these two things must be united within one person. Holding her son's head, she continued that if either of them died, Valtor would be resurrected in an imperfect form, beyond anyone's control. With tears streaming down her face, she said that was why she'd said he had to return Eren's body, to prevent the destruction of the world and to protect them. Cecilia stood behind her. She strained to hear the woman address her. The tearful brunette turned and said it was time for her to make a decision. The saint lowered her gaze. Zeron and Cheryl walked in front of the knights. The girl's face was filled with sorrow. An old man stood near the door. The girl bowed to him. The man knocked, announcing that a representative of the Brand territory, Miss Cheryl, had arrived. A command to let her in was heard from behind the door. The emperor stood at a table in the opulent hall. A gloomy girl entered the room. She curtsied and greeted his majesty. The man turned around. Towering over the girl, Zeron said they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that she was doing well. The heroine, sitting opposite, replied that thanks to his care, she was doing well. The emperor lowered his gaze and said he had heard Eren had died, that she was now his son, and that he was the last of their line. The heroine bowed. Looking at her, the man asked if she wished to speak. Kneeling, the girl answered yes and heard the command to speak. A shadow obscured Cheryl's eyes, and she said he was the emperor of the continent, the head of the Karen family, and her uncle, His Majesty Zeron. Looking at him resolutely, she humbly requested to attend her brother's funeral. There was a tombstone in the cemetery. Funerals for both counts and commoners were neither pompous nor honorable. The coffin contained a man. Funerals for nobles of higher rank were elaborate. Knights lined up in rows. Members of the royal family were expected to conduct funerals with a level of extravagance exceeding that of nobles and commoners. Keishi struck the stone with an instrument. A longer period of preparation was necessary. The emperor stood silently beside the girl. His mouth slightly open, he asked when the funeral would be. Without rising, Cheryl replied that it would be in a month at Bran Castle. The man closed his eyes and repeated. The girl sitting before him said that in their father's absence, His Majesty, the head of the Karen family, would be attending. Zeron frowned. The red-haired woman bowed her head. The head of the house was obliged to attend the funeral of a family member. The man stood at the grave. Even for one who bore the title of emperor of a vast empire, there were still obligations that could not be avoided. A dark figure approached from behind, even if attending the funeral posed great danger. The man in black raised his blade. The head of the family must fulfill his duties. Several dark figures were behind the man. The blades surrounded the hooded man, but Zeron was an emperor, having already survived all manner of assassination attempts and political machinations. He was carefully considering the possibility of leaving the capital. Blood splashed behind him. In fact, he hadn't left the capital since becoming emperor. The emperor remained grimly silent. Opening his mouth, he said he would fulfill his duty. The girl bowed and thanked him. She began to rise and heard him continue. Looking down, the emperor told her to understand that he couldn't tell her the time or date of his arrival. Opening his mouth, Cheryl replied that she understood. Zeron turned and said that they would see each other at the funeral. The girl also turned away. The heroes' backs were to each other. And then the man turned around. Cheryl bowed her head. She sat in the same position later. Closing her eyes, the girl said that this is what he said. Eren sat at the table next to him. Glancing at him, Kaina said that they didn't know. He was being very cautious. Sitting next to Zeron, he said that therefore, the likelihood of an assassination attempt seemed extremely low. The heroes looked in amazement at the man who said he never imagined this would be a walk in the park. He introduced the prince with a sword and said that when the emperor died, according to the laws of succession, power would pass to Philip. Looking ahead, Eren explained that, like what happened with the former emperor, they should force him to abdicate voluntarily. By doing so, they could eliminate threats to Bran's territory. The dragon turned his head and asked what he meant. The man in the red cloak replied that they would do what he had done with the former emperor, using the feudal lords to weaken the imperial power. The man at the head of the table asked Kainus when the troops from the Black Continent would arrive. Waving his hand, he replied that they should arrive in about 2 weeks. There was a month left before the funeral, so there wasn't enough time. The hero looked at the man, who said that, in his opinion, simply using their troops to attack the emperor would have no effect on the feudal lords. Aaron closed his eyes, saying he was right. The soldiers were from the Black Continent. It was simply a means to spur the feudal lords into action. A question came over his face. So he means to say he has something more decisive to convince the feudal lords? Aaron smiled, beginning to answer. All the feudal lords. Then he clenched his fist decisively and continued. Independence from the empire will be granted. The heroes were shocked to hear this. Cheryl jumped up, slamming her hands on the table. The hero raised his hand, saying that, as they already understood, they had their hands full managing the Brand territory. The sister lowered her head silently. Smiling slightly, the boy continued. Doesn't their income allow us to live comfortably on our own? He returned to the boy and said that Duchess Birin, who wants the imperial throne, won't shy away from battle. Wasn't that the reason she joined them in the first place? Turning to him, the boy asked him not to worry. He'd thought about it. Sitting on a red chair, Aaron said that now that their team members had reached a consensus, should they proceed with their next plan? Looking at him, the leader of the knights asked. What is this? The hero smiled and replied that it was Duke Aaron's funeral. The next day, horsemen rode out of the gates. People clutched scrolls, Aaron's death certificate. The heroes read the letter. It had been sent to all the lords of the continent with the title of Duke. The man's hands trembled. He sat at the table. The bearded man told the emperor that he had failed to keep his promise. Suddenly, a blade was pressed to his neck. The man, frightened, asked who it was. The man standing behind him said he had come with a message from a sage, who said that death is the consequence of broken promises. The man, turning his head slightly, asked again. The attacker swung his blade sharply. The knight entered the sage's room. He placed something on the table, the one who had not been invited. It was Reinon's face. The man in white remained alone in the room. Then he turned, rising from the table. The sage approached the mirror. Isabel entered the room. Looking forward, she said that the saint from the Vivian church had agreed to hand over the holy relic. Receiving no answer, the woman standing in the room turned to her son again. She came closer and asked if he was listening. The sage turned his head, saying it was good news. Isabel covered her mouth with her hands in shock. Under the hood was the face of a bearded man, transformed into himself. The pseudo-Rhinon looked a little crazy. He said, maybe now they'll return his body? Isabel turned to her son, who stood with his back to her. The woman came closer, asking if he was listening. He turned around, saying it was good news. Nona was horrified by what she saw. It was Rhinon's face. He grinned madly. The boy transformed himself into an invitee, and he asked about bringing his body back. Isabel pointed at him in fear. Shocked, her mouth hanging open, she asked what she meant about his face. The boy raised his hand to it. Removing it like a mask, he replied that he had heard that only invited guests could attend Aaron's funeral. Looking at that face, he added that it would serve him. Clenching her fists, the woman said that wasn't the issue. Gale asked what had happened. Turning away, she replied that it didn't matter and hurried him on before Saint Vivian changed her mind. Vivian glanced at the boy, thinking that that face belonged to the Duke. Remembering his maddened appearance, she couldn't understand how he could kill the man he called his father, the man who had once smiled so heartlessly. Imagining the dark village, she wondered if Walter's imprint had perhaps settled on his soul and was now influencing his behavior. Frowning, the woman realized this couldn't go on any longer, and she had to retrieve her son's body and seal Valtor as soon as possible. Cecilia sat on the floor. Folding her hands in prayer, she asked Vivian to guide her along the path she had shown. The prison door opened. Isabel stepped inside, hoping she was now ready. She looked at the girl silently. Cecilia stood, reminded of their short time, and replied that she knew. Lowering her head, she repeated what she knew. Sadness filled her eyes. She remembered lying on the bed. She frowned upon hearing her name. She rose from the bed, asking if it was Vivian. A bright light appeared before her. The magic circle glowed brightly, and words were heard about Avarak, the Lord of Chaos, having risen, and she must go to Aaron as soon as possible to protect him. Cecilia sat up in bed, unsure what the Lord of Chaos had to do with the Duke, and wondered where the goddess was. The light began to fade. Flying up to the girl, Vivian said they didn't have much time and that she should hurry. Cecilia tried to hold the light in her hands, asking her to wait. Shrinking even further, the light repeated the words about her having to go to the hero. Soon, the light disappeared completely. The girl stood in the middle of the room. Placing her hands on her chest, she replied that she would go for her. Looking ahead seriously, she added that she would go for him too. Now she passed Isabel. Frowning, the girl said that they were on their way and that they didn't have much time. She headed for the exit. Cecilia closed her eyes and mentally addressed Vivian, hoping they would heed her voice, which had come to her in her dream the previous night. The guards followed Zeron. Meanwhile, in the capital, a silhouette was led behind bars. The emperor waved the guards over. Approaching, he asked the man if it was true. They looked at each other silently. The prisoner was surprised to hear the question. Was Aaron really dead? He immediately grabbed the bars, insisting it was, otherwise he wouldn't be locked up here. His mouth wide open, he called the emperor a sly old fox. The prison door thundered, and he shouted about witnessing a dragon burn Aaron alive right before his eyes. Unsure why he was asking, he asked if he wanted to know how the great pope had been captured. His eyes wide, the man demanded an answer. Standing at the bars, Zirone asked him what he had done. Philip approached them, explaining that the man had continued to beg for food, and he had starved him for 3 days. The emperor frowned upon hearing this. He slapped the prince across the cheek, leaving a mark. Zirone turned back to the prisoner. Looking at him, Philip heard that only a few days had passed since he had been imprisoned, but powerful lords were demanding his release. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that this was the duty of those who served the god pairs. The man looked closely at the emperor, who was about to make a proposal. Taking a deep breath, he replied that, whatever it was, he would listen if they brought him food right away. But he was visibly surprised to hear that Zirone wanted his presence at the funeral, and if he agreed, he would not only be fed, but also spared his life. Frowning, the emperor found it hard to believe the boy was dead. The man behind bars grew angry, replying that he had seen it with his own eyes. He gasped in surprise when he heard that all he had to do was show up that day uninvited with an army and invade Brand territory. The prisoner raised his hand thoughtfully to his face. Looking up, he noted that it would be no easy march on the castle. Looking at the emperor, he heard him say not to worry about it, as he would open a portal that would allow them direct access. Zirone smiled ominously. He smiled back. Philip glared at them. Several carriages were heading to the castle a week before the funeral. Aaron looked out the window. As he watched, he thought about how long the line of mourners had been, and wondered if this was typical for the imperial family. The door behind him opened. A silhouette appeared behind him. Someone covered his mouth. Cheryl grabbed him, asking, "What is a dead man doing here?" The hero turned to her, struggling for words. He folded his hands in prayer, saying it didn't matter and that he was sorry. The girl closed her eyes, saying it didn't matter and that she had news about their uncle. Looking away, Cecilia said he would arrive in 3 days, and she was informed he would be accompanied by a large retinue. Aaron was visibly surprised. Frowning, he realized this had happened sooner than he expected. Raising his hand to his face, the boy reflected on the fact that the emperor's expected arrival date had been set no earlier than the day before the funeral. He imagined the Duchess and the others, recalling that her plan had been to persuade the early lords and encourage them to fight for their independence. Looking at his sister, he asked how many had gathered. She firmly replied that, with the exception of Duke Rhinon, all the neutral factions friendly to them had arrived, as well as more than half of the emperor's supporters. Aaron frowned, clarifying that Rhinon still hadn't arrived. He imagined the Duke, recalling that he had been one of the first to receive notification of his death. The girl glanced out the window, noticing something. Looking at the people outside the zone, she saw the Duke among them. The man stepped out of the carriage. He shook hands with another lord. Someone's silhouette was visible in the carriage. Isabel's hair covered her face. Cecilia held her hands in her lap, folded them in prayer, and muttered something quietly. The girl glanced away. Looking at the woman, Cecilia promised to fulfill the agreement, asking if they could let her go now. Isabel looked out the window, replying no, that they needed to find Aaron, as he was hiding somewhere. Frowning, the girl reminded her that she lived here, and it would be easy for her to escape and free herself. The woman turned to her. Smiling, she replied that she could do so if she wanted to awaken Valtor and revive Avrak, asking if Vivian, the servant, desired this. Cecilia lowered her head. Isabel looked out the window again, hearing the answer that so be it. Imagining the object in the girl's chest, the woman silently cursed Vivian. The heart-shaped stone glowed brightly. She understood that she had bound Cecilia's life to the relic. Imagining the girl lying on the floor, she considered the possibility that if she was careless when retrieving the relic, the child might die before she could use its power. Gritting her teeth, Isabel guessed the goddess wanted her dead if she wanted to use the relic. The woman punched her. Looking at her, Cecilia thought it was still difficult to understand, but she was clearly trying to prevent Avrak's resurrection. She glanced out the window, wondering why the goddess Vivian had asked her to protect the Duke instead of supporting him. The carriage pulled into the courtyard. Cheryl watched it. Looking out the window, she told her brother that it was Duke Rhinon, and she was sure of it. He raised his hand to his face thoughtfully. The girl turned when Aaron addressed her. Cheryl's sister came closer, hearing a request to summon all the lords who had already gathered and hold a small banquet, asking Duchess Birin to attend as well. She asked what would happen next. Frowning slightly, he asked her to tell the Duchess to persuade the lords to switch sides and do it tonight, and if that didn't work, try again tomorrow, noting that they only had 2 days. Cheryl nodded and agreed. As she was leaving, she heard a request to summon Kainas. Her sister waved him over. Aaron watched her, wondering if the Emperor would arrive with a large retinue, and then he would definitely send a scouting party first. Looking away, he thought that if they weren't careful, he might discover soldiers hidden throughout the grounds on the way here. Kainas appeared at the entrance, asking if he had been summoned. The hero approached him, asking where he had stationed the soldiers of the Son of the Black Continent and the Duchess of Birin's men. Standing opposite him, he replied that they were hiding throughout the castle, as planned, and of course, they had stationed the necessary personnel only along the route the lords had taken to get here. With his hands behind his back, the man asked if there were any problems, to which he was told that, contrary to their expectations, the Emperor would arrive with a large retinue in 3 days. Aaron nodded when he repeated the question. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero said that if they weren't careful, he might spot their soldiers and return to the palace. Pulling his hand away, Kainu's replied that if that happened, their plan to overthrow the emperor through military force and political pressure while he was here would fail, and that if he returned to the palace, he would have more opportunities to resist. Frowning slightly, the man agreed, saying that they should leave only a minimum of personnel and transfer the rest to the northern fortress. Eren was slightly surprised to hear the objection. The man placed his hands behind his back again, asking if the hero had heard they would be traveling along the main road. They looked at each other, Kainu saying that if they were traveling along the main road, they would definitely have requested an escort, but the emperor had only mentioned the date and the size of the retinue. Eren was surprised to hear that this was a plan. The man spread his hands, explaining that it was a plan to eliminate the soldiers stationed around the castle. Kainu stared at him as the hero asked if he wasn't arriving via the main road, how he planned to arrive with such a large retinue. His mouth slightly open, the man replied. Through a portal. Imagining a massive army, he said they could create a large portal through which their army could pass, and it could even be used to transport the entire army in a short time. The hero gritted his teeth at this. Zeron stood by the window, silently gazing out. The emperor remembered the dark silhouette looming over him. Then he frowned, asking who it was. Avarak approached him, saying that if the man wanted this nightmare to end, he must kill Eren. Now Zeron raised his hand to his face, wondering how many days had passed since he had this recurring nightmare. Frowning, he wondered if Eren was still alive. The man covered his face with his hand. There was a knock at the door. Without turning, he answered for the man to enter. Philip dropped to one knee, asking if he had been called. Turning, the emperor demanded that he attend the funeral as captain of the guard, and the boy agreed. The prince was surprised to hear that he owed him an apology. Zeron leaned toward him. Recalling the situation in the dungeons, he claimed he was only trying to teach a lesson, but had been a bit harsh. Without looking up, Philip asked what lesson he was trying to teach. The man sitting opposite him replied that he shouldn't make enemies by getting his hands dirty, to which the prince agreed. Philip's eyes widened when he heard that he should keep that in mind, as he would one day become emperor. Looking up, the boy asked what he meant. The two of them were in a large hall. Zeron asked him not to forget this and heard the portal being installed. The emperor rose to his feet. As he left, he called the prince to follow him. He turned in his direction, a wide smile appearing on his face. The prince had smiled widely before, too, for about 10 years ago, one fine day, he was in a very good mood. Eren was lying on the ground. Philip stood alone. It was the day he first stepped on his annoying cousin and future emperor. The boy turned away, because that wasn't enough for him. He noticed Isabel passing nearby. Philip followed her. The boy continued to chase her down the street. The woman noticed something. She glanced behind her, but there was no one behind her. Later, Isabel found herself at a wooden house. The woman opened the door. Inside, there was chaos. Kneeling, she addressed Evrak, demanding an answer. A magic circle appeared before her. Something dark emerged from the circle, completely obscuring the symbols on it. Avarak stood tall, asking why she was summoning him. Philip watched from outside in surprise. Raising her head, the woman said that the emperor's throne was in danger, and if he were overthrown, the lives of her children, conceived in the god's name, would be at risk. Clutching the magic circle, he called this incompetence. Isabel bowed her head. Approaching, the god reminded her that this was part of their agreement. She opened her mouth wide, trying to protest. The dark matter reached out to her. Isabel felt the pressure upon herself. She fell to the floor, hearing that her job was to carry out his will, and she must remember that. The woman rose and agreed. Dissolving into a magic circle, Avarak said they would be safe. The circle vanished, saying that until his seed had matured sufficiently, it would be safe. Isabel lay on the floor. Raising her head, she said no. Later, she rose to her feet. As she left, Isabel thought about how she would not allow his seed to germinate in her children. Frowning, the woman decided she would protect them. Philip hid around the corner. He entered the house. The prince knelt. Folding his hands in prayer, the boy asked Avarak, the ruler of all the gods, to answer him. But nothing happened. He thought he had done something wrong. Something dark appeared behind him. It touched Philip. The boy found it difficult to breathe. Looking up, he heard a question about who he was. Philip's mouth widened. He announced his name, declaring himself the son of Duke Zeron and the future lord of the duchy. A magic circle appeared behind him. Looking away, he heard a question about his purpose. The circle grew brighter, and the god declared that he would be emperor. Philip gritted his teeth. God turned him to face him, demanding that he serve him, and then he would become emperor. The boy looked confused. An aura appeared around him. Philip felt intense pain. The bonds around him disappeared. He spread his arms wide and screamed. After a while, the boy fell to the floor. A glow emanated from his body. Philip raised himself up on his hands. He looked at them. A wide smile appeared on his face. The future prince laughed loudly the day he learned of his destiny. Rising in energy, he continued laughing, for it was a very happy day for him. Now Zeron was walking along the corridor. A slight smile appeared on his face, thinking about how this was his first trip out of the capital since becoming emperor. Remembering his nightmare, he thought about how he had seen it at precisely this time. The emperor stopped, realizing that this did not bode well and was unsettling, wondering if he should cancel the trip. Ziron put his hands behind his back. Philip stood behind him. The man looked at him carefully. Turning away, he decided it was just a nightmare. Lowering his brows, he thought about how he would stand proudly as emperor, as the head of his family, and how he would stand proudly as a father before his child. The prince followed him. Remembering his kind gaze, he thought he no longer needed any life lessons from him. Philip smiled broadly, thinking that perhaps he hadn't needed them in the first place. A light appeared in his hand, and he reflected that even without these lessons, he was still destined to become emperor. The same light surrounded his blade, and now all that remained was to decide how he would take his place as emperor. Philip drew his sword from its sheath, but putting the weapon back, he decided not to stain his hands with blood. Frowning, he remembered what Lord Avarak had told him to watch. He resumed walking, thinking about witnessing the emperor's final moments. Many people had gathered at the tables. One of them turned to another, asking how he was faring after the disaster, saying he'd heard of severe damage. The other replied that the inhabitants of his territory had fled in search of a livelihood, leading him to financial ruin, so he was barely able to maintain order in his own territory, suggesting that the inquirer's territory was in better shape. The other lowered his brows, replying that maintaining order was a real achievement, while his territory was in such disarray that he'd had to request military assistance from the capital, but there was no response. Leaning forward, he wanted to recount what had happened after the disaster. He turned his attention to Cheryl. Raising his hand to the map, he quietly said that a mutiny had occurred within the imperial family, which had only worsened the situation, and so he understood the lack of military assistance. His companion nodded as he wondered if such remote territories as theirs were left to fend for themselves whenever threatened, then why did the imperial family even exist? The man agreed, saying they had no reason to exist. He glanced at Gran, adding that he was beginning to regret his decision to join the emperor's faction. The man took a sip. The girl looked at the guests, thinking about the growing number of complaints from the lords, as expected, and wondered if she should fan the flames. Cheryl tapped her glass. Rising from the table, she wanted to thank everyone who had taken the time out of their busy schedules to attend her brother's funeral. The guests took their glasses. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that she had invited them here not only to express her gratitude, but also to make a special offer. Rhinon turned to her with a smile, saying he was curious about the proposal of the new Duchess of Bran. Gran glared at him, thinking he'd gone senile and insane, unable to understand how he could be so cheerful after losing Aaron, who had been like a son to him. Cheryl nodded back. Her mouth slightly open, she said the suggestion wasn't entirely hers. Hearing a knock at the door, she asked for someone to enter. Footsteps were heard. Birin entered the room. Gran was visibly surprised. Rhinon looked a little nervous. The Duchess approached the table. Frowning, Gran asked her about her recent death in battle. Glancing at him, she replied that when that happened, she would make sure he was the first to receive her obituary. Rhinon laughed, suggesting they end the serious conversation and hear out the proposal. Remembering his pursuers, he thought he didn't care how trivial it was. As long as they continued in the same vein, it would be easier for him to find Aaron's hiding place. Birin spread her hands, saying she had a very interesting and simple proposal for those of them who wanted to escape the current state of the empire. Smiling ominously, she suggested stripping the emperor of power. The lords exchanged glances. Gran jumped up from the table, not believing she was inciting treason. Frowning, the girl protested the word, saying the emperor had broken his oaths and was now threatening their survival. They both glared at each other. Spreading her hands again, the Duchess explained that even before the disaster, the emperor's only interest was protecting his crown, yet he showed no concern for his suffering lords. Pointing to the Duke, she asked him if he remembered what the emperor had promised when, with their support, he had dethroned the previous one. The man clenched his teeth. Opening his mouth wide, Birin reminded him that he had promised to weaken the emperor's power. Raising a finger, she quoted the words about the lords having the right to resolve territorial disputes among themselves. Raising a second finger, she recalled the words about all the wealth gained from the war with the western continents being distributed. The Duke saw a third finger and heard that the next emperor would be elected by a vote of the nobility. Birin pointed her hand at him, asking him to tell her whether Ziron had fulfilled any of his promises. Gran merely looked at her. Rhinon ran a hand through his beard, thinking that this might be an interesting proposition. Another lord, rising from the table, said that the emperor's main army was well trained and had a significant number of soldiers, and that if political pressure failed, they would have to overthrow him by force, asking what the plan was. Folding her arms, the Duchess replied that they already had enough troops to deal with the main army. Another guest frowned and suggested they would succeed in removing him from power, asking how they would choose the next emperor. Birin pointed at him, replying that they were the lords of this empire. Her voice grew louder as she said that the candidate must be from the imperial family, thus reducing confusion. The man looked at her in surprise, noting that only Prince Philip and her son remained from the imperial family. Nodding in response, she added that women could not become emperors unless the law was changed. Cheryl looked at her, thinking about how the nobles wouldn't vote for Philip after the emperor's overthrow, and decided she must think her son would be the next emperor. A smile appeared on her face at the thought of their plan to destroy the empire. Lowering her hands, she said she had a slightly different view. Closing her eyes, Cheryl argued that the emperor's niece, who had proposed the proposal, was also worthy of the throne. Spreading her arms, the girl asked what would happen if they granted the entire imperial family the right to ascend to the throne. Smiling broadly, she noted that then she, too, could become emperor. The Duchess gave her a disapproving look, and Cheryl added that such a possibility was slim. They both looked into each other's eyes. Several folded sheets of paper lay on a plate. The score was 31-9. Some of the guests rejoiced, for the overthrow of Emperor Zeron had thus been decided. Crowns appeared above the silhouettes of 4 people, thus determining the candidates for the post of new emperor: Philip, Birin, Cheryl, and Tess. A cross crossed the silhouette of the current emperor, and all that remained was to overthrow his country. Rhinon walked down the hallway, contemplating the overthrow. Frowning, he called it absurd. The man clenched his hand, saying that when he found Eren and got his body back, he would reclaim the throne that had been taken from him. The man behind the mask was angry, saying that Zeron must first disappear. Moonlight fell on the white wall of the house. The man stood by the window. A door nearby opened. Someone entered, and he asked if they had found Eren. Isabel removed her cloak, replying that the guards were on duty, and there was little they could do. Approaching them, Rhinon clarified that nothing could be done. He struck the cloaked man. He fell to the floor, and the woman asked what her son was doing. Looking ominously at the corpse, he replied that they would have to find a new way. He remembered Cecilia, saying that if they couldn't find him, they would have to make him come himself. Isabel was terrified. 2 guards stood at the entrance. One of them frowned, noting the eerie atmosphere and saying it seemed like ghosts might appear here, but the other asked him not to say so. Staring intently ahead, the man asked his comrade if he had heard anything. Looking behind him, he spoke of people seeing the ghost of Duke Eren, who was walking around the castle as if alive. Kutravi opened his mouth wide, demanding that they not speak such words, for the night was dark and joyless. A dark silhouette appeared before them. One held out his spear, asking who was there. The silhouette drew closer. Cecilia walked with difficulty, swaying. The girl fell to the ground. Recognizing her, the guards rushed toward her. The 2 men silently watched the scene. Cecilia felt herself among the stars. Without opening her eyes, she heard her name and asked in response, "This is the goddess Vivian." Then she saw gray walls. She saw Bianca in front of her. The girl was sitting on the bed. Cecilia struggled to her feet. Isabel looked at her worriedly, asking if everything was all right. She replied that it was. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Grabbing Bianca, Cecilia asked about the Duke's whereabouts, saying that they were hunting him. Suddenly, something caught her attention. A man in a cloak stood by the wall. She remembered Isabel's wary expression, her words about having to find Eren for them. Cecilia lowered her hands in confusion. Seeing her anxiety, her interlocutor thought that things were clearly not going well, and even knowing about the possibility of betrayal, she was still sending her there. Cecilia raised her eyebrows in surprise, thinking that if she found the Duke, she could stay with him, as the goddess had instructed, and thwart their plan. Someone placed a hand on her shoulder, and the woman told her not to do anything stupid. Gale smiled ominously, clarifying that he didn't want to resurrect Valtor. Still smiling, he reminded her that the fate of this world depended on her actions. Cecilia silently lowered her head. The man struck her. She fell to the floor. Looking up, she heard that he would always see and hear everything she did, so she must behave properly. The masked man was watching her. Sitting opposite her, Bianca was recounting the recent battle. Eren silently stopped her. A melancholy appeared in her eyes. Cheryl opened the door. She passed the observer. The observer looked at her in surprise. Cheryl also noticed the unknown person. She turned her head away. The woman approached her, wanting to ask a question, but glanced towards Cecilia, who said it was one of her companions. Looking at this companion again, Cheryl felt as if she had seen her before. Nevertheless, heading toward the injured woman, she asked if everything was all right. Coming very close, Cheryl asked where she had been and if she knew the holy water had completely dried up. Placing her hand on her chest, Cecilia replied that her divine power had vanished and she had gone to find the goddess Vivian. Closing her eyes, the girl apologized, saying she wouldn't be able to make holy water for a while until she found the goddess. Cheryl was visibly upset. Looking into her eyes, her companion asked if it was true that Duke Eren had passed away. Sadness appeared in her eyes when she saw Cheryl's reaction to this question. Cheryl, glancing at the man by the wall, suggested they walk. Cecilia was confused. The 2 of them headed for the exit. Her companion glanced in their direction and followed them. The woman was visibly tense. Her eye was wide open, unable to understand how this could have happened. Seeing Cheryl's bright aura, she sensed Ilis's energy. The woman extended her hand forward, calling her daughter. The girl turned around. Waving her hand, she asked him to wait outside. The doors closed in front of her. The woman leaned against them in despair. Kainas watched the scene unnoticed. He turned and walked away. Cheryl opened her mouth and told him that Eren was still alive. Cecilia looked visibly relieved and asked if she could see him. Standing by the window, her interlocutor replied that it was impossible and not until after the funeral. Cecilia lowered her head in frustration. Looking back at Cheryl, she asked her to pass on a message. She replied that she could. Frowning, Cecilia began to talk about some kind of force. She remembered the sinister smile. Lowering her head again, she asked him not to think about it, and said that she had met many people who wanted to harm him, so she should tell him to be careful in the future. Cheryl nodded and agreed to tell him this. Rainon opened the door and said they had a problem. People from the palace had arrived. The girl jumped up, asking where they were. The man and Cecilia looked at each other. He stepped forward, and they bowed. Cheryl approached him, clarifying that it wasn't the Emperor, and asked who was causing all the fuss. Introducing the group, he replied that it was Gale, who had arrived accompanied by a group of mages. A crowd had gathered in the square. Everyone was looking at the group of mages. Cheryl stood with her comrades. Aaron watched from the window. He thought of Kainuz, noting that, as expected, his prediction had come true. Pursing his lips, he was surprised by their boldness in opening such a large portal. Gale struck his staff, addressing the temporary lord and the people of Brand territory. Cheryl stood opposite, hearing that the Emperor would soon be visiting this territory. Gesturing to the girl, the mage demanded that they show due respect. She leaned over, not understanding the commotion. Cheryl dropped to one knee. The others bowed as well. Everyone present bowed their heads. Gale watched with a smile. He raised his staff, invoking the glory of the Emperor. The others raised their staffs, repeating his words. A bright light surrounded them. Gale emitted the same light. He pointed his staff forward, commanding the portal to open. A bright beam erupted from the staff. The portal began to form. In a moment, it was fully completed. A leg emerged from the portal. Cheryl looked up, thinking that he had finally arrived. Zeron appeared in the square. Aaron frowned, seeing him there. Troops followed the Emperor. Watching them, Cheryl mused that the retinue would be large, but it was not as large as expected. Gale raised his staff even higher. The portal grew significantly larger. This greatly surprised her. Numerous soldiers appeared in the square. The Emperor was leading them. Cheryl smiled slightly, noting that there were around 500 of them here and that the dethronement would have to be on such a scale that it would be spectacular. Zeron approached the mage, saying that this place was too small and that he should summon the rest of the troops from outside the castle. Gale knelt and agreed. The girl pursed her lips, wondering how many more he planned to bring with him. The man walked toward her. Standing above her, he said that as the head of the house and Emperor, he wanted to ask her a favor, asking if she would listen to him. Crouching a little lower, Cheryl agreed. Looking at her menacingly, he asked if she would set up a large camp outside the castle. Without raising her head, she replied that if he told her the number of troops, she could settle everything faster. A slight smile appeared on his face. Looking down, Zeron said 100,000. Cheryl looked up in surprise. They locked eyes. Gritting her teeth, she wondered if he was trying to start a war at a funeral. A shadow fell across the Emperor's face, and he remarked that the new lord was much easier to work with. She frowned, hearing that this was unlike the previous one. The Emperor laughed with Philip. Clenching her fist, Cheryl thought about how he might strut, but his reign as Emperor would soon end. The prince sensed something. Noticing a strong aura, he assumed the energy belonged to Avarak. Gale watched from the window. A sly smile appeared on his face. Imagining the explosion on the tower, he said it was time for revenge. Isabel clutched her head. Cecilia noticed this. Covering her face with her hand, she sensed the powerful energy of Valtor and Ilis. Frowning, she realized she needed to find Aaron as quickly as possible. Placing her hand on Cecilia's shoulder, the woman said they should go, hurry and find the Duke. Without turning around, she replied that she had already told her she wouldn't be able to see him before the funeral. Turning the girl toward her, Isabel shouted that it was too late. Those present turned their attention. Frowning, she spoke of the energy of not only Vivian but also Avarak's daughter growing stronger, and if they both awakened at the same time, an unimaginable catastrophe would occur. Squeezing her hand tighter, she added that this was a catastrophe that even the goddess Vivian could not handle. Cecilia was completely unfazed. Turning her head away, she beckoned her to follow her. They walked along the street. Aaron stood by the window, hearing everyone gather. Looking out, he replied that everyone was there except the deceased. Kainuz smiled, confirming with the boy that he would be resurrected. Looking away, he recalled his resurrection. The man held his hands behind his back. Turning to him, Aaron asked how long he'd been alive. Kainuz tried not to show his surprise and replied that, while he didn't keep track, he guessed it was over 1,000 years. He nodded, hearing that it was quite a long time, and said that by human standards it was, but for their kind, time truly meant little, and only life itself was important. Looking up, the boy noted that life was very profound. Aaron looked at his interlocutor again, asking if he had ever seen someone whose very existence had changed, or someone return to life. Shaking his head, Kainuz replied that he had never heard of such a thing. The boy sighed slightly. He frowned, wondering what the man would say if he were such a person. The man looked at him silently. Moving away, he asked the hero if he had ever wondered why the dragon had come to him in human form. Looking away, Aaron said that dragons enjoyed having fun, assuming he had done it for fun. Kainuz passed by silently. Smiling slightly, he said that was true, and that he had come because he felt blessed, and then stayed for fun. With his back turned, he asked the boy why dragons loved pleasure. He raised his hand thoughtfully to his face. The man looked at him with a smile. Eren visibly grew angry, saying that if he had something to say, he should just say it and stop asking questions. Looking out the window, Kainuz agreed. He took a deep breath. The man closed his eyes, explaining that the pursuit of pleasure began with them questioning existence. Imagining a multitude of magical horns, he said that, capable of living for 1,000 years, dragons used all forms of magic without limit. The humans tried to fight off the giant. A shadow loomed over him. The monster saw the dragon above. It crushed him. Then the dragon raised its head. They were more powerful than any other creature, and nothing could stop them. Kainuz, raising a finger, added that nothing but the gods. Imagining flight, he said that even they had problems, or more accurately, torment. The dragon closed its eyes, pondering the meaning of their existence. He landed next to the others, wondering why they existed in this world, immortal and invincible. One of them rushed forward. The others watched him fly away. The man said the dragon had vanished. His parting words were that he would go to the end to find the meaning of existence. The small dragon stood at the edge. It had managed to take off. Later, he found the other dragon, some time later dead. The little one sniffed it, and Kainuz spoke of how the most powerful living creature had brought so much torment that it led to its death. The small dragon lay next to the larger one, and perhaps with its death, it sought to resolve the question that all dragons faced. Looking out the window, the interlocutor said that this was how his father had died. Light fell on his hair, and he added that his actions had caused great shock to their race, and most dragons resorted to any means short of death to find the answer to this question. He became human, and thus began a long chase. Kainuz walked through the snow. His hair fluttered in the wind. This pursuit was pleasure. Looking at him, Eren clarified, was that why he chose to live as a human? Without turning to look at him, he replied that sometimes he lived as an elf, and sometimes as an orc. Opening his mouth, the man added that of all his lives, the human one was the most interesting. He had once sat with his knees tucked under him, allowing him to better understand the emotions of joy, anger, grief, and satisfaction, those emotions experienced by a person who must ultimately face death. Smoke drifted around him, and yet, even after living hundreds of lives across different races, he had experienced countless emotions. A small council was introduced amidst this smoke. He still couldn't understand the reason for his existence. Kainuz continued to sit. A beam of light fell upon him, and he noted that there were certain things he was beginning to understand. Eren looked at him intently, asking what they were. Then the man raised his head. This is what makes them all, including himself, become who they are, and it's not their emotions or bodies, but their souls. Raising his hand to his face, the hero asked if he was talking about ghosts. Kainuz smiled, replying that he simply meant the mind without an ego, and the soul he spoke of was the personality. Recalling his dragon form, he said it was the personality one always remembers, even when transformed into a human or an animal. The boy looked at him thoughtfully. Frowning, he asked what this story about dragons had to do with him. Eren was visibly surprised when the man reminded him of his own question about what he would do if he learned the hero was someone whose personality had changed, or someone who had returned to life. Kainuz, closing his eyes, explained that he meant that even if he were the person who had gone through these experiences, the essence of his soul would not have changed, or perhaps he told this story because it reminded him of his father. The boy looked confused, asking what kind of person he thought he was. Turning, the man called him an extremely greedy person who took great pleasure in deceiving others, willing to do anything for money. Eren was outraged. Smiling, he added that he knew all his actions were aimed at ensuring the safety of the inhabitants of this territory. Although others may not know it, he did. Kainuz looked at him carefully, saying that regardless of whether he was reincarnated or simply wearing the guise of a duke, the essence of his soul was Eren's personality, a man who sacrificed himself for others. The boy considered his words. The man spread his arms, saying he'd never seen anyone put others, even those not related to him, above themselves in all the centuries he'd lived. The man touched his wrist. Looking into his eyes, Kainuz told him not to worry and just keep doing what he'd always done, as Eren's man. As he left, he said he'd take care of the funeral arrangements. Kainuz closed the door behind him. Looking at it, he repeated the man's words. Gale, remembering his past self, wondered if he did everything in his power as Eren, what would become of Gale. Gale lay in bed. He gritted his teeth, hearing the words about breaking the seal. A dark silhouette loomed over him, telling him to awaken his children. Gale jumped out of bed. He gritted his teeth. Clutching his head, Gale wondered when he would get his body back. The light from the portal filtered in through the window. The boy threw back the pillow. A bright light was visible through the window. He covered his face with his hands. Gale got out of bed. The new one took Reinon's face. Putting it on, he thought that he couldn't bear this nightmare any longer, so he had to go and find Eren. Later, he was walking along the street. A portal caught his attention. Someone's silhouette appeared in it. He had to hide around the corner. Reinon carefully peeked out. He saw a man emerge from the portal, recognizing him as his father. There was a lot of food on the table. That had been a few hours ago. Zeron was sitting in the center of the table. Gran glanced in his direction. He also looked at the lords. The man looked back at Zeron. Frowning slightly, he didn't understand this awkward silence that everyone was maintaining, as if it had been prearranged. With his mouth slightly open, the Emperor addressed Birin. The girl at that moment held food to her mouth. Glancing at his plate, the man mentioned rumors that she had died in battle some time ago. She closed her eyes and replied that it was just rumors. Frowning, Zeron asked why she hadn't reported the results of the war yet. A slight smile appeared on her face. Cutting meat, she replied that he already knew about them, which was probably why he was here. Sitting opposite her, Philip called this impudent. The Duchess clenched her teeth. The prince divided the iota, noting that when the Emperor asked, his plate cracked, saying that she should simply answer. Everyone looked at him. Smiling ominously, the prince asked if the girl agreed with this. They looked into each other's eyes. His mouth wide, the Emperor ordered them to stop. His gaze was reproachful as he said that family members were fighting during a lord's funeral without realizing what they were doing. The two nodded at each other. Glancing at Birin, the man noted their familiar relationship. The girl was slightly alarmed to hear that he wouldn't forget her failure to fulfill her duties as leader, and that an investigation would be held after the funeral. Bowing, she replied that she understood. Smiling ominously, Birin thought about what would happen if he remained emperor until then. Rising from the table, Zeron said he was sorry for what he had seen, but now he would depart. Philip followed him. The emperor walked down the corridor. Looking away, the prince remarked that the nobles were acting strangely, suggesting they were planning something during the funeral. Waving his hand, her father replied that he was aware of this. Turning his head slightly, he added that he had already taken measures to deal with it. The man headed for the gate. The guards noticed him. They raised their spears, asking who he was. He raised his hands, replying that he was a servant of Pears. The guards became angry, replying that the people of this land believed in the goddess Vivian, and he must leave. Someone appeared behind them. They fell struck. Looking at them, the man was surprised that they had driven away a servant of Pears, calling Vivian's followers merciless. Smiling, he told the others to drive them out. Several people entered the fortress. The man removed his cloak. Smiling ominously, he said it was time to show Pears mercy. The maid swung the door open. Cheryl rose from the bed. She shook her, saying that the enemy had invaded the inner castle. She didn't react at all. Her eyes widened, she repeated the words about the inner castle. Looking at the maid, the girl asked how large the enemy force was and where Rommel and his soldiers were. Nervously, the maid replied that the captain was still outside the castle, so they didn't know about it, and that there were almost no guards inside, but a great many enemies. Cheryl, gritting her teeth, didn't understand what was happening. Standing up, hiding her agitation, she replied that everything was fine. The girl put on her cloak, telling the maid not to go anywhere and to try to hide. Opening the window, she added that she should lock the door. Cheryl took off on the Felix. Rushing forward, she thought she should fetch Rommel. But looking back, she suggested she wake Aaron first. Cheryl slapped her cheeks, deciding that this was also wrong. She rushed to the tower, deciding to start there. Water pooled near the staff. The stream hit the bell. Its ringing was heard everywhere. The guard glanced to the side. Cheryl flew past, saying that an enemy had invaded the inner castle. Rushing on, she shouted that they were under attack. Perhaps it was true, but she decided that Rommel would hear it and come. Cheryl flew inside. She landed attacking. Standing up, the sister called her brother. Looking around, the girl saw that he was not there. The man pulled a note from his pocket. Aaron remembered finding it on the door, reading that Cecilia was waiting for him at 3 a.m. in the dungeon, wondering how she knew he was still alive. The boy glanced to the side, deciding she should have been here by now. He looked around. Cecilia appeared nearby, addressing him. He turned happily, but was surprised by what he saw. Isabel was with her. The girl in the black cloak addressed his lordship. Aaron turned happily, seeing Cecilia. Then his expression turned very surprised. A stern brunette stood behind him. The hero stood in front of him, surprised. The blonde exhaled, closing her eyes, and said that it was a long story. Isabel stepped forward, pushing her aside, and said that it was not necessary. Looking at the hero intently, she asked if he knew who she was. Aaron glanced at her, and asked if it was important for him to know who she was. He turned away, saying he was busy and needed to go. Without turning around, the woman said he absolutely must know who she was. Closing her eyes, Isabel said she was his, then corrected herself by saying she was the real Aaron's mother. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Cecilia also looked surprised. The hero turned in shock and thought, "Duke Aaron's mother, that's impossible, she's dead." Looking away in amazement, he wondered what he'd been told. She died before Duke Aaron arrived in Brand territory. What was she doing here? The boy swung his sword sharply. Raising his eyebrows decisively, he asked who she was and why she was pretending to be dead. The woman turned indifferently. His mouth dropped open, the boy screamed, demanding an answer. The brunette closed her eyes and said that Aaron and Cheryl were serving as vessels. Without opening her eyes, she continued, speaking for children of the god Avrak, also known as the god of chaos. She imagined figures shrouded in red mist and continued that for some reason, when her son's soul was transferred to another body, the sealed power of the evil god's son, Valtor, became unstable. Holding his sword, Eren screamed, asking what this had to do with him, asking him to answer. The grim woman screamed, demanding he listen. Throwing her arms outstretched, she shouted that if Valtor were resurrected, either he nor the Empire would survive. A shadow fell across the woman's face as she screamed that if Avrak, imbued with Valtor's power, were revived, chaos would descend, bringing destruction to everyone, including lesser gods like Vivian. Calming down, she continued, saying that the chaos leading to the extinction of all life could be dispelled. Isabel's eyebrows arched, and she said it didn't matter who she was. Pulling the sword aside, she stepped closer, saying the only way to stabilize Valtor's seal was to unite them, the one in Eren's body, with the soul of Eren, who was currently in another body. Her hand touched the hero's chest. Calmly closing her eyes, the brunette said it was the only way to prevent chaos. The hero looked down in shock. Still holding the sword, he asked how they could unite this body and Duke Eren, no, his soul. The woman closed her eyes and explained that this could be achieved with the help of sacred relics possessing the power of minor gods and holy relics. She glanced sideways at the blonde standing behind her. Then she looked back and said they were almost complete. The hooded man clarified. Approaching him, the woman whispered that Cecilia was Vivian's relic. The cloaked man froze, thinking he would return to his body and prevent the destruction of the world. He had a hood on his head, wondering what would happen when he returned to his body. He remembered Zeron and wondered what would happen to the Emperor. Remembering the battle on the wall, he wondered what would happen to the Bran territory. Then he remembered the faces of his comrade and wondered who would protect them. The faces were crossed out, he continued. Who would protect its inhabitants? The black blade lowered. Without raising his head, Eren asked when the sealing would begin. Isabel touched her chest and said that if he wanted, it could begin immediately. His mouth slightly open, the hero said that as soon as Duke Eren's body was returned and the world remained unchanged. He raised a wild gaze and continued, could she commit to overthrowing the Emperor and protecting the castle's inhabitants? The woman joyfully folded her hands and asked him not to worry. She would try to convince her son. The man in black agreed. Cecilia watched the heroes leave. Placing her hands on her chest, she addressed the Duke. Isabel turned and called out to her, saying they should go and protect Vivian. The hero took a step up the steps. Pausing, he turned and asked what would happen to Cecilia if they used Vivian's relic. The woman shook her head, saying she would no longer possess the sacred relic's power. Open-mouthed, the hero asked what she meant. Looking down, the brunette whispered that she would die. Eren was stunned to hear this. Amazed, he recalled Kainuz, who had said he knew all his actions were aimed at ensuring the safety of the inhabitants of this territory. Others might not know this, but he knew. Whether he had been reborn or simply wore the guise of a duke, the core of his soul was the Eren persona, a man who sacrificed himself for others. He shouldn't worry and simply continue doing what he had always done as the human Eren. The boy echoed his words, to do what he had always done as the human Eren. The worried woman asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, Eren swung his sword. The black cloth fell to the floor. Shocked, Isabel asked, "What is he doing?" Looking at her darkly, Eren ordered her to disappear. He pointed the glowing sword at the woman, who didn't understand what was happening. Gritting his teeth, the hero angrily ordered her to leave. Isabel pointed her hand back, shouting that the world would be destroyed, chaos would reign. Eren frowned and said that whether the world ended or not was none of his business. Frowning, he continued that he would not allow a single person in this territory to die before his eyes. Either they all lived, or they died together. His fingers tightly gripped the hilt. He told her she heard him, and now let her go. The woman stood opposite him. Turning angrily, she told him he was crazy and would regret it. With that, Isabel walked away. Cecilia approached the boy, addressing him. Then she hugged him, burying her face in his shoulder. Closing her eyes, the girl promised to be with him until the end, even if the world ended. Hugging her back, Eren said that wouldn't happen. He would protect her. The heroes stood in a stone room. Then the room shook, a scream was heard, and a magic bolt fired. Kainuz appeared in the room. The heroes looked at him in surprise, hearing him ask what they were doing. Frowning, the man shouted that they were under attack by enemy troops. Eren heard this in surprise. He ran forward, thinking that if they were already in the inner fortress, it meant they had already broken through the outer defenses. Remembering the bell tower, the hero thought there had been no alarm, meaning there was a spy inside. The boy ran up to Kainuz and asked if he knew the identities of the attackers. A bolt of magic appeared from around the corner. Without turning around, the dragon shouted that they were working on this matter, that he should stop asking questions and go to a safe place immediately. The red-haired man looked at him silently. Then he yanked the fabric of his cloak aside and tied it over his face. Extending his hand to Cecilia, he said they would go to his office. It was not safe here. The boy glanced sideways at the tense Kainuz. He stood opposite and said that when reinforcements arrived, he would buy him time, so he should use it to escape from here. He would open the inner gate. The room shook, and a cry for help was heard. Shocked, Eren remembered the warriors. Kainuz looked at him, hearing his refusal. The boy, with a determined look, declared that he would fight by his side. Frowning, Kainuz angrily said that he was officially dead. The Emperor must not know the truth. Eren had a bandage over his face. He said that this would not happen as long as he helped him. The dragon narrowed his eyes questioningly. The girl ran after the orc. He remembered Kainus, who had covered his eyes, saying that his transformation would last approximately 15 minutes, and that they should arrive at the office before the allotted time expired. Under the orc's guise was Aaron, who thought he understood. The warrior grabbed the old man and demanded to know where Aaron was, but he replied that he was dead. The man looked down and remained silent. Then he attacked sharply, driving down. The terrified villagers heard him say that if they didn't want to end up like him, they should tell the truth. Aiming his weapon, the enemy screamed, asking where Aaron was. The girl, with tears in her eyes, begged him not to kill them. He really was dead. The man's eye turned red. He said that if she didn't know, let her die. He swung his staff. Then he froze in surprise. A man in the form of Kurok was running behind him. He punched the enemy hard. The man flew back. His comrades watched as he fell to the ground. Their eyes glowed red. Steam came from the orc's mouth. Opening his mouth, he promised to kill them all. Imagining his image, Kainus mused that this voice sounded like Kurok's. But his intellectual abilities were not like those of an orc. He must be careful not to be caught. The orc beat his chest and screamed for everyone to die. The warriors froze tensely and shouted for him to be killed. The hero reached for the club behind his back. Aaron remembered Kainus saying he'd cast a shape-shifting spell on the dragon slayer. It would revert to its original form if it was used to strike enemies out of dire need, so he shouldn't use it. Two men approached the orc. They aimed the tip of the staff. The hero frowned. Then he jumped back, avoiding the attack. A green elbow slammed into his body. The blow knocked the enemy back. The orc dodged, then struck him overhead. He punched the enemy in the chin. The warrior fell to the floor. Two more stood frozen in shock. The hero roared, arms outstretched. The opponents fled, shouting that it was a monster. Aaron, in the orc's body, ran toward them. The men turned in shock. The wind ruffled Kurok's hair. Behind them, people fell. The blows created flashes. Cecilia glanced sideways at the men, shouting, "What is this and what's going on?" They were surprised to see bodies lying on the ground. The men in white frowned. Cecilia suggested they watch them silently. Clutching their weapons, they rushed forward, shouting that they would kill him. The orc ran toward them. However, Cecilia attacked the enemy. The man flew, colliding with the others. The girl jumped. A powerful energy knocked the opponents off their feet. The orc froze, confused. The saint ran toward him. Grabbing his green hand, she shouted that they didn't have much time. Aaron, in the orc's body, looked at the bodies, saying that it wasn't enough, the villagers were still there. He gritted his teeth and cursed instead of continuing. The hero's figures ran away. Dark doors appeared at the end of the corridor. Running quickly through it, the hero said that they were almost there, now to the left. They quickly ran down the corridor. Then they stopped, seeing a crowd ahead. Cheryl's mouth dropped open in surprise. One of the humans turned around, asking, "Who is this? Is she Cecilia, their cult leader?" Pointing a finger, he ordered them killed. The red-eyed warriors turned. The man spread his arms, commanding them to kill. The enemy was approaching. The orc clenched his fists. Bright beams of attack crossed the attackers' bodies. The man held a blade. Philip stood nearby, saying he was making noise and disturbing his sleep. The disgruntled man asked what he was doing here. He clenched his teeth, shouting that it was the emperor's order. However, the prince grabbed him by the neck, cutting him off. Lifting him off the floor, he threatened that if he said another word, he would die. He indifferently strangled the trembling man. He turned his gaze to the fire behind him. Cheryl approached, staff in hand. She pointed it straight at the man. Gritting her teeth angrily, the girl asked if he was the one who ruined her brother's funeral and killed the inhabitants of this territory. The girl looked at the prince, saying he could never have done it alone. Philip closed his eyes and nodded. Opening her mouth, the girl demanded to know who ordered him to do this. She brought the glowing staff closer to the man. Raising her eyebrows furiously, she commanded him to speak. The fire approached the man's face. He was thrown back by the flash. The girl looked at the prince and asked what he was doing. Smiling slightly, Philip replied that he was trying to prevent his cousin from becoming a murderer. The man clutched his neck, and she heard him say that he had decided to spare the boy who had invaded their territory for some ridiculous reason. Was that true? Angrily pointing her staff at the prince, she asked if there was another reason to spare him. Philip remained calmly silent. His mouth slightly open, he said that the castle was His Majesty's residence. Frowning, he continued that he was the captain of the guards and would punish anyone who threatened His Majesty's safety. A hand grabbed the man by the collar. Grimly, holding him back, the prince asked if that was enough. The girl winced in displeasure. She stood opposite him, hearing him say that if she was dissatisfied with his actions, she should speak to His Majesty. The boy passed the orc, and the hero's hand stopped being green. He quickly hid it behind his back, and watched as the prince dragged the man down the corridor. The pseudo-orc looked tense. He thought it was close. A smile played on Philip's lips. He glanced back and thought he'd known he was still alive. As he walked down the corridor, the boy thought he was looking forward to their efforts to make him emperor. Cheryl ran closer and called Cecilia. Looking frightened, the girl asked where Aaron was. Hadn't she seen him? The orc pointed at himself and said he was right there. Cheryl was surprised. The heroes fought fiercely, and Aaron and his squad dealt with all the invaders remaining in the castle. Ziron led the bound warriors away, capturing all the survivors to interrogate them about the secret motive behind the inappropriate invasion. The next day, the group climbed into the throne room. The man looked at the brunette and asked if it was true that the emperor had summoned them all. He answered yes, it must be because of what happened at dawn. Touching his chin, the man said that if that was true, then it seemed the emperor wanted to ask them. The bearded man turned away when I asked him if he suspected an assassination attempt and a group. He replied that even considering an attack on the territory before the funeral would require resorting to extreme measures, such as assassinating the emperor. The doors to the hall opened. Ziron entered with the bound men. Cheryl folded her hands in front of her. Bowing her head, she said that, first, she would like to apologize to the esteemed guests gathered for the funeral. The assembled people were surprised to hear that the main culprit of the unrest the previous night was the Pope of the pair's church. A shadow fell over the girl's eyes, who said it was true, but as the ruler of Bran, she did not believe he acted alone. Cheryl closed her eyes, saying that His Majesty's main army defended the inner castle from the outside, while the soldiers of Bran territory guarded it from the inside. Looking down, she continued that anyone who had incited or aided Papa, who had disrupted her brother's funeral and harmed the inhabitants of their territory, would be punished today. The people gathered in the room shouted. She was sure he hadn't acted alone. Where is Papa now? The worried man turned his head. Philip entered the room with a man, and they heard the words. Here he is. The prince closed his eyes. Throwing the man to the floor, he said, Here is the Papa they were looking for. He stepped on the man's back. Bending over gloomily, Philip said there were rumors that he had someone helping him behind the scenes. Turning his gaze to the girl, he asked who it was. The heroes exchanged grim glances. Cheryl crossed her arms and suggested they ask him and find out. The doors to the hall opened slightly, and a shout was heard that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived. Cheryl looked in that direction, hearing the order to show her respect. A majestic Ziron entered the room. He stopped next to a bound man. The man looked at him fearfully, trying to speak. The Emperor tore the bandage from his face. The bound man shouted for him to tell them he hadn't done this alone, to hurry and tell them. The man sat on the floor next to the Emperor, begging him to speak. Ziron looked angry, and he grimly asked why he was asking him to speak. Rhinon stood in the crowd. He pulled a dagger from his pocket, thinking of the Emperor. He saw the Emperor nearby and realized he had finally appeared. Rhinon emitted a blue glow. He pulls out a dagger, an inner voice commanding him to kill him. He clutches his face in horror, hearing the urge to give in to his hatred. The man trembles as an inner voice urges him to give in to the anger he suppresses, but he denies it. The mustachioed duke stands behind him and asks if he's alright. He waves his hand dismissively, assuring him that everything is fine, he just needs a little rest. Frowning, he feels beads of sweat trickle down his face. He sees the Emperor from the crowd and realizes the enemy is right in front of him. Ziron calmly declares that he will ask again. He looms over the Holy Pope and asks why he asks him to tell them something like that. The terrified priest begins to speak. The Emperor, smirking, urges him to speak louder so everyone can hear. The bound priest understands that if he says the Emperor forced him to do this, the promise to restore the Holy Kingdom will be annulled. Silhouettes with red eyes are visible in the distance. The terrified man looks away. Other people also look at him. The agitated priest realizes that if he admits he did this himself in front of Paresis' servants, he'll face a terrible fate. He imagines their fierce looks, realizing they'll never accept him as Pope again. Gritting his teeth, he feels a surge of anxiety, realizing there's only one solution. He sees a red-haired girl in front of him. He rises from his knees. Furious, he runs forward. Shocked, Cheryl hears that he forced him to do this. The astonished guards hear that it wasn't him. The nobles watch in surprise, standing behind the Emperor. Ziron stands silently, his face twisted in anger. Suddenly, he slashes the Holy Pope with his sword. He screams in pain, blood flying everywhere. He falls right in front of Cheryl. Everyone around sees the Emperor with the sword. The red-haired girl furiously asks what he's doing. Thick blood drips from the blade. The Emperor, standing opposite, declares that he didn't provide any arguments or evidence. Ziron, with a smirk, insists that he dared to slander the Emperor. He points a finger at him and asks him if he doesn't believe what he said. The boy, his hands shaking, clutches his head and thinks about hatred. He walks forward barefoot, a voice speaking of his hatred. He strides through the dark space in horror, hearing that he must give free rein to his hatred. He waves his hands and asks to stop. The naked boy clutches his face and begs for it to stop. In rage, he screams for it to stop. A dark aura hovers around him, an inner voice laughing at him. A strong stream of red energy swirls, telling him that the time has come. He feels a bright glow on himself. Gale raises his head in shock. Smiling, he looks at his hands, realizing the pain has gone. All his hands are covered in blood. He sees this in horror. The dark silhouette of the Emperor appears before him. Ziron, with red eyes, looks on in rage. Rhinon, shocked, holds the blade in his body. The Overlord, through the pain, says that the time has come. Philip, not far away, sees this. He grips the hilt of his sword and addresses Lord Everac. With a mad smile, he wonders if this is truly how he will become Emperor. Ziron, trembling, addresses Rhinon. He stabs him with the blade, blood splattering onto his cloak. The lord screams in rage, blood pouring from his mouth. He strikes him with his sword, calling him a bastard. The duke falls to the floor. Zeron looks at him in shock and notices the mask. He falls with him. He grabs the attacker's face. He removes the mask. Before him is Gale's face. Cheryl stands nearby and, shocked, notices the sage. The emperor, gritting his teeth, asks who he is and who sent him. He clutches his clothes, demanding to know. The emperor, enraged, shouts for him to tell him now. He trembles silently before his attacker. The attacker falls to the ground. Suddenly, he begins to emit purple energy. The lord sees this. He jumps back in shock. Gale's body glows purple, and he screams. An aura pierces his body, and he screams. People around him see a bright stream of light in the hall. The girl near the castle senses it. Isabel runs forward in fear, screaming. No. She looks ahead and sees purple clouds above the castle. A bright glow erupts from there. People in the hall feel the release of a powerful stream. The emperor watches, his face grimacing. A vortex of energy generates near the ceiling. A black pentagram appears, concentrating all the power in its center. Cheryl stands with the strategist, wondering if it's a magic circle. The symbol suddenly glows even brighter. A vortex of white energy swirls around the pentagram. Philip watches in delight, realizing that it's finally happening. A dark substance erupts. A giant foot emerges from the magic circle. The emperor watches in horror. Zeron, his face grimacing, watches what's happening. Suddenly, a huge foot crushes him, blood sprays, and the crown flies off. The guard is in complete shock. Cheryl and Kainuz are surprised. Gran shields herself from the sight. Philip smirks, realizing it's only just beginning. A huge monster steps forward. A gigantic beast with red eyes appears before the public. Kainuz frowns, realizing it's the destroyer Valtor, the child Avarak reborn. It's unclear how this could have happened. The giant falls to his knees, clutching his head, causing vortices of energy. The strategist sees him and realizes this isn't the Valtor he knows. This one seems a little unbalanced. Suddenly, the monster takes off. The terrified soldiers see him. The man, terrified, screams for everyone to save themselves. They run from the dark monster, screaming for help. The nobles stand before the gates, begging for the door to be opened. The giant suddenly swings his fist. He crushes people with his hand, blood splatters on the floor. The giant, enraged, props up the ceiling with his hands. He presses down with all his might. The guard watches in shock, realizing it's dangerous. People run around the castle in shock, realizing it's too late to save them. He turns around, intending to do something. Kainuz and Cheryl, riding a phoenix, soar through the air. The soldier looks away again, realizing there's only one thing left to do. He sees the commander in the distance. Rommel turns around in surprise, hearing someone call him. The duke, hidden by the soldier, asks him to run. The protagonist smashes the glass with his helmet. The protagonist nervously calls out for Aaron. A little girl is playing with a ball. Suddenly, she hears a call. The ball flies into the sky. A small dragon immediately appears next to its owner. It nimbly leaps onto it. The giant props up the ceiling with his shoulders, and everything around him collapses. Rommel runs through the hall as stones fall from above. The protagonist extends his hand and asks to be held. The terrified warlord flies toward him. A huge monster tears through the ceiling. MC grabs his comrade's hand. Furiously, he calls out for Aaron. The monster unleashes powerful energy that spreads throughout the city. Cheryl and the strategist fly through the air. She looks down in surprise and wonders what's happening. Kainuz calmly mentions Valtor the Destroyer. The red-haired girl is completely shocked. They watch the situation closely, and the strategist explains that this is Avarak's child. He sees the girl in shock and asks if she's okay. Cheryl opens her eyes in horror, and Kainuz realizes he was right. Something belonging to Avarak has been implanted in her body. Ilis smiles with a long tongue, and the strategist assumes it's her. The assistant worriedly asks if the miss has ever heard of the name Avarak. The red-haired sorceress excitedly replies no, never before. He looks at him in shock and asks if he's seen Aaron. Suddenly, a silhouette appears near them. The protagonist, along with the army commander, flies to Aaron. Frowning, he turns to the strategist, asking what kind of monster it is and if anything is known about it. The assistant, with a serious expression, replies that it is Valtor the Destroyer, one of Avarak's children. The protagonist anxiously understands what is happening. Closing his eyes, he realizes that it appeared earlier than expected. The duke's sister, sitting on a phoenix, asks what he knew about this thing, and he replies that he only heard about it yesterday. A giant rages through the city, declaring that it is not what matters now. A monster with red eyes runs toward the frightened people. The protagonist, riding a small dragon, turns to the strategist, seriously asking how they can get rid of it. Kainuz looks at the protagonist in shock. The dragon assistant looks down and remains silent. The frightened duke and his sister hear that it is impossible. The strategist looks around, declaring he doesn't know, as this isn't the Valtor he knows. The assistant looks at the protagonist and asks if he remembers the first time he was summoned from the magic circle. The protagonist imagines a dark silhouette and says it seemed to be in severe pain. Kainuz, hovering in the air, claims this is an incomplete resurrection and he doesn't know the cause. He points to the monster destroying the city. The monster slams the ground, explaining that Valtor, in his perfect state, uses more than just physical strength. The Duke's assistant calmly states that if this were the past, he would have destroyed everything using chaos magic. MC, sitting on the dragon, clarifies that it is weakened but there is no way to get rid of it, and the protagonist agrees. A mutant with a huge maw rages among the houses. Purple rays rise from the dead. Kinus declares that he is sucking the souls out of people. A huge monster absorbs the energy. He looks forward. Everything around him is smoking. A bright purple light is visible in his chest. It grows brighter. The monster screams in rage as dark energies fly out of him. Black clots fill the sky. They are heading straight for the heroes in the air. Cheryl nervously asks what it is. The strategist notes that it doesn't look good, and they should get to a safe place. They try to dodge the dark energies in the sky. They land on the road. The dark substance is absorbed by the plants. It flies into the dead people. Everything around begins to crumble. Cheryl and the others witness this. The giant stands amidst the dark energies. They seep into his back. He is saturated with energy. His eyes sparkle brightly. Screaming loudly, he releases a powerful stream. The girl covers her ears, asking what's going on. The strategist states that the object's life essence appears to have been corrupted or absorbed by the power. She flies on a phoenix, asking if the strategist could explain it in simpler terms. The Duke and his sister are shocked to hear that this means the monster will destroy even more inhabitants to gain power, and then it will grow larger. Eren sees the enraged giant, thinking it's about to grow even larger. He hears a cry asking what they should do. Rommel sits with him on the dragon and addresses his highness. Suddenly, a dark bolt of energy flies behind them. Eren notices it and instantly dodges the attack. The bolt flies straight toward the giant, landing on its body and being retracted. The monster with red eyes looks at them. It has long fangs and notices something. It sees the protagonist and his comrades standing before it. It directs its palm, generating purple lightning. Kinus sees the attack and tells them to get to safety. They quickly dodge the black clots flying in the sky. The protagonist turns around, seeing one of them catching up. Trying to evade her, the strategist says they need to find a way to stop Valtor, and the other two need to slow them down at any cost. The Duke flies forward and asks if the assistant is sure he can find a way, but he replies he's not sure. Eren frowns, looking ahead. The dark current catches up with him, and he realizes that even if he's less powerful, stopping this monster is still impossible, and he doesn't know what to do. The protagonist, shocked, remembers Isabel. Kinus looks at the flying dragon and hears MC say he knows who could stop it. Cheryl flies on a phoenix and hears a request to find her mother. The red-haired girl nervously asks how her mother knows how to stop him. The protagonist turns to her sister and exclaims about what she told him about Avarak and Valtor yesterday. The Duke's sister is surprised to hear that he must act now. She thinks anxiously of her mother. She rushes on, shouting that she understands him. Her phoenix begins to fly even faster. The protagonist, sitting on the dragon, loudly calls out to Kinus. He points to Rommel and declares he wants to ask a favor. The boy, sitting on his pet, asks them to go and save as many survivors as possible. The commander, amazed, asks what he plans to do then. The Duke, smirking, replies that he must do whatever it takes until Cheryl returns. The strategist holds onto his comrade's shoulder and agrees. Eren carries his master. The protagonist looks at the monster and wonders what he should do now. With a serious expression, he realizes he must keep the monster in this area. He raises his sword above himself. The white dragon turns around in amazement. The protagonist calmly orders them to fly forward. He instantly rushes toward the mutant. Amid the ruins lies the prince. He sees a giant nearby and realizes that his father's death is a good thing, but, frowning, he asks Lord Avarak how he plans to make him emperor. A surprised Philip hears a voice saying that Valtor is unstable and must be killed. A dark aura hangs in the air, and the voice orders Ilis to be resurrected. The prince, amidst the ruins, shouts what exactly he should do. The shocked boy hears that Ilis must be resurrected. A girl flies on a phoenix, and Philip is told what to do. The red-haired girl looks ahead intently, and an angry voice orders him to kill her cousin. The protagonist flies on his pet. The monster stands with its back to him, and he realizes he should look in that direction. He holds the hilt of his blade. He forms a beam of energy in his hand. The protagonist clutches his glowing sword. In rage, he swings the blade, summoning lightning. MC, in anger, uses Wind Cutter. He directs a powerful wave at the monster. It hits the giant, causing a powerful explosion. The Duke on the dragon sees the unharmed titan and realizes the Wind Cutter is capable of cutting a mountain in half. The enormous monster continues to walk through the ruins. It stretches its mighty arms. They reach for the protagonist, and dark clots also rush toward him. The protagonist, shocked, realizes he has succeeded in attracting it. The black serpent, in the form of energy, begins to fly away from him. Eren looks back, seeing them catching up. There is a clap of air, and he accelerates. They still catch up with the small dragon. Eren turns around in shock. The protagonist pets him and assures him that he will take care of them for him. Raising his sword, he flies on. MC holds his sword and uses the Wind Cutter. A bright stream of energy sweeps away the dark creatures. Purple fire burns brightly. A giant energy sphere flies toward the boy. He stands on his dragon. He holds the blade in front of him and calls for Eren to descend. The protagonist leaps, blade in hand. He meets the enemy's magic with anger. Furious, he slices it in half, asking why it's so hard to get rid of him. He cuts the stream of dark energy in two. The protagonist looks forward in shock as dark clots envelop his sword. They stick to the blade, and the boy falls. His weapon glows green, and Eren wonders if he's absorbing the souls released by Valtor. The protagonist, riding a dragon, flies forward. He sees a giant below. Sitting on the dragon, he commands it to pursue the enemy's souls. They fly to attack with all speed. Dark clots of energy hover near the wounded man, and he asks for help. The man turns around. He sees the flying creatures. He runs away in terror, screaming at them not to come near him. They catch up with the frightened fighter. The protagonist, at the last moment, cuts them with his sword. The man, with tears in his eyes, sees the Lord. Eren fights furiously to save him. He sits below and exclaims that His Majesty is still alive. The protagonist on Eren flies near a giant monster that is destroying the city. Valtor extends his enormous arms. The white dragon dodges at the last moment. The protagonist carefully looks ahead and wonders if there is nothing left. The pet raises its head, hearing the command to rise to the sky. The giant roars in rage for the entire area to hear. MC generates a stream of energy in his blade. He sees the enormous monster below and asks Eren if he noticed. The protagonist frowns at the enemy and states that he has become smaller than before. The protagonist flies forward with a magical weapon. Kindness claims that Valtor suffers from the fact that he cannot absorb a single soul and his size has decreased. Eren looks at the dark blade, hearing the strategist's advice to burn the souls contained within the blade. The boy understands what is happening. He holds on with both hands. He swings his weapon using the wind cutter. A powerful stream of magic erupts. The giant screams in rage. His legs tense. The mutant begins to shrink. He clutches his head. The protagonist stands in front of him, holding his blade. He sees a monster nearby and realizes he can fight it. Holding the green blade, he moves forward. He releases a powerful wave using the wind cutter. The giant holds back the enemy's energy. Eren frowns, looking ahead. He breaks into a sprint. He jumps, swinging at his enemy. Cheryl walks through the ruins, calling for her mother. The Duke's sister, surprised, hears her name being called. She sees people in the distance. A servant is dragging a wounded Isabel. Shocked, Cheryl runs up to her. Sweat pours from her mother's face. She sees her daughter in front of her, and the picture in her eyes goes blurry. She opens her eyes, disconcerted. His mouth opens, he screams at the sight of the girl. Philip, standing behind her, swings his sword. Eren, focused, moves forward. He swings his sword, releasing a wave of energy. The giant holds her back. The Duke frowns at him. Suddenly, he jumps. Eren points his energy sword at the giant. The protagonist's gaze is stern. He strikes his enemy, but the monster blocks the blow. Gritting his teeth, he presses against his opponent. Valtor clutches the blade in his palm, blood spurting. He falls to one knee. The monster tries to hold onto the protagonist's blade. Eren watches in shock. The boy begins to scream in rage, lightning flying all around. The monster stands in front of him and blocks the thrust. Valtor holds directly onto the blade. In a quiet voice, he speaks of his other half. The disconcerted protagonist hears the giant demanding the return of his body. The protagonist, horrified, feels the giant take his hand. The monster points its palm at him and speaks of full resurrection. Purple rays emerge from it. The stunned boy hears that it wants to sacrifice him. Eren closes his eyes in horror. A claw is visible near his head. He opens his eyes. Eren helps him push the villain away. The ferocious dragon roars at the monster. The pet begins to generate flames in its belly. It spews fire at the mutant. The protagonist holds the blade tightly. He runs forward, realizing that he must act now. Valtor holds back the flow of fire. His eyes are full of rage, calling the pet an insignificant lizard. He takes hold of the dragon and throws it towards the protagonist. The protagonist looks at his approaching friend in surprise. Suddenly, he disappears. Eren looks around in shock, not understanding where his pet is. The boy turns around in amazement. Eren falls onto the rocks. His body is covered in blood. The protagonist watches this silently. The protagonist turns around with a blank stare. Valtor points his hand and orders him to bring himself. The protagonist holds the blade with both hands and thinks of his sister. Gritting his teeth, he imagines Isabel and mentally asks to find her as soon as possible. Prince Philip swings at his cousin. The blade's tip cuts through the air. The saint, on her heels, prepares to run. Cecilia instantly leaps forward. She strikes the prince right in the stomach. He cries out in shock. The saint of the church, Vivian, delivers a powerful blow to the villain. She turns around in shock, seeing blood. Isabel watches in horror. Her daughter falls into her arms, Cheryl badly wounded. The mother, shocked, hugs her bloody daughter. In rage, she begins to scream. No. The prince rises. He looks down in anger. He straightens his back. Philip sighs, saying he almost got her. His eyes fill with red. He calls her a worthless piece of dirt. Frowning, he asks if she truly dares stop him. In anger, he thrusts his blade forward. Cecilia dodges it in shock. The villain strikes her with his sword again. The priestess jumps. She touches the heel of his sword. She does a masterful somersault. She leaps away from him. Philip, his gaze wild, rushes into the attack. The tip of the sword flies at the girl's face. Cecilia, her eyes wide, uses a chaos net. The blade suddenly stops at the girl's face. She jumps back, the enemy's blade blocked. The prince clenches his teeth in rage. He sees clots of dark energy emanate from Isabel. The woman, enraged, casts a spell, calling the prince a bastard. With tears in her eyes, she screams at him for even thinking that he could harm her daughter. She releases a powerful purple beam of energy, wishing him dead. A strong stream moves towards the prince. Suddenly, he sees a heel in front of his face. His sword is blocked by a spell. Cecilia kicks him with all her might. He cries out in pain, blood flying everywhere. A powerful beam of dark energy sweeps him away. Philip slides across the ground and hits a rock. With a bloody face, he begins to insult the girls. They appear before him, looking terrifying. A sound is heard nearby. Cheryl lies upside down. Suddenly, clots of magic begin to burst out of her. Isabel watches in shock. She looks away and wonders what kind of energy this is and whether this simply cannot be. She sees a bright light emanating from her daughter in the distance. Cheryl's body is enveloped in magic. She flies upward, a red glow visible from her. Her body begins to transform. Her mother extends her hand and addresses her daughter. Prince Philip stands imperturbably, holding his sword. With a serious expression, he states that this is Avarak's order. He walks forward, saying that this is necessary in order to become emperor. The prince rushes forward, brandishing his blade, declaring that she must die. The cousin's eyes are filled with black and red. Her dress has turned black. The girl's appearance has become more terrifying. The prince swings his sword in a rage, screaming. Cheryl's hands begin to move. With one wave of her palm, she rips the blade from his hands. The girl, with an ominous face, begins to cast a spell. She lifts the boy off the ground and directs him toward her. She grabs him by the throat, her eyes red. In a calm voice, she asks who he is to stand in the way of Ilis's complete resurrection. She squeezes the prince's neck, and he struggles to breathe. The girl looks at him with the eyes of a monster. She holds him aloft with magic. A fiery hand appears around his neck, and Cheryl demands to know. The boy, frightened, introduces himself as the crown prince. The heroine, her face transformed, asks why he woke her. Gritting his teeth, the villain replies that it was Lord Avarak's order. She squeezes her fiery hand, and he screams in pain. The red-haired girl with an ominous face declares that her father would never have given such an order, so let him tell the truth. Philip chokes and says that if he kills her, he promised to make him emperor. Unperturbed, Cheryl continues to torture him. Using sorcery, she holds him in the air, realizing it's not a lie. She delivers a powerful blow to the prince. He flies aside. Philip lies in the rubble, smoke spreading across the ground. She looks at him and says she'll check it herself. Suddenly, she flies into the sky. Isabel falls onto the rubble. She sits on it and says that her son has died, and now her daughter Cheryl, too. There's no point in living anymore. The saint lifts her up, declaring that it's too early to give up. The woman, lowering her head, asks what the point is now, since there are no more children. Cecilia, with a serious face, says that the girl still retains her form. The resurrection is not complete, and perhaps there is still a way. Mom sadly denies it, saying the girl can't return. The saint places her hand on her chest and speaks of sacred relics. She calmly asserts that they haven't used them, and that if they seal Ilis, they can bring the heroine back. Isabel looks at her in shock. Cecilia's gaze is serious. Valtor extends his terrifying hand and calls for sacrifice. The protagonist holds the blade in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he thinks of his mother and asks her to find her quickly. He takes off. He points his blade at the enemy, shouting that he will take care of the affairs here. The monster has huge fangs. It swings its claws. The boy screams in rage. Eren tries to counter it with his weapon. Smoke spreads across the battlefield. The ferocious monster looks ahead. The protagonist frowns, watching the enemy's actions. Suddenly, Eren sees that Cheryl stopped the blade at the last moment. He is astonished to see his sister in front of him, not understanding what is happening. Her eyes are different, more sinister. She pushes her brother away. The protagonist, holding the blade, flies several meters away. He falls not far from her. Cheryl, in the form of a monster, looks at Valtor. The giant sees her and calls her Ilis. The monster stands in front of her. The monster in the form of a girl declares that she wants to ask him for a favor. He silently looks at her with his sparkling eyes. She calmly asks to call her father. The giant still silently pierces her with his gaze. Ilis, in a rage, releases energy, ordering him to do it now, because her father answers him. The monster raises its paw. A bright purple beam shoots towards the sky. Bright lightning appears in the sky. A vortex begins to swirl. From the vortex, a dark cloud of energy forms. From it emerges the head of an evil god. Avarak, looking fierce, addresses Valtor. The giant god, looming over them, asks why he called him. Ilis flies up. She hangs in the air in front of her father. The girl in the form of a monster asks if he really can't see her. Cecilia helps Isabel walk. The tired woman points and declares that it's there. A vortex of red energy is visible in the sky. She explains that Avarak is there, and they must seal the children as quickly as possible. The saint helps her continue on. Avarak looks at his daughter. Frowning, he assures her that he sees her, asking what she needs. Eyeless forms magic in his hand. Philip lies on the rocks and also begins to emit it. He flies up to her. She angrily holds him aloft. With a fierce glare, the sorceress asks if he really used this man to wake her. Avarak watches silently. The daughter of the evil god declares that he tried to resurrect her imperfectly. She angrily screams that he did it even though the time was inappropriate, and let him answer her. The evil god's eyes burn with a bright flame. With a ferocious glare, he agrees with her. His daughter, in the form of Cheryl, continues to hold the crown prince captive, asking why he does this. His image looms over the castle, explaining that in human time, about 20 years ago, everything was going smoothly. A bearded Aaron stands with his sister, explaining that he and Valtor slept in human bodies and gained perfect power. The evil emperor looks ahead, explaining that to awaken them both, he destroyed their human host using a man named Zeron. The tower explodes, explaining that he once killed a host named Aaron. The evil Valtor roars, explaining that he woke up in perfect form. Cheryl stands before the soldiers, the evil god claiming that the only thing left was Eyeless's perfect resurrection. The monster's gaze is filled with malice, speaking of fools. Light silhouettes appear above the castle, declaring that these are low-level gods with pathetic names. The tower explodes, explaining that they turned back time 20 years. Gale stands behind Aaron, and Avarak declares that they split Valtor's body and soul into 2 human bodies to prevent his resurrection. The villain's eyes glow, and it's said that having missed the timeline for his resurrection, he is becoming increasingly weak. His timeline was still moving forward despite them turning back time. A dark silhouette hangs in the air, and Avarak declares that's why he had to wake her right now. The monster's daughter remains impassive, silent, when asked if she understands what he wants. Cheryl holds the crown prince close. In a quiet voice, she answers that she understands everything. The villain with a ferocious face says that now, together with Valtor, they will become the vessel for his resurrection. The monster in the form of a girl claims to understand that her father has become weak, even very weak. The villain is shocked by his daughter's words. She releases the prince, and he flies forward. The sorceress swings her fiery hand. She hits him with a powerful beam of flame. The evil god feels intense pain. The beam reaches him, and he screams. Eyeless smiles madly. A purple vortex of energy forms, and Avarak can't believe it's happening. The cloud gradually disappears. Only a small spark from the evil god remains. Prince Philip falls to the ground. The villainess begins to laugh loudly. She spreads her arms and thanks her father, because now this world belongs to his daughter. Eyeless hangs in the air and declares that it is according to his will. The warrior lands with his sword. The protagonist grasps the hilt of the blade and addresses Cheryl. She turns around from high above the ground and says, "First." She points her hand at Valtor and declares that she will take his power. She releases a powerful stream of energy, and the giant watches in amazement. A powerful stream of magic pierces space. It crashes into him, causing a powerful explosion. Cecilia shields herself from the shockwave. The protagonist holds onto the sword stuck in the ground. Aaron struggles to survive this attack, begging her to stop. A bright glow envelopes him, and he begs her to stop immediately. The protagonist desperately calls out to Cheryl. Cecilia and Isabel nearby shout that it's not true. The saint, looking serious, shouts at him that it's not his sister. A monster hangs in the sky, releasing a powerful stream of mana. The saint claims to have been captured by Eyeless, Avarak's daughter. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, understands what's happening. Isabel sits next to the girl and says that if she absorbs Valtor's power, everything will be over. With a shocked look, she explains that they must seal at least one of them. Cecilia nervously asks what they should do in that case. The sorceress, looking sad, asks her to stand in front of her. Sitting opposite, the saint claims that she could die from this. Suddenly, a powerful flash erupts in the air, energy scattering in all directions. Cecilia looks on in surprise. A purple magical sign appears, and a voice asks Avarak, the god of chaos and resurrection, to go to Aaron as soon as possible. The saint looks at the duke with the sword and understands that this moment is the reason. Eyeless's face is full of madness. Valtor stares ahead with blazing eyes, and the protagonist wonders why they sent him to him. Cecilia silently stares ahead. She stands before the wounded Isabel. She spreads her arms and urges her to do so. Isabel, shocked, hears the demand to hurry. The saint reaches out to him, and the sorceress realizes she is sorry. Cecilia tries to call upon divine powers, and the duke's mother extends her hand, realizing that this is the only way out. Isabel begins to cast a spell through the pain. She points her hand at the magical relics in the air. Cecilia's body begins to glow brightly, and she screams in pain. A bright stone appears on her chest. The girl screams in horror. A powerful stream of light energy pierces her body. Eyeless, in the form of Cheryl, calmly attacks her. The villain's eyes glow red, realizing the light is dangerous. Yellow energy reaches her. Eyeless tries to block the powerful attack. Frowning, she holds back the onslaught. A purple beam flies towards Valtor. Cecilia, enraged, releases an energy beam. Eyeless, with a ferocious expression, holds back the attack and redirects it. Gritting her teeth, she calls the enemy small. The villain, shocked, notices something near her. Eren, sword in hand, charges. She turns around in surprise. The boy jumps towards her. The protagonist sees a purple beam in front of him. He shields himself with his blade, trying to block the blow. Valtor attacks him with his energy. The villain pulls the boy with his magic, declaring that his body is approaching. He grabs MC by the throat and claims that he will become whole. Cecilia closes her eyes during the attack, thinking of his lordship. Sweat pours from her face, holding back intense pain. An even more powerful stream of energy erupts from her body, screaming even louder. Valtor, holding the Duke, turns and sees this. His eyes flash as he notices the approaching attack. A fiery explosion occurs. Yellow energy mixes with the monster. The blade falls to the ground. A bright flash illuminates the entire space around. Ilis, in the form of a girl, closes herself off from her. Sacred relics hang in the air. The girl falls to the ground. The objects incinerate. She plummets down onto the rocks. Cecilia extends her hand, thinking of his lordship. She remembers their moments together and apologizes to him. Closing her eyes, she promises to be with him until the end, even if this world ends, but she doesn't think she can. A bright flash is visible in the whirlwind. Cecilia is unsure she can keep her promise. A silhouette appears in her eyes. A man walks toward the prostrate saint. Her hand barely moves, reaching out to his lordship. The protagonist stands before his assistant, who has a large hole in her body. Tears are shed near her body. The protagonist leans toward her and apologizes. Through his tears, he claims he promised to protect her. He embraces Cecilia and screams in pain. His cry echoes across the battlefield. Kaines, shocked, hears it. He turns around and thinks about the Duke. MC is sitting next to the dead woman. With his clothes charred, he rises to his feet. He sees Ilis before him. The villain looks at him with a serious expression, unable to believe that a mere man could absorb Valtor's power. The protagonist sees her in the sky. The Duke emits purple mana and addresses his rival. He begins to spin sharply, preparing to flee. The villain watches his actions in amazement. Suddenly, he appears right next to her. The guy delivers a crushing blow to her face. Ilis slams into the ground at incredible speed, smoke and dust billowing around. The villain screams loudly in piercing pain. Suddenly, she sees the protagonist attack again. He slams her face into the ground with his knee. The protagonist swings his fist, landing another powerful blow. The protagonist, looking ferocious, swings both hands, declaring it's time for her to disappear. A powerful blow hits the girl right in the face. An explosion occurs, and the shockwave shatters everything around. The Duke screams in rage. Kaines hurries to the scene of the fight. He desperately screams for his highness to stop. The protagonist lowers his head and hears Ilis inside Cheryl. MC stands in front of the battered villain. He turns around with a crazed expression and insists that this isn't his sister. Tears flow from his eyes, claiming it's Ilis and that he must get rid of her. Kaines angrily screams that if he kills the monster, Cheryl will die too. The Duke, through tears, declares that all who harm the inhabitants of his territory must die. The strategist watches as his grace strikes his opponent again. Kaines watches in horror at his cruelty. Ilis, lying on the ground, begins to laugh loudly. Her mouth widens and laughter fills the air. The villain uses magic again to influence the boy. With a sly smile, she claims that all of Valtor's power belongs to her. The protagonist kneels as his rival declares that true chaos will now reign. A bright purple cloud rises over the battlefield. The protagonist feels a beam pierce his stomach. Through pain, he watches as the creature crawls out of his body. With a flash, the monster emerges, screaming in pain. Ilis casts a spell and, smirking, tells her younger brother to come to her and bring her chaos. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, realizes he has already lost Cecilia. The villain, suspended in midair, uses magic. The Duke's friend's faces crumble. He realizes that if he loses the power she left behind, something bad will happen. The protagonist, holding back the damage, suddenly hears his name called. Kaines runs forward and tosses him a sword. Eren, sitting under the influence of a powerful beam, sees his blade approaching. He catches it, frowning. The strategist desperately declares that he must plunge it into Cheryl's heart and trap her soul. Ilis, using sorcery, hears this. The assistant sees their battle and shouts that if they can't stop Ilis's power, they must at least kill Cheryl and seal her soul in the killer, so she can't take it. The guy frowns at the villain. With a smirk, he thinks about what if that's the case. The opponent, gritting her teeth, continues to attack him. In a mad rage, she orders him to give up his power immediately. Black and red magic emanates from her hand. The protagonist suddenly appears on top of her, brandishing his sword and urging her to take him if he can. Eren looks at her and assures her that he intends to seal the source of her power within the host. The boy swings his sword, realizing that he feels sorry for Cheryl, but this is the only way. The protagonist, with a blank look, swings the blade and suddenly hears a voice. The girl below calls his name. Cheryl, with tears in her eyes, begs him not to kill her. She holds out her hand and begs him not to do it. The protagonist looks at her in shock. Half of the girl's face turns dark, she says. Just a little longer. MC feels her impact. She continues to say that there is little time left. The Duke's sister desperately pleads with him. She holds out her hand, and he mentally asks her to stop. He closes his eyes and thinks about how she needs to stop. The protagonist swings his sword, remembering his sister. He screams loudly in rage. He pierces the girl's body with his blade, blood spurts everywhere. Cheryl looks at him in horror. Suddenly, her face changes to a monstrous one, asking how dare he do such a thing. The protagonist, closing his eyes, declares his regret. He raises his blade, from which black coils of energy emanate. With a determined expression, he realizes he must act now. She touches his green sword. Suddenly, the fighter feels a powerful flow of energy entering his chest. The guy sits in front of the embedded sword. A monster appears before her. Her eyes change color. She orders him to return. A powerful black stream of mana emanates from the blade. Ilis screams in rage, demanding that it stop. She transforms into a terrifying, ferocious monster, demanding that he stop. The protagonist feels a powerful vortex of energy in his body, hearing her screams. He stands in front of his prone opponent. Blood flows from his face. He breathes with difficulty. Kindness runs to him and asks him to pull him out immediately. The protagonist grabs the hilt of the sword. He pulls it out of the girl's body, blood spurting in all directions. Blood drips from the tip of the blade. Cheryl lies on the ground, showing no signs of life. Her eyes are slightly open. Her face changes color. Suddenly, she begins to cough. Closing her eyes, she tries to understand what she is doing here. She sees MC in front of her with a sword and recognizes him. She looks at the wound on her chest, realizing she can't breathe. Kindness runs to help while the girl realizes she doesn't want to die. The strategist pours an orange potion on her wound and casts a spell in his language. Her vision grows cloudy, mentally asking for help. Suddenly, she reaches out and calls for her brother. Cheryl gets out of bed, noticing her room. Isabel is sitting next to her, shocked that her mother is there. The woman hugs her. The bandaged girl, confused, asks what she is doing here and what even happened. The red-haired girl remembers her brother and asks where he is. Isabel quietly claims he left some time ago. She furiously asks what he means by left. The Duke's sister sits in her bed. Suddenly, she sees a scroll in front of her. Her mother hands it to her. The girl unties the string on the scroll. She reads a letter intended for Cheryl, his beloved younger sister, and a brand resident he was responsible for protecting. The protagonist, riding a dragon, rides forward. Turning around, he asks why he told him to strike her with the sword, whether he knew MC wouldn't be able to kill her and her soul wouldn't be absorbed. A huge dragon flies nearby, and Kindness explains that he asked it to mimic the motion of plunging the sword into her heart, but in reality, that wasn't the case. The beast, grinning with its fangs, says it was surprised at how well it turned out. The protagonist, with a serious expression, hears that he even fooled Ilis, who rivals the gods. He replies that he's unsure whether he fooled her or whether the strategist pushed him into it. The protagonist turns to the dragon and asks how he knew it would work on the villain, who replies that he'll find all the answers there. An assistant in the form of a flying beast accompanies the protagonist, and says that if he has any more questions, he should ask them. Kindness walks behind Aaron, who is carrying Cecilia. He sees a little girl in the distance. Vivian, wearing a cloak, is playing with pebbles. The strategist kneels before her. She, without turning around, answers him. The strategist, closing his eyes, declares that he has completed all the tasks assigned to him previously. Avrak was destroyed, leading to the deaths of Valtor and Ilis. Vivian, tossing stones, asks what he means. Kindness looks at the Duke and says that this was not their intention, but the monsters were also sealed in a mortal body. The little goddess declares that he and the human have fulfilled their mission. The Duke frowns, wondering what mission this is. The girl plays in front of them. With her back to them, she declares that she knows what they're thinking, but absorbing Valtor and Ilis wasn't accidental. She was born for this purpose. Vivian looks at the saint and says that she fulfilled her mission and that was it. That was the reason for her existence. The goddess touches her face, claiming that if she hadn't turned back time, this wouldn't have happened. The protagonist looks at her and asks if that's too much. He holds Cecilia in his arms and angrily shouts that this mission was so important to her that she killed the saint and sealed those monsters to him. Was that really the reason for her existence? And who is she to say such a thing? Vivian looks at him in amazement. She throws the stones into the air and agrees with him. They fly through the air, and the goddess declares that she, too, would like the damn mission to disappear. Suddenly, the stones fall from her hands. Kindness watches this with a frown. Vivian calmly declares that being a god doesn't absolve him of the responsibility shared by all living beings. She looks at her hand and says she, too, was curious why they entrusted such a mission to a being called a god. The strategist stands across from her and hears her asked if dragons truly agonize over the meaning of their existence. Vivian spreads her hands, saying that serving the mission entrusted to her is the only answer she can offer them regarding their existence. She moves her hand and suggests that this someone could be an absolute being. Vivian, radiating energy, asserts that it could be them. Now it's time for her to fulfill her mission. The Duke, surprised, hears the offer of a choice. The little girl looks at him and declares that he will either perish with her or live on. The protagonist, frowning, asserts that of course he will live. He fought hard to deserve this life. She asks him to listen carefully. Vivian, standing opposite, says that if he joins her, Valtor and Eyeless will also die inside. However, other evil beings may one day appear. However, he needn't worry, because that will happen when he's no longer alive. The girl, closing her eyes, declares that if he decides to live, he will become immortal and live with them in his body. When he dies, they will return to life. The protagonist nods silently. Vivian, radiating a purple aura, asks if knowing this would make him want to live. The protagonist stands silently. He thinks about the monster and the overlord, realizing that the emperor who threatens the inhabitants of Bran is no longer there, and Cheryl is taking care of the Bran territory, so he no longer has anything to worry about. The protagonist calmly realizes that he no longer has anyone to protect, no longer has a purpose, and whether there is even a reason to continue living. Kainas watches him silently. The boy quietly clarifies. Didn't she just say that? Standing opposite the goddess, he asks if a mission is something he can create himself, something that can give him a reason to live. Vivian, closing his eyes, agrees, saying that's true. Aaron calmly declares that in that case, he will live. The boy holds Cecilia in his arms and asserts that he will live with Valtor and Eyeless within him, and will never die. The saint lies with her eyes closed, declaring that he will form connections with other people not only in Bran's territory but elsewhere as well, and that he will live to protect them. The protagonist places her on the floor, saying he never wants to see such a death again, but also that he will not disappear as a bystander. Vivian smiles, agreeing with him, noting that this is the meaning of his existence, and the mission he wants to fulfill. A bright light appears in front of him, and she says that she has one too. A purple glow fills the space, and the goddess assures him that she, too, wants a mission. A light appears over the Duke's deceased assistant. A bright stream of energy pours from her body. Everything around is illuminated by it. Aaron squints at the light. He watches the scene and hears her thank him. The protagonist stands next to Kainus. Vivian has disappeared, and Cecilia is lying on the floor. The protagonist calmly stares ahead and wonders if it's truly over, noting that he needs time to think about how he plans to live this long life he's been granted. His gaze is surprised. Someone speaks to him. Cecilia, overjoyed, sits on the floor and exclaims the Duke's name. He runs to her in shock and exclaims that she's alive. The astonished protagonist hears the goddess thank him. The saint, smiling, claims that Vivian said she trusted him with her life and would let him take care of her. The protagonist smiles, feeling her hands on his cheeks. The action takes place a month later, and the Duke has written to his sister, Cheryl. The wounded girl sits on her bed and reads that she may not remember, but he's sorry the Duke caused harm, as there was no other choice but to separate her from Eyeless. Cheryl sighs, saying that by the time the letter reaches her, she'll be better, so he shouldn't blame him too much, but she finds it amusing. The heroine carefully reads that the protagonist isn't sure he'll return to the territory anytime soon, so he should take care of the territory for him. She also wants to ask her for a favor, while her sister realizes she's been helping him all this time. In a flashback, she argues with Cain, and the protagonist writes that with him gone, the old man will manage the territory well, but he has a reputation for being stingy, so she can ask him to use the money when necessary. Rommel happily looks at a bag of gold. Aaron writes that when it comes to military matters, she should consult with Rommel. He's a bit old-fashioned, but he needs a raise, and it's probably hard to combine caring for the territory and raising children, so he deserves generous compensation. The guy is sailing on a ship. The letter says he should go to the Black Continent and live there. He probably feels uneasy about returning to Bran. The protagonist could appoint him as the ruler of the territory there, but that's probably not what he wants, so let him live freely. Miller and Jacqueline stand behind him. The protagonist states that she's not a citizen of the territory, but an ally, and therefore she can take care of herself. The old man smiles while she shouts, saying that they are allies and wouldn't she appreciate it if they offered her a new residence. Arthur kneels with flowers. The protagonist writes about promoting him to captain and, if possible, helping him win Bianca's heart. The warrior kicks his bouquet in anger, and MC writes that he's head over heels in love with her. Cheryl, with a bandage over her face, reads the question, and Aaron asks if she remembers their plan. The crown is brought to her head, and the man writes that since the emperor, crown prince, and duchess died, only she and the duchess's son are worthy of becoming emperors. Cheryl accepts her crown, and the protagonist declares he would very much like her to become emperor. She holds the golden crown, and the protagonist believes this is the only way to destroy the empire. The red-haired girl sighs, and the protagonist writes that he trusts his sister. Suddenly, standing in front of the audience, the heroine begins to burn. The crown burns on the floor, and she walks away. Kainas bows after her. The protagonist and Cecilia walk through the snow, writing a sincere apology for not being open with her all this time. The saint looks at her companion, saying they spent a short time together, but he was happy to be with someone like her. Aaron steps forward, signing the letter as her older brother. The protagonist smiles, hinting at his glasses, and continues the signature on the letter as Giles Butler. And so the story ends.